Winter, 1976. After breakfast, a group of elderly women gathered at the entrance of the village to sit in the sun and chat. This was the village's information center, the birthplace of all kinds of gossip. No one knew which old lady started the topic first. "Hey, did you hear? Wang Zhenjiang's eldest daughter went mad this morning. She flipped the dining table and smashed everything in the house with a rolling pin. She's not the eldest anymore. She's the second daughter now. The eldest is that stepdaughter, Wang Fingjiao. Wang Zhenjiang treats that girl better than his own daughter. If you didn't know, you'd think Fingjiao was his real child and Yanxiu was the stepdaughter. If you ask me, good for her. That family deserves it. Everyone can see how they've treated her. Such a sweet girl, and they've made her suffer so much. It's true what they say, once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather too. In less than 2 years, that fair, lively girl has turned pale and thin. Even I, an outsider, feel sorry for her. Yanxiu is such a good child, pretty, hardworking, and kind. It's a pity her real mother passed away early. Her father's foolish, and her stepmother is cruel.
Exactly.
But after this outburst, how will she live in that house? They'll only treat her worse. She used to smile all the time, and now she doesn't even smile anymore. Hey, Granny Lee, you'd better keep your voice down. If that wicked woman hears you, she'll come after you. Granny Lee slapped the sole she was sewing and said firmly, "Let her hear. I'm not afraid. If she dares to do such things, why can't others talk about it? Even if she were standing right here, I'd say the same." The women all started talking at once, each one speaking up for Wang Yanxiu. That was rare in this village. Usually, every bit of gossip split the crowd into 2 sides, one supporting, one opposing. By the end of the day, the side that won the argument would proudly carry their stool home, feeling as if they'd won a battle, and even eat half a bowl more at dinner. The losing side, meanwhile, would spend the night thinking up new topics to win back their pride the next day. But this time, everyone was on the same side, all speaking up for Wang Yanxiu. It was clear how much everyone in the village liked Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu was the eldest daughter, no, the second daughter, of Wang Zhenjiang's family. Today, she was the main topic of conversation among the elderly women at the village entrance. At this moment, she sat on her bed, her face filled with anger and resentment. Her expression was so dark that she looked almost frightening. That morning, during breakfast, she had lost her temper and smashed up the house. She had completely fallen out with her father and stepmother. There was no way to make peace anymore. But that was part of her plan. Hearing their angry shouting outside, a deep sadness rose in her heart. Yes, Wang Yanxiu had been reborn. In her previous life, she had suffered terribly and died miserably on a cold winter day. After her death, her thin body was wrapped in an old mat and thrown away in the deserted hills behind the village. She had been only 35 years old, 1.72 meters tall, but weighed barely 40 or 50 kilograms. She had looked like nothing but skin and bones, terrifying to see. Her body had been covered in injuries, with many broken bones. She had been beaten to death. When her father learned of her death, he went to seek justice for her, but in truth, he only wanted compensation. In the end, he accepted a few hundred yuan and agreed not to pursue the matter further. Her spirit had wandered for 3 days between her body and the place where she had been kept. Even as a spirit, she could still feel the pain deep in her bones. She had watched her father talk with those who had hurt her, and she had wished she could drag them all into the same suffering. But her powerless spirit could only pass through them, unable to cause any harm. After 3 days, she had watched helplessly as a pack of wolves found her body and devoured it, leaving only white bones behind. At last, she was freed. Her consciousness faded, and she didn't know how much time had passed before she heard the sound of prayers. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to that very morning. It took Wang Yanxiu nearly an hour to accept that she had truly been reborn, and at such a crucial moment in her life. This was the day she regretted even in her dreams, the day she could never forget, the day her nightmare began. After anger, sorrow, and tears, she felt a strange sense of freedom and rebirth. Clenching her teeth, she thought fiercely, "I've come back to life. All of you who hurt me and made me suffer, are you ready?" Living again, she would never be weak and endure everything like before. Everyone who had harmed her would pay double for what they had done. Her father and stepmother were among the main reasons for her tragic fate in her past life. On this very day in her previous life, her father, urged by her stepmother, arranged a marriage for her. The man was a middle-aged widower who had lost his wife a year earlier, a man who had already buried 3 wives. He was also one of the people who ruined her life. At that time, she resisted with all her strength. She would rather die than marry him. She was only 17, a high school graduate, a young girl with dreams. How could she marry a man in his 30s who had already lost 3 wives? Besides, she already had someone she liked. But her father had taken 500 yuan as a bride price and promised to marry her off. When she refused, her father and stepmother secretly drugged her that night. They took her away while the roads were empty and sent her to that man's house. From then on, her life became a nightmare. That kind of life lasted for 19 long years. Thinking of it made Wang Yanqiu's teeth ache with hatred. If she hadn't been tricked and drugged, if she hadn't been locked up and starved after being taken there, she might have had a chance to escape. That morning, while eating breakfast, she forced herself to stay calm, not daring to look at the man who called himself her father, afraid she might lose control. In this life, she would no longer be bound by so-called family ties. Blood relations meant nothing to her now. When the time came, she would not hesitate. From now on, the only people she cared about were her late mother, her grandmother, her uncle, and one other person. As for Wang Zhenjiang, even if he died, she wouldn't spare him a glance. At the table, she blankly picked up her bowl and began eating the porridge in big mouthfuls. It was corn and sweet potato porridge with half a cabbage stir-fried. That was today's breakfast. She had made this breakfast early in the morning for the whole family, and when she came back to this life, it was already ready. Wang Yanqiu remembered this breakfast clearly. It had appeared in her memories countless times. She could never forget it. In her previous life, this was the last breakfast she ever had. After her father, Wang Zhenjiang, and Lu Hongyun sent her away to that cruel man, she never had breakfast again. Her so-called good father had even kindly given advice, saying she was strong and shouldn't be fed too much. Sometimes Wang Yanqiu really doubted whether Wang Zhenjiang was truly her father. If he was, how could he be so heartless? But now, whether he was her real father or not no longer mattered. Sitting at the table, Wang Zhenjiang faintly felt that something about Wang Yanqiu was different today. But he didn't think much of it. After finishing one bowl, Wang Yanqiu went to get another. She had always had a good appetite. But since 3 more people had joined the family in the past 2 years, food had become scarce, and she had been forcing herself to eat less. For 2 years, she had never once eaten her fill. This time, she didn't hold back. She ate freely. She needed to be full to have the strength for what was coming. After a few sips of porridge, she picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks. The others at the table began to look increasingly displeased. Wang Zhenjiang's face darkened. How rude she was. He wanted to scold her, but thinking of what he planned to say later, he forced himself to stay calm. Wang Yanqiu ate quickly, maybe because, counting her past life and this one, she hadn't eaten a full meal in nearly 20 years. Soon, her big bowl of porridge was empty again, and the dishes on the table were almost gone too. Seeing her eat more than usual, Wang Zhenjiang's face grew even darker, but he said nothing. Then, to his surprise, Wang Yanqiu picked up her bowl again to get more. Lu Hongyun couldn't hold back anymore. She and her 2 children hadn't eaten enough yet. If Wang Yanqiu finished the porridge and vegetables, what would they eat? So she gave Wang Zhenjiang a meaningful look. When Wang Zhenjiang saw the look in Lu Hongyun's eyes, he felt embarrassed and thought that Wang Yanqiu had made him lose face. His gaze toward Wang Yanqiu grew even more displeased. How thoughtless she was. Couldn't she see that several people at the table hadn't eaten enough yet? She only cared about herself. With a dark expression, Wang Zhenjiang slapped the table and scolded, "Yanxiu, can't you see that others haven't eaten yet? How much have you eaten already? You only think of yourself. When did you become so inconsiderate?" Hearing him scold Wang Yanxiu, Lu Hongyun secretly smirked. She thought, I don't even need to do anything. Her own father will teach her a lesson. Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping sat at the table, watching with glee. Seeing Wang Yanxiu being scolded was what made the siblings happiest. Wang Yanxiu was not related to them by blood. They had different fathers and mothers, and they were natural enemies. Although Wang Yanxiu had expected her father's anger, she still felt a pang of sadness. So, he was upset because she ate too much, afraid others wouldn't have enough? What a wonderful father. He would rather let his own daughter go hungry just to make sure that women's children were full. Back then, when food was scarce, she used to eat less so others could have more. But now, she no longer wanted to do that. If anyone went hungry, she thought, serves them right. In her past life, she might have been frightened by her father's shouting. But now? Who do you think you are? There were 4 other people at the table besides her, and to her, every one of them was an enemy. Her father, Wang Zhenjiang, was nearly 40, but looked closer to 50. 3 years ago, her mother had passed away. A year later, Wang Zhenjiang married Lu Hongyun, who brought 2 children with her, a daughter, 18, a year older than Yanxiu, and a son, 14. Lu Hongyun was clever. To make her children fit into the family and win Wang Zhenjiang's favor, she even changed their last names. Now, the older one was called Wang Fengjiao, and the younger one, Wang Feiping. From then on, Wang Zhenjiang's heart completely turned toward them. Just because that boy, Wang Feiping, was a son, Lu Hongyun told Wang Zhenjiang that she would make the child treat him like his real father and take care of him in the future. But she was a girl, and her father had always wanted a boy. When her mother was still alive, things were better because her mother could protect her. Now that her mother was gone, no one could stand up for her anymore. When Lu Hongyun mentioned changing the child's last name to Wang Zhenjiang, he was overjoyed. Finally, he had a son, and such a grown one too. The Wang family finally had someone to carry on the family name. So, he often told Wang Yanxiu to give in to her stepmother and younger siblings. In her past life, even though she was unwilling, she endured everything for the sake of peace in the family and to keep her father from being caught in the middle. She tolerated all of Lu Hongyun's unfair treatment. Even the 2 children Lu Hongyun brought into the family treated her with hostility. She kept enduring it again and again, never expecting that her patience would eventually cost her life. But in this life, she would never endure it again. When she heard Wang Zhenjiang scolding her harshly, she replied calmly, I made breakfast. I can eat as much as I want. If anyone's still hungry, they can make more themselves. Wang Zhenjiang was stunned for a moment, then realized she was talking back to him. Feeling embarrassed and angry, he jumped up. You ungrateful girl. How dare you talk to your father like that? I'll teach you a lesson. His hands trembled with anger as he took off his shoe and swung it at her. Wang Yanxiu looked at him coldly, calmly setting her bowl on the stove as he raised the shoe to hit her. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Was this all he could do? In the past, she had feared him because she cared too much about family and didn't dare to fight back. Now she no longer cared. So what was he to her? Seeing the contempt in her eyes, Wang Zhenjiang grew even angrier. He decided he would teach this disobedient daughter a hard lesson today. He raised the dirty shoe and struck at her, not thinking for a moment that she was his own child. Fine, let everything be destroyed then. As she watched him come at her with that fierce expression, she could no longer hold back the anger burning inside her. With one hand, she easily caught Wang Zhenjiang's wrist as he tried to strike her. Wang Zhenjiang stared at his motionless right hand, filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that his daughter could be this strong. He glared at Wang Yanxiu, his own daughter, but her eyes now looked at him like he was a stranger. Realizing what had just happened, his face turned red with anger, feeling that his authority had been challenged. You dare to fight back? Let go of me right now. Wang Zhenjiang shouted sharply. Wang Yanxiu gave a cold snort and flicked her left hand. Wang Zhenjiang felt a powerful force push him back. He stumbled several steps and almost fell to the ground. This is outrageous. You've completely lost your mind, he shouted, furious and confused by her sudden defiance. Lu Hongyun and her 2 children stood nearby, stunned. They had thought Wang Zhenjiang would easily discipline Wang Yanxiu, but instead, he was nearly overpowered. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Wang Zhenjiang yelled, his face red with anger, unable to believe his daughter dared to resist him. He looked around in frustration, searching for something he could use to regain control. Wang Yanxiu watched him coldly and let out a mocking laugh. Her father now looked just like a clown. Seeing Wang Zhenjiang searching for a weapon, Wang Yanxiu's eyes swept across the room. On the stove, she spotted a rolling pin she usually used for making noodles. She picked it up casually. Wang Zhenjiang was startled by her action. Pointing at her from a distance, he said nervously, "What are you doing? Put that down right now." Wang Yanxiu's expression darkened. "What do you think I'm doing? Do you really believe I don't know anything?" Wang Zhenjiang's heart skipped a beat. "What are you talking about? Know what? Do you think we'd ever harm you?" Wang Yanxiu said firmly. "You think I didn't hear what you and she were whispering about this morning?" Hearing that, Wang Zhenjiang realized she had overheard their plan. His confidence faded, and his anger weakened. "Ahem, Yanxiu, your Aunt Yuan is doing this for your own good. You're already 17, old enough to get married, and someone has taken a liking to you. They even offered a bride price of 500 yuan. That's one of the highest in our village. You can ask around if you don't believe me." Wang Zhenjiang was about to continue, but when he saw the dark look on Wang Yanxiu's face, he wisely stopped talking. Lu Hongyun, realizing things were getting out of hand, quickly stepped forward to persuade her. "Yanxiu, your father is only thinking of what's best for you. You're his own daughter. Of course he cares about you." Looking at Lu Hongyun's false expression, Wang Yanxiu couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her hard across the face. A sharp sound echoed through the room. Lu Hongyun cried out, her face quickly swelling and a trace of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth, proof of how strong the slap had been. "Mother, are you all right?" Seeing their mother get hit, Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping rushed to support her, staring at Wang Yanxiu with disbelief and anger. "Wang Yanxiu, how dare you hit my mother? I'll make you pay for that." Though only 14, Wang Feiping already had a fierce temper. Seeing his mother struck, he glared and clenched his teeth, ready to fight back. He tried to rush at Wang Yanxiu, but his sister Wang Fengjiao held him tightly. Wang Fengjiao could tell that something was off with Wang Yanxiu today. She wasn't about to get involved. Their father would handle it. Sure enough, when Wang Zhenjiang saw Lu Hongyun get slapped, his anger flared up again. His face turned red, and he shouted furiously, "Unbelievable! You've really gone too far. How dare you raise your hand against your elders? Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson today. You're trying to sell me off, and I'm not even allowed to resist?" Wang Yanxiu spoke calmly, but her eyes showed both sorrow and deep resentment. "Sell you? Who's selling you? Your Aunt Yuan worked hard to find you a good match. The family's conditions are great, and you're still not satisfied?" Wang Zhenjiang trembled with anger, thinking his daughter was being ungrateful and disrespectful. Wang Yanxiu laughed coldly. She couldn't believe there were people so shameless in this world. What an eye-opener. If it's such a good marriage, then let Wang Fengjiao go. She's a year older than me. Why don't you let her marry him? A good family? If they were really good people, would they come looking for me? Wang Yanxiu's lips curved slightly, and a trace of mockery flashed in her calm eyes. Ever since that woman and her 2 children came, have I ever had anything good happen to me? I cook, wash clothes, feed the pigs, and work in the fields. I've never even had enough to eat. The 4 of you just wait for me to serve you. If this is what you call a good thing, then you can have it. Her voice grew low and cold, sending a chill through Wang Zhenjiang and the others. Her eyes were red, her face expressionless, but her hoarse voice carried all her pain and anger, Nearly 20 years of it. How could such deep pain disappear so easily? How could it ever be forgotten? These past 2 years, I've grown thinner because I never have enough to eat. Can't you see that? I work all day at home. Don't you know that? What do Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping do? They pick on me every day. Haven't you seen that? Are you blind? No, you're not blind. You just pretend not to see. You let them bully me, and now you even want to sell me off. Tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to hold them back, but as she spoke, they finally burst out, blurring her vision. Her head spun from the weight of her sorrow. Quickly, she wiped her tears with her sleeve. She couldn't cry now. If she did, they might take advantage of her weakness. She bit her lip hard. The sharp pain brought her back to herself, and the tears stopped. Her eyes still red, she said firmly, "Listen to me. From now on, I won't serve you anymore. This meal, I made it and none of you will eat it." As she spoke, she grabbed the rolling pin and stepped forward. Reaching the table, she gripped its edge with her free hand. Before Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun could react, she shouted, "From now on, none of you will ever eat the food I cook again." With that furious cry, she flipped the table, sending it crashing into the air. Crash. Clang. The table spun once in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Then came the sound of plates, bowls, and chopsticks shattering on the floor. To Wang Yanqiu, the noise was like a beautiful symphony. It felt wonderful. She let out a long breath. Looking at the mess all over the floor, she suddenly wanted to laugh. That feeling of payback was amazing. It made her feel relaxed from head to toe. So this was what true satisfaction felt like, making her enemies upset. Her eyes lit up as she looked around. The dining table's leg was broken, but the cupboard was still fine, with bowls and plates neatly stacked inside. Why leave them there? Wang Yanqiu seemed to have found a new target. Under the shocked gazes of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun, she cheerfully raised the rolling pin in her hand and smashed it toward the cupboard and the dishes inside. The more she smashed, the happier she became. Her mood lifted so much that she almost wanted to sing. Joyful drums beat to celebrate every year. Beautiful dances bring happiness every day. The timing of the song doesn't quite match. Please don't mind it. Under the stunned eyes of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun, Wang Yanqiu swung the rolling pin again and again until the cupboard and all the dishes inside were completely shattered. Now that felt good. Looking at the broken pieces all over the floor, she finally felt calm inside. You ungrateful girl. Are you trying to rebel? You've smashed all the dishes. What's next, the cooking pot? Wang Zhenjiang finally snapped out of his shock and shouted angrily. Hearing his words, Wang Yanqiu's eyes brightened. Right, there was still the pot. Holding the rolling pin, she walked toward the stove. Everything should be destroyed. Seeing her move toward the stove, Wang Zhenjiang instantly realized what she was about to do. His vision went dark, and he almost fainted. You unfilial girl. Stop right there, he shouted in panic. The pot couldn't be smashed. Plates and bowls could be replaced, but an iron pot was hard to find. In those days, an iron pot was a rare and precious thing. If you wanted to buy one, you had to use a special coupon for iron pots at a designated supply store, and even then, no one knew when they would be available. In other words, even with money and coupons, you might not be able to buy one right away. When Wang Yanqiu heard Wang Zhenjiang's angry voice, her mood brightened even more. Today is a good day. Wang Zhenjiang's eyes widened, Lu Hongyun shrank back in fear, and the boy Wang Feipeng lost his arrogance, trembling beside Wang Fengjiao. It's over. Wang Zhenjiang's vision went dark, and this time he really fainted. Wang Yanqiu glanced at him and snorted, "Coward." Without another look at the man lying on the ground, she turned and walked to her room. With a loud bang, she slammed the door shut. Outside, the villagers were already talking. They had come after hearing the noise from her house. Most of them were just there to watch. In times like these, when there wasn't much entertainment, any family quarrel would draw a crowd. She didn't care anymore. If they wanted to watch, let them watch. Looking around the room at the clothes and belongings, Wang Yanxiu felt a wave of confusion. This had once been her own room. When her mother was still alive, she would sometimes come and hold her, helping her fall asleep. Those were such good days. But how did her kind mother fall ill and leave so suddenly? How hard life was for a child without a mother. Thinking of her mother, Wang Yanxiu's eyes filled with tears again. Since Lu Hongyun and her family had moved in, Wang Fingjiao had taken over this room. The place where she used to sleep had been pushed into a corner. Looking at the clothes in the room, the bit of relief she had felt after venting her anger faded away. In the past 2 years, she hadn't gotten a single new piece of clothing. Everything she wore was from 2 years ago. Even her best outfit had 2 or 3 patches on it. She thought about it. Ever since her mother passed away, she hadn't had a new dress. Her father had no heart. He never cared about her, and because she was a girl, he liked her even less. So when he sold her for 500 yuan, he didn't even blink. Most of the nicer clothes in this room belonged to Wang Fingjiao. After all, she still had her mother. Lu Hongyun treated her 2 children quite well. But the money spent on buying those clothes all came from her and her father, Wang Zhenjiang, who worked hard to earn it. When she wasn't at school, Wang Yanxiu worked in the fields, earning full work points every day. She worked just as well as any man. Everyone in the village spoke well of Wang Yanxiu. But her father, Wang Zhenjiang, never seemed to care. Well, it didn't matter anymore. From now on, she wouldn't care about him either. Looking around the room, she saw that most of the clothes belonged to Wang Fingjiao. Distant memories suddenly came flooding back, filling her with anger. She was no longer afraid of anything. She would do whatever she wanted. She found a pair of scissors and cut all of Wang Fingjiao's clothes into small pieces. That feels great. That's for bullying me and showing off your new clothes all the time. This is just a small lesson for you, Wang Yanxiu thought with a hint of satisfaction. Outside, Wang Zhenjiang suddenly fainted, causing Lu Hongyun to cry out in shock as she rushed to check on him. The way things turned out today was completely unexpected for Lu Hongyun. She never thought that even Wang Zhenjiang couldn't control the usually quiet Wang Yanxiu. A shadow crossed Lu Hongyun's eyes. Wang Yanxiu's sudden outburst had caught her completely off guard. Her original plan was for Wang Zhenjiang to bring up the marriage proposal, while she would add fuel to the fire and persuade Wang Yanxiu to agree. If Wang Yanxiu resisted, she had a backup plan, to secretly make her fall asleep and send her away directly. Lu Hongyun was quite sure Wang Zhenjiang would agree, because she could sense that he didn't like his daughter, though she didn't know why. People often said that even a fierce animal wouldn't harm its own young, but that saying didn't seem to apply to Wang Zhenjiang. If he hadn't allowed it, Lu Hongyun would never have dared to treat Wang Yanxiu so harshly at home. But unexpectedly, everything went wrong at the last moment. Wang Yanxiu actually fought back. The quiet, timid girl who used to let everyone push her around had, that very morning, smashed up the house with a rolling pin, even breaking a hole in the iron pot. What should they do now? Seeing how angry Wang Yanxiu was today, Lu Hongyun suddenly felt a wave of fear in her heart. How could she still control her? How could she still trick her into marrying over there? If Wang Yanxiu refused to marry, then wouldn't she be in trouble? Thinking of this, Lu Hongyun couldn't help but shiver. Others might not know, but she did. That Zhang Yuanbiao was a terrible man. If she didn't have something to hold against him, how could she have worked so hard to persuade Wang Zhenjiang to marry Wang Yanxiu off? With Wang Yanxiu at home, life had been easy for her. No need to wash clothes or cook. She lived like a lady of leisure. In her eyes, Wang Yanxiu was just an obedient helper she could order around however she liked. To be honest, she was a little reluctant to let her go. Not because of affection, but because once Wang Yanxiu left, she would have to do all the chores herself. But she had no choice. Zhang Yuanbiao had already set his eyes on Wang Yanxiu and told her to make it happen. She didn't dare disobey him. He had something on her. After whispering to Wang Zhenjiang for several nights and getting Zhang Yuanbiao to offer a huge bride price of 500 yuan, an enormous sum in those days, when most families couldn't even save 100 yuan a year, Wang Zhenjiang was finally tempted. She thought that once he agreed, everything else would go smoothly. If not, she still had backup plans. But who would have thought that Wang Yanxiu overheard their scheme? The moment she found out, she completely lost her temper and rebelled. After venting her anger in the room, Wang Yanxiu looked at the torn pieces of cloth scattered on the floor and finally calmed down. She began to think about what to do next. She couldn't stay here any longer. She had already fallen out with everyone in this family. There was no way to live peacefully together anymore, and she didn't want to pretend either. In this house, everyone was against her. Every face reminded her of nearly 20 years of suffering. So, Wang Yanxiu decided to leave. If she stayed, she would have to guard against their schemes every single day. Just seeing them made her feel upset. Now, they were planning to marry her off to Zhang Yuanbiao. If she left, what would they do? It would be better if Wang Fengjiao married him instead. Wang Yanxiu thought this with a hint of dark amusement. It felt as if a wild, angry beast was trapped inside her heart, ready to break free and destroy everything at any moment. And this family was the spark that could set that beast loose. Whenever she saw them, she could hardly stop herself from losing control, from wanting to lash out. In this house, she felt unbearably suffocated. She made up her mind, no more hesitation. She would leave today. She didn't know where she could go, but she believed that things would work out somehow. The world was wide. There had to be a place for her. She decided to go to Zijiatan, a village about 10 miles away, where her grandmother lived. She had always been a decisive person. Once she made up her mind, she acted quickly. She stood up and began to pack her clothes. She didn't have much, so there wasn't much to pack. She took an old bedsheet, spread it on the bed, and used it as a bundle. Then she quickly folded her clothes and placed them on top. Suddenly, with a clear clang, something fell to the floor, a small plaque, neither wood nor metal, making a crisp sound. Wang Yanxiu looked at it and froze. After half a minute, she slowly bent down and picked it up. As she looked at the strange plaque, distant memories came flooding back, and her eyes grew misty. A year ago, though in her memory, it felt like 20 years had passed, that gentle, bright young man had given her this plaque before returning home as his family had arranged. The writing on it had faded with time. Gu Qinghe, the boy with the warm smile. He had come to her village as a young volunteer worker, and over time, they had grown close. The memory became clearer. Before he left, he told her, "Yanxiu, wait for me for 2 years. I'll come back for you. Trust me, don't marry anyone too soon." She had smiled and replied, "All right, Qinghe, I'll wait. Come back soon." Her heart had been full of shy happiness. But what happened after that? Later, before the 2-year promise had passed, Wang Yanxiu was tricked and taken unconscious by Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Honyun to Zhang Yuanbiao's house. She was kept there for 19 years and eventually lost her life from the suffering. She never saw the young man she had once made a promise with again. But she mentioned him to Zhang Yuanbiao more than once. In the 2nd year of her captivity, one day Zhang Yuanbiao sneered and said, "Do you know? That Gu Qinghe came here looking for you. He was wearing a military uniform. Seems he's an officer now. Your whole village was talking about it. Haha. Do you wish he would come to save you?" Seeing the hope in her eyes, Zhang Yuanbiao slapped her hard. "Stop dreaming. No one knows you're here except your father and stepmother. Everyone in your village thinks you ran away with someone else." As he watched her despair, Zhang Yuanbiao laughed proudly. Every year after that, he would bring news about Gu Qinghe. "He came again to ask about you. Seems he doesn't believe you ran away. But what can he do? He'll never find you." Then Zhang Yuanbiao would torment her again. "Gu Qinghe came again. Looks like he got promoted." Haha. Zhang Yuanbiao was cruel and heartless. He took pleasure in others' pain. The more they suffered, the happier he became. Every year, he brought news of Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe came again to ask about her. "Gu Qinghe got another promotion. I heard he still hasn't married. Maybe he still hasn't forgotten you? He's really loyal, isn't he? But if he saw you now, would he still feel the same?" Ha! Each time, Wang Yanxiu suffered another beating. Until the year before she died, Gu Qinghe still came every year to ask about her, always leaving disappointed. Wiping her tears, Wang Yanxiu's eyes grew firm. Brother Qinghe, this time, I will never let you down again. In their past life, both of them had suffered too much. In this life, Wang Yanxiu would never let it happen again. She packed her things faster. She couldn't stand staying in that house any longer. Just being there made her feel sick. Her hand suddenly jerked. She had accidentally touched the scissors. Her finger was cut by the scissors, and blood flowed from the wound. She wiped it carelessly and didn't pay much attention to it. In her previous life, she had experienced this kind of thing many times and was already used to it. Before long, she had finished packing her clothes. She counted the money she had, 78 yuan and 50 cents. This was the money she had secretly saved and rarely used. It was the 100 yuan that Gu Qinghe had left her when he returned to the city. He told her to use it to finish high school and to buy herself some food, so she wouldn't have to suffer. She had followed his advice and managed to finish high school with that money. Otherwise, with her father's attitude, he would never have paid for her education after her mother passed away. After packing everything, Wang Yanxiu hid the money carefully. It was her only means of survival. Finally, she picked up a small token made of an unknown material, planning to keep it close to her as well. When Gu Qinghe gave her this token, he said it was a family heirloom and asked her to take good care of it. He told her that when they met again, he would come to propose, and this would be their token of promise. Holding the token, Wang Yanxiu felt a warm feeling rise in her heart. Her fingers gently brushed over it as if it were the most precious thing she owned. By accident, her still healing wound touched the token, and a drop of blood stained its surface. Suddenly, she felt dizzy, and her heart skipped a beat. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a strange place. Startled and confused, she thought she might have encountered something supernatural. After all, she had already died once, so even if such things existed, she wouldn't be surprised. But soon she realized where she was, inside a special space. As a wave of awareness entered her mind, she understood that this was the personal space within the token Gu Qinghe had given her. The mysterious token had accidentally absorbed her blood and recognized her as its owner. Wang Yanxiu calmed herself and looked around the space. There was a small courtyard, and she was standing right in it. In the middle stood a 2-story wooden house. In the center of the yard was a well. She walked over and saw clear spring water shimmering inside. The spring water gave off a faintly sweet scent, and Wang Yanxiu couldn't help wanting to take a sip. Looking around, she noticed a small room beside the wooden house that seemed to be a kitchen. She went inside to search and found a ladle made from an old gourd cut in half. Holding the gourd ladle, she walked to the spring, scooped up some water, and drank it eagerly. Her eyes lit up. It was the best water she had ever tasted. The cool spring water carried a hint of sweetness. She finished the entire ladle without leaving a drop. Wang Yanxiu was surprised that she could drink so much. Afterward, she felt refreshed, her fatigue disappeared, and her whole body felt light and clear-headed. She quickly realized that this spring water was no ordinary water. It might be something like the legendary spiritual spring. Suppressing her excitement, she set the ladle aside and walked out of the yard. Before her lay about 2 acres of farmland, but nothing was planted there. The entire area was covered in a thick white mist. Wang Yanxiu approached the mist, wanting to see what was inside, but a sudden sense of unease stopped her. Her instincts warned her not to enter. Frightened, she stepped back a few paces, deciding it was safer to stay away. She returned to the small courtyard and went into the wooden house. The second floor had a large bedroom. Inside was a big bed with clean, new bedding. She gently touched it. It felt wonderfully soft. In both her past and present lives, she had never slept on such a comfortable bed. Besides the bed, there was a wardrobe, a dressing table, and even a bathroom near the door. Downstairs, there were 2 rooms. One was a herbal medicine room, with shelves full of small drawers for storing herbs. When she opened them, they were all empty. Behind the medicine room was a hidden chamber. When Wang Yanxiu entered, she saw a delicate shelf lined with white porcelain bottles. Each bottle was labeled in fine calligraphy with names such as Body Strengthening Pill, Energy Restoring Pill, Vitality Pill, and Qi Enhancing Pill, among many others. Wang Yanqiu barely recognized the small seal script on the bottles, but she remembered that Gu Qinghe had secretly taught her some of it when he had free time. Curious, she took down a porcelain bottle labeled Strengthening Pill and shook it. Something was inside. She opened the stopper and saw several round pills. Pouring one into her hand, she noticed it was coated with beeswax and looked well preserved. When she gently pressed it, the wax shell cracked open, revealing a pill that gave off a strong herbal scent. So this is the strengthening pill? Wang Yanqiu brought it close to her nose and sniffed. The smell was pleasant, and before she could stop herself, she popped it into her mouth and swallowed it. Right after eating it, she began to regret it. She had no idea how old the pill was or whether it had gone bad, though it didn't smell spoiled. Still, one shouldn't eat unknown medicine. Sure enough, after a short while, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Oh no, I must have eaten something bad. She scolded herself for being so greedy and foolish. How could she eat a random pill? Rushing to the bathroom upstairs, she sat down, and after a while, the pain eased. After that, her stomach finally felt better. Wang Yanqiu thought it must have been the pill that upset her stomach. She promised herself never to eat strange things again. When she stood up, she noticed a greasy, unpleasant smell coming from her body, making her feel very uncomfortable. Lifting her clothes, she saw a thin layer of yellowish oil on her skin. As she moved, a terrible odor filled the air, almost making her gag. Bath. I need a bath. Unable to stand the smell, she quickly took off her clothes and went into the shower. After a thorough wash, the greasy layer was finally gone. She felt lighter, as if she had lost a couple of pounds, and more refreshed than she had in a long time. After drying her hair, she touched her face and noticed her skin felt much smoother than before. Looking down at her hands, she saw that the calluses from farm work, cooking, and washing had faded quite a bit. Wang Yanqiu stared blankly at her own hands, turning them over again and again in disbelief. She could hardly believe that these smooth, fair hands, as delicate as white jade, were really hers. There was a dressing table in the room. Wang Yanqiu walked over and looked into the mirror. Reflected in the mirror was a young woman with fair skin, willow-shaped eyebrows, bright eyes, a small straight nose, and rosy lips, a truly beautiful face. Wang Yanqiu gazed at the stunning woman in the mirror, her eyes full of disbelief. That person was her? In her previous life, after this very day, she had lived through years of hardship and suffering. More than 10 years of struggle had made her forget what she once looked like. She murmured softly, so this is what I really looked like. All those years of endless chores and hard labor had slowly worn away her youthful beauty. So that strengthening pill wasn't damaged after all. It must have been improving her body and restoring what she had lost over the years. A thoughtful light flashed in her eyes. These pills were clearly very precious and should not be shown to others carelessly. She calculated that she had been in that mysterious space for more than half an hour. She wondered what was happening outside. Wang Yanqiu decided to go out and take a look, just in case Wang Fingjiao came in unexpectedly. She put on her old, dirty clothes again. It didn't matter if they were messy. She could change later once she was back in her room. She rubbed a bit of dust on her hands and face to make herself look more like before. The change in her appearance was too great. It might raise suspicion. It was better to be cautious. After making sure everything was ready, Wang Yanqiu glanced around the space. From now on, this place would be her greatest secret and her most powerful advantage. She silently thought, go out. In an instant, Wang Yanqiu was back in her original room, surrounded by the same scraps of torn fabric. No one had entered while she was gone. She looked around carefully. Nothing seemed to have been touched. The noise coming from outside told her that not much time had passed. It seemed that time in that mysterious space flowed differently from the real world. Wang Yanqiu walked quietly to the door and listened carefully to the sounds outside. Lu Hongyun kept calling out anxiously while shaking Wang Zhenjiang's shoulders. Her voice trembled with worry. "Zhenjiang, Wang Zhenjiang, wake up. Please wake up." She was truly afraid something might happen to him. She still needed Wang Zhenjiang's help to deal with Wang Yanqiu. If anything happened to him, she would have to take care of him too. When she married him, she had even gone with him to the commune to get their marriage certificate, just to make him feel secure. They weren't a couple who could just separate whenever they wanted. Otherwise, why would Wang Zhenjiang have willingly helped her raise 2 children? Now, if something really happened to him, she would be trapped as well. After seeing Wang Yanqiu's furious outburst, smashing bowls and pots like someone who had lost control, she had no confidence she could handle her anymore. That look in Wang Yanqiu's eyes had truly frightened her. She seemed completely different from the gentle, obedient girl she used to be. Even Lu Hongyun felt a chill of fear. Meanwhile, Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping stood frozen nearby, terrified by Wang Yanqiu's sudden anger and violent behavior. At least for now, neither of them dared to provoke her again. Behind the door, Wang Yanqiu listened for a moment. It seemed Wang Zhenjiang still hadn't woken up, but that no longer concerned her. She felt no guilt at all. In her previous life, after all the pain she had endured, whatever little affection she once had for her father had long disappeared. Even if he never woke up again, she wouldn't feel a thing. Her heart had turned cold, sealed away from love and emotion. Perhaps only when she saw the person she had missed for nearly 20 years would her frozen heart soften again, like rain falling on a desert, allowing a beautiful rose to bloom. Ignoring the noise outside, Wang Yanqiu focused on her own plans. Those matters no longer had much to do with her. She needed to get her things ready as soon as possible. Now that she had her special space, packing was incredibly easy. All the items she once hesitated to bring could now be stored there with just a single thought. If Wang Yanqiu weren't afraid of acting too strangely, she would have moved everything in the house that could be carried into her secret space, leaving nothing behind. After thinking it over, she decided to be more careful. She put her better clothes and all her money into the space, where it was safest and no one could steal it. Then she thought again and added all her high school textbooks as well. Gu Qinghe had once told her not to give up on studying, that reading more books could make a person wiser, broaden their mind, and increase their knowledge. At the time, Wang Yanqiu didn't fully understand what he meant, but she still believed he was right and was willing to listen to him. Later, she learned that she could take the college entrance exam, but by then she had already been locked away and never got the chance. Before long, Wang Yanqiu finished packing. She put all the important and useful things into the space and left some old, useless items in her bundle to avoid suspicion. In the kitchen, near the dining table, Wang Zhenjiang slowly woke up under Lu Hongyun's anxious shaking and calling. When Lu Hongyun saw him open his eyes, she let out a sigh of relief. Her expression changed quickly, her eyes turned red, and she covered her mouth as she began to cry softly, looking pitiful. Anyone who saw her might have praised her acting skills. "Zhenjiang, you're finally awake. You really scared me just now. I thought something terrible had happened to you. If you hadn't woken up, how would we have managed to live?" Wang Zhenjiang's mind was still foggy when he heard her crying. Seeing how worried she looked, he felt a bit touched. It seemed Lu Hongyun still cared about him, not like that disobedient daughter. Then, he suddenly remembered what had happened earlier and turned to look for Wang Yanqiu. After searching around and not seeing her, he asked angrily, "Where's Wang Yanqiu? Where did that ungrateful girl go?" Hearing him mention Wang Yanqiu, Lu Hongyun looked sad and wronged. After she broke the pot, she went back to her room and hasn't come out since. "I didn't dare call her. She's still angry right now." After pausing for a moment, she spoke again with a wronged expression. "Tell me, why is this happening? We never meant to harm her. It was supposed to be a good thing, something for her own good. How did it turn out like this? That family's conditions are so good. What's wrong with him being a hunter? If she marries him, she can eat meat every day. How often do we get to eat meat at home? He's just a bit older, but older men know how to care for others. If he hadn't taken a liking to Yanxiu, I would have wanted Feng Jiao to marry him instead. Hearing Lu Hongyun speak as if everything she did was for Wang Yanxiu's sake, Wang Zhenjiang felt even more that Yanxiu didn't appreciate their efforts. Wasn't marrying into a good life a blessing? In times like these, weren't all marriages decided by the parents? The more Wang Zhenjiang thought about it, the more he felt he had done nothing wrong. Help me up. Wang Zhenjiang suddenly felt weak and uncomfortable, probably because he had been too angry earlier and hadn't recovered yet. Lu Hongyun quickly supported his arm and helped him stand. After standing for a moment, Wang Zhenjiang felt the discomfort slowly fade. He didn't think much of it, assuming it was just because of his anger toward Wang Yanxiu. He strode quickly to Yanxiu's door and pushed hard, but it didn't open. Thinking about what she had done during dinner and the broken pot, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. He pounded on the door forcefully. Bang! 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 His voice was full of anger. Wang Yanxiu, come out right now. Bang! 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 Inside the room, Wang Yanxiu had almost finished packing her things. Hearing the knocking, she knew Wang Zhenjiang had regained consciousness. She let out a cold snort. So he woke up, what a pity. But it didn't matter. It was fine that he woke up. If he hadn't, that would have been too easy for him. Hearing the knocking continue, Yanxiu clenched her fists tightly, closed her eyes for a few seconds to calm herself, then slowly opened them. After studying her emotions, she walked forward and opened the door. Outside, Wang Zhenjiang was still pounding on it, while Lu Hongyun stood silently beside him. Behind them, Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feipeng were secretly watching the scene unfold. They had never seen Wang Zhenjiang this angry before, so for once, they didn't dare to cause trouble and stayed quiet. Wang Zhenjiang kept knocking hard on the door outside. Wang Yanxiu finally came to her senses, expressionless, and opened the door. Wang Zhenjiang's hand, still raised to knock, suddenly hit the air. Seeing Wang Yanxiu, he stiffened his neck and demanded, Wang Yanxiu, is this how you treat your father? I just said a few words and you start smashing things and turning the table over? What's wrong with you? Trying to rebel now. As he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to slap her. Wang Yanxiu stared straight at him, quietly stepping back. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she said coldly, I warn you not to touch me. If you do, I don't know what might happen, but I promise it's something you won't want to see. Wang Zhenjiang froze, shocked by the hatred in her eyes. He couldn't understand how she had changed so suddenly. Just yesterday, she had been obedient and hardworking, doing whatever she was told without complaint. But today, she had turned the house upside down right after breakfast. Was this really the same Wang Yanxiu, who never resisted and always obeyed? Looking into her cold eyes, Wang Zhenjiang felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't believe it. He was actually frightened by his own daughter. At that moment, Wang Yanxiu looked like a spirit risen from the depths, come to demand justice. Wang Zhenjiang shook his head, pushing away the ridiculous thought. Impossible. She must have just lost her temper for a moment. She probably couldn't accept the news about being married off this morning, so she got angry and talked back. Once she calmed down, he could coax her a little, and everything would be fine. After she got married and lived a good life, she wouldn't blame him anymore. That's what Wang Zhenjiang told himself. If Wang Yanxiu knew what he was thinking, she would probably slap him twice and tell him he was dreaming. Seeing him stunned by just a few words, Wang Yanxiu sneered inwardly. Coward. How pathetic that in her past life, she had been tricked by people like this. Through the crack of the open door, Wang Fengjiao saw pieces of torn fabric scattered on the floor. She frowned, wondering what they were. They looked strangely familiar. The next moment, she suddenly thought of something. Ignoring the standoff between Wang Zhenjiang and Wang Yanxiu at the door, she ran forward, pushed them aside, and rushed into the room. Wang Yanxiu was caught off guard and was pushed inside as well. Wang Fengjiao looked at the pieces of torn fabric scattered all over the floor. When she picked one up, she realized it was her own clothes that had been cut to pieces. She almost broke down completely. Those were her favorite clothes. Her pretty floral dress, her nice shirt, and her pants. She had begged her mother for a long time to buy them, and she usually couldn't bear to wear them. And now, they were nothing but scraps on the floor. Unable to hide her sadness, Wang Fengjiao sat down and began to cry loudly. My dress, my clothes, they're all gone. Lu Hongyan saw her daughter suddenly rush into the room and start crying, and she was startled, thinking something terrible had happened. She quickly pushed past Wang Junjiang and squeezed through the doorway. Looking worried, she asked, What's wrong, Fengjiao? Why are you crying? Sitting on the floor, Wang Fengjiao sobbed so hard she could barely speak. My clothes, they're all gone. Wang Yanxiu cut them all into pieces. Only then did Lu Hongyan notice the scraps of fabric on the ground. When she heard her daughter's words, she immediately understood what had happened. It must have been Wang Yanxiu, taking out her anger by cutting up Fengjiao's clothes. Lu Hongyan was furious. She had worked so hard to get those clothes for her daughter. Everyone in the village was poor. No one had money to buy new clothes for their children. The money and fabric coupons for those clothes had been saved bit by bit from what she managed to get from Wang Junjiang. She just wanted Fengjiao to look nice now that she was of age, hoping she could find a good match in the future. But now, Wang Yanxiu had destroyed everything with a pair of scissors. Lu Hongyun's heart filled with anger. She never thought Wang Yanxiu would go this far. She grabbed Wang Junjiang and pulled him into the room, her hands shaking with rage. Junjiang, look at this. She cut all of Fengjiao's clothes into pieces. What is she trying to do? How are we supposed to live like this? She sat down on the ground and began to cry, patting her legs as she wailed. Oh no, being a stepmother is so hard. The girl in front is rebelling. First she broke the pots and bowls, and now she's torn her sister's clothes to pieces. What am I supposed to do? I can't live like this anymore. Wang Junjiang was pulled into the house by Lu Hongyan. When he saw the floor covered with torn pieces of clothing, he was stunned for a moment. How had the house turned into such a mess in just half a day? Feeling upset and confused, he heard Lu Hongyan crying loudly on the floor, which made him even more irritated. Frowning, he scolded in a low voice, Enough. Stop crying. What are you crying for? Get up. If the clothes are ruined, we can make new ones. Why are you acting like it's the end of the world? Hearing him speak, Lu Hongyun's crying softened. I just feel so sad, she said. I've worked so hard these 2 years since I married into this family, but in the end, I'm still not treated as one of you. Wang Yanxiu watched her coldly, unmoved by her performance. Wang Junjiang looked at Wang Yanxiu, took a deep breath, and the wrinkles on his forehead tightened. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Yanxiu, what exactly do you want? Wang Yanxiu looked back at him with calm, cold eyes. What do I want? I want to leave this house. I want to cut all ties with you. From now on, you live your life, and I'll live mine. Her words struck Wang Junjiang like thunder. Lu Hongyan froze, and Wang Fengjiao stopped crying altogether. What? What did you say? Wang Junjiang asked in disbelief, wondering if he had heard wrong. I said, I want to cut all ties with you. Wang Yanxiu repeated clearly, word by word. This time, Wang Junjiang heard her clearly. Shocked, he stumbled and almost fell. You want to cut ties with me? How dare you? He shouted, veins bulging on his neck. Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Yanxiu replied firmly. You were ready to sell me off, and I'm not even allowed to fight back? Lu Hongyun's face turned pale. If Wang Yanxiu really left, things would spiral out of control. The promise she had made to Zhang Yuanbiao would be impossible to keep, and the gossip in the village would drown her in shame. When Lu Hongyun heard Wang Yanxiu say she wanted to cut ties with her father, Wang Junjiang, and leave home, she panicked. How did things suddenly get to the point of breaking off their relationship and running away from home? Wouldn't that ruin her plan? She no longer cared about her earlier crying and complaining, or about her daughter Wang Fengjiao's clothes that had been cut into pieces. Wiping her eyes with her sleeve, Lu Hongyun said, Yanxiu, you've really misunderstood. Your father didn't mean to marry you off just for that 500 yuan dowry. He just... Before she could finish, Wang Yanxiu gave her a cold look that made her heart tremble. She quickly fell silent. Frightened, she thought, what's wrong with this girl today? Has she lost her mind? How did she become so scary? The pain and swelling on her face reminded her that Wang Yanxiu was not someone to provoke today. Seeing Yanxiu's cold expression, Lu Hongyun grew even more nervous. She quietly stepped back behind Wang Zhenjiang, avoiding Yanxiu's sharp gaze. Only then did her fear ease a little. Wang Yanxiu turned her eyes from Lu Hongyun to Wang Zhenjiang and said coldly, "No matter what you say today, you can't stop me from leaving." Wang Zhenjiang shouted angrily, his eyes blazing, "If you leave this house, where can you go?" Yanxiu looked at his furious face without emotion. "Where I go is none of your business. From now on, you have no right to control me." Standing behind him, Lu Hongyun whispered, "Zhenjiang, do you think she's seeing someone outside and wants to run away with him?" Hearing that, Wang Zhenjiang suddenly thought she might be right. He shouted angrily, "So that's it, Wang Yanxiu. You're still so young, and you've already learned to sneak around with someone? No wonder you refused the match we arranged and got so angry. How shameless." Without asking for the truth, Wang Zhenjiang began scolding her harshly. But after all the suffering she had endured in her past life, Wang Yanxiu was no longer affected by such words. His shouting didn't even bother her. She simply ignored him. "Whether I'm seeing someone or not has nothing to do with you." Wang Yanxiu stared at Wang Zhenjiang, too tired to explain anything. Lu Hongyun had just said something casually, and he believed it without even checking the facts. It was always like this. Sometimes Wang Yanxiu really wondered what was going on in Wang Zhenjiang's head. "I'm leaving this house today. You'd better not try to stop me. You won't be able to anyway." Wang Yanxiu's calm voice carried firm determination. "Otherwise, you'll regret it." At that moment, Wang Fingjiao, who had been crying on the floor, finally caught her breath. She had cried so hard that her face was swollen and her eyes were red. Feeling dizzy, she slowly stood up. Now, all she wanted was to get back at Wang Yanxiu for cutting up her clothes. She wanted to scratch her face and tear her clothes in return. Seeing Wang Yanxiu standing by the door, Wang Fingjiao completely forgot how powerful she had looked earlier. Without thinking about whether she could actually win, she wiped her tears and rushed toward her, shouting angrily, "Wang Yanxiu, how dare you cut up my clothes? I'll make you pay for this." Wang Yanxiu watched her charge forward without the slightest worry. In this family, none of them could stand up to her when she truly decided to fight back. Every single one of them was weak. Just as Wang Fingjiao was about to reach her, Wang Yanxiu grabbed her hair with one hand and slapped her hard across the face with the other. Wang Fingjiao froze in place, half of her face quickly turning red and swollen. She opened her mouth, and a tooth fell out with a small sound. That slap had knocked out one of her teeth. Lu Hongyun, who had been hiding behind Wang Zhenjiang, was shocked. She hadn't expected Wang Fingjiao to rush forward like that. By the time she realized what was happening, Wang Yanxiu had already grabbed her hair and slapped her. The sound was so sharp that Lu Hongyun couldn't help but shiver. Seeing the tooth fall to the ground, Wang Yanxiu's lips curved slightly before returning to calm. This was far from over. When Lu Hongyun saw Wang Fingjiao get slapped hard, she felt so heartbroken that she forgot about the tense atmosphere and quickly pulled Wang Fingjiao over. Wang Fingjiao was stunned by the slap. She was about 1.6 meters tall, which wasn't short for a woman at that time, but compared to Wang Yanxiu, she was half a head shorter. Wang Yanxiu, standing at 1.72 meters, was tall and strong. Now that she no longer cared about family ties, who could still treat her the way they used to. Wang Fingjiao had always bullied Wang Yanxiu before, and in her anger just now, she dared to strike first. But after being slapped, her mind cleared, and she stood there, not knowing what to do. When her mother pulled her over, she finally burst into tears. "Mom, my tooth is gone. She knocked out my tooth." Wang Fingjiao cried loudly, clinging to Lu Hongyun. Lu Hongyun felt deeply wronged. Not only had she been slapped by Wang Yanxiu, but now her daughter had been hit too, and even lost a tooth. She thought No matter what mistakes she had made, she was still the elder. How could Wang Yanxiu treat her like this? Looking at Wang Fengjiao's swollen face and the corner of her mouth stained with blood where a tooth had fallen out, Lu Hongyun's heart ached terribly. She pulled Wang Fengjiao in front of Wang Zhenjiang and said angrily, "Zhenjiang, look at this. How could she hit so hard? Fengjiao's tooth is gone. What kind of hatred could make her do this? A tooth won't grow back. What are we going to do? Oh heavens, I can't live like this anymore. I can't even protect my own daughter." As she spoke, Lu Hongyun began to cry for real this time. She felt completely wronged and helpless, especially since, with the current medical conditions, there was no way to replace the lost tooth. It would leave a gap, maybe even affect her speech, her eating, and her future marriage prospects. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, until she finally broke down in tears. Wang Zhenjiang looked at the chaotic scene before him. His mind was a mess, his temples throbbing, and he could hardly think straight. He watched as Lu Hongyun cried and complained to him. Looking again at Wang Fengjiao's swollen face and the gap where a tooth was missing, her mouth opened in a cry, showing a bloody hole. Wang Yanxiu crossed her arms and looked sideways with cold eyes, a chilling light flickering in her dark pupils. Wang Zhenjiang stared at her in shock, pointing at Wang Fengjiao with a trembling hand. Furious, he shouted, "She's your sister. How could you hit her so hard? You even knocked out her tooth. How will she face people now?" Wang Yanxiu gave a cold laugh. "How she faces people is none of my business. If she dares to bother me again, I'll make sure she loses 2 more. Her voice turned icy. "And besides, she's not my sister. My mother only gave birth to me. Don't force fake siblings on me. They don't deserve it. Tomorrow I'll ask the village head to help me move my household registration. I hope you'll agree without making trouble." Her eyes were filled with barely restrained anger. She clenched her fists, then quietly released them. She couldn't let them off so easily, but moving her registration would still need their cooperation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to leave. Wang Zhenjiang stood frozen, mumbling to himself. Wang Yanxiu looked around coldly, her neat ponytail swaying as she turned to the bed, picked up her prepared bundle, and said, "Move aside, I'm leaving." Seeing Wang Zhenjiang still blocking the door, she frowned and pushed him aside without hesitation. "Don't get in my way." After pushing him aside, she carried her bundle made from a bedsheet and walked out without looking back. She would never forgive these people. "When I move my registration, just pretend you never had a daughter like me," she said coldly as she stepped outside. Wang Zhenjiang stood there in shock, while Lu Hongyun was at a loss for words. They hadn't expected Wang Yanxiu to act like this. At the doorway, a few village women and a young wife had been eavesdropping. Just as they were listening with interest, they saw Wang Yanxiu come out. Their faces turned awkward. Caught listening to someone else's family quarrel, they all felt embarrassed. Instead, Wang Yanxiu was calm and confident, not at all afraid of gossip. After all, she wasn't the one losing face. Even if people talked, she wouldn't let a few rumors affect her in this life. The women standing before her all looked familiar, and Wang Yanxiu had an excellent memory. Even though nearly 20 years had passed since her last life, she could still recognize them at a glance. These women in the village liked to chat and gossip, but most of them were kind-hearted. When Wang Yanxiu's mother was still alive, she had a good relationship with them. Seeing them now, Wang Yanxiu felt a sense of warmth, almost like seeing family. The anger and tension in her heart faded a little. She greeted them politely, her tone gentle and respectful, completely different from how she had been inside the house earlier. "Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang's sister-in-law Chen, what are you all doing here?" Hearing her take the initiative to greet them, the women sighed in relief. They had been worried she might treat them coldly. Aunt Li looked at her and said, "Oh, we were just sitting outside in the sun. Then we heard some noise from your house and got worried you might be in trouble, so we came to check. Are you all right?" As she spoke, she noticed the bundle in Wang Yanxiu's hand. Combined with the noise they had heard earlier, a troubling thought crossed their minds. Aunt Li took a step forward and asked carefully, "Yanxiu, where are you going?" When Aunt Lee asked where she was headed, Wang Yanxiu gave a faint smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Aunt Lee, I'm going to my grandmother's house. I can't stay here any longer. She looked at the women and explained, my father wants to marry me off to a widower in his 30s. Seeing the shock in their eyes, Wang Yanxiu let a trace of sadness show on her face. I heard that man has already lost 3 wives. If I really marry him, who knows, maybe before long you'll be hearing bad news about me too. Seeing Wang Yanxiu's sad face, several aunts and older women became angry. They hurriedly grabbed Wang Yanxiu, wanting to take her back to confront Wang Zhenjiang. How can your father do such things? Let's go find him. How could he do something so disgusting? We can't listen to him or let him do this. With us here, we're not afraid. Wang Yanxiu knew they were trying to stand up for her, but she had already made up her mind. Nothing anyone said could change her thoughts. Since she was young, she was a very determined person. In her past life, she cared too much about family and kinship, which is how Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun took advantage of her. Wang Yanxiu stood still, then turned to hold Li and the other women's hands. No need to find him. I plan to move my household registration away from here. I won't live with them anymore.
He can't control me.
Anyway, I won't marry. There's someone suitable in the family. Let her marry instead. The women were shocked. How had things come to this? For anyone in this era, it was a huge matter, cutting ties with family. But after hearing Wang Yanxiu say this, Li and the others didn't try to persuade her anymore. They knew she had been unhappy at home these past 2 years. They saw it often. If she could leave, it might be for the best. Only her blind father might think she was doing well at home. Thinking of this, the women stopped trying to persuade her. It was good that Wang Yanxiu was determined to leave this home. Then the women changed their tone, speaking kindly. That's good. You go to your maternal grandmother's house. Once there, you'll have someone to protect you. Your father probably won't dare to marry you off again. Wang Dajie also took Wang Yanxiu's hand, looking sad. Yes, little Yanxiu, you used to be too honest. They always bullied you. Look at you, you're almost skin and bones these days. It's heartbreaking. Go to your grandmother's house. It's better than staying here. Wang Yanxiu looked at these village women. Though they weren't her relatives, they cared more about her than her so-called family members did. Wang Yanxiu's cold heart was filled with a small amount of warmth. Don't worry, Aunt Wang and the 2 aunts. After I visit my grandmother's house this time, my uncle will take me to register my household tomorrow. When that happens, my household registration won't be here anymore, and they won't be able to control me. Hearing Wang Yanxiu's plan, the few aunts' eyes lit up. Good idea. Let your uncle handle it, and transfer your household registration to his place. That's a smart plan. Wang Yanxiu said goodbye to the aunts in the village and headed straight out of the village. She was going to her grandmother's and uncle's house. Wang Yanxiu said goodbye to the village aunts and headed toward her grandmother's village, which she remembered well. She didn't look back at Wang Zhenjiang's house. She watched Wang Yanxiu leave the village. Li and the other aunts glared at Wang Zhenjiang's house, spat on the house, and cursed loudly. All these things in that house, so blind and foolish. Just wait, karma will catch up with them someday, the aunts said as they walked toward the village entrance. They wanted to talk about what had happened. Wang Zhenjiang had driven little Yanxiu away, and they thought he was making things worse. Wang Yanxiu stepped out of the village and suddenly felt free and open-minded. Having just been reborn, Wang Yanxiu remembered that in her previous life, she had been tortured for 19 years. She had lived in a dark, tiny house where no one could see her. Yet, she hadn't gone crazy or lost her mind, which showed her strong will. But she was close to breaking down. Just now, she had smashed things at home and beaten Lu Hongyun and Wang Fingjiao hard. That helped her release some of her anger. Otherwise, she was afraid she might do something she shouldn't out of frustration. That was one reason she was eager to leave. If she didn't leave, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself. Tomorrow, her family might be in chaos. Unaware of this, Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun had just escaped a big problem. God knows how hard Wang Yanxiu had tried to control her anger at home, holding on to her last bit of reason. She carried her bag and walked along the country road, looking around. Everything felt new and interesting, and the world in her eyes seemed more colorful. In her world, she hadn't seen such a lively scene for nearly 20 years. Although it was early winter now, the leaves on the trees had already turned yellow and fallen, and everything around looked dull and bleak. The bag in Wang Yanxiu's hand weighed at least 20 or 30 pounds, but now it felt light as a feather. She casually lifted it, feeling no tiredness at all. This road was the only way to her grandmother's house. From the moment she saw it, distant memories flooded her mind. In the past, her mother often took her along this road to visit her grandmother. But since her mother passed away 3 years ago, she visited her grandmother less and less. A year ago, Wang Zhenjiang even stopped letting her go. During that time, her uncle came to see her a few times, but each visit ended in arguments with Wang Zhenjiang. Once, they almost fought. Wang Yanxiu still remembered her uncle asking if she wanted to go live with her grandmother and him. He said he would find a way to transfer her household registration. But at that time, Wang Yanxiu was confused and refused her uncle's offer. She thought she no longer had her mother, and she didn't want to lose her father too. That one moment of hesitation caused her 19 years of suffering. If she had agreed then, she might not have endured so much pain in her past life. Scenes from her previous life flashed through her mind, and her eyes welled up with tears. She quickened her steps. She wanted to reach her grandmother's village sooner and see her grandmother and her uncle. From now on, they would be her real family. The village where her grandmother lived was 10 miles from her current village. Walking there would take at least half an hour. Wang Yanxiu's body had recovered a lot after drinking spiritual spring water from the space and taking a strengthening pill. Over the years, her body had been weakened by hunger and chores, but now she had mostly made up for it. Her body was almost back to its peak condition. Although she still carried her bag, those 10 miles were now effortless for her. Of course, she could also throw the bag into the space, but there was no need. First, because this bag was not a burden to her. She was also worried about being seen. No one knew if anyone was hiding in the woods by the roadside, so it was better to be cautious. Wang Yanxiu felt lighter and more energetic as she walked briskly. Thinking about seeing her beloved grandmother soon, the sweet little old lady, her lips curved into a gentle smile. It was already early winter, with temperatures around freezing. Wang Yanxiu was wearing slightly thin clothes. When the wind blew, she tightened her clothes and shivered. The clothes she was wearing now were made by her mother when she was young. Although she had grown taller than before, her clothes had never been replaced. Wang Zhenjiang never cared if her clothes were too small or needed changing, and Lu Hongyun cared even less. So, her clothes now looked quite tight, with small patches of her fair skin showing at her wrists and ankles. Wang Yanxiu was eager to see her grandmother. She looked into the distance, where a range of mountains stretched endlessly. These mountains were covered with snow all year round, so they were called the Changbai Mountains. Her grandmother's village was at the foot of the Changbai Mountains. In the past, Wang Yanxiu loved visiting her grandmother's house. Whenever she went, her grandmother would always prepare delicious food, and her cousins from her uncle's family would play happily with her. But everything changed after her mother passed away 3 years ago. She became more sensitive, a bit insecure, and afraid to visit her grandmother's house. At first, her grandmother often came to visit her at home. But one day, on the way back, she accidentally fell and broke her leg. That injury was very serious. Although her leg healed later, she could no longer walk long distances. Wang Yanxiu counted the days. She hadn't seen her grandmother for over a year. Including the 19 years of suffering in her past life, she hadn't seen her grandmother for 20 years. She truly missed her grandmother. Tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to cry, but she clenched her jaw tightly and forced herself to hold back the tears. Wearing a patched-up sleeve, she roughly wiped her tears, blew her nose, and took deep breaths as if trying to release the frustration inside her. After more than half an hour, Wang Yanxiu was standing in front of a simple yard in Changbai Mountain, Zhoujia village. She stared blankly at the familiar gate, hesitant to push it open. With a creak, the door inside opened. An old woman slowly came out, short in height, with a head full of silver hair. The old woman looked at the figure standing in front of the yard gate. She squinted her eyes but couldn't see clearly who was there. She moved her steps slowly and stepped outside a few paces. Her voice was old and hoarse. "Who is it?" Wang Yanxiu looked at the familiar figure, now much older, once her protector when she was a child. Tears uncontrollably welled up and fell like rain. Her lips trembled, and with all her strength, she managed to open her mouth and softly called out, "Grandma, it's me. Your little Yanxiu. I came to see you." Hearing Wang Yanxiu's voice, the old woman's body trembled slightly. As if she hadn't heard clearly, her unsteady legs moved forward a few steps. Her cloudy eyes looked at the shadow outside the yard gate.
Who are you?
Wang Yanxiu couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. "Grandma, it's me. Yanxiu, your little Yanxiu." The old woman's frail body trembled uncontrollably, almost falling to the ground. Startled, Wang Yanxiu quickly stepped forward and pushed open the yard gate. The gate wasn't locked, and she pushed it open easily. She hurried to support the old woman. The old woman looked at Wang Yanxiu in disbelief, trembling as she reached out to touch her face, afraid she was dreaming. You are my little Yanxiu. You came to see me?" Tears filled Wang Yanxiu's eyes. She kept her lips tight and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Grandma. It's me, your little Yanxiu. I came to see you." The old woman finally seemed to realize what was happening. She hugged Wang Yanxiu tightly, tears of muddled emotion streaming down her face. Wang Yanxiu felt her frail grandmother holding her with such strength, as if afraid she would run away again. She only felt warmth in her heart. This was true family. Yanxiu, my dear little Yanxiu, I thought I would never see you again. You are such a heartless child, not even coming to see your grandma. Do you only come when I am about to leave this world?" The old lady held Wang Yanxiu tightly, crying and shouting, overwhelmed with emotion. She loved her very much, and now she was finally here with her. Wang Yanxiu looked at her grandma's excited face and quickly stopped crying. She knew her grandma was old and couldn't handle such strong emotions. She squatted down and half knelt on the ground, hugging her grandma from behind, burying her face in her grandma's embrace, letting her grandma hold her back. Tears in her eyes, Wang Yanxiu gently patted her grandma's back. "Grandma, no more crying. I'm here to see you. I want to stay here from now on. I'll keep you company every day and never leave again." Hearing this, her grandma's crying softened a lot. Soon, Wang Yanxiu heard a voice in her ear, full of doubt, asking, "Really? You won't leave Grandma anymore? Always stay with Grandma." Wang Yanxiu nodded quickly, tears soaking her grandma's clothes. Good. Yanxiu will stay at Grandma's house and won't leave," her grandma said excitedly. She quickly wiped away her tears, feeling a little embarrassed. Maybe she had cried all her tears today. Thinking this with a small smile, Wang Yanxiu slowly stood up, helping her grandma. After not seeing each other for years, her grandma looked much older. The lively, energetic woman who used to walk quickly now moved more slowly. A wave of sadness hit Wang Yanxiu. Her grandma had lost some of her former spirit. Her grandma looked at the bag Wang Yanxiu was holding, just like before, and reached out to help her. "Come, Yanxiu, give Grandma the bag. Grandma will carry it for you." Wang Yanxiu looked at her shorter grandma with a smile. "No need, Grandma. I'm not a kid anymore. I can carry it myself." Her grandma insisted on helping, holding her hand tightly and leading her inside. "Let's go inside and warm up. It's so cold today, and you're dressed so lightly. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Her grandma kept talking and complaining at the same time. She was upset that her unkind little granddaughter had been able to stay away for so long without visiting her. She kept grumbling about it, but her unhidden smile shows that she is feeling very happy right now. Inside, Grandma pulled her onto the warm bed. Since it's gotten cold outside, her uncle had already heated the bed at Grandma's house, worried about her grandmother catching a cold. Grandma told her to sit and then poured a bowl of hot water for her, adding quite a bit of brown sugar, turning the water a deep red. Wang Yanxiu feels that Grandma put at least a spoonful of brown sugar in the water. Brown sugar is very precious now, and Grandma is very generous. Grandma poured the water for Wang Yanxiu and sat on the bed, watching her pick up the bowl and drink the sweet red sugar water. Her face's wrinkles seemed to bloom into a kind, happy smile. Wang Yanxiu picked up the bowl, looked at Grandma, blew on the water, and then slowly took a sip. Grandma quickly said, "Drink slowly, it's hot. Blow on it first." In her eyes, Wang Yanxiu still looks like that little girl. Wang Yanxiu responded with a soft and tears fell into the sweet red sugar water when Grandma couldn't see her. She drank the water slowly. The more she drank, the bigger her mouth got, and finally she finished every drop of the red sugar water in the bowl. She put down the bowl, and the tears in her eyes disappeared. She smiled broadly at Grandma, like flowers blooming in spring. The grandmother and granddaughter looked at each other, neither speaking, just feeling happy. After a while, they stopped. Grandma stood up and said with a smile, "Xiao Yanxiu, sit here for a while. Grandma will go call your uncle. He's thinking about you too." Wang Yanxiu was still overwhelmed with feelings and couldn't speak. She nodded with red eyes. Grandma looked at her and reminded her, "Just stay here. Don't go anywhere." Wang Yanxiu hoarsely managed to say, "Okay." She didn't ask to go with Grandma because she still didn't know how to face her caring and loving uncle. Grandma silently looked at her a few more times before heading toward the door. Her uncle's house is not far from Grandma's, less than 100 meters away. Even if Grandma walks slowly, it won't take more than a few minutes. Wang Yanxiu took a deep breath, got off the bed, and stood up, looking around at the familiar room. Nothing much has changed compared to the past 2 years. The furniture and decorations are still the same. Yanxiu is touching here and looking there, feeling very close and familiar. Only here can she truly feel what home is. Home is so familiar, warm, distant, and comforting. She can't get enough of being here. Even the tables and chairs, she looks at them and feels very happy. Just as Yanxiu is lost in her thoughts, a loud voice suddenly sounds outside the door, with a hint of urgency. "Mom, you didn't lie to me, right? Is it really Xiao Yanxiu who came?" The voice interrupts her thoughts. It's her uncle's voice. Yanxiu's heart trembles, and her eyes involuntarily turn red again. Wang Yanxiu's small face was full of smiles. She stepped forward, holding her grandmother's arm, and nodded happily. "No, really no. Uncle is fine. How could he scare me?" Zhou Jianjun finally relaxed. Usually, he was fearless, but he was most afraid of his mother getting angry. "Mom, think about it. How could I scare little Yanxiu? I know she's your favorite." Wang Yanxiu and Zhou Jianjun helped their grandmother into the house, walking side by side. The three sat cross-legged on the kong, a traditional bed. There was a small square table on the kong. Wang Yanxiu took off her shoes and sat at the back, barefoot. Zhou Jianjun and Grandma sat on either side. Grandma took a bag of peach cookies and placed it on the table, smiling warmly and encouraging Yanxiu to eat. Zhou Jianjun poured hot water into cups for everyone. Wang Yanxiu sat inside the table area on the kong, eating the peach cookies slowly under Grandma's watchful eye. Seeing her granddaughter eat happily, Grandma's eyes squinted with a big smile. When Wang Yanxiu had eaten most of the cookies, Zhou Jianjun gently tapped the table and cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his voice. "Xiao Yanxiu, come, tell uncle. Did you feel wronged over there?" Zhou Jianjun secretly glanced at Wang Yanxiu's clothes and noticed she looked much thinner. A hint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Seems like her life over the past 2 years hasn't been easy. Wang Yanxiu didn't answer. She picked up her cup, took a sip of water, and cleared her throat. "Grandma, uncle, I was blind before. I thought too highly of them. Over these 2 years, I've been busy working in that house, doing farm work, laundry, cooking. I thought I was doing well, but, her voice suddenly choked with emotion. Grandma couldn't bear to see her granddaughter upset. She became anxious, her eyes widening slightly, and her voice filled with anger. "What? Making you do farm work and laundry? Didn't Wang Junjiang marry a second wife? Why is he still making you do all that? Zhou Jianjun clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger he didn't know how to release. Seeing his mother angry, worried she might get sick, he quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Mom, don't be upset. Yanxiu is here with us now. We won't let her go back. Please don't be so angry. Wang Yanxiu also moved closer to Grandma, holding her hand. Yes, Grandma, please don't be angry. Everything is in the past. I won't go back to that home. I want Uncle to help me transfer my household registration so I can live with you from now on. When Grandma heard Wang Yanxiu say she wanted to transfer her household registration, her eyes lit up with surprise and happiness. She quickly grabbed Wang Yanxiu's hand. Little Yanxiu, are you telling the truth? You mustn't lie to Grandma. Wang Yanxiu gently held Grandma's dry hand and softly stroked it. Grandma, I am telling the truth. I want to transfer my household registration and live with you. This is my real home. I don't want that other home anymore. Seeing how easily Grandma got upset over her issues, Wang Yanxiu was afraid to tell her about Wang Junjiang's plan to sell her. Grandma was over 60 years old, and Wang Yanxiu worried that the stress might harm her health. So, Wang Yanxiu decided to talk privately with her uncle and keep this a secret from Grandma. When Zhou Jianjun heard this, his expression brightened. Could it be that little Yanxiu finally understood? This was good news. He knew Wang Yanxiu had come because she was upset over what happened over there, and it was probably more complicated than she admitted. Zhou Jianjun knew Wang Yanxiu was stubborn as a mule. Usually, when she was wronged, she would swallow her anger and say nothing. But once she was with him, no one could make her suffer unfair treatment. He would find out everything she endured over there. Thinking of this, Zhou Jianjun's eyes flashed with a fierce look. That Wang Junjiang really thought no one was watching her back. He had never liked Wang Junjiang. He thought the man was just a pretty face, a useless ornament. But his sister liked him because he was honest and kind, and he was good-looking when young. They just fell for each other. Back then, they couldn't stop the marriage, and she married him. Who knew that in just over 10 years, they would be separated forever? When his sister died, their mother almost cried her eyes out. His beloved niece, who was just like his sister, stubborn and strong-willed. When her father married Lu Hongyun, Zhou Jianjun wanted to bring Wang Yanxiu to his home, worried she might suffer some unfair treatment there. However, Wang Junjiang strongly disagreed, insisting that Wang Yanxiu was his daughter and must stay in their family. He couldn't persuade Wang Yanxiu, who was very stubborn, so he gave up. No one expected that despite all efforts to change her mind, Wang Yanxiu would now come on her own and even say she wanted to help transfer her household registration. From what Zhou Jianjun knew about her, she must have suffered a lot of unfairness. Zhou Jianjun kept a calm face and said in a serious tone, All right, Yanxiu, your uncle will listen to you and transfer your household registration. But you must not regret this later, understand? Wang Yanxiu smiled slightly and replied, Don't worry, uncle. You know I always keep my promises. Only then did Zhou Jianjun feel relieved. He knew that although his niece was young, she was very determined and nobody could change her mind. Okay, then let's handle this tomorrow. I'll talk to the village chief this afternoon to get a proof, and tomorrow we'll transfer your household registration. After that, we can live here happily. Your uncle will be here for you. Don't carry everything alone. You're still young and can't handle everything by yourself. Zhou Jianjun gently patted the small table and quickly made arrangements. Grandma watched Zhou Jianjun finish the arrangements with a big smile, as if she saw the happy days when little Yanxiu was always by her side. Her spirits lifted a bit. She got up and started to prepare some meat to cook a nice lunch for Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu quickly stopped her, saying, Grandma, no need to trouble yourself. Just make something simple. I can cook with whatever vegetables we have at home. You rest. Grandma was very open-minded. After Zhou Jianjun got married a few years ago, they had started living separately. At Grandma's suggestion, Zhou Jianjun moved out to have his own place. Now, Uncle's family and Grandma's family live separately. Sometimes Grandma doesn't want to cook, so she goes to Uncle's house to eat, since it's nearby and convenient. Seeing her mother and niece busy cooking together, Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but smile as he looked at Wang Yanqiu and said, "We're not eating at Grandma's today. Everyone is going to Uncle's house. Your aunt is already at home preparing the chicken, and your sister is helping too. They wanted to come see you earlier, but I told them to stay and help at home. Come on, let's go to Uncle's house." Hearing her uncle's words, Wang Yanqiu felt a moment of confusion. Uncle's house felt like the home she had always dreamed of. Her aunt, Li Guiyun, had been her childhood friend. Their relationship was like that of sisters. When it was time for marriage, she married her uncle naturally. They had a daughter and a son, living a happy life. Li Guiyun, like her husband Zhou Jianjun, cared deeply for Wang Yanqiu. Because of her own relationship with Wang Yanqiu's mother, she sometimes treated Wang Yanqiu even better than her own children. Grandma, upon hearing her brother's words, clapped her thigh and said, "Yes, yes, I almost forgot. We're going to Uncle's house for lunch." Wang Yanqiu also smiled and said, "Okay, let's go to Uncle's house." Then she took her grandma's arm, and they headed toward her uncle's home. After walking a few steps, Wang Yanqiu saw a new house made of blue bricks, standing out among the old, worn buildings nearby. Grandma pointed at the new house and said happily, "Yanqiu, do you see that? That's the house your uncle just built. Isn't it nice?" A smile appeared in Wang Yanqiu's eyes as she replied, "It's beautiful. Uncle is really talented." Now, her uncle's family was doing very well. They were considered quite wealthy in the village. Their 3 blue brick and tile houses were spacious and bright. Her aunt was also very capable, keeping the house and yard tidy and well-organized. When they entered her uncle's house, Wang Yanqiu saw the kitchen fire already lit, with the sounds of cooking utensils clashing and the aroma filling the air. Near the kitchen door, there was some blood and chicken feathers, probably from recently slaughtered chicken. A gentle warmth appeared in Wang Yanqiu's eyes. She guessed her Aunt Li Guiyun was cooking inside. She softly told her grandma, "Grandma, I want to go see Auntie in the kitchen." Grandma gently patted her small hand and said, "Go ahead. This is your home now. Do whatever you want." Wang Yanqiu nodded firmly. Yes, compared to this place, this truly felt like her home. Wang Yanqiu released her grandmother's arm and hurried toward the kitchen. Before she arrived, her voice rang out cheerfully, "Auntie, Auntie, I'm here." Her tone was light and happy, much less gloomy than before. In the kitchen, a woman in her 30s was cooking. It was Wang Yanqiu's aunt, Li Guiyun. Her cousin, Zhou Lanfang, was helping to light the fire. When they heard Wang Yanqiu's call, both women paused. Zhou Lanfang even stood up quickly and looked toward the kitchen door. Wang Yanqiu entered the kitchen and saw her aunt and cousin staring at her intently. Although she was excited to see them again, their intense gazes made her feel like she had done something wrong. She looked down and around herself. Besides her clothes being a bit small and patched up, there was nothing wrong. Wang Yanqiu didn't care much about these things anymore. She had suffered a lot in her past life, and just being able to live well now made her happy. Material things are important, but not that important. She looked up at her aunt, Li Guiyun, and her cousin, Zhou Lanfang, with a puzzled expression. "Auntie Lanfang, what are you looking at me like that?" As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Lanfang exclaimed, "Wow, Yanqiu is really here." She put down the firewood and ran over, wrapping her arms around Wang Yanqiu's waist. She hugged her tightly and jumped around happily, looking extremely excited. Although Zhou Lanfang was 2 years older than Wang Yanqiu, she still acted like a little girl. Seeing Wang Yanqiu made her very lively and happy. They had a close relationship since childhood because they were the youngest girls in the family. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so Zhou Lanfang was very excited. Li Guiyun couldn't watch anymore. She pulled Zhou Lanfang away and said, "Go light the fire." "You're acting like a crazy girl." Zhou Lanfang looked a bit unwilling, pouting as she turned to go light the fire. Li Guoyun looked at Wang Yanxiu with a hint of tenderness and pity. She patted her hand and said, Yanxiu, the room is stuffy. Go to the main hall and warm up. I'll finish cooking soon. When it's ready, we can talk at the table. Seeing her aunt busy in the kitchen, Wang Yanxiu cheerfully said, Okay, auntie. I'll go first. You don't need to cook too many dishes, just enough to eat. Li Guoyun smiled and said, I understand. Go ahead and chat with your grandma and uncle. They're also thinking about you all the time. Wang Yanxiu answered, Okay. After greeting her cousin Zhou Lanfang, she went to the main room to be with her grandma and uncle. Her younger cousin is not at home now. He is still in school, just started high school, and will only come home on weekends. Her older sister graduated from high school a couple of years ago and is currently unemployed at home. She calls it unemployment, but in fact, she has no job opportunities. Usually, girls her age in the countryside are already married or engaged. However, her uncle and aunt do not want to marry off their daughter so early. Despite the local matchmakers visiting many times, they haven't agreed. Wang Yanxiu agrees with her uncle and aunt's decision. Others might not know, but Wang Yanxiu does. She knows that next year, the college entrance exam will be open again. Her sister is a good student, so going to university is not a problem. After graduating from university, the government will assign her a job. She will become a respected public servant. Getting a government job is very honorable. Isn't it better than marrying early? Wang Yanxiu went to the main room and heard her grandma and Uncle Zhou Jianjun arguing about her situation. Seeing Wang Yanxiu arrive, her grandma waved to her. Wang Yanxiu happily walked over and sat beside her. She gently took her grandma's hand. Her grandma smiled and asked, Just now your uncle said you should stay here. I said you should stay with me. Zai Yanqiu, what do you think? Should you stay with your uncle or with grandma? Wang Yanxiu smiled softly, knowing what this was about. She had already made her decision. Smiling brightly, she said, Uncle, I've already decided. I want to spend more time with grandma, so I'll stay with her. Seeing Zhou Jianjun about to say something, Wang Yanxiu spoke first. Besides, your house is so close. If I want to come over, I can just walk a few steps. Please don't mind me bothering you, uncle. Zhou Jianjun looked at the cheerful Wang Yanxiu and helplessly said, All right, fine. I really can't do anything about you. Her grandma, seeing that they had settled everything happily, was so pleased she smiled so broadly her face almost split. Zhou Jianjun saw how happy his mother was, so he no longer worried about where Wang Yanxiu would live. Letting Yanxiu stay in the old house was also a good idea. In the evening, she could keep her mother company, so she wouldn't worry about her falling alone at night. Although the weather wasn't very cold yet, a fire was burning in the main room. The three of them sat around the fire, chatting casually. They shared stories from their day, and Wang Yanxiu listened happily. This warm family atmosphere was something she had longed for. Her heart, which had been empty for nearly 20 years, eagerly absorbed this feeling of home. This warmth slowly melted her long-frozen heart without her even noticing. After about half an hour, Aunt Li Guoyun finished preparing the dishes. She had cooked a chicken stew, stir-fried some pork belly, and made a local specialty dish, pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli. Even though it was winter, they also had a big plate of spicy cold salad called tiger salad. Li Guoyun was a great cook. The food looked delicious, fragrant, and colorful. Wang Yanxiu's mouth watered just looking at it. She couldn't remember the last time she had such a good meal. Wang Yanxiu volunteered to help Aunt Li serve the food, but Zhou Jianjun gently stopped her. Just sit here and chat with grandma. When it's time to eat, that's enough. You don't need to do anything else. If you want to help, there will be plenty of chances later. Wang Yanxiu had no choice but to sit patiently with her grandmother, waiting to eat. She was used to busying herself at home, so suddenly having nothing to do felt a little strange. Aunt Li and her cousin Zhou Lanfang quickly brought the dishes to the table. At the table, Grandma sat in the main seat confidently. Zhou Jianjun and Wang Yanxiu sat on either side. Cousin Zhou Lanfang sat close to Wang Yanxiu. She was very excited today because her best friend had come. She had many things she wanted to share with Wang Yanxiu. During this meal, Wang Yanxiu ate until she was completely full. She couldn't remember the last time she had such a satisfying meal. Not only did Grandma and Uncle keep helping her with food, but cousin Zhou Lanfang and Aunt Li also kept encouraging her to eat more. Zhou Lanfang sat beside her and occasionally scooped some food onto her plate, smiling sweetly. It was clear she was very happy today. By the end of the meal, Wang Yanxiu had eaten 3 big bowls of rice. After dinner, Wang Yanxiu didn't have a chance to help clean the dishes. Her aunt pulled her onto the bed in the room and took out a clean, plain cotton outfit. She kindly said, "Here, this is your sister's cotton clothes. It's clean. You can wear it first. One of these days, I will make you a new one." Zhou Lanfang is a bit shorter than her, about 1.7 meters tall, but she is a little plumper. Wang Yanxiu is very thin now. Her aunt's clothes probably fit her well. When she heard her aunt's words and saw the new clothes, then looked at her own clothes, she realized she really couldn't wear them anymore. She took the clothes without hesitation. Her uncle and aunt probably didn't want her to be so formal with them. Wang Yanxiu smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, aunt. I will change into my sister's clothes now. My current clothes are really not suitable anymore." After changing into her cousin's cotton outfit, it was much warmer than her previous clothes. Wang Yanxiu felt like she was alive again. Her chest started to feel warm, and the cold feeling was gone. Much more comfortable, Wang Yanxiu happily smiled at Li Guiyun and said, "Thank you, aunt." Li Guiyun's eyes were a little moist. She reached out and hugged Wang Yanxiu's thin body. "Silly child, there's no need to be so formal with your aunt. Just tell me if you need anything, okay? This is your family." Being so polite to family is unnecessary. She gently patted Wang Yanxiu's arm. Wang Yanxiu was held in Li Guiyun's warm embrace, which felt a bit like a mother's hug. She thought nostalgically that it would be so nice if her mother were still here. With a slight nasal tone and a smile in her eyes, she said, "I understand, aunt. From now on, I will treat this as my home. Please don't mind if I bother you sometimes." Li Guiyun looked at her with a little tenderness and a gentle smile. "That's right. Your aunt won't mind at all." After changing her clothes and mood, Wang Yanxiu returned to the main room and saw her grandmother sitting by the stove, warming herself. Grandma was older and easily felt cold. As winter started, she had already lit the fire early. Seeing Wang Yanxiu come out in her cotton clothes, Grandma nodded happily and waved her over. "Xiao Yanxiu, come sit with Grandma and keep warm." Wang Yanxiu walked over and sat beside her grandmother. She stretched her hand over the hot stove, and the bright red charcoal fire chased away the cold air around her, making her feel warm and cozy. Wang Yanxiu really loved this feeling. She looked around but didn't see Zhou Jianjun. Curious, she asked Grandma, "Where did Uncle go?" Her grandmother leaned in close and whispered with a gentle smile, "Your uncle went to find the village chief. You want to move your household registration here, right? We need a letter of approval from the village first. Once it's ready, we can transfer your registration early. Then I can relax a bit. If your registration isn't transferred, I'll always feel uneasy, like something's missing." Wang Yanxiu wasn't sure about the process. She quietly asked Grandma, "Is it easy to do? Will it be complicated?" Seeing her worry, her grandmother gently patted her head and said, "Don't worry, it's easy. The village chief now works in our community, and he's your uncle's cousin. You should also call him Third Grandpa." Hearing this, Wang Yanxiu finally felt relieved. She knew that changing household registration was a big deal at any time, and it wouldn't be simple. But since they had a connection, it should go smoothly. They sat by the fire, chatting happily. Soon, Zhou Lanfang finished cleaning the dishes and came over. "Grandma, Yanxiu." Zhou Lanfang cheerfully greeted them and sat down by the stove. With Zhou Lanfang's cheerful presence, the atmosphere became even warmer. Wang Yanxiu listened with a smile as her grandmother and Zhou Lanfang chatted. Neither of them mentioned anything about her recent troubles at home, afraid it might upset her again. After about an hour, there was a loud clatter at the door. Zhou Lanfang didn't look up and said, "That's my dad coming back. Could it be Uncle?" Wang Yanxiu's heart tightened. She wondered if the household registration approval had been issued. Although her grandmother said it was easy and the village chief was a relative, Wang Yanxiu still felt like something was unfinished. Before seeing the official proof, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing inside her. With a creak, the main door opened, and a cold breeze blew in. Zhou Jianjun walked into the room and casually closed the door behind him. He looked at the three people by the fire and smiled, saying, "Oh, warming up by the fire." Grandma looked at Zhou Jianjun and asked, "Have you finished the paperwork?" Wang Yanxiu's heart suddenly tightened. Zhou Lanfang looked at her father with big, hopeful eyes. If Yanxiu could transfer her household registration here, that would be great. Then she could play with Yanxiu every day. Zhou Jianjun went to the fire and, smiling, took out a piece of white paper from his pocket. "Look, I'll make sure everything is handled properly." Wang Yanxiu reached out and took the white paper from her uncle. Her eyes quickly scanned it. Her name was written on it, and it was stamped with the village seal. It was a proof that her household registration could be transferred to Zhoujia village. Her eyes sparkled like stars. She gently held the transfer document, treating it like a treasure. With this document, she could transfer her household registration tomorrow. Then Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun wouldn't be able to control her life anymore. Curious, Lan Fang called out, "Let me see, let me see." Grandma sat by the fire, smiling with her mouth open. "Sure, sure." Seeing Wang Yanxiu staring at him, Zhou Jianjun's eyes shone with a surprising brightness. He looked like the lively young girl she used to be. "Don't worry. Tomorrow, my uncle will go with you to transfer the household registration. Then you'll officially be part of Zhoujia village," Zhou Jianjun softly told Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu nodded hard and handed the proof to Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun carefully kept it. He planned to go with her tomorrow to handle the transfer. He was worried that Wang Yanxiu might find it hard to face Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun if they caused trouble. It was safer to keep the proof with him. Although Wang Yanxiu had her own space, she couldn't tell anyone about it, especially not her close family. So, she decided to keep this space as her biggest secret, not telling anyone. After lunch, Grandma felt sleepy because of her age. She yawned several times and stood up, calling out to Wang Yanxiu. "Xiao Yanxiu, do you want to rest with Grandma, or do you want to play at your uncle's house for a while?" Wang Yanxiu was about to leave when he said to Zhou Jianjun, "Uncle, I will go to sleep with Grandma." "I'm a bit tired too." Zhou Jianjun quickly stopped his mother. "Mom, you can rest here. The bed is warm at home." Grandma waved her hand. "No, I'm too old. I recognize my bed, but I can't sleep here." "Come on, Yanxiu, I'll go back with you." "Okay." Wang Yanxiu agreed. He helped Grandma up, and they headed for the door. "Uncle, Auntie Lanfang, we're going back now." Seeing he couldn't stop his mother, Zhou Jianjun had no choice but to let Wang Yanxiu go with her. Back at Grandma's house, Wang Yanxiu looked at her and saw she had aged a lot in the past 2 years. Her hair was half gray, and her spirit seemed much weaker. He felt a little sad. He knew Grandma was hurt emotionally a few years ago after losing her daughter, and then she fell and broke her leg, which drained her energy. That's why she looked so old. Grandma was only in her 60s, and many people in the countryside at that age could still work in the fields and earn some points. Thinking about the spiritual spring water and herbal pills in his space, Wang Yanxiu had an idea. Maybe she could learn traditional medicine when she was free and slowly try to improve her health. He didn't dare give Grandma the pills casually, but he believed the spring water in his space wasn't ordinary. It tasted sweet and refreshing. After drinking the spring water in his space today, he felt much more relaxed. Maybe he could give Grandma some to try. He took a bowl, filled it with warm water, and used his mind to take a small amount of spring water from his space, pouring it into the bowl. He later realized that the spring water in his space could be accessed without entering. As long as he thought about it, the water would appear wherever he wanted. It was very convenient. "Grandma, drink this water before you sleep," Wang Yanxiu said, handing her the bowl with the spring water. Grandma was a little thirsty and smiled as she took the bowl. The water was just the right temperature. She drank it all in one go. After finishing, She felt the water was especially tasty today. She didn't think much about it, just happy to see her beloved Yanxiu. When people are happy, everything feels better. Even the water seems sweeter. Grandma brought a thick quilt and placed it beside Wang Yanxiu in her bed. Come, little Yanxiu, stay and sleep with Grandma for a while. Just after tidying Wang Yanxiu's blanket, Grandma felt a wave of deep sleepiness coming over her. Why am I so sleepy today? Little Yanxiu, Grandma will rest for a bit. If you're tired, come and sleep too. After saying that, Grandma slipped into the quilt and soon started snoring evenly. Wang Yanxiu was a little worried and went to check on her. Seeing Grandma's face looked fine, she felt relieved. She crawled into the quilt Grandma had made for her. It was soft and fluffy, and it still smelled of the sun, as if it had been recently dried outside. Wang Yanxiu looked at Grandma sleeping peacefully inside the quilt for a while. Seeing her sleep so soundly, she also felt safe and drifted into her own dreams. Because she was at Grandma's house and Grandma was right beside her, she felt very secure. She slept very deeply, something she hadn't done in a long time with such good quality sleep. Until Grandma woke her up. Yanxiu, little Yanxiu, wake up. It's time to get up. We're going to your uncle's house for a meal. Wang Yanxiu opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the figure in front of her. She mumbled, Grandma? Her mind was still foggy, and she forgot she was at Grandma's house. Grandma looked at her confused face and found it adorable. Before she went to sleep, she had washed her face thoroughly to avoid getting the quilt dirty. Her small face was white and pink, with big eyes and long eyelashes, completely different from her dusty appearance earlier. Wang Yanxiu watched Grandma smiling gently as she stood by her bed, softly calling her to wake up. Yes, okay, Grandma. I'm getting up now. Wang Yanxiu immediately woke up. Grandma watched her get dressed and get out of bed. Wang Yanxiu quietly glanced at Grandma. Was it just her feeling, or did Grandma look healthier than in the morning? This discovery made her feel energized. It worked. She thought, in the long days ahead, she could help improve Grandma's health little by little. Grandma stood nearby, watching Wang Yanxiu with a very happy mood. Just now, she opened her eyes and saw little Yanxiu sleeping beside her. She almost thought it was a dream. She lay on the bed, watching Wang Yanxiu, without moving for a full 10 minutes. She looks very beautiful, a bit like her mother, but even prettier than her mother was when she was young. Grandma thought for a long time, and then got up. Looking at Wang Yanxiu's fair little face, Grandma felt that besides being a bit thinner, everything else was perfect. It would be even better if she were a little chubbier, Grandma thought to herself. At noon, Zhou Jianjun said he would eat here again tonight, so Grandma didn't cook dinner at home. Dinner would be at Zhou Jianjun's house. In the afternoon, after Zhou Jianjun, Wang Yanxiu and her mother went to take a nap. He kept thinking about moving Wang Yanxiu's household registration tomorrow. Moving the household registration is not as simple as Wang Yanxiu thought. Although the procedures for transferring her registration here are done, he still needs approval from Wang Zhenjiang and his village. Otherwise, it won't work. Zhou Jianjun thought for a while, then got up and went to Li Guoyun, who was preparing dinner. Wife, how much money do we have at home? Li Guoyun stood up and wiped her hands on her apron. Husband, what's wrong? Do we need money? Zhou Jianjun hesitated and said, I'm just worried something might go wrong with Yanxiu's household registration tomorrow. Wang Zhenjiang is a troublemaker, and I'm afraid he won't agree easily. Li Guoyun remembered the many patches on Wang Yanxiu's clothes and how small she was. Her expression darkened. She didn't say anything, went into the room, and took out a metal box from the bedside table. Most of their belongings were inside. Li Guoyun took out the money, counted it. More than 800 yuan. She looked at Zhou Jianjun. Last year we spent a lot on building the house. Now we only have over 800 yuan left. Would 600 be enough? We should keep 200 in case of emergencies, so we won't have to borrow money everywhere. Zhou Jianjun quickly said, That's enough, that's enough. If Wang Zhenjiang still doesn't agree, I will deal with him. I haven't even settled accounts with him over my sister's matter, and I want to break his legs if it weren't for Yanxiu's household registration. He looked at Li Guoyun with gratitude and said, Thank you, Guiyun, for helping with Yansu's matter. Li Guiyun slapped his arm with her hand. Yansu's matter is my matter. Why are you thanking me? You know very well what my relationship with her mother is. Otherwise, do you think I would marry you? Li Guiyun said, her eyes almost turning red again. Li Guiyun knows her relationship with her younger sister very well. They are truly close friends for life. 3 years ago, her sister fell ill and passed away. Li Guiyun was very sad and cried for over a month. She soaked many pillows with tears before she finally felt better. Li Guiyun thought for a moment and then gave all 800 yuan to Zhou Jianjun. Take it all just in case. If you don't need it, you can return it. Do you understand? After saying that, Li Guiyun glared at Zhou Jianjun, worried he might spend the money carelessly. Zhou Jianjun immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, wife. You know what kind of person I am." Li Guiyun looked annoyed and pushed him away. Go away, go away. Move aside. I still need to prepare dinner for Xiao Yanqiu. Look at how thin she's gotten these years. I want to raise her back to health. Seeing no one around, Zhou Jianjun reached out and hugged Li Guiyun. He gave her a big kiss on the face. Startled, Li Guiyun slapped him a few times. Are you crazy? In broad daylight. What if someone sees? Zhou Jianjun chuckled. I'll find some people and go with me tomorrow. I want Wang Zhenjiang to know that Xiao Yanqiu has someone backing her up. Li Guiyun waved her hand, telling him to leave. Go quickly. Find a few more people to come along. Zhou Jianjun left and only returned close to dinner time. He went to the main hall but didn't see his mother or Xiao Yanqiu. Wife, haven't your mother and Xiao Yanqiu come yet? No. Ask Lanfang to go call them, Li Guiyun said, poking her upper body out from the kitchen. Before Zhou Jianjun could speak, Zhou Lanfang ran out of the house. I'll go call Grandma and Yanqiu. She dashed off in a flash. Zhou Jianjun watched her run out and stared at the door for a long time. This girl is so reckless. I don't know who she takes after. Someone threw a cabbage leaf at him from the kitchen. Who do you think she takes after? Besides you, who else? Could she be taking after me? Zhou Lanfang ran quickly to her grandma's house, pushed open the yard gate, and shouted, Grandma Yanqiu. Before anyone inside could reply, she hurried forward, pushed open the door, and said, Grandma, Yanqiu, let's go eat dinner now. Before Zhou Lanfang finished speaking, she widened her eyes in surprise. Oh my, who is this beautiful young lady in front of me? Zhou Lanfang paused for a moment, then realized, this is my sister Yanxiu's younger sister. Oh my goodness, she's so pretty. Excited, she stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yanxiu's arm, looking her up and down curiously. She asked, Are you Yanxiu? Wow, how did you grow up so well? We haven't seen each other in 2 years, and you look so beautiful now. Your skin is so white and smooth, it feels so soft and nice to touch. Wang Yanxiu looked at Zhou Lanfang chattering nonstop in front of her, and she felt a bit helpless. This cousin of hers has always been restless. When they are together, she feels like the older sister. Yeah, I've just lost a little weight, but I think I look even better now. Zhou Lanfang stared at Wang Yanxiu for a long time and finally came to this conclusion. Wang Yanxiu chuckled and said, You look good too. Your eyes are big and your face shape is nice. Once you get some treatment, your skin will also improve. Zhou Lanfang blinked, a little unsure, and asked, Really? I look good too? Do you know how to help me improve? Seeing her hopeful expression, Wang Yanxiu wanted to say she didn't know, but she didn't want to hurt her feelings. The spiritual spring water in her space could gradually help improve her health. I know a little. In a few days, I'll find some ingredients and try to help you. But don't tell anyone, okay? Hearing that Wang Yanxiu could help her improve, Zhou Lanfang looked excited. Okay, Yanxiu. I'll listen to you. I won't tell anyone. Her face was a bit chubby, and her skin, weathered from sun and wind in the countryside, was slightly red and peeling in some places. But these were minor issues and easy to fix. Wang Yanxiu now knew that the spiritual spring water and strengthening pills in her space could change a person's physical condition and make Zhou Lanfang more beautiful, an easy task. Seeing Zhou Lanfang so happy, Wang Yanxiu also felt glad for her. Young girls, no matter the era, how many don't love to look pretty? Let's go, time to eat. Wang Yanxiu held her grandmother's arm with one hand and Zhou Lanfang's with the other, heading toward her uncle's house. Li Guoyun saw that Wang Yanxiu was completely different from this morning, and she was surprised. Curious, she pulled Wang Yanxiu to look her over from head to toe. Auntie, I'm used to living at home. If I stand out too much, others might not like it, Wang Yanxiu explained. Unexpectedly, when Wang Yanxiu said this, Li Guoyun's eyes nearly welled up with tears again. She hugged her and said, "You've suffered a lot, my child. It's okay now, everything is over." Wang Yanxiu almost cried from being touched by the atmosphere. Luckily, Zhou Lanfang pulled her aunt away, so the dinner didn't turn into a venting session. At the table, there were 2 leftover dishes from lunch, reheated, and Li Guoyun also prepared 2 new dishes. For this time period, it was a very rich meal. Like at noon, Li Guoyun and Grandma were worried she wouldn't eat enough, so they kept serving her food, encouraging her to eat more. Wang Yanxiu felt touched but also a little shy. She pouted and said, "Grandma, Auntie, you don't need to serve me. I won't be rude." After saying that, she ate several large bites of rice, then scooped more food into her bowl, and then she glared at Grandma and Auntie. They looked at her actions with amusement. All right, Yanxiu, eat by yourself. Make sure you're full." After dinner, Wang Yanxiu and Grandma didn't stay long and prepared to go back. They needed to sleep early tonight because they had many things to do tomorrow. Seeing Zhou Lanfang's reluctant look, Wang Yanxiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I remember everything. I won't forget." Zhou Lanfang finally felt happy. Li Guoyun, listening nearby, asked curiously, "What are you and Yanxiu joking about? You're not allowed to bully Yanxiu, understand? Or you'll get into trouble." Zhou Lanfang looked upset, twisted her body, and stomped her foot. "Mom, what are you talking about? When have I ever bullied Yanxiu? We're good friends. I'll tell you something." She leaned close to her mother's ear and told her about Wang Yanxiu helping her with her health and skin. Afterward, Zhou Lanfang stared at her mother with wide eyes. "Don't tell anyone, okay? I promised Yanxiu I wouldn't tell anyone. Only you because you're my mom. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell you." Li Guoyun listened to Zhou Lanfang, and her eyes lit up. She reached out and touched her face, feeling a little shy. "Lanfang, do you think Yanxiu can help me also?" When Zhou Lanfang heard her mother's words, she looked surprised. "Mom, you're so old. Why do you want to take care of your skin? Are you upset with Dad and want to replace?" "Oh," Li Guoyun frowned. "You, Zhou Lanfang, you little brat. Can't I take care of myself? I'm only in my 30s. I should look better, right?" As she spoke, Li Guoyun pinched Zhou Lanfang's arm with 2 fingers. Scared, Zhou Lanfang scrambled around. "Oh, Mom, I'm sorry."
Mom, ouch.
"I'll take care of myself. I'll ask Yanxiu to help us both with skincare. Please, no more hitting." After a while of joking around, they stopped. Both of them noticed Wang Yanxiu's smooth, fair skin. They thought if they could achieve even 70 or 80% of her look, that would be great. Before bed, Wang Yanxiu gave her grandmother a cup of warm water with a little spiritual spring water from the space. She didn't add too much, worried the effects might be too obvious. She wanted to improve gradually. Her grandmother drank the water and soon felt sleepy. She thought she was just tired from being overly excited and worried that day, so she didn't think much of it. After washing up and reminding Wang Yanxiu to go to bed early, she quickly fell into deep sleep, snoring evenly. Wang Yanxiu stared at her grandmother in surprise. She hadn't expected that this space spiritual spring water could have such a strong effect. But it also showed how much her grandmother's energy and spirit had been drained. She was too weak to recover fully now. Next time, she would use a smaller amount. Take it slow. No need to rush. She still had plenty of time to help her grandmother regain her strength. Wang Yanxiu's mind was a mess. She thought about her past 19 years of suffering, the cruelty of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun, and then about Gu Qinghe and her grandmother from the previous life. If her grandmother had been in this condition back then, she probably wouldn't have lasted long. A person in her 60s looked like someone in their 70s or 80s. Wang Yanxiu pondered for a while, then finished her washing, drank a large bowl of spiritual spring water, and went to bed to sleep with her grandmother. Before dawn, Wang Yanxiu was already awake, stirred by the sound of roosters crowing. Seeing that Grandma was still sleeping soundly, Wang Yanxiu quietly got up and went to the kitchen to start a fire and prepare breakfast. Wang Yanxiu worked quickly. She first lit the stove, then cut a quarter of a large cabbage, washed it clean, and prepared to stir-fry it for breakfast. That quarter of cabbage was enough to make a big dish. While cooking, Wang Yanxiu added a little spring water to the vegetables. The cabbage cooked with the spring water tasted much better. The cabbage was soon ready. Wang Yanxiu used chopsticks to taste a bite. It was delicious. Her eyes lit up, and she added a bit more spring water. The ordinary cabbage turned into a tasty dish. Wang Yanxiu then cleaned the pot thoroughly. There was still some rice left in the rice jar in the kitchen. She scooped out half a spoonful, washed it, and cooked rice porridge for breakfast. In the rice porridge, she also added a little spring water to help Grandma's health. This gentle care would quietly improve Grandma's body over time. Grandma, attracted by the fragrant smell, woke up suddenly. She looked around, noticing Wang Yanxiu was not in bed. She was surprised and wanted to call her name, but then she heard sounds from the kitchen. Relieved, she guessed Wang Yanxiu was making breakfast. This girl gets up so early. She doesn't know how to sleep a little longer, Grandma muttered as she got out of bed. She had slept very well and felt much more energetic than before. She no longer felt groggy after waking up. When she went to the kitchen, she saw that Wang Yanxiu had almost finished preparing breakfast. Wang Yanxiu saw Grandma coming and smiled, saying, "Grandma, you're up. Wash up quickly, and we can eat breakfast now." Grandma complained with a smile, "You, child, getting up so early. Why not sleep a little longer? I could have made breakfast instead." Wang Yanxiu smiled warmly. "I wanted to make breakfast for Grandma to show my filial piety as your granddaughter. It's just a simple meal, and it won't take long. I'll have it ready very soon." Grandma's lips curved into a small smile. Good, I see you're capable. But I must say, your cooking smells so good. I could even smell it from bed." By the time Grandma finished washing her hands, Wang Yanxiu had already served the porridge on the table. "Come, Grandma, time to eat." Wang Yanxiu helped her grandmother sit down. Grandma looked at the fragrant stir-fried cabbage and couldn't help but pick up a bite, eating it with plain rice porridge. As she tasted it, her eyes lit up and she praised, "Xiao Yanxiu, your cooking is better than the palace chefs." Hearing the compliment, Wang Yanxiu chuckled and said, "Grandma, you haven't even tried the palace chef's food. How do you know mine is better?" Grandma replied seriously, "It definitely isn't worse. I've never had such delicious stir-fried cabbage in my life. If only I could open a restaurant now. With this dish, you could open one, and people would line up for 3 miles. Hearing Grandma's exaggerated words, Wang Yanxiu also laughed. She knew her cooking was so good mainly because of the spiritual spring water in her space. It not only improved the taste of her dishes, but also helped improve her health. For breakfast, Wang Yanxiu ate 2 big bowls of porridge and Grandma drank 1.5 bowls. The stir-fried cabbage was so good that not even the soup was left. Smiling, Wang Yanxiu said to Grandma, "Grandma, in the future, I will cook for you every day." Grandma happily grinned. "You don't have to cook every day. Just sometimes stir-fry some cabbage." After breakfast, Wang Yanxiu went to wash the dishes, but Grandma stopped her.
You don't need to worry about that.
"Go prepare yourself. Your uncle will come to pick you up soon. Today, you also need to handle your household registration. That's important." Hearing this, Wang Yanxiu remembered there might be a tough task ahead. "Okay, Grandma." She thought about preparing things, but there wasn't much to get ready. Her uncle had already issued the proof of permission to move here. All that remained was to get the proof of moving out from Wangjia village and then go to the town police station's household registration office to update her records. The main issue was that Wang Yanxiu's household registration was still on Wang Zhenjiang's household book. In the village, it was okay. Moving out would save one person's food ration, so it wouldn't cause any loss for them. They had no reason to refuse Wang Yanqiu's move. The main problem was with Wang Zhenjiang. If he didn't agree, even the village chief couldn't force the issuance of the proof of moving out. Wang Yanqiu sat quietly on a stool inside the house, thinking for a moment. There was nothing much to prepare. The transfer certificate had already been issued. All that was left was the household registration transfer document. Wang Yanqiu squinted his eyes, a hint of determination flashing in his gaze. He was waiting to see if they would be sensible. Just then, a shout came from the doorway, "Yanqiu, Yanqiu." Wang Yanqiu stood up and walked outside. He saw Zhou Jianjun push open the courtyard door and come in. Wang Yanqiu greeted him with a smile. "Uncle, you're here." Zhou Jianjun was wearing a green military coat. He grinned and exhaled warm breath that turned into white mist. "Have you eaten breakfast? If not, I'm going to Wang Zhenjiang's place in Wangshuang now." Zhou Jianjun called Wang Zhenjiang by name right in front of Wang Yanqiu, showing his clear dissatisfaction. "Have you eaten? Are you leaving now?" Wang Yanqiu asked. Zhou Jianjun nodded. "Yes, I want to go early." He then called out to the house, "Mom, I'm taking little Yanqiu out." As soon as he finished, Wang Yanqiu saw his grandmother rush out of the house, holding a dishcloth used for washing dishes. "Be careful on the way. Make sure to bring little Yanqiu back safely, understand?" she said, anxiously. Zhou Jianjun waved to his mother.
Don't worry, Mom.
"I'll definitely bring little Yanqiu back safe and sound." Outside the courtyard, there were 3 bicycles, one for Zhou Jianjun and 2 others. There were also 4 young men. Seeing Wang Yanqiu looking curious, Zhou Jianjun pointed to a short, stocky man wearing a lei foam hat and with a dark face. "This is your Uncle Manhwa. You probably don't remember him. He just returned from the army. He's assigned to the local police station in town. In a few days, he'll go to report for duty." Wang Yanqiu called out to Jianhua, "Uncle Manhwa." Jianhua quickly responded a few times. Zhou Jianjun then pointed to the others. "That's your Uncle Jianga, Uncle Jianlong, and Brother Ergu." Wang Yanqiu hurriedly went over to greet each of them. Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Yanqiu and explained, "Tell a few more people so that Zhenjiang knows our Zhou family isn't without anyone. If he tries to bully us, he'll see some consequences. If he's not sensible, we'll give him a warning." Wang Yanqiu nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to Uncle." As for Zhenjiang, if he didn't cooperate, getting beaten would be the least of his problems. Zhou Jianjun got on his bicycle and said to Wang Yanqiu, "Get on." 3 bicycles, along with Wang Yanqiu, a total of 6 people, are riding towards Wangjia village. Zhejiang is just over 10 miles from Wangjia village. Wang Yanqiu came here yesterday and took over an hour to arrive. Today, Zhou Jianjun rode his bike to bring her back, and it only took about 20 minutes. The 3 bikes are traveling along a dirt country road. The road is bumpy and uneven, causing the bikes to shake occasionally. When they reached Wangjia village, the sun was already high in the sky, and they could see people appearing one after another along the way. The bikes entered the village, and an old lady on the street looked at them curiously. At this time, seeing 3 bikes arrive together was quite a rare sight in the village. Bicycles are rare in Wangjia village, only 2 or 3 in total. At this time, bikes are even more unusual than cars in later years. The old lady looked closely and saw that 5 of the 6 people she didn't recognize. But the girl? Isn't that Wang Yanqiu from the Wang Zhenjiang family? She heard that Wang Yanqiu had a big fight with her family yesterday and left home with a bundle. This news had spread all over the village and caused a lot of fuss. Why is she back today and with so many people? Seeing their aggressive approach, it seemed they weren't here for friendly reasons. The Wang Zhenjiang family was in trouble. The old lady slapped her thigh and thought, "I need to talk to someone about this. I can't be the only one who knows." Thinking this, she hurriedly turned and headed to her sister's house. She was the first to know this news, and surely the first to spread it. This was first-hand information, and she felt proud. The 3 bikes stopped at Wang Zhenjiang's house. Wang Yanqiu got off and looked at the home she had lived in for over 10 years. There was not a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. After her mother passed away, This once warm home turned into a cold, dark place. It seemed to want to squeeze everything out of her and then swallow it all. At this moment, Wang Zhenjiang's family hadn't finished cleaning up. Yesterday, after Wang Yanxiu smashed the pots and bowls, Wang Zhenjiang went to buy some new dishes. But he couldn't find any at the supply store. When he asked, he was told that iron pots were out of stock and it would take at least half a month to order one. In the end, Wang Zhenjiang had no choice but to come back and use an old, rusty iron pot with 2 dents, one of the few he had left. Wang Zhenjiang scrubbed the iron pot again and again, spending more than half an hour, but he still couldn't remove the rust smell from the pot. In the morning, Lu Hongyun was awakened by Wang Zhenjiang kicking her. The sun is almost shining on but why aren't you getting up to cook? What are you waiting for? Lu Hongyun took a while to realize that Wang Yanxiu was already gone from home yesterday. There was no one left to cook, except for Wang Zhenjiang, Wang Fengjiao, and Wang Feipeng, who were all waiting for her to make breakfast. Yesterday, Wang Yanxiu had a big outburst and ran away from home. This series of events not only disrupted her plans but also made the village laugh at them. The two of them were so angry they didn't sleep all night. Wang Zhenjiang was furious. He couldn't believe his own daughter dared to rebel. Not only did she destroy the house, but she also ran away, making their family the joke of the village. Running away in this era was shameful. People would look down on you and mock you. That rebellious girl also didn't think about her future. How could she get married now? The bride price she received would be wasted. Lu Hongyun thought even more. She was now completely in the dark about what Zhang Yuanbiao had told her. She felt very nervous, afraid that Zhang Yuanbiao might threaten her again. Last night, she and Wang Zhenjiang discussed for a long time, trying to persuade him to coax Wang Yanxiu back and marry her off. Otherwise, they had already received the bride price, and they didn't know how to explain it. Wang Zhenjiang frowned. If not, then let Fengjiao marry out. She's of age and should get married. Lu Hongyun immediately got angry. No, Fengjiao can't marry out. If she does, what will happen to her? Her eyes turned with a sad expression. It's not that people don't like Fengjiao. Their family is so well off, they have money and can eat meat often. It's normal for them to want a pretty girl. Compared to Yanxiu, Fengjiao is not as beautiful. Wang Zhenjiang was reluctant to give up the 500 yuan bride price, but he had no good options. Clearly, Wang Yanxiu was no longer someone he could easily control. If it really can't be helped, then return the bride price, Wang Zhenjiang said with some pain. Lu Hongyun didn't want this kind of answer, but she knew there was no way to deal with Wang Yanxiu now. Thinking about everything, she tossed and turned all night without sleep. Finally, just before dawn, she fell asleep, but not for long. Wang Zhenjiang woke her up to make breakfast. This used to be Wang Yanxiu's responsibility, but now it falls on her. With messy hair, red eyes, and busy for a long time, Lu Hongyun finally made a breakfast that looked somewhat edible. Before she could eat, loud knocking came from outside the door. Wang Zhenjiang put down his bowl, frowned, and said, "Who is it? Coming so early to knock?" Knocking so loudly, he stood up and went outside, asking, "Who is it?" At the door, Wang Zhenjiang was stunned when he saw the person outside. "Jianjun? Why are you bringing so many people here? What do you want?" Wang Yanxiu stepped out from behind Zhou Jianjun. "What are you here for? Didn't I say yesterday I wanted to move my household registration? My uncle is here to help me do that." Wang Zhenjiang finally saw Wang Yanxiu and suddenly looked angry, shouting, "You still know how to come back? The family is in chaos because of you. When did you become so unreasonable?" Zhou Jianjun saw Wang Zhenjiang angrily yelling at Wang Yanxiu without knowing the full story. He was furious, but was stopped by Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu coldly said, "When I left yesterday, I already said I would come today to move my household registration. Didn't you hear?" Wang Zhenjiang sneered and said angrily, "You say you're moving your household registration, so just move it? I've raised you for over 10 years for nothing? I told you, it can't be done." A cold feeling rose in Wang Yanxiu's eyes. "Are you sure?" Wang Yanxiu looked at him with no emotion in her eyes. Wang Zhenjiang remembered how Wang Yanxiu had been acting like a different person yesterday, smashing things and acting crazy, not respecting anyone. He shivered and felt scared. But he was also reluctant to let her move her household registration easily. He still felt some resentment. Now that Wang Yanxiu was at the age to get married, she could receive a good bride price. If she moved her household registration, the bride price would no longer be related to him. Just thinking about it made him feel unwilling. Lu Hongyun heard the noise outside and came out. If we can't move it, then just move the household registration like that. What will the villagers think of our family? Wang Yanxiu's cold eyes looked at Lu Hongyun, and she spoke without mercy. Shut up. This has nothing to do with you. If you speak again, I'll knock out your teeth. It's a joke. Do you now realize how the villagers see your family? Wang Yanxiu then looked at Wang Zhenjiang with a voice devoid of emotion. Your family has long lost any reputation in the village. Why are you still talking? Do you think the villagers care about you? Are you fooling yourselves? In their eyes, your family is just a bunch of trash, good-for-nothings. In Wang Yanxiu's mind, Wang Zhenjiang's family was already nothing to her. She felt no guilt when she cursed them out loud. Zhou Jianjun originally saw Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun scolding Wang Yanxiu and was worried she might suffer unfair treatment or be hurt. He wanted to step forward to help, but unexpectedly, Wang Yanxiu launched a fierce verbal attack, cursing Wang Zhenjiang's family thoroughly. Her sharp words shocked Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua, and the others stared in shock. They never expected that this seemingly gentle girl could be so fierce when she argued. Wang Zhenjiang's face turned red with anger. He didn't expect Wang Yanxiu to embarrass him so openly in front of others. Ignoring Zhou Jianjun and the others, he roared, I tell you, Wang Yanxiu, I am your father. No matter what, I won't let you change your household registration. No one can do anything about it, not even the heavens. Hearing Wang Zhenjiang's arrogant words, Zhou Jianjun's anger flared. If it weren't for some other matter he needed Wang Zhenjiang's cooperation with later, he would have punched him now. Wang Zhenjiang, do you even act like a father? Look at what you've done to Yanxiu these past 2 years. She's so thin with no decent clothes. Do you still have the nerve to call yourself her father? Wang Zhenjiang's face showed a flicker of shame, but it quickly disappeared. No matter what you say, I am her father. That's a fact no one can change. Saying more won't help. Wang Yanxiu stared directly at Wang Zhenjiang, as if she was looking at the man who had sent her into hell in her past life, wondering what kind of evil heart he had. Didn't you hear what I said yesterday? Do you want me to repeat it? At this moment, many village women had gathered at Wang Zhenjiang's door, watching the commotion. These women, wearing headscarves and cotton jackets, pointed and stared at Wang Zhenjiang's house. Wang Yanxiu looked back and saw Aunt Wang and Aunt Li, whom he met yesterday, also there. Wang Yanxiu nodded to them as a greeting, but he couldn't talk to them in detail now. At this moment, Wang Zhenjiang felt very ashamed and wished there was a hole in the ground he could hide in. Being pointed at and criticized by so many people in front of everyone was the first time for him. It made his usually proud face feel very uncomfortable. Wang Zhenjiang kept a stern face and said, If you have something to say, go inside. Wang Yanxiu refused and spoke firmly, No, let's talk here. Everything can be said openly. The women in this village can also judge. Wang Zhenjiang didn't expect Wang Yanxiu to be so stubborn now. He got angry and said, Then you all wait here. I'll talk to you when I have time. After saying that, he tried to go into the house. Wang Yanxiu's eyes flashed with a cold look. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Zhenjiang, pushing aside Lu Hongyun, who was blocking the door, and went straight into the house. Seeing Wang Yanxiu's action, Wang Zhenjiang had a bad feeling and hurriedly asked, What are you doing? Wang Yanxiu heard him, but didn't reply. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the dining table area, like crash, bang. Wang Zhenjiang froze in place. Lu Hongyun let out a loud cry and rushed into the house. The dining table was overturned on the ground by Wang Yanxiu. He looked at the new dishes and bowls Wang Zhenjiang bought yesterday, his anger rising. Without hesitation, he knocked over the cupboard along with the dishes inside. There was another loud noise, crash, clang, ringing. the breakfast that hadn't been eaten yet was now spilled all over the floor. Lu Hongyun couldn't stop it or prevent it. All she could do was watch the kitchen become a mess again, just like yesterday. Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping hid to the side, trembling. Having seen Wang Yanxiu angry yesterday, they now knew he was not someone to mess with. When they saw Wang Yanxiu come in, they hurriedly hid to the side, not daring to stop him. Wang Fengjiao was afraid she might lose another tooth. Lu Hongyun saw the broken pots and dishes and covered her mouth, crying out loud. Then she ran to find Wang Zhenjiang. At the door, Wang Zhenjiang still stood frozen, listening to the sound of broken porcelain coming from inside the room. He was momentarily unable to react, until Lu Hongyun ran out crying, saying, Zhenjiang, Zhenjiang, we can't go on like this. Wang Yanxiu is smashing the kitchen again. Zhou Jianjun, Zhou Jianhua, and others looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Wang Yanxiu to be so angry with Wang Zhenjiang that they couldn't get along. Zhou Jianjun's expression was serious. At this moment, he thought about how his niece had suffered too much in this family, which was why she was so upset and left in such a harsh way. The women outside the door also heard the noise from inside and started talking among themselves. After yesterday's gossip from Aunt Li and Aunt Zhang, everyone in the village knew that Wang Zhenjiang wanted to marry Wang Yanxiu to a widower in his 30s for 500 yuan bride price. People behind their backs were saying Wang Zhenjiang was irresponsible. Hearing the sounds from inside the room, they knew Wang Yanxiu was probably angry again. They felt that although Wang Yanxiu's actions were a bit extreme, they could understand her feelings. Wang Zhenjiang calmed down, but his anger was still boiling. He was about to go inside and give Wang Yanxiu a harsh beating to vent his frustration. But then, Wang Yanxiu came out of the room, looking at him coldly. Now, are you free? She asked. Wang Zhenjiang was so angry, he started trembling. This rebellious girl was really crazy now. She came back and brought nothing but trouble. Since Wang Yanxiu smashed the house yesterday morning, Wang Zhenjiang felt that the family was out of order. When he went out shopping and met villagers, he felt people were pointing fingers and gossiping behind his back. It seemed he needed to marry her off sooner, or the household wouldn't be peaceful. He believed he, as Wang Yanxiu's father, had the right to arrange her future. But he didn't realize that in Wang Yanxiu's heart, his position as her father was worth less than a stray dog. Zhou Jianjun and others stepped forward with cold looks. Wang Zhenjiang, today we are here to settle this household registration issue for Yanxiu. Otherwise, think about the consequences yourself. Although Zhou Jianjun didn't yet understand why Wang Yanxiu suddenly turned so completely against Wang Zhenjiang, helping his niece was always the right thing to do. He knew Wang Yanxiu's temper. If Wang Zhenjiang hadn't done something too bad, Wang Yanxiu wouldn't have completely turned against him. Before Wang Zhenjiang could reply, Aunt Li at the door couldn't stand his actions. She had met Zhou Jianjun a few times and couldn't help but say, Yanxiu uncle, you must take Yanxiu away today. Wang Zhenjiang wants to marry her, and he's a widower who has already lost several wives. Zhou Jianjun was stunned immediately. He hadn't been told about this by his niece. Then, Zhou Jianjun's eyes turned red quickly, and his hands trembled. He slowly turned to look at Wang Yanxiu and asked her trembling voice, Little Yanxiu, is this true? Yanxiu didn't answer, but tears started to fall uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhou Jianjun understood what had happened right away.
No wonder.
No wonder his usually obedient and hard-working niece suddenly ran away from home to come to him. It turns out she had suffered a huge injustice in this family. Next to them, Zhou Jianhua and others looked furious. They couldn't believe Wang Zhenjiang was such a scumbag. Zhou Jianjun clenched his fists tightly, anger boiling inside him. He suddenly punched toward Wang Zhenjiang. At this moment, Wang Zhenjiang had just been exposed by Aunt Li for his actions. He was angry and humiliated. He thought to himself, I have my own family matters. What does this have to do with you all? Suddenly, he saw a fist the size of a bowl coming at him from the corner of his eye. Wang Zhenjiang's heart nearly stopped with fear. The punch was fierce and powerful, carrying Zhou Jianjun's rising anger. If this punch hit, Wang Zhenjiang would probably end up on the ground. Uncle, don't hit him. Yanxiu shouted to stop him, reaching out to grab Zhou Jianjun's fist, which was about to hit Wang Zhenjiang's face. Only then did Zhou Jianjun come back to his senses. Looking at Wang Zhenjiang's terrified eyes, he suppressed his anger. He was too impulsive just now. He knew how much force he used, at least 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. Wang Zhenjiang couldn't handle that. Something serious might happen. Fortunately, his niece stopped him. Zhou Jianjun felt a wave of fear. He had lost his temper in the heat of the moment. But Yanxiu's strength, something was off. Zhou Jianjun realized that he had not held back earlier. He had attacked with all his strength, and even if Wang Zhenjiang survived, he would be badly hurt. Yet, he was easily caught by Xiao Yanxiu with a light touch. It seemed he didn't even need much effort. Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Yanxiu with suspicion, but quickly suppressed his doubts. He knew he had to focus on the current situation. Wang Zhenjiang recovered and argued, "I'm her father. What's wrong with finding her a good marriage? Can I make decisions for her? I am the head of this family. Her marriage is my decision. Besides, I only want what's best for her. The family she's marrying into is well off. She'll be happy there." Zhou Jianjun was angry. "Are you sure you're not after some other benefit? Tell me, how much bride price did they give?" He immediately sensed something was off. Wang Zhenjiang retorted, "I've raised her all these years. If I let her marry, what's wrong with getting some benefits? Isn't that normal?" Thinking about it, Wang Zhenjiang felt a sharp pain in his heart. Now that Xiao Yanxiu had called Zhou Jianjun over, it seemed unlikely she would get married today. He wondered if they should return the 500 yuan bride price they received. That was 500 yuan, a significant amount. He calculated that his family only saved about 100 yuan a year. If he had to return 500 yuan, it would hurt him deeply. Wang Zhenjiang straightened his posture. They paid 500 yuan in bride price. If they truly liked Yanxiu, they wouldn't pay so much. "Jianjun, ask around. How many families in the 4 villages marry off daughters with such a high bride price?" Zhou Jianjun was amused by this fool. "So, you didn't even ask Yanxiu if she was willing?" Wang Zhenjiang confidently said. "Does it matter if she's willing? I raised her. She has to listen to me. Besides, she's young and doesn't understand right now. Once she's married, she'll see I only want what's best for her." Unable to reason with him, Zhou Jianjun turned to the door. "Could someone please ask Auntie to call the village chief?" Li Auntie was nearby and heard Zhou Jianjun. She volunteered, "I'll go call him." She hurried off to find the village chief. This was an important matter, and having the village chief present would help. Plus, they would need his official approval. In a short while, Aunt Li and the village chief quickly came over. If something happened in the village chief would bear some responsibility. The village chief of Wangjia village is also named Wang, in his 60s. According to the family hierarchy, Wang Zhenjiang should call him second uncle. Seeing the village chief approaching, Wang Zhenjiang nervously stepped forward and said, "Second uncle." The village chief looked at him coldly, without saying a word. Wang Yanxiu also politely greeted him, "Great-grandpa." The village chief's expression softened a bit, and he nodded, "Good child." Seeing the village chief come over, Zhou Jianjun stepped forward politely, handed him a cigarette, and greeted him, explaining his purpose. "Hello, Uncle Village Chief. I am Yanxiu's uncle. We came here to transfer Yanxiu's household registration to our village. This is also what Yanxiu and I both want." The village chief took the cigarette from Zhou Jianjun, lit it with a match, took a puff, and his dark face showed no emotion. "Wang Zhenjiang, you're doing well now, huh? Marrying a girl and paying 500 yuan in bride price. That's the first in our village." On such a cold day, Wang Zhenjiang's forehead was sweating coldly. Village chief Wang Baohua had fought in the army against enemies and was highly respected in the village. Faced with the village chief's questioning, Wang Zhenjiang broke out in cold sweat. "Second uncle, I just want to find a good family for Yanxiu. Since they're giving so much, I can't really refuse." Yanxiu, standing nearby, listened to Wang Zhenjiang speak so smoothly and felt full of contempt for him. Could a good family imprison and torment her for 19 years? The village chief, having seen many things in his long life, asked softly, "Did Yanxiu agree? This is a new society now, and arranged marriages like before are no longer common." Yanxiu loudly said, "Great-grandpa, I don't agree. I refuse to marry." The village chief looked at Wang Zhenjiang with a cold smile. "It seems this is all your wishful thinking. You took their money, and now want to return it? Don't cause the family to fall apart." Wang Zhenjiang's face looked bad. "Second uncle, it's not that I don't want to return it, but I don't have the money." "The money is already spent." The village chief sighed softly. "It looks like you have your own plans." "Fine. Do as you wish." Zhou Jianjun's expression darkened, and he sternly scolded Wang Zhenjiang. "Wang Zhenjiang, you're really a beast. You didn't just take someone's bride price. You're trying to sell Yanxiu." When Zhou Jianjun questioned Wang Zhenjiang, he lost a sense of shame and directly said in front of many people, "This is none of your business. Wang Yanxiu's household registration is with me, and I don't agree to transfer it. No one can do anything about it. If you want to transfer her household registration, you can, but you need to pay back the bride price you received." Everyone was stunned by Wang Zhenjiang's shameless words. It seemed he wanted Wang Yanxiu's uncle to give him the bride price money. When Zhou Jianjun arrived, he was prepared. Hearing that Wang Zhenjiang wanted money, he relaxed and loudly said, "Fine. Today, in front of everyone, the village chief is here to witness this." Wang Yanxiu quickly went to stop Zhou Jianjun, not wanting to leave any money for Wang Zhenjiang. "Uncle, don't give him the money." Zhou Jianjun stopped Wang Yanxiu, saying, "It's okay. Listen to your uncle. You go to the side and wait. I will handle everything. Money is a small matter. Transferring the household registration is the real issue." Seeing Zhou Jianjun insist, Wang Yanxiu knew she couldn't change her uncle's mind, so she stepped back and watched her uncle negotiate with Wang Zhendong. A warm feeling appeared in her eyes. Although she had a heartless father like Wang Zhenjiang, she still had loving relatives like her uncle, aunt, and grandmother. That was enough for her. Zhou Jianjun looked at the people around and loudly said, "Uncle Village Chief, I will pay the 500 yuan for Zai Yanqiu, but from now on, Yanxiu and Wang Zhenjiang's family will have no relationship. They will cut all ties, even family ties. I hope you can witness this." The village chief looked at Wang Zhenjiang with disappointment. "Wang Zhenjiang, what do you say?" Wang Zhenjiang was now in a difficult position and didn't speak for a long time. If Wang Yanxiu and Zhou Jianjun transferred her household registration now, cutting all ties, he would lose his daughter forever. Thinking of this, Wang Zhenjiang's heart was filled with conflicting feelings. Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Zhenjiang and loudly asked, "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied?" Wang Yanxiu stepped forward. "My uncle has already paid this money. Think carefully. Don't go too far. Otherwise, we will all suffer together." Wang Zhenjiang saw that Wang Yanxiu's eyes held no warmth, like an enemy, and felt a cold chill. Remembering how Wang Yanxiu had changed these past days, he no longer dared to insist. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. "Fine. Do as you say." When Zhou Jianjun heard Wang Zhenjiang's words, he felt relieved and turned around. "Uncle Village Head, thank you very much." Village Head Wang Bagua sighed softly and asked Wang Zhenjiang, "Are you sure about this?" Wang Zhenjiang nodded with a bitter smile. "At this point, I have no other choice. My daughter is determined to leave this home, and I can't stop her." The village head looked at him mockingly. "If you had treated Yanxiu better, she wouldn't be so upset with you now, causing all this trouble." Zhou Jianjun stepped forward and said, "It's too late to say anything now. Today, the household registration will be transferred, and from now on, it has nothing to do with you." He took out 500 yuan from his pocket, handed it to the village head, and said, "Uncle Village Head, this is 500 yuan. Keep it for now. Once the procedures are done, you can give it to him. I don't trust him." The village head reached out and took the money. "All right." He then counted aloud in front of everyone, exactly 500 yuan. Village head Wang Bagua looked at Wang Zhendong with a displeased expression. "Let's go." take the household registration page, and we'll go to the village committee to handle the formalities. Wang Junjiang went inside to get his household register. He, the village head, and Zhou Jianjun went to the village committee. On the way, villagers pointed and whispered about him. He lowered his head, pretending not to see. Today, he had lost his dignity. Wang Junjiang was extremely angry inside, but felt helpless. At the village committee, in front of the village head and many others, the two families signed a formal separation agreement. The village head issued a household transfer certificate, which Wang Junjiang signed. Then, the village head stamped the official seal. Seeing that everything was in order, Wang Junjiang rubbed his hands and said, "Second uncle." The village head looked at Wang Junjiang's expression and clearly understood what he was thinking. He said impatiently, "Don't call me second uncle. I don't deserve that. Just don't regret your decision." Afterward, he took out the 500 yuan and threw it on the table. "Count it." Wang Junjiang, with a thick face, smiled and picked up the money from the table, counting it. "Yes, it's 500. The village head didn't look pleased. "Go now." Wang Junjiang smiled at the village head, then glanced at Yanxiu with a complex look in his eyes. From now on, Yanxiu had nothing to do with him. Seeing Wang Junjiang leave the village committee, Zhou Jianjun held the separation agreement and household transfer certificate, looked at the village head, and kept thanking him. Village chief Wang Baoguo waved his hand and said, "I'm ashamed. Our village has such a problem." Yanking Wang took the household registration transfer certificate and the letter of disownment from her uncle. As she looked at them, tears started to fall, but soon she smiled again. At this moment, Yanking felt that most of the gloom in her heart had lifted. Finally, she was leaving this family. Although her uncle spent a lot of money, she had achieved her goal. She would slowly repay her uncle later. She had space and spiritual spring water and many pills inside the space. She wasn't worried about not having chances to help her uncle. Everything was settled. Zhou Jianjun and others felt relieved. Although they spent money, they could earn it back slowly. For Yanking, Zhou Jianjun didn't mind spending. After saying goodbye to the village chief, Yanking also said farewell to Aunt Li and others. From now on, she would visit Wangjia village less often. Tomorrow, after she moves her household registration to Zijiatan at the police station, she will no longer be part of Wangjia village. Everything was ready. Zhou Jianjun, Yanking, and the others rode 3 bicycles out of Wangjia village. Yanking sat on Zhou Jianjun's bike, watching the village get smaller and smaller. She felt like a heavy mountain had been lifted from her shoulders. She felt much lighter and her mood improved a lot. Although she didn't show it on her face, a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Soon, the 3 bicycles arrived back at Zijiatan. At Zhou Jianjun's house, Yanking got off, greeted Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua, then ran inside. Her grandma was still waiting for her news. At the door, Zhou Jianjun pulled Zhou Jianhua and others to go inside together. "Let's eat together. Your sister-in-law has prepared the meal." They couldn't refuse, so they stayed. At noon, Li Guiyan cooked several dishes, cut half a jin of pig's head meat, and brewed 2 jin of rice wine. With both meat and vegetables, they enjoyed a good meal. When doing favors for others, you shouldn't skip a meal. That's just common courtesy. Yanking sat inside with her grandma, aunt, and Zhou Lanfang, chatting. They set up a separate table for themselves. The men outside drinking wine found it boring to join them. Wang Yanxiu said that her uncle had finished all the arrangements and had the necessary documents in hand. They were just waiting to go to the household registration office tomorrow morning to change her household registration. "Grandma, from now on, I will live with you. Please don't find me annoying." Wang Yanxiu's eyes were moist, and she smiled as she held her grandma's hand, speaking a little playfully. Her grandma happily nodded at Wang Yanxiu's straight nose and said, "All right, I won't mind you." Wang Yanxiu thought for a moment and shared her inner thoughts. "Grandma, I want to change my surname. I want to have the same surname as my mother, Zhou." Her grandma and Aunt Li Guiyun were surprised at first, then they smiled happily and clapped their hands. "Good, good. We won't be Wang anymore. We'll be Zhou." Zhou Lanfang was so happy, she almost jumped up. If our surname is Zhou, then I have a sister now. Li Gothian patted Zhou Lanfang on the back. You silly girl, Yanqiu has always been your real sister, even closer than a real one, you know? Zhou Lanfang made a funny face. Wow. Yanqiu used to have a surname Wang, but now it's Zhou. It feels different. Everyone laughed so hard they couldn't stop. Today, Wang Yanqiu handled a big matter, so she felt pretty good. But some old grudges still lingered in her heart. She could take her time with the Wang Zhenjiang family. She wouldn't let them have an easy time. There was also someone she hated for 19 years. Her hatred for him was even stronger than for Wang Zhenjiang. But for now, she would focus on completing the household registration process and make him suffer a little first. A cold flash appeared in Wang Yanqiu's eyes, then disappeared instantly. At the dinner table, everyone was happy and chatting cheerfully, filled with laughter. After dinner, Wang Yanqiu helped Li Guoyun clear the small table. Li Guoyun stopped her a few times, and Wang Yanqiu said a little sadly, "Auntie, you're treating me like a guest." Seeing this, Li Guoyun smiled and patted Wang Yanqiu's forehead. "You're too clever. I just want you to rest a bit longer." Wang Yanqiu grinned widely. "Auntie, I'm not tired. I'm happy to help you." Li Guoyun laughed. "All right, let's clean up together." Zhou Lanfang, nearby, refused. "Mom, I want to help too." Li Guoyun, in a good mood, said, "Okay, the two of you can help." 3 people quickly finished tidying up. After they finished, Li Guoyun grabbed a plate of bought sunflower seeds and chatted inside the room. Mainly, Grandma and Auntie were talking, while Wang Yanqiu and Li Gothian listened and occasionally whispered a few words. The inside of the room was warmer than outside. Grandma was in a good mood today. Usually, after lunch, she would go take a nap or she would be very tired. But today, she wasn't sleepy at all. She didn't mind and thought it was because she was happy about Yanqiu's household registration change, so she had no sleepiness. After a while, Wang Yanqiu heard some chairs being moved outside. It was probably that her uncle and others had finished drinking. She lifted the cotton curtain at the door and looked out. Her uncle and the others had almost finished their drinks. Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jianxi were about to leave. Wang Yanqiu stepped forward and gratefully said, "Thank you so much, uncles and brother Go." Today, they quickly waved their hands. They only came to support the scene today. They saw how well Wang Yanqiu performed and didn't underestimate her. "We didn't do much to help. We're all in the same village now.
Just call us if you need anything."
Wang Yanqiu smiled and said, "Okay." After seeing them off, Wang Yanqiu and Zhou Jianjun went back inside. Zhou Jianjun had drunk wine and looked a little red in the face. He looked at Wang Yanqiu and said, "Yanqiu, tomorrow, when we go to town with Uncle to transfer your household registration, you will officially be part of our Zhou family village. No one can bully you here, understand?" Wang Yanqiu nodded gently, her eyes shining like stars. "I understand, Uncle. Also, I want to change my surname to Zhou, the same as my mother's. Is that okay?" Hearing her idea, Zhou Jianjun nodded excitedly. "Of course. From now on, your name will be Zhou Yanqiu. It sounds better too, huh?" That night, Wang Yanqiu and Grandma had dinner at her uncle's house, then went back to Grandma's house to sleep. Before sleeping, she poured a bowl of water for herself and Grandma. It had less spiritual spring water than the night before, about half. Sure enough, Grandma's reaction was less obvious. She smiled and chatted with Wang Yanqiu for a while before falling asleep. Wang Yanqiu also poured herself a bowl of spiritual spring water to drink. Because she is the owner of this space, the spiritual spring water can be treated as ordinary water for her, gradually strengthening her body. However, for someone like Grandma, who is older and has serious energy depletion, the reaction might be a bit strong. So, Wang Yanqiu thought to herself that in the future, she must be more careful when giving others the spiritual spring water. Not too much at once. After Grandma fell asleep, Wang Yanqiu washed her face, took off her clothes, and went to bed. Today, when she went to Wang's village, she covered herself a bit to avoid unnecessary trouble, so she didn't look as radiant. After tomorrow, She can show her normal face to others. It can only be said that the spiritual spring water and that strengthening pill are too powerful. They have quickly repaired the damage in her body from the past 2 years and strengthened her physique. Her strength, which was already greater than that of an average person, has been greatly increased. The sun had just risen above the horizon when Wang Yanxiu and Grandma almost woke up at the same time. They looked at each other for a moment, then both smiled. Such days feel truly happy, waking up and seeing the person you care about nearby. Grandma was the first to get up, smiling and saying, "Xiao Yanxiu, sleep a little longer. Grandma will cook breakfast this morning." Today, she seemed to feel a bit younger, and she slept very soundly last night, with no dreams at all. She hadn't had such good quality sleep in a long time. Wang Yanxiu also got up. She didn't like to stay in bed after waking up. She preferred to get up right away. "I'll get up too." Seeing her get up, Grandma didn't stop her. Anyway, after breakfast today, they needed to go to the town police station for some matters, so getting up early was good. After a simple wash-up, the two, one old and one young, worked together to prepare breakfast. Grandma lit the fire and Wang Yanxiu washed and chopped vegetables. She cooked stir-fried cabbage, adding a little spiritual spring water, just a small amount. While making the ordinary stir-fried cabbage taste better, it also gradually improved Grandma's health. After the cabbage was cooked, Wang Yanxiu made porridge, eating cornmeal porridge and heating up 2 steamed buns. Breakfast was ready. Grandma, by the fire at the stove, had her face glowing red from the flames, full of a kind of hope. During breakfast, Grandma drank half a bowl of porridge again. Gradually, her appetite was increasing. Wang Yanxiu watched Grandma eat more than usual and felt happier than herself. She silently prayed that Grandma would live a long life, stay healthy, and be able to spend more time with her. After eating, Wang Yanxiu sat with Grandma by the stove, chatting. Grandma shared funny stories from her childhood, and they both laughed happily. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell came from outside. Wang Yanxiu looked up quickly. "Grandma, I think Uncle is here. I'll go see." She went to the yard and saw Uncle calling her from outside the gate. "Yanxiu, have you finished eating?" "Yes, Uncle. Grandma and I have already eaten," the girl replied happily, her voice bright like a silver bell. Zhou Jianjun was surprised. He felt that Wang Yanxiu's voice sounded much more cheerful today. "Finished eating? Let's go now. It takes about an hour to get to the town. We should leave early." "Okay, I'll tell Grandma first," Wang Yanxiu said. Before she could go back inside, Grandma came out and said to Zhou Jianjun, "Junzi, get everything ready so we don't forget anything." Zhou Jianjun smiled and patted his pocket. "Don't worry, Mom. I've checked several times. I've got everything. Good. Take your time on the way, and be careful not to fall." "Yanxiu." Zhou Jianjun kept reassuring her. "Don't worry. I'll be careful. I won't fall." After saying goodbye to Grandma, Wang Yanxiu sat on Zhou Jianjun's bike and headed to the town. The town they were going to is called Qingyang Town. It's about 30 miles from Zhoujia village. Even by bike, it would take at least an hour to get there. The road isn't easy, and there's a hill along the way. Halfway there, Wang Yanxiu heard Zhou Jianjun breathing hard. "Uncle, how about I take over and ride for you?" Zhou Jianjun panted and said, "It's okay. I can still ride. Besides, you're just a young girl. Can you handle my 200 pounds? Wang Yanxiu said confidently. "Uncle, don't underestimate me. I'm strong. Want to try and see?" Zhou Jianjun remembered how his niece had single-handedly held his fist yesterday at Wang Zhenjiang's house. He looked back at Wang Yanxiu. Really, she looked sincere. "Really? Just try and you'll see." Zhou Jianjun hesitated, got off the bike, and handed it to Wang Yanxiu. "Are you sure you can do it?" Wang Yanxiu didn't reply. With a long stride, he stepped onto the bicycle and looked back at Zhou Jianjun. "Uncle, get in the car." Zhou Jianjun looked around before and after, but no one was there. Only then did he slowly sit on the back seat of the bike. The rear wheel suddenly sank half a centimeter. Fortunately, modern bicycles are built so well that the wheel wouldn't deform easily. Otherwise, his weight might have bent the wheel. He's over 1.8 meters tall, and it's a bit embarrassing to be led by a young girl. Wang Yanxiu felt the back of the bike sink down. Sit tight, we're leaving. He pushed hard with his legs, and the bicycle shot forward instantly. Zhou Jianjun didn't expect Wang Yanxiu to ride so fast. Despite being so heavy, he seemed unaffected, as if riding no more than air. Wang Yanxiu's feet moved quickly, and with Zhou Jianjun sitting behind, who weighed nearly 200 jin, the bicycle's pedals seemed to leave a ghostly afterimage. Zhou Jianjun only felt the wind rushing past his ears and shouted, "Yanxiu, slow down. Slow down." His carefully styled hair was blown into disarray. Hearing Zhou Jianjun call out from behind, Wang Yanxiu slowed down a bit, but still kept a fast pace. The bicycle pedal spun as if there was no resistance. Whatever speed he wanted, he could reach. Zhou Jianjun watched Wang Yanxiu's face stay calm and breath steady, as if she hadn't exerted any effort. He couldn't help but admire her. This was the steepest part of the uphill, the most tiring stretch. Even he would be panting without carrying anyone, but his niece seemed unaffected. Seeing how slender Wang Yanxiu was, he couldn't believe such a small body could unleash such powerful energy. Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but sigh. "Yanxiu, your strength. Uncle is truly impressed." Wang Yanxiu smiled and said, "Uncle, I told you I have a lot of strength, but I didn't expect it to be so big, almost like a strong man." Wang Yanxiu smiled silently and pedaled quickly, leading Zhou Jianjun forward. In the distance, they saw a series of well-arranged houses. Wang Yanxiu's eyes lit up. "Qingyang Town, we're almost there." Zhou Jianjun called out from behind, "Yanxiu, get off the bike. Let Uncle take over." "It's okay, Uncle. I know the way," she replied. Zhou Jianjun sighed helplessly. "I'm just worried others will say I let a young girl ride the bike and carry me." Wang Yanxiu realized this and chuckled softly. "Haha, Uncle, you really care about face." The two swapped places. Wang Yanxiu sat in the back seat of the car, while Zhou Jianjun leisurely rode his bicycle with Wang Yanxiu. They were almost there. Because Wang Yanxiu was riding very fast ahead, they arrived much earlier than expected. It was probably just after the police station opened for the day. The police station in Qingyang Town is located in the town center. Zhou Jianjun took Wang Yanxiu there quickly. He parked the bicycle at the police station entrance, locked it, and went inside to explain their visit and register. Wang Yanxiu saw a notice board outside the police station with some notices posted. Curious, she approached to look while her uncle was registering. She saw some missing person notices posted there. He Jing, female, 18 years old, from Sanjiang Village, Qingyang Town. About 1.6 meters tall, round face, big eyes, always smiling, with a small black mole the size of a green bean on her forehead. She went missing on March 16, 1975. At the time, she was wearing a blue coarse cloth jacket and black pants. Her parents are very worried and hope that anyone who has seen her or knows her whereabouts can provide clues. Contact person, Deshan He address, Sanjiang Village, Qingyang Town. Besides that, there are several other missing person notices, mostly young women. Wang Yanxiu's gaze was uncertain and distant. Missing young women? She remembered the rotten corpses and skeletons she saw in Zhang Yuanbiao's backyard in her previous life. Back then, Zhang Yuanbiao tied her up with ropes to make her behave and took her to see it. It was like hell on earth. At least 10 women's bodies, tortured to death, turned into white bones. Zhang Yuanbiao threatened her that if she didn't behave, she would soon become one of them. After seeing that, Wang Yanxiu felt so sick she couldn't eat for 3 days. Just as Wang Yanxiu was lost in her thoughts, Zhou Jianjun had finished registering. "Yanxiu, let's go inside and handle the formalities." "All right, I'm coming." With the energetic voice of a 17-year-old girl full of vitality, Wang Yanxiu agreed. Shaking off her thoughts, Wang Yanxiu and Zhou Jianjun went together to the household registration office of the police station. Because all the procedures were complete and Zhou Jianjun knew some people at the station, he had already made arrangements in advance, so the process went smoothly. Soon, Wang Yanxiu's household registration was moved from Wang Jiazwang to Zijiatan, and she shared the same household register with her grandmother. Her name was changed from Wang Yanxiu to Zhou Yanxiu. Seeing the completed paperwork, Wang Yanqiu, no, from now on, Zhou Yanqiu, felt relieved. The name Zhou Yanqiu sounded much better than Wang Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu's pretty face lit up with a sweet smile. A heavy burden in her heart had been lifted. Looking at the completed paperwork, she realized she was now completely separate from Wang Zhenjiang, but her hatred still hadn't fully disappeared. It didn't matter. She could take her time to settle the score with Wang Zhenjiang. However, there was another big enemy waiting for her to confront. Compared to Wang Zhenjiang, Zhou Yanqiu's hatred for Zhang Yuanbiao was even greater because he had tormented her directly for 19 years. Moreover, recalling the 10 or more female bodies found in that hellish underground cave, she couldn't just stand by and watch him continue to harm others. People like him must face the harshest punishment. After finishing the procedures at the household registration office, Zhou Yanqiu thought she was about to go home, but unexpectedly, Zhou Jianjun called her over. Zhou Jianjun took her to another office in the police station. He knocked on the door and a voice inside said, "Come in." She looked at the sign on the door. Deputy Director. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised. She didn't expect her uncle to know the deputy director of the local police station. Inside the office, a middle-aged man in a police uniform was busy reading documents. When he saw them enter, he looked up and smiled. "Jianjun, you're here to handle some formalities, right? Are you done? Do you want me to go with you?" Zhou Yanqiu looked at the man. The office had only a desk, so he must be the deputy director. Seeing how familiar the deputy director and her uncle seemed, their relationship was probably not simple. Sure enough, Zhou Jianjun was quite casual, sat down directly across from him without waiting for an invitation, and told Zhou Yanqiu to sit as well. "Here, Yanqiu, sit anywhere. This is Uncle Zhang Ligua, your uncle's close friend. He's the deputy director here at the police station. Don't be shy." Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhang Ligua, who appeared very serious, and politely called out, "Uncle Zhang." Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration and said, "Jianjun, is this your niece who needs to register her household? She's really beautiful. It's a pity my son is still young. If he were older, I would definitely want to marry her." Hearing Zhang Ligua joking like that, Zhou Yanqiu's fair face blushed for a moment. Zhou Jianjun looked proud and said, "Of course. My niece has always been pretty. But I have to say, your son doesn't quite match up in looks." Hearing Zhou Jianjun boast proudly, Zhou Yanqiu blushed with embarrassment. "Uncle." Zhou Jianjun noticed Zhou Yanqiu was a bit shy and stopped the topic. All right, I won't say more." Zhang Ligua smiled and said to Zhou Yanqiu, "It's okay. Uncle Zhou and I are very close friends. We're used to joking around." Zhou Jianjun then smiled and told Zhou Yanqiu, "I haven't told you yet. Uncle Zhang and I fought together on the battlefield in the same trench. I made a small mistake and had to leave, but now I'm just a civilian." This young man here, after switching careers, became the deputy director. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised to learn about her uncle's past. No wonder he was so familiar with the deputy director. The two continued chatting about all sorts of things, from north to south, while Zhou Yanqiu listened quietly. During their conversation, Zhou Yanqiu asked her question. "Uncle Zhang, I saw a notice board outside with several missing person notices. Have they found anyone?" Zhang Ligua hesitated and sighed. It's hard to say. No clues at all, nothing to go on. Over the years, nearly 10 people have gone missing in Qingyang town. The authorities are very concerned about this case. They're even having headaches over it." Zhou Yanqiu nodded thoughtfully, her mind constantly recalling scenes from Zhang Yuanbiao's cave. She shivered involuntarily. Then a surge of hatred filled her heart. Whether it was to avenge her past self or to stop him from harming innocent people again, she knew she had to find a way to deal with Zhang Yuanbiao, this beast. Zhou Yanqiu was convinced that Zhang Yuanbiao was somehow involved in this case. Even if he wasn't, his past crimes of harming so many lives could not be ignored. At noon, Zhang Ligua insisted that the two of them eat together. There was a small state-run restaurant in town. Not many people were eating there. The three of them ordered braised pork, 2 vegetarian dishes, and it cost Zhang Ligua about 2 yuan and 50 cents. This was a lot for that time. Remember, Zhang Ligua was the deputy head of the local police station, and his monthly salary was only 87.5 yuan. Since Zhang Ligua was a government worker, he couldn't drink alcohol during work hours, so Zhou Jianjun didn't drink either. After eating, Zhang Ligua went back to the police station because he couldn't stay away for too long. Zhou Jianjun, on the other hand, took Zhou Yanqiu to the town supply and marketing cooperative. He was glad to be there and planned to buy some things to take home. The supply and marketing cooperative in Qingyang town was the only state-run store in town. Zhou Yanqiu had only been there a few times. On such a cold day, there weren't many customers inside. A few saleswomen were chatting and eating sunflower seeds. Zhou Jianjun went straight to the fabric counter. There were different kinds of fabrics: coarse cotton, fine cotton, printed cloth, polyester, and some good quality fabric. Looking at the fabrics, Zhou Jianjun fell into thought. Li Guoyan had told him to buy some fabric for Yanqiu to make 2 dresses, but she didn't say what kind or how much. As a grown man, he didn't understand these things. He looked at Yanqiu, who was also looking around curiously. Shaking his head, he guessed she probably didn't know either. Seeing a saleswoman nearby eating sunflower seeds, Zhou Jianjun's eyes lit up. He called out, "Excuse me, miss, could you help me?" The saleswoman was busy chatting but turned to him when called. She wasn't annoyed. "What do you need, brother?" The store clerks in the town's cooperative were very down-to-earth, unlike those in big cities who often looked proud. They were all neighbors, and you might even be related without knowing it. So, as long as you weren't crazy, you wouldn't offend anyone for no reason. Zhou Jianjun pulled Yanqiu, who was watching curiously, closer and smiled. "Miss, this is my daughter. I want to buy some fabric for her to make 2 dresses. I'm just a simple man and don't know much about this, so I hope you can help me decide." The saleswoman was a sturdy woman with a round face, looking very kind. When she saw Zhou Yanqiu, her eyes lit up. "Oh my, this girl is so pretty. How did she grow up like this? I've never seen anyone so beautiful in town. TSK, she looks just like someone from a painting." The saleswoman held Zhou Yanqiu's hand, full of curiosity. "She's so fair-skinned, unlike the people here." Seeing such a beautiful young girl, the other 2 sales clerks nearby also looked over quietly. Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit embarrassed, like a monkey in a circus. She gently pulled her hand free. And in this place, when they see elders they don't know, if the elder is about the same age as a parent, a girl can call her aunt, and a boy can call her uncle. It's a polite way to address them. The saleswoman realized she had been a bit rude, but she liked looking at pretty people. She often collected pictures of beautiful models and looked at them carefully at home. Everyone loves beauty, right? Since she finally saw someone who looked as good as the pictures, she couldn't help but be curious. She looked at Zhou Yanqiu's slightly small clothes and then at Zhou Jianjun nearby, with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why are you so careless with her clothes? They don't fit her anymore. You should have bought her some new clothes earlier." Zhou Jianjun wasn't upset about what the saleswoman said. He was kind-hearted. "Yes, you're right. We need your help to pick some suitable fabrics for her." Zhou Yanqiu quickly explained, "And this is my uncle, not my father." "You've misunderstood." The saleswoman clapped her hands. "Oh, I see. Sorry about that, big brother." Her straightforward, hearty personality shone through clearly. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand. "Oh, it's no big deal. We're bothering you after all." The saleswoman patted her chest confidently. "Leave it to me." Then she took Zhou Yanqiu to the counter, looked her over from head to toe, and said, She's about my height, just a bit thinner. A set of clothes made from 12 yards of fabric will be enough for her." After saying that, she pulled Zhou Yanqiu to choose fabric. "Girl, I am Zhou's daughter, so you can call me Aunt Zhou. Let's see what colors of fabric you like. Here's some floral fabric for making new clothes for the new year. It looks festive. And this is polyester fabric, very popular. This one is tencel, available in several colors." Zhou Yanqiu didn't want her uncle to spend so much. Yesterday, her uncle had already given Wang Zhenjiang 500 yuan for her, which was a lot. Now he wanted to buy her clothes again, and she felt a bit guilty. She turned to look at Zhou Jianjun, about to say something. Zhou Jianjun saw her thoughts. Just pick what you like. Later, your aunt can make clothes for you. Your sister's New Year clothes are already ready. You can't wear the same outfit every year. Kids in our family always wear new clothes for the new year. Zhou Yanqiu swallowed her words. Yes, from now on, she would be part of the Zhou family. Her eyes filled with a little moisture, but she smiled brightly. Aunt Zhou, what do you think of this red floral fabric and the blue tencel? Can I make clothes with these two fabrics? Aunt Zhou, the shop assistant, nodded. Of course. The red floral fabric makes nice cotton-padded jackets and pants for the new year, very festive. The tencel fabric is also good for making durable, neat clothes. Many people like this kind of fabric now. Zhou Yanqiu was not a picky person. She quickly decided on these two fabrics. Total, 25 yards of fabric. 13 yards of floral fabric, costing 6 cents per yard. She also bought an extra yard of fabric tickets because she needed to make a cotton-padded jacket, just in case. 12 yards of tencel fabric, no fabric tickets needed, but it was a bit more expensive, 9 cents per yard. She spent a total of 18 yuan and 60 cents, plus some fabric tickets. Zhou Yanqiu watched her uncle pay, then bought some candies and peach cookies. These items didn't need tickets, and Zhou Yanqiu eagerly paid for them herself, spending just over a yuan. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's surprised expression, Zhou Yanqiu grinned slyly. Uncle, I still have some secret savings. Zhou Jianjun chuckled and shook his head. No more of that. With your uncle here, why are you paying? Zhou Yanqiu smiled. I know, uncle. After buying everything, the two left the supply store. Aunt Zhou, the shop assistant, saw them off at the door, reluctant to part. She waved and said, Girl, come visit Aunt Zhou more often. Zhou Yanqiu waved back. Okay, Aunt Zhou. The other two salespeople laughed at her, saying, Why are you so interested? Aunt Zhou smiled and said, Yes, such a pretty girl. Just looking at her makes me feel happy. On the way back, Zhou Yanqiu wanted to ride her bike with Zhou Jianjun, but he disagreed, saying, The way back is easy, lots of downhill. Uncle can handle it. During the ride home, Zhou Yanqiu sat on the back of the bike, occasionally chanting, Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Yanqiu. Then she happily laughed. Zhou Jianjun asked her curiously, What's so funny? Why are you so happy? With a cheerful voice, Zhou Yanqiu said, I think Zhou Yanqiu is a really nice name. An hour later, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu back to Zhoujia village. When they arrived home, Grandma was waiting at Uncle's house, along with Aunt Li Guiyun and cousin Zhou Lanfang, sitting around the fire talking. Today was an important day for Yanqiu to change her household registration. Grandma didn't wait for exact news and didn't go to sleep. She had something on her mind. How could she sleep? She wanted to see her granddaughter and have her on the same household registration book as herself as soon as possible. Suddenly, the clear sound of a bicycle bell came from outside. Zhou Lanfang immediately recognized the sound of her family's bicycle bell. Grandma, it must be my dad bringing Yanqiu back. I'll go see. Without waiting for a reply, she ran out quickly. Zhou Lanfang looked at the two people outside and happily jumped up and ran over. Yanqiu, you're back. Seeing her lively cousin, Zhou Yanqiu smiled with her eyes crinkling. Yes, sister, I'm back. Everything is settled. She then took out the household registration book. From now on, I'll be on the same household registration as Grandma. Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened. She stepped forward. Let me see. She took the household registration book and looked at it for a few moments, then turned and ran back inside. I'll show it to Grandma. Zhou Yanqiu watched her excited cousin, feeling hopeful. Grandma should be relieved now, she thought, and then she also headed inside. Zhou Jianjun saw Zhou Lanfang come out and say a few words to Yanqiu before running back inside. He didn't even look at himself. He sighed. This little girl was too revealing. Zhou Yanqiu entered the house. Grandma and Aunt were looking at the household registration book together. Honestly, what was so interesting about that book? This is the same book as before, just with an extra page about Zhou Yanqiu added. Grandma holds the household register and looks at the new page. Since she can't read, she listens as Li Guiyun reads aloud. Zhou Yanqiu, relationship to the head of household. Granddaughter. Grandma smiles so much she almost can't close her mouth. Good, good. Zhou Yanqiu has a nice name. Zhou Yanqiu walks up behind Grandma, places her hands on Grandma's shoulders, and looks at the household register together. This register means that from now on, she and Grandma are truly a family. She no longer has any connection to Wang Zhenjiang. Wang Zhenjiang can't threaten her anymore with the household register. This feeling is really wonderful. In the future, her world will no longer be restricted or hurtful. Only freedom and open skies will be ahead. Nothing can stop her from exploring the outside world. Grandma holds Zhou Yanqiu's small hand and happily says, "From now on, our little Yanqiu will always be with Grandma." In a couple of years, when she finds a good family, Grandma can watch her get married. Zhou Yanqiu blushes shyly and says, "Grandma, I don't want to get married." "What's so good about marriage?" "I want to stay with Grandma forever." Grandma laughs happily. Every woman gets married someday. When Sister Lanfang gets married, it'll be your turn. Zhou Lanfang was happily eating sunflower seeds nearby when she heard her grandma mention marriage. Her mood instantly turned sour. She pouts and says unwillingly, "Grandma, I don't want to marry so early." "What's so good about it?" "Washing clothes, cooking, having children, just thinking about it makes me tired." Grandma smiles and says, "All right, if you don't want to marry now, wait 2 more years. Anyway, the family can support you." Zhou Lanfang finally puts on a smile. "Grandma, you promised. If my dad and mom try to set me up, you'll help me stop them, right?" Yes, I'll help you." Ha ha ha. Zhou Yanqiu watches her grandma's happy mood now, so different from a few days ago when she first saw her. She secretly feels glad she came early. Otherwise, Grandma might not be so happy now. Zhou Jianjun walks into the room, seeing the happy family, and feels very touched. Zhou Jianjun lost his father when he was young. His weak mother worked hard to raise him and his sister. A few years ago, his sister also passed away. His mother, who loved her daughter very much, was very upset and lost her smile every day. Her health was getting worse, and her spirit was declining day by day. Zhou Jianjun was worried about how long his mother could hold on. But 2 days ago, after Xiao Yanqiu returned home, his mother's energy and mood improved each day. Her face showed more smiles, and she looked several years younger. He was very happy about this. Grandmother Zhou Lanfang heard her and proudly told Zhou Jianjun, "Dad, did you hear what Grandma said?"
"I don't want to get married now, no."
She knew her father listened most to her grandmother's words. Zhou Jianjun looked at his daughter with a helpless expression. "All right, I'll listen to Grandma. No marriage for now." Li Guiyun, with a serious face, looked at Zhou Lanfang. "Not getting married is fine, but you need to help more with the chores at home. Otherwise, you'll become lazy." Zhou Lanfang pouted, unhappy. "Helping more? It's not a big deal." Zhou Yanqiu watched his cousins changing expressions and found it a bit funny. Thinking about the college entrance exams restarting next year, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly said casually, "You could also study. Pick up your old textbooks. Maybe you can go to college someday." Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up, then dimmed. That's impossible. Colleges haven't been recruiting students for many years. Where would I go to college? She loved studying. In high school, she was among the top students in her class. But after graduation, she had no job and didn't know what to do next. She didn't want to marry just like that. If college started recruiting students again, she would definitely take the exam. But she also knew it was unlikely. It had been many years, and college students had almost become a legend. Zhou Yanqiu seriously said to her, "What if it's possible? Let's prepare just in case. There's no harm in trying. Then I'll study with you. We can do it together," he added. Zhou Lanfang was happy now. "Yes, let's study together. That way, my mother won't scold me anymore." Li Guiyun said impatiently, "You read your books. When did I say you could? I'm just worried you'll act like a crazy girl every day with no proper manners. When the time comes, it won't be good for your future family," Zhou Lanfang muttered. "That's exactly the effect I want." Li Guiyun didn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" "Oh, I didn't say anything. Zhou Yanxiu was watching his aunt and cousin interact and found it very amusing. Now that the weather is cold and winter is approaching, there isn't much work in the fields, so there's no need to go outside. Zhou Jianjun handed the fabric he bought from the supply and marketing cooperative to Li Guiyun. Li Guiyun waved to Zhou Yanxiu and went into the inner room. After entering, Zhou Yanxiu saw her aunt holding a soft measuring tape, ready to take her measurements. She understood that her aunt was preparing to make her clothes. Feeling warm inside, she didn't mind and happily cooperated with Li Guiyun's actions, standing straight, raising her hand, stretching her arm, and puffing out her chest. Soon, the measurements were done. Li Guiyun smiled and said, "All finished. In a few days, it'll be ready. Yanxiu will have new clothes to wear." Zhou Yanxiu smiled and said, "Thank you, Annie." Li Guiyun gently patted her and said, "Child, don't be so formal with your aunt in the future. If you need anything, just tell me. Your sister has it, and so do you. Do you understand?" Tears welled up in Zhou Yanxiu's eyes. She nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. She walked out of the inner room and saw her uncle, Zhou Jianjun, holding a double-barreled hunting gun, cleaning and oiling it carefully. Her eyes lit up. She didn't expect her uncle to have such a thing. "Uncle, what is that?" Zhou Jianjun paused his cleaning, looked up at her, and smiled. "Getting ready. Tomorrow, I'll go hunting in the mountains with Uncle Manhwa." Zhou Yanxiu's eyes shone even brighter. Excited, she asked, "Uncle, can I go too? On this cold and freezing day, not to mention the occasional appearance of poisonous snakes and fierce beasts on the mountain. If someone is not careful and gets bitten or attacked, it can be very dangerous." Hunters from nearby villages often risk their lives on the mountain every year. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and came up with a polite way to refuse. "Yanxiu, hunting on the mountain isn't that simple. Just climbing up can tire a person out." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yanxiu interrupted him. Zhou Yanxiu looked at him with bright, shining eyes, full of hope. "Uncle, I'm not afraid of being tired. I have a lot of strength. While you're hunting, I can help carry things. You know I'm very strong." She gestured with her hands, saying, "Very strong." Seeing her exaggerated expression, Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Yanxiu saw her uncle laughing and thought he didn't agree, so she became anxious. She had some ideas she needed to test, especially those related to her space. The best place to do that was on the back of Chongbai Mountain. But she had never been there before and wasn't familiar with the mountain. It would be best if her uncle, who knew the mountain well, took her there on her first trip. Once she got used to the mountain paths, she could go there secretly on her own. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and stood up. "Come on, follow me to the yard." Zhou Yanxiu didn't understand but followed him to the yard. Her grandmother, aunt, and cousin Zhou Lanfang also came out curiously, wanting to see what they were about to do. In the yard, Zhou Jianjun pointed at a water jar by the kitchen door and teased her with a smile. "Xiao Yanxiu, I won't make things difficult for you. If you can lift this water jar and hold it 10 centimeters off the ground, I'll let you go hunting with us." The water jar was about 1 meter tall, with a diameter of around 60 centimeters, filled with water. Zhou Jianjun had tried before. Given his size and strength, he could barely move it when full, but he couldn't lift it. It weighed at least 500 or 600 jin, about 250 to 300 kilograms. He couldn't believe that his slim, small niece could lift this full water jar. After listening to her uncle, Zhou Yanxiu went forward to check the water jar. She had never tried whether she could lift such a heavy jar before. Since drinking the spiritual spring water and taking the strengthening pill in that mysterious space, her strength, which was already much greater than that of an average person, had increased by at least half. Maybe she really could lift this water jar? Curious, Zhou Yanxiu was eager to try. Her grandmother and aunt watched nervously. Such a big water jar filled with water was not something a delicate young girl could move. Her grandmother quickly stopped her, saying, "Don't try to move it. Your uncle can't even move this jar, so you definitely can't. You'll hurt your back." Aunt Li Guohyun angrily walked over to Zhou Jianjun, using her 2 fingers to press hard on his waist, making him cry out in pain. Her cousin Zhou Lanfang stood nearby, watching with a strange look in her eyes. She was curious. Could her cousin really be that strong? She knew her father, Zhou Jianjun, very well. If Yanqiu wasn't really strong, he wouldn't have asked her to try. Zhou Yanqiu comforted her grandmother and aunt, saying, "Grandma, Auntie, don't worry. I just want to try. If I really can't lift it, I won't try again." Her grandmother was still a bit worried but saw that Zhou Yanqiu was determined, so she didn't stop her anymore. "Just once. If you can't lift it, then forget it. And there's nothing special on the mountain. If you really want to go, I can ask your uncle to take you." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and replied, "Got it, Grandma. I'll try once." She rolled up her sleeves, stepped forward, and went to the water jar. She bent slightly, wrapping her arms around both sides of the jar. Her thigh muscles tightened, her waist and hips tensed, and she coordinated her waist and legs. Using her strength, she lifted the water jar upward. "Hey!" Zhou Jianjun's eyes widened as he kept saying, "Impossible." Her grandmother and aunt muttered in shock, unable to speak. Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. Her normally round face looked a bit pointed. Zhou Yanqiu held the water jar with both hands, feeling like she was lifting it effortlessly. The water jar, weighing at least 500 or 600 jin, was lifted off the ground along with her straight legs and waist. Zhou Yanqiu felt she hadn't used all her strength, so she lifted the water jar easily. Without blushing or panting, Zhou Yanqiu held the jar, gently spun around in place, then set it back down. She looked proud and said, "Uncle, how about it? Can I go hunting in the mountains now?" Zhou Jianjun took a moment to recover, staring at Zhou Yanqiu as if she were a rare treasure. Confused by his gaze, Zhou Yanqiu looked herself over from all sides. Everything seemed fine. She waved at Zhou Jianjun and asked, "Uncle, uncle?" He snapped out of his thoughts and sighed. With your talent, it would be a shame not to join the army. In his mind, he thought that with Yanqiu's strength, even the top soldiers in the army might not match her. Meanwhile, Zhou Lanfang ran over curiously, touching her arms and legs, looking puzzled. She wondered how Yanqiu could lift the water jar when she wasn't even as strong. Not believing it, she stepped forward, copying Yanqiu's pose, bending down and holding the jar with both hands. "Hiya!" The jar didn't move at all. Zhou Lanfang looked at the jar again and tried again. "Hiya!" Her face turned red, but the jar still refused to budge. Angrily, she kicked the jar. "Ouch!" Zhou Lanfang jumped, clutching her foot. Zhou Yanqiu watched her and couldn't help but laugh. Her cousin was so funny. Grandma and her aunt also came back to their senses. Li Guoyan watched Zhou Yanqiu without blinking, exclaiming, "My goodness! Could our girl be a divine being?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled happily as she looked at Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected to face such a problem and still be unable to stop Zhou Yanqiu. It showed that Zhou Yanqiu was a rare genius. He chuckled and said, "All right, since you really want to go, let's go together. But once we're in the mountains, you must listen and not run around, understand?" Yanqiu's bright eyes lit up immediately. "I'll listen to Uncle." Zhou Lanfang, standing nearby, pouted and said, "Dad, I want to go too." Zhou Jianjun looked at her with a tired expression. "Move that water jar 10 centimeters away, and I'll let you go." Zhou Lanfang looked at the water jar and then at her still aching foot. She lowered her head and decided not to say anything. If I don't go, I won't go." "Let's go back inside," Zhou Jianjun said. The weather outside was cold, and it was warm inside the house. Coming out might make her catch a cold. Zhou Yanqiu was the last to walk quietly behind. After her grandmother and uncle went inside, she went to check the water jar again. Seeing no one paying attention, Zhou Yanqiu gently placed her right hand on the edge of the water jar. A small stream of spiritual spring water flowed out naturally, merging into the jar without splashing. Zhou Yanqiu squinted happily. Now, her aunt would use this water with spiritual spring every day for cooking and drinking. Her body would gradually get better. Even if she was healthy now, her constitution would improve over time. She would do her best to repay those who truly cared for her. Back inside, Zhou Lanfang quickly stepped forward and hugged her arm, full of curiosity. Yanxiu, do you practice Qigong? That really powerful kind, the one that can knock someone out with a single palm. Seeing her curious cousin, Zhou Yanxiu sat her down by the stove. Her Aunt Li Guiyun and grandmother also looked curious. Such strength. No, not just women, but few men could do that. At least, they had only heard of such talented people in stories. They never thought that this seemingly fragile girl, little Yanxiu, actually had such strength. They couldn't help but be curious. Curiosity is human nature, no matter age or gender. Zhou Yanxiu showed her strength without hiding it from her closest family members. After all, it was just about having strong muscles. It wasn't a big deal. What mattered most was protecting the secret of the space and the spiritual spring water. That was her real trump card. And with that secret, she wouldn't have to worry about her family's safety when she went out in the future. Seeing her grandmother and others staring at her, Zhou Yanxiu felt a little shy. She said to Zhou Lanfang, "There's no such thing as Qigong. I just happen to be naturally stronger. Also, it's best not to let outsiders know about this. Only our family should know." Her grandmother nodded repeatedly. Yes, a girl shouldn't show off like that. Otherwise, it might cause trouble for her future marriage. Zhou Yanxiu couldn't help but smile wryly. Was her grandmother's focus misplaced? Auntie also nodded in agreement, saying, "This is a minor issue. What if they think our Yanxiu is a rare treasure and trick us into giving it away?" After saying that, she warned Zhou Lanfang, "Did you hear me?
I'm talking about you."
Don't go around spreading secrets." Zhou Lanfang looked innocent and confused. She pointed at herself and said to Li Guiyun, "Mom, are you talking about me? That I talk too much? I don't talk too much. I keep my mouth shut tight." "Mom, you're slandering me." "You should apologize." Li Guiyun looked at her with impatience. "Just keep your mouth shut, that's all." Zhou Lanfang felt like her heart was hit hard, like 800 points, and she turned away, ignoring her mom. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanxiu and thought deeply. "Yanxiu, do you want to learn martial arts? If you do, your uncle can teach you in a few days." Yanxiu's eyes lit up. "Really? You can teach me?" Zhou Jianjun smiled. "I learned some basic skills in the army. It's easy to handle a few ordinary people. You're very talented. Just practicing a little and you'll be better than me." Yanxiu knew she was strong, but if she met a bad person, she didn't know how to use her strength properly. That's what makes her inexperienced. Her uncle was a soldier and knew martial arts, which was perfect. She planned to learn fighting skills from him. Her strength would definitely improve a lot. Now, she only knew how to use brute force, which wasn't enough. Dinner was at her uncle's house. Yanxiu felt more relaxed now. She owed her uncle so much already, so she didn't mind eating a few more meals there. In the future, when she had good things, she would bring some to her uncle's family. During dinner, her uncle, aunt, and cousin Zhou Lanfang all felt the meal was especially delicious today, even a bit more than usual. Li Guiyun thought her cooking had suddenly improved. After dinner, Yanxiu and Grandma went back to the old house. Before sleeping, Yanxiu asked Grandma to pour a bowl of water with spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water was slowly nourishing Grandma's body. It was still early, so the effects weren't visible yet. But Yanxiu carefully observed and saw that Grandma's health was really getting better. Her face was slightly red, no longer pale and lacking color. She also walked more steadily now, and the worries in her eyes had eased a lot. Everything was moving in a good direction. Zhou Yanxiu thought about going hunting with her uncle. She was woken up before dawn by the crowing of the rooster. She got up to prepare breakfast. Grandma had just woken up and saw that Zhou Yanxiu had already finished cooking. She muttered, "Look at you, you've already made the food, and I just got up. I'm getting old, and I slept in too late." Zhou Yanxiu reached out and took Grandma's hand, not allowing her to speak that way. "Grandma, what are you saying? Today I plan to go up the mountain with my uncle. I couldn't sleep because I was thinking about something. That's why I got up early." Zhou Yanxiu understood that Grandma had been drinking some spiritual spring water every night before bed. This water slowly nourished her body and repaired her deficiencies. The best time for this process was during sleep. That was also why Grandma had been sleeping well these past few nights. After breakfast with Grandma, her appetite improved even more. She finished a bowl of porridge, then took half a bowl more and ate half a steamed bun before stopping. Zhou Yanqiu watched her with a big smile, her eyes curling into pretty crescent shapes. After eating, Zhou Yanqiu prepared everything she needed to bring. Her weapons were with her uncle. She packed a basket so if she caught small game like wild chickens or rabbits, she could put them inside. Sometimes, she also found valuable medicinal herbs on the mountain, so carrying a basket was convenient. She also packed a bundle of rope. She told Grandma and then hurried to her uncle's house. Grandma watched Zhou Yanqiu leave until she couldn't see her anymore, then slowly went back inside her house. Zhou Yanqiu was still a bit worried that her uncle might go up the mountain without waiting for her. She quickly walked toward her uncle's house. 2 minutes later, she arrived at Zhou Jianjun's home. She pushed open the yard gate and saw Zhou Jianjun talking to Zhou Jianhua in the yard. She felt relieved and smiled. Uncle, Jianhua uncle. Zhou Jianjun hadn't yet told Zhou Jianhua about Zhou Yanqiu planning to go hunting with them. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come over, Zhou Jianjun smiled and said to Zhou Jianhua, Jianhua, today we're going up the mountain. Yanqiu is coming with us. Take her up the mountain for some fresh air. Zhou Jianjun didn't mention Zhou Yanqiu's special qualities. Zhou Jianhua was a bit surprised. In their place, not many women go hunting up the mountain. He was worried whether Zhou Yanqiu could keep up with them. He joked, it's fine to go along, just don't get lost. Before Zhou Yanqiu could reply, Zhou Jianjun explained with a smile, don't underestimate her. Her strength isn't worse than mine. This really surprised Zhou Jianhua. He hadn't noticed before, but since Zhou Jianjun said so, it probably isn't a problem. In Zhou Jianhua's mind, Zhou Jianjun is very reliable when it comes to handling things. Since he said so, Zhou Jianhua didn't say anything more. He just thought of it as taking a younger family member into the mountains for fun. As long as she doesn't run off, they can both stay safe. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua each carried a double-barreled hunting gun. These guns are useful when encountering big, fierce animals like wild boars. Zhou Jianjun took out a strong slingshot. Yanqiu, you can play with this. Zhou Yanqiu happily took the slingshot from her uncle. It was a simple Y-shaped wooden slingshot with 2 thick rubber bands. It's the kind rural kids often play with. This kind of slingshot isn't very powerful, but if she's accurate, she could shoot a chicken or a rabbit at close range. Zhou Jianjun also gave her a small bag of steel balls. Use these for fun in the mountains, but remember, don't aim at people. Zhou Yanqiu nodded happily. Don't worry, uncle, I know. Even if her uncle didn't say anything, she wouldn't dare put steel balls in the slingshot and aim at people. That could cause big trouble. Something like that has happened before. Once, a kid in their village was accidentally hit in the eye with a steel ball and went blind. Have you eaten? Once you're done, we'll head up the mountain. Uncle, I'm ready, Zhou Yanqiu said happily, playing with her slingshot. Zhou Lanfang came over, looking envious. She also wanted to go hunting in the mountains. Just hearing about it sounded exciting, but her father didn't allow it, saying she would only hold them back. The 3 of them prepared well. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua carried their rifles, checked the ammunition and water bottles, and made sure their knives were secured on their belts before heading up the mountain. As for the ropes and some dry food for lunch, they packed them in Zhou Yanqiu's basket. Zhou Jianhua felt a bit embarrassed seeing the young girl, Zhou Yanqiu, carrying so much. He wanted to take the basket from her, but Zhou Yanqiu stopped him. No need, uncle. I can carry this. It's very light, she said with a smile. Zhou Jianjun also smiled and said, it's okay, don't worry about her. Let her carry it. She's pretty strong. Zhou Jianhua didn't want to admit that Zhou Yanqiu was stronger than him, so he just nodded and said nothing more. About half an hour later, they reached the foot of Chongbai Mountain and started climbing. They followed a rough, uneven path up the mountain. At first, they worried that Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't be able to keep up or climb the path easily. They kept looking back to check on her, but soon realized she was walking more easily than they were. It was like she was walking on flat ground. Near the mountain's base, There weren't many animals left to hunt because they were too close to the village. Most small animals had already been hunted. Medium and large animals mostly lived deeper in the mountain, where only experienced hunters dared to go. Zhou Yanqiu's uncle was such a hunter. The mountain was big, and even Zhou Jianjun, who often hunted there, had only explored a small part of it. Deeper inside the mountain, even Zhou Jianjun wouldn't go easily because dangerous animals like tigers and wild boars often appeared there. Zhou Yanqiu carried a slingshot, occasionally aiming and shooting at different spots. They had been in the mountain for over an hour but hadn't found any good prey yet. Still, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua were not in a hurry. Hunting requires patience. Without patience, you're not suited for this work. Sometimes, going up the mountain and returning empty-handed several days in a row is normal. Zhou Jianjun found a relatively flat stone and said, "Let's rest here for a while." After walking for an hour or two, even they felt a little tired. Zhou Yanqiu hadn't felt very tired yet. He put down his basket and said, "Uncle, I'll play nearby." Zhou Jianjun reminded him, "Don't go too far." "Okay, uncle." Zhou Yanqiu held a slingshot, looked around, and saw that they were now in a fairly deep part of the mountain. Although it was winter and the weather was cold, the pine and cypress trees in the mountain stayed green all year round. Where the branches were thick, they blocked the sunlight, so even in the sunny spots, some areas remained dark. Zhou Yanqiu wandered nearby, not going far. He often picked up small stones from the ground and shot them with his slingshot to practice his aim. The slingshot wasn't very powerful. Beyond 20 meters, it lost most of its strength. Zhou Yanqiu even thought that throwing stones with his hand was more powerful. After a while, Zhou Yanqiu found it boring and wanted to go back to meet his uncle. Suddenly, he saw a shadow flash by the corner of his eye. He was startled. Looking carefully, he realized it was a gray rabbit that had been disturbed and was quickly running away into the distance. Zhou Yanqiu's face lit up with excitement. It was his first time seeing a small animal in the mountains. He couldn't let it escape. He quickly took a steel ball from his pocket, placed it in the slingshot pouch, and pulled back the rubber band. The rubber stretched tight. Zhou Yanqiu aimed at the running rabbit, then suddenly released his hand, and the steel ball shot out swiftly. The rabbit didn't slow down. Zhou Yanqiu exclaimed, "Oh no," but missed. He was happy to see a small animal, so he didn't want to give up easily. He quickly ran after the rabbit, pulling out another steel ball from his pocket and loading it into the pouch. He aimed again and shot. Again he missed. Getting anxious, Zhou Yanqiu picked up a small stone about the size of a pigeon's egg from the ground and threw it with all his might at the rapidly escaping rabbit. With a loud smack, the stone, thrown like a sharp sword from a giant bough, hit the rabbit. Coincidentally, it struck the rabbit, which was running fast. The rabbit tumbled over 5 or 6 times, then fell to the ground, unable to get up. Its 4 legs kicked helplessly, and it looked like it was about to give up. Zhou Yanqiu's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected that his casual throw would actually hit the target. During this hunting trip up the mountain, the first prey she caught was herself. She was excited to show her uncle later. Zhou Yanqiu quickly walked toward a nearby rabbit, which was her prize for today. As she lifted the rabbit, her body suddenly froze, and a strange expression appeared on her face. A map-like image appeared in her mind. On the map, 2 small red dots flickered nearby, sending her signals. Zhou Yanqiu surprisingly saw a map-like thing in her mind, with red dots flashing on it. She was startled and felt a moment of panic, thinking she had encountered something supernatural. But then she remembered she had seen space and experienced death before. What in this world could scare her now? Thinking this, her unease disappeared instantly. She focused on the map in her mind and realized it was just a real map. She looked around and compared it with the map in her mind. They were exactly the same, not a single detail off. The map in her mind was a 3-dimensional map centered on her, with a radius of 20 meters. What were those red flickering dots? Zhou Yanqiu concentrated her thoughts on one of the red dots, and suddenly, detailed information about it appeared. Wild ginseng, 25 years old, with high medicinal value. She was overjoyed, ginseng, and a 25-year-old wild old ginseng. As a native of this area, Zhou Yanqiu knew the most famous local specialty. Wild ginseng has high medicinal value and is very expensive. From the map in her mind, she learned that the red marked the location of a 25-year-old old ginseng. She focused her thoughts on another red wild ginseng, 30 years old, with high medicinal value. She gasped another wild ginseng, and this one was 30 years old. The older the ginseng, the more precious and potent it is, and the rarer it becomes. It was incredible that two such old ginseng roots were so close together and still undiscovered. Over the years, due to continuous harvesting by ginseng collectors, ginseng has become very rare around the outskirts of Changbai Mountain. Even 10-year-old ginseng is now quite uncommon. Older ginseng is mostly found deep in the mountains and forests. Those areas are home to many fierce animals, and even hunting teams rarely dare to enter. It's even less likely that ginseng collectors go there. Right now, Zhou Yanqiu's only thought is, I will get rich. I will get rich. I will get rich. Looking at the map in his mind, Zhou Yanqiu easily finds the locations marked by two red dots. The two red dots are close to each other. Zhou Yanqiu first searches for a ginseng that is at least 30 years old. He pushes aside the bushes and branches above and immediately spots the precious medicinal plant hidden among the tangled branches. Although the ginseng leaves are yellowed, he can faintly see 6 compound leaves. Zhou Yanqiu feels very excited. It's definitely at least 30 years old. As a local, even if he hasn't personally dug up ginseng before, he has heard that the number of compound leaves increases by 1 every 5 years. The ginseng he sees has 6 compound leaves, which means it is at least 30 years old. This matches perfectly with the red that's flickering on his map. Zhou Yanqiu feels a bit anxious. He's found the ginseng, but he doesn't have any tools to dig it up. What should he do? Should he wait until he sneaks up the next time to dig it, but he's afraid someone might see him? Without thinking, Zhou Yanqiu reaches out to touch the ginseng, thinking it would be great if he could transplant it into his space. As soon as his hand touches the ginseng, it suddenly disappears from where it was. Zhou Yanqiu is startled, almost thinking the ginseng has come to life and escaped. He has heard stories about ginseng coming to life since he was young. Even now, after discovering these wild ginsengs, collectors don't rush to dig them up. Instead, they carefully tie a red string around the plant, probably to prevent it from escaping. Suddenly, Zhou Yanqiu feels something strange in his mind space. Curious, he looks inside. It turns out that the missing ginseng is actually growing peacefully in a 2-acre field outside the courtyard. It was brought here. Zhou Yanqiu breathes a sigh of relief. He didn't expect his space to have such a function. Zhou Yanqiu tried again and found that this function could be controlled. To move this plant into the space, she needed to focus carefully. Now, Zhou Yanqiu had a guess. The map that suddenly appeared in her mind was also part of the space system. She looked at another ginseng plant that was 25 years old. She hesitated for a moment. Should she also put this one into the space? After thinking for a while, she decided not to. She already had a 30-year-old ginseng in the space, so this one was better left behind. She thought her uncle could exchange it for money. Her uncle had spent a lot of money on her these days, so their family's savings probably weren't much left. Besides, the vast Changbai Mountain was full of good things. She would have many chances in the future. With the space on her body and this map that worked like a radar, she wouldn't worry about not finding better treasures later. After making up her mind, Zhou Yanqiu reached out and picked up the rabbit. She was about to call Zhou Jianjun over to tell him about her unexpected discovery of the ginseng. Before she could speak, Zhou Jianjun's voice called from afar, Yanqiu. Yanqiu. Zhou Jianjun was a bit anxious. His niece was just here a moment ago. How could she disappear so quickly? Zhou Yanqiu waved her hand toward Zhou Jianjun. Uncle, I'm here. Come quickly. Zhou Jianjun finally relaxed, glad she was safe. He was quite startled earlier. He and Zhou Jianhua hurried toward her, and Zhou Jianjun muttered, "You kid, you disappear in the blink of an eye. You scared me." Don't do that again. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and spoke in a slightly playful tone. I know. Uncle, guess what I found? They looked at the rabbit in her hand. The rabbit? Zhou Jianjun's face showed surprise. Did you catch it? With a slingshot? Zhou Yanqiu looked proud. No, I hit it with small stones. Zhou Jianhua also looked impressed. Wow, I didn't expect that Yanqiu was the first to catch prey this time. Even if we go down the mountain now, we won't come back empty-handed. Zhou Yanqiu looked seriously at her two uncles. That's not all. There's more. She then headed toward the spot where the remaining ginseng was. It's here. Uncle, come over. Zhou Jianjun found her mysterious words intriguing and walked over to her. So mysterious. Did you find some mushrooms? You can bring them home for your aunt to cook. Yanking wanted to surprise him and didn't reveal the secret. She pointed at the ginseng and said, Look here, uncle. Zhou Jianjun looked at the ginseng with curiosity. He wondered what it was that made her so secretive. Could it be ginseng again? Zhou Jianjun bent down and looked at the spot Yanking pointed to. He squinted his eyes carefully. After 3 seconds, Zhou Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief. He threw his hunting rifle aside, knelt on the ground, and leaned forward to examine the plant closely. As a hunter in the village, he recognized valuable herbs like ginseng. He muttered to himself, Ginseng. It really is ginseng. Zhou Jianhua came over, squatted beside Zhou Jianjun and looked excitedly at the ginseng. It's at least 20 years old. Zhou Jianjun nodded. A good find. The gods are watching over us. It could sell for at least 1,000 yuan. Jianhua, quick, bring the shovel. Jianhua reached for a small shovel from his waist. It was specially used for digging up precious herbs, and now it was just right. They no longer cared about hunting. This ginseng was worth several wild boars, and more valuable. It would be easier to sell too. This was definitely their biggest harvest of the year. Zhou Jianjun carefully took the shovel and started digging around the ginseng. The roots were long, so he had to be very careful to keep each root intact. A good-looking ginseng could fetch a higher price. Yanking sat nearby, watching her uncles focus on digging the ginseng. She hadn't expected digging for ginseng to be so complicated. If she had known, she would have stored it in her space and taken it out at a better time. It was a mistake. She regretted it. It took over an hour for Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua to dig out the ginseng, taking turns. Zhou Jianjun carefully held the ginseng in his hands. They had dug it out very carefully, keeping the roots whole. Yanking moved closer to look. She realized that wild ginseng looked like a small white radish when it hadn't grown fully, just with a few more roots. It's not a big deal. There is a root in this space that's even larger than this one. But Zhou Yanqiu isn't planning to do anything with that ginseng for now. She'll just let it grow there and also check if there are any differences in the fields inside this space. Besides ginseng, Zhou Yanqiu plans to find some other plant seeds to plant and compare. She believes the crops grown in this space's soil are probably different from those outside. Once she tries, she'll know for sure. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua happily look at the ginseng in their hands. Coming up the mountain was really worth it. Zhou Jianjun looks at Zhou Yanqiu with a meaningful smile. He didn't expect his niece to be such a lucky charm. This was such a big harvest on her first trip up the mountain. They are now in a place where many people come to dig for ginseng. These people have searched many times, and even ginseng that is 3 or 5 years old is hard to find. Unexpectedly, there is a ginseng here that is at least 20 years old, and Zhou Yanqiu accidentally found it. This is truly a stroke of luck, unstoppable, and they all benefit from it. Yanqiu, you found this ginseng. Uncle will help you handle it. You keep the main part, and Jianhua and I will each take 10%. How does that sound? Zhou Jianjun suggests selling the ginseng because it's not very useful to them now, and if they talk about it, others might get suspicious. It's better to sell it directly for money. He didn't really want to keep the money himself, but if he didn't take it, Zhou Jianhua might feel embarrassed, so he made this suggestion. Based on Zhou Jianjun's estimate, this ginseng is worth at least 1,000 yuan. Even with just 10%, that's 100 yuan. In today's world, that's a significant amount. Zhou Yanqiu nods. She doesn't mind. Uncle, you can decide. Do you think we're sharing too little? Zhou Jianjun waves his hand. It's enough. This ginseng can sell for a good price. He carefully wraps the ginseng in a piece of cloth and keeps it close. Seeing her uncle has stored the ginseng properly, Zhou Yanqiu stands up and looks into the distance. Uncle, let's go into the mountains. Zhou Jianjun glances at her, pats the dust off his clothes, and says, Aren't you hungry? Let's eat something first. Zhou Yanqiu finally realized that they had been on the mountain for several hours. After working all morning, they must be hungry. Let's eat something first. The three of them returned to the big rock they had seen earlier, took out dry food and water, and started eating. Because it was very cold, the dry food had frozen and become hard. They nibbled on it little by little, taking a few bites and then drinking some water. They were outside, so there was no need for formalities. After about half an hour, they finally finished eating and filled their stomachs. Let's go. In another hour, whether we find anything or not, we have to go back, Zhou Jianjun said to the others. Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Yanqiu had no objections. Zhou Yanqiu had gained the most from this mountain trip. Her space even contained a ginseng that was 30 years old. She put the dead rabbit into her backpack. The three of them continued to walk deeper into the mountain. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua occasionally looked around for signs of wild animals, like droppings or footprints. They had gone quite far now, and both men became more alert, carefully watching their surroundings. Wild animals could be more dangerous here. Suddenly, Zhou Jianjun made a hand signal to the others. Zhou Yanqiu didn't understand what it meant, but she saw Zhou Jianhua already raising his hunting rifle. Her heart skipped a beat. Could they have spotted prey? She quietly looked ahead and heard faint animal sounds nearby. It was the grunting of wild boars. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. She was about to see a hunting scene. Zhou Jianjun lowered his rifle and moved forward quietly. In a somewhat open area, a few dark wild boars were foraging. One large male boar with tusks, weighing over 300 jin, was among them. There was also a sow, apparently full, lying lazily on the ground. Next to them, four small piglets ran around playing. Wow, it looked like a family outing. Zhou Jianjun's eyes narrowed. Today would definitely be a big harvest. He exchanged a secret signal with Zhou Jianhua, who nodded in understanding. A gunshot rang out, and the big boar let out a loud squeal, blood splattering on its neck. But this wild pig had tough skin and thick flesh, so it didn't fall immediately. It opened its bloodshot eyes, looked toward the direction of the gunfire, and immediately saw Zhou Jianjun. Its front hooves scraped the ground quickly, and it made a furious grunt. Then it let out a loud roar and charged at Zhou Jianjun. Another gunshot sounded, hitting the big boar again. The pig was in pain and trembling, but its fierce nature was also triggered. Zhou Jianjun calmly reloaded his gun. There was also Jianhua nearby. His gun hadn't fired yet, so the big boar couldn't cause trouble. When the gunfire rang out, the little wild pigs nearby were frightened and ran in all directions. The sow, seeing the big boar injured, also went wild and charged toward Zhou Jianjun. Bang! Bang! Jianhua fired 2 shots. The big boar was close and fell under the gunfire, hit 4 times. Even with tough skin and thick flesh, it couldn't withstand it. But the sow was also approaching. Although smaller than the big boar, it was still too strong for a person to handle alone. Yanqiu climbed the tree. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Once she was in the tree, he could take his time dealing with the wild pig. Zhou Yanqiu hesitated. She was strong, but she didn't know how to climb trees. Seeing the sow getting closer, Zhou Yanqiu quickly jumped into the tree. She jumped high, but then slowly slid down. Zhou Jianjun's eyes nearly popped out. Yanqiu, climb up. Uncle, I don't know how. Zhou Jianjun was annoyed. How could he forget to ask her about this? Usually, when they went hunting, climbing trees was basic. No one thought she wouldn't know how to do it. He climbed partway up the tree, then jumped down. Jianhua, help Yanqiu up. I'll distract the pig. Jianhua agreed and jumped down from the tree. Ugh, uncle, I don't need to. Zhou Yanqiu just wanted to say she didn't need help. Zhou Jianjun grabbed his machete and swung at the wild pig. With one strike, the pig's skin split open, and blood gushed out. Zhou Jianjun was also shaken, his hand trembling. This wild boar did not get injured, but became more aggressive. It turned around and charged at Zhou Jianjun. Its small eyes looked at the person holding a weapon, believing him to be the one who killed its husband. Zhou Jianhua was about to pull Zhou Yanxiu to the tree. Seeing the wild boar turn and attack Zhou Jianjun, he forgot about Zhou Yanxiu and quickly warned, "Yanxiu, stay back and hide." He then drew his machete, ready to help. Wild boars are very strong. There's a saying that they are as tough as a pig, a bear, and a tiger. When they go wild, even tigers avoid them. It's clear how dangerous they are. If Zhou Jianjun were hit directly, he would likely be seriously injured or worse. Zhou Jianjun focused, gripping his machete tightly. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but he didn't dare wipe it away. There was no time to dodge. The boar was too fast. Zhou Jianhua raised his machete, about to strike the boar. Suddenly, a figure darted out. It was Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Jianhua was startled. "Yanxiu, come back quickly." At this moment, Zhou Jianhua felt a bit annoyed. Was she causing trouble? It was just a wild boar. As a girl, what could she do to help? But then he saw something he would never forget. Zhou Yanxiu quickly crossed past Zhou Jianhua. Her speed was even faster than the boar's, almost like she had a shadow. In just a few steps, she reached behind the boar and bent down to grab its hind leg as it ran. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed one of the boar's hind legs and clenched her hand around it. She straightened up and pulled upward with all her strength. The running boar was stunned. Its forelegs kicked wildly. Why was the person in front of it suddenly so close but unable to reach? Why was its view getting farther from the ground? Before it could react, its body lifted off the ground. Its surroundings blurred as it spun around. Someone had grabbed its hind leg and was swinging it in circles. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua were stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Not far in front of them, Zhou Yanxiu held a wild boar's hind leg weighing 200 or 300 pounds with one hand. No matter how much the boar struggled, it couldn't break free from her seemingly delicate grip. Like a female warrior, Zhou Yanxiu spun the boar around in the air several times, then forcefully threw it against a nearby pine tree. Zhou Jianjun and the other person both opened their mouths in surprise. They had lived for over 30 years, but had never seen such a scene. This moment was probably unforgettable for them in their whole lives. After a loud bang, the pine trees shook violently, and the yellowed pine needles fell like rain. The wild boar was badly hurt. Its spine hit hard against a tree. It was now lying on the ground, spitting blood, with its legs twitching occasionally. It couldn't even make a sound, and it looked like it wouldn't survive. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua seemed to still be in a dream, their shock lasting a long time. Zhou Yanxiu looked proud of her achievement. She hadn't even used all her strength yet. She had only used about half her power. After a while, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua finally came back to themselves. Zhou Jianhua, with a complicated look, said to Zhou Jianjun, "Brother Jun, now I understand why you said Yanxiu is so strong. This is just." He thought for a long time but couldn't find the right words. It's like even our best soldiers can't compare. Looking at Zhou Yanxiu's slim and thin figure, Zhou Jianhua couldn't understand where such strength came from. Zhou Jianjun took a few deep breaths, calming his intense emotions a little. "Jianhua, what happened just now? Don't tell anyone. Keep it to yourself." Zhou Jianhua suddenly understood. "Brother Jun, I got it. Don't worry, I won't say a word." After that, Zhou Jianhua gave Zhou Yanxiu a big thumbs up. "Yanxiu, you're amazing." A faint smile appeared on Zhou Yanxiu's face. Her eyes curved, and her lips slightly lifted, looking very happy. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanxiu with a serious face, without any praise. "Yanxiu, don't take such risks next time. If you do, you won't be allowed to come to the mountain again, understand?" Zhou Yanxiu thought her uncle would praise her, but instead, she received a serious warning. Her pretty little face fell. Okay, I understand, Uncle. Zhou Jianjun looked at his niece with some annoyance. Alright, I was really startled just now. It was so dangerous. Even if you have strength, you can't use it like that, got it? Zhou Yanqiu nodded obediently.
Got it.
Zhou Jianjun gently rubbed her little head and then praised her. Yanqiu, you're really amazing. Zhou Yanqiu's mood suddenly brightened. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua calmed down and looked at the two wild boars lying on the ground.
The wild boars are dead.
They need to bleed them quickly, or the meat will spoil and become tough and sour, making it hard to eat later. Fortunately, they brought knives for bleeding, so it's easy to do on the spot. Zhou Jianjun pointed to a nearby stone and said to Zhou Yanqiu, sit over there and wait. Don't run around, understand? Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua needed to open the bellies and bleed the two wild boars. It wasn't suitable for little Zhou Yanqiu to help with this. They told her to wait on a stone nearby. They had to bleed the boars quickly, or the meat wouldn't taste good after some time. Zhou Yanqiu was curious about slaughtering and bleeding the pigs, but her uncles asked her to rest and sit quietly on the stone. Both uncles were experienced hunters, especially Zhou Jianjun, who had been a hunter for many years. They knew how to do this easily. In less than half an hour, both wild boars had been bled. They discarded some internal organs like the lungs, which people don't eat, and left some hanging on trees for animals that eat meat. This was a rule among hunters here, said to be a way to honor the mountain gods. They quickly made a simple wooden stretcher from branches. The two bloodied boars were tied onto it, and they dragged them down the mountain. They couldn't stay long in one place because the smell of blood might attract bigger, more dangerous predators. Going up the mountain was easy, but coming down was hard. Even after bleeding the boars and discarding some organs, they still weighed about 400 jin, around 200 kilograms. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua didn't let Zhou Yanqiu help, worried she might get blood on herself. Even if she had a lot of strength, she couldn't do this alone. But their uncles were strong and capable. Carrying the 400 jin boars on the wooden frame was no problem for them. When they reached near the foot of the mountain, it was a safe area. Big predators usually wouldn't come here. People fear those animals, but in truth, the animals are more afraid of humans. Zhou Jianjun found a place to stop, wiped his sweat, and they carried everything down. They were pretty tired too. But thinking about today's gains, it was all worth it. After a short rest, Zhou Jianjun said to Zhou Jianhua, Jianhua, we'll stay here and guard. You go to the village first, call Dagua and the others, and help carry the game down. Also, bring a cart over. Zhou Jianhua agreed and went to the village to call people. It takes about an hour round trip to go to the village and back, so the two of them could rest here for a while. However, Zhou Jianjun was tired, but Zhou Yanqiu was not feeling tired yet. She was surprised. After drinking the spring water and taking the powerful pill, could she really feel such a big change? Not only did her strength increase, but her endurance also improved a lot. But overall, it's not a bad thing. With stronger fighting ability, she wouldn't be bullied easily. Zhou Jianhua went to the village to call people to help carry the wild boar. At this time, everything on the mountain was public property. For example, the two wild boars they caught today, more than half would need to be shared with the villagers, and hunters could only keep about 30% for themselves. Of course, catching small animals like pheasants or rabbits was no problem. But this was already a good harvest, almost 400 jin of wild boar meat, and they could keep over 100 jin for themselves. The remaining about 300 jin would be shared with the village collective and distributed to each member. Of course, the matter of the ginseng today had to be kept secret. Luckily, Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jianjun, who grew up together, were close relatives and kept their mouths shut. He wouldn't go around talking. Zhou Jianjun sat on a stone to rest, looking at his niece. The more he looked, the more he thought she was a little lucky star. Not only did she find valuable aged ginseng easily, but she also caught a wild boar. Even hunters don't always have good luck when they go up the mountain. Most times, they come back empty-handed. Catching two big wild boars today was a rare harvest. At least Zhou Jianjun probably wouldn't catch so many wild boars in a year. He took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. Zhou Yanxiu's eyes widened as she watched her uncle smoke. It was the first time she saw him do that. "Uncle, you smoke?" Zhou Jianjun smiled, tapped off the ash, and said proudly, "Little girl, what's wrong with me smoking? Look at how many men in the village smoke." He casually reminded her, "But when you go home, don't tell your aunt I smoke, understand?" After saying that, he pretended to look fierce at Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Yanxiu wasn't scared by him. She already knew her uncle cared about her. She nodded repeatedly. "Okay, uncle. I won't tell aunt. But why doesn't aunt want you to smoke?" Junjun Zhou smiled happily. "Your aunt worries about the money spent on smoking. She wants us to save money. But I don't smoke often, just an occasional cigarette." Zhou Yanxiu said seriously, "Uncle, when I have money in the future, I will buy you cigarettes. Good ones, expensive ones." Junjun Zhou laughed at her. "All right, I'll wait for you to buy me cigarettes. But don't let aunt find out." Zhou Yanxiu squinted and smiled. "Okay, I'll buy secretly so aunt won't see." Junjun Zhou remembered that earlier Zhou Yanxiu couldn't climb trees. He took a few puffs of his cigarette and then threw it away. "Come, Yanxiu, let me teach you how to climb trees. If you come into the mountains, you must know how to climb. It's basic for hunting. Even if you don't hunt later, knowing how to climb might come in handy." Zhou Yanxiu nodded. "Yes, uncle. Please teach me. I want to learn to climb trees too." If she had known how to climb trees earlier, her uncles wouldn't have had to jump down to face the wild boar. So, Zhou Yanxiu also wanted to learn how to climb trees. And in the future, if she found something good in the trees, what would she do? She had to learn to climb. Junjun Zhou found a sturdy pine tree and demonstrated. "Watch carefully. First, press the inside of your foot against the trunk. Wrap your hand around it. Use your left foot and right hand to climb up, then your right foot and left hand, alternating." He repeated the demonstration a few times, then looked at Zhou Yanxiu. "Got it." Zhou Yanxiu silently practiced a few times in her mind, moving left and right, left and right.
"Got it."
"I'll try." She imitated Junjun Zhou, pressing her inside foot against the trunk, wrapping her hands around it, then pushing with her feet and alternating her hands. Like a nimble monkey, she climbed the tree. Junjun Zhou was surprised and patted his forehead. This little Yanxiu, in just a few climbs, might learn all his skills. Zhou Yanxiu didn't expect she could climb so quickly. She turned her head to look down. She was at least 5 meters above the ground. She climbed up in less than 3 seconds. Zhou Yanxiu felt that learning was very simple for her. She learned quickly, as if she was born knowing how, just forgotten over time. Without her uncle's teaching, she figured out how to climb down a tree on her own. She used her hands and feet to touch the trunk, avoiding her clothes. She alternated her hands and feet to descend 2 steps. When she was only 2 or 3 meters above the ground, she suddenly jumped down. Zhou Jianjun was startled and wanted to say something. But he saw Zhou Yanxiu land lightly in front of him, unharmed, with a big smile, saying, "Uncle, I learned it." Zhou Jianjun touched her forehead and said, "Be good. Don't climb down from trees so high. What if you land on a stone? Twisting your ankle is nothing. Be honest and careful when climbing down. Do you understand?" Zhou Yanxiu nodded obediently, acting like a good girl. "Got it." Zhou Jianjun saw that she was not being entirely truthful and almost laughed out loud. He realized that his niece was a little rebellious too. Having just learned to climb trees, Zhou Yanxiu was curious and started looking for nearby trees to climb. Soon, she became more skilled at climbing, almost as good as Zhou Jianjun, her experienced teacher. After all, she was naturally strong and coordinated, so learning to climb trees was quite easy for her. When Zhou Jianhua arrived with Zhou Jianxi, Erguzi, and others, Zhou Yanxiu had already climbed up and down several trees nearby. "Brother Jun, today's a big harvest. We'll have meat to eat today," she called out happily from afar, clearly excited. It was probably Zhou Jianhua who had come to call her. Zhou Yanxiu looked and recognized everyone. She had helped them last time when she went to Wangjia village to change her household registration. She politely called out to them. Zhou Jianjun smiled and took out cigarettes, handing them to everyone. A group of grown men smoked for a while, then prepared to carry the wild boar back. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand. Come on, brothers, let's quickly carry this wild boar back. If we're quick, we might still have time to share the meat today. Zhou Jianhua carried the boar while smiling. There's still time. When I arrived, I already told my dad. They're already preparing. Later, we'll take it straight to the square to divide the meat. All right, let's hurry. We can still have pork stew tonight. A few people carried the wild boars down the mountain, which made it much easier. Zhou Yanqiu, like before, didn't help with the lifting. She carried a basket on her back and followed behind everyone. Inside the basket was a dead rabbit, covered with several layers of leaves, and at the bottom was a tightly wrapped ginseng root. Just now, Zhou Jianjun and she had placed the ginseng into her basket. Later, Zhou Jianjun planned to go to the village square to divide the wild boars. His family and Zhou Jianhua would first take their 30% share, and the remaining would be shared among the villagers. Since they were the ones who caught the boars, they had the priority to choose first. As for Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Jianjun told her to go home and wait. Tonight, they would cook the meat and enjoy it. The group quickly carried the boars down the mountain. At the roadside below, there was a cart. They shouted to load the 2 large boars onto the cart. Then they pulled the cart back to the village. Half an hour later, the cart with the 2 boars entered the village. As soon as they arrived, some children came over to watch. The children knew the boars would be shared with everyone in the village. Excitedly, the children shouted, "Tonight, we'll have meat to eat. Go tell your moms, we're having pork tonight." They ran back home to tell their families to come and share the meat. On the way to the village square, they passed by Zhou Jianjun's house. "Yanqiu, go home first. Let your aunt boil some water. We'll stew the meat tonight." After saying this, Zhou Jianjun gave Yanqiu a quick signal. She understood that she should hide the ginseng root first. Zhou Jianjun handed her his hunting rifle and machete, telling her to take these tools home. Yanqiu smiled and said, "Okay, uncle. I'll go back now." She then carried her basket and headed to Zhou Jianjun's house. As soon as she pushed open the door, she called out, "Auntie, auntie." Li Guiyun was inside and responded, "Yes." Then Zhou Lanfang ran out the door. "Yanqiu, you're finally back. Did you have fun in the mountains? I heard my dad and the others caught 2 big wild boars this time. We'll have plenty to eat." When Zhou Lanfang saw Zhou Yanqiu return, she immediately started chattering excitedly. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "There are 2 big wild boars. Uncle and the others went to the square. I'll go home first to put things down." Li Guiyun came out and called Zhou Yanqiu. "Yanqiu, come inside and talk." "Lanfang, quickly take the things from your sister," Zhou Yanqiu said. "No need. Let's go inside and talk." She then took Zhou Lanfang into the house. Inside, Zhou Yanqiu put down her basket and took out a rabbit from inside. She handed it to Li Guiyun. The rabbit meat is good for braising or stir-frying, and it's a great snack to go with drinks. Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up. "It's a rabbit. Stir-fried rabbit is so delicious. Mom, let's cook this rabbit tonight." It seems Zhou Lanfang really likes eating rabbit meat. Li Guiyun rolled her eyes and said, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is think about food. Besides eating, what else can you do?" Zhou Lanfang wasn't upset. She flattered Li Guiyun. "I can also make you happy, Mom." Li Guiyun couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Lanfang's shamelessness. That's what's good about Zhou Lanfang. She's easygoing and not easily discouraged by small things. Then Zhou Yanqiu gave a secret signal to Zhou Lanfang and Li Guiyun, "Be quiet later." They both became curious and whispered, "What else?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. First, she threw out a bunch of dry leaves from the basket, then carefully took out a wrapped bundle containing ginseng. Seeing her cautious behavior, both of them grew tense. "What exactly is it? Don't tell anyone," Zhou Yanqiu warned softly, then slowly unwrapped the cloth around the ginseng. A lush, thick ginseng root appeared before their eyes. "Ginseng?" Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened as she looked at the ginseng in Zhou Yanqiu's hand. She quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from shouting out loud. Li Guiyun was also surprised. She looked at the fresh ginseng and whispered, Did you pick this from the mountain today? Zhou Yanqiu nodded and whispered back, yes, I found it today on the mountain, digging it out with Uncle Jianhua. Li Guoyan looked at the ginseng and asked, how old do you think it is? It must be worth a lot. Yes, Uncle said it's at least 20 years old. It could be worth at least 1,000 yuan, Yanqun told Li Guoyun about Zhou Jianjun's statement. In her heart, everyone in the house was her closest family, so there was no harm in sharing the story about the ginseng. Li Guoyun patted her thigh and said, oh my, 20 years of age for this ginseng. That's quite old, worth a lot of money now. Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up as she looked at the ginseng in Yanqun's hand. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but Li Guoyun quickly stopped her with a hand. Don't touch it randomly. What if you damage it? Zhou Lanfang looked a little sad and whispered, I'll be careful, I won't break it. Yanqun placed the ginseng in her hand and smiled. It's okay, take your time to look. Just look at it. Let Andy keep it safe, and someday Uncle can sell it. Zhou Lanfang looked at the ginseng for a while but couldn't see anything special, so she lost interest quickly. Yanqun, here, you can have it. There's nothing special about it anyway. Yanqun said seriously, this is a medicinal herb that can cure illnesses. Whether it looks good or not doesn't matter. After saying that, she handed the ginseng to Li Guoyun. Auntie, keep it safe. When Uncle needs it, give it to him. Li Guoyun carefully took the ginseng. Okay, I'll put it away now. When the time comes, your uncle can exchange it for money. I worry it might get damaged if I leave it out. Yanqun chuckled and said, it won't be that easy to damage it. Although everyone knew that wouldn't happen, Li Guoyun still went to the inner room to find a clean wooden box and patted it with some cloth, then felt reassured. Li Guoyun stored the ginseng properly, then took out the rabbit Yanqun brought back. She planned to process the rabbit first. Even if they didn't eat it tonight, she wanted to remove the rabbit's fur and internal organs. Otherwise, it would spoil and become unpleasant to eat later. Yanqun told her mother-in-law about her plans. She first went to her grandmother's house, where her uncle had returned from hunting. She wanted to report her safety. That evening, they ate at her uncle's house and also picked up her grandmother. Yanqun happily headed toward her grandmother's home. She pushed open the gate and called out, Grandma. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the door open, and her grandmother hurried out of the house. Yanqun, you're back. Did you get tired from climbing the mountain? Seeing Grandma's caring eyes, Zhou Yanqiu felt warm inside. I'm not tired at all. Uncle caught 2 big wild boars today, so we'll have plenty of meat. We'll stew some tonight. Later, the 2 of us will go to Uncle's house for dinner. As she spoke, Zhou Yanqiu helped Grandma into the house. Those 2 wild boars each weigh at least 400 pounds. Grandma smiled as she and Zhou Yanqiu returned inside. Once inside, Zhou Yanqiu leaned close to Grandma's ear. Grandma, I found some ginseng. Uncle said it's at least 20 years old and worth a lot of money. Grandma was surprised. Really? Zhou Yanqiu nodded. Yes, it's true. Uncle said he'll sell it when he finds the right time. Grandma smiled. It looks like you're lucky. Your uncle has been up the mountain many times but never found ginseng. You went once and found some. Your uncle is lucky this time because of you. Zhou Yanqiu said, It's not just me. Uncle is very brave. He wasn't afraid of such a big wild boar. He shot it twice and it was dead. Grandma listened, squinting and smiling. She was happy her son was capable and living well. After sitting at Grandma's house for a while, Zhou Yanqiu told her about the fun of going up the mountain, especially how she hit a rabbit with stones and caught it. Grandma was surprised and excited. She held Zhou Yanqiu's hand and smiled, so much her eyes nearly closed. My granddaughter is so talented. That's wonderful. After chatting with Grandma for a while, Zhou Yanqiu stood up. Grandma, let's go to Uncle's house. I want to see if Annie needs any help. Grandma also stood up. Okay, let's go. When Zhou Yanqiu arrived at Uncle's house, she told Grandma to rest inside. She went to the kitchen. Auntie, has Uncle come back yet? Auntie Li Guoyun had already prepared the rabbit. She had peeled the skin and removed the internal organs. It was hanging on an iron hook in the yard, draining the blood and drying in the wind. Then she sprinkled some salt on it to preserve it longer. Since winter was coming soon, the outdoor temperature would drop below 0. Outside, it was like a natural freezer. Meat left outside overnight would freeze so hard it wouldn't spoil. It was a good way to keep meat fresh for a long time. Li Guoyun saw Zhou Yanqiu coming over. Your uncle hasn't returned yet, but he should be back soon. There's nothing for you here, so go inside and talk with your grandma. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the pot, which was almost boiling. Seeing there was nothing urgent, she decided to wait for her uncle to come back. Auntie, I'm going to the main room. If anything happens here, just call me. Li Guoyun smiled and agreed. All right, just call if you need anything. Before leaving, Zhou Yanqiu checked the water in the water tank, which was almost empty. She quietly added about a bowl of spiritual spring water, then carried a bucket to fetch more water. Her uncle's family had a well, so it was easy to get water directly from there. Zhou Yanqiu was strong and quickly filled the water tank with her effort, as if playing. In the main room, her cousin Zhou Lanfang was talking to their grandma, chatting happily and making her laugh often. Zhou Yanqiu admired her cousin's way with words. She could talk easily, with anyone. Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to go inside, Zhou Jianjun returned. His voice came from afar before he even arrived. Guoyun, wife, come out and take the things. Li Guoyun hurried out from the kitchen, opened the courtyard gate, and saw Zhou Jianjun carrying a load of wild boar meat. He had a whole pig's hind leg, half a side of pork ribs with streaks of fat, a pig's head, a piece of liver, and a pig's heart. Altogether, it probably weighed around 70 or 80 jin, about 35 to 40 kilograms. Zhou Yanqiu quickly went forward and took the whole pig's hind leg. Uncle, so much pork. It must be around 70 or 80 jin. Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly. Not quite. These weigh about 90 jin. The two pigs together weigh around 470 or 80 jin. We split about 150 jin. I wanted to give half to Uncle Manhwa, but he refused, saying there's enough for you. After some persuasion, he kept 60 jin. Li Guoyun looked at Zhou Yanqiu in surprise. Zhou Jianjun explained quietly, one wild boar was killed by Zhou Yanqiu. Like this. Grabbing the wild boar's hind leg, Zhou Jianjun demonstrated to Li Guoyun, mimicking Zhou Yanqiu's actions, turning around a few times. And then throwing it onto the tree to kill it. He looked proud, as if he had killed the wild boar with his own hands. Li Guoyun was quite shocked. She knew Zhou Yanqiu was strong, but being strong didn't mean she would dare to fight a wild boar barehanded. If it weren't for Zhou Jianjun's confident attitude, Li Guoyun might not have believed it. Li Guoyun looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a curious expression. Wow, my dear, you're so impressive. Zhou Yanqiu was a little shy from the compliments. Auntie, I just have a bit more strength. After joking around, Zhou Jianjun said, Tonight, cook more meat. Boil the pig's head too, so we can eat it tomorrow. Fry the pig's liver tonight. Marinate the pig's leg and remaining meat with salt. Then Zhou Yanqiu and his aunt started to prepare the wild pig meat they brought back. Zhou Lanfang also helped by lighting the fire. They boiled water in a big pot, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, spices, Sichuan peppercorns, and bay leaves. They poured in a large cup of rice wine, then added the cleaned pig's head, some ribs, pork belly, and pig's heart, all to stew together. They added soy sauce for color and several big spoonfuls of salt. After 10 minutes, they turned on high heat to bring it to a boil, then lowered the heat to simmer slowly. Zhou Yanqiu and Li Guoyun cut the remaining large pig leg and half a side of meat into strips, marinating them with salt. They hung the meat up to dry. Thanks to Zhou Yanqiu, Li Guoyun didn't have to do much work. She let Zhou Yanqiu handle the hard tasks because of her strength. Once everything was ready, the delicious aroma of stewed meat filled the air. But it wasn't time yet. The wild pig meat needed to cook a bit longer until it was tender and flavorful. The big pot's broth simmered gently, and everyone was in no rush. They didn't eat this kind of meat every day. Now that they had meat, they wanted to cook it as perfectly as possible to enjoy this special meal. Tonight, not only their family but many other households in the village also enjoyed eating meat. There were about 100 households in Zhoujia village, and each family could get about 2 or 3 jin of meat. About an hour later, the wild pig meat was almost done cooking. Zhou Lanfang turned off the fire, opened the lid, and a delicious aroma wafted out. She used chopsticks to pick a piece of the stewed wild pig meat, tasted it, and found it incredibly tasty, tender, and flavorful. At dinner that night, everyone enjoyed a big bowl of the stewed wild pig meat, and everyone thought it was especially delicious. The meat was cooked so well that even Grandma ate several pieces before stopping. At the dinner table, Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, "Yanxiu's wild boar meat tastes much better, with no strong smell at all." Yanxiu knew it was probably because she added spiritual spring water, but she didn't want to say it out loud. Adding a little spiritual spring water while cooking can greatly improve the flavor, much more than just using MSG. It can also gradually improve the body's health, making illnesses less likely in the future. For this pot of wild boar meat, no matter how others cook it, they can't match the taste of ours. This is our special secret recipe. When conditions allow, even opening a restaurant could bring in a lot of money. Just a simple dish, with a bit of spiritual spring water, can turn into a delicious and healthy top-quality meal, worth more than gold. That's the power of spiritual spring water. After dinner, Zhou Jianjun quietly called Yanxiu over. "Yanxiu, I plan to go to the county town in a couple of days to see if I can sell that ginseng. The town doesn't pay much. Are you staying at home or coming with me?" Yanxiu blurted out. "Uncle, I want to go with you. I haven't been to the city in a long time. I want to take a look around." Zhou Jianjun nodded. "All right, I'll call you in advance. I'll also bring your sister along, and we can visit your brother in the county." Yanxiu nodded eagerly, full of anticipation. Although she had studied high school in the county before, she wasn't unfamiliar with it. But if you count her previous life, she hadn't been to the county in at least 20 years. Having been confined for 20 years, she wanted to see every place she could. She also had some things to take care of in the county. The county is about 50 miles from Zhou's village. To get there, she would take the bus that runs twice a day, so she needed to plan carefully. At night, after giving Grandma water and making sure she was asleep, Yanxiu quietly slipped outside. She wanted to go into her space again. Last time at Wang Zhenjiang's house, she didn't have time to look around carefully. There are still some rooms in the yard she hasn't explored. After arriving at my grandmother's house, I had many things to do, so I didn't have time to enter the space. I only used the spiritual spring water briefly to take some, and then left. Tonight, Zhou Yanxiu plans to come back and look carefully. Not only because there are a few rooms in the yard she hasn't visited yet, but also because she wants to understand if the process of finding ginseng in the mountains is related to the space. Zhou Yanxiu walks very quietly. Since her grandmother drank the spiritual spring water, she is sleeping very deeply. So, Zhou Yanxiu leaves without waking her. She doesn't dare to enter the space while her grandmother is in the house, afraid she might scare her if she sees her. Silently, Zhou Yanxiu's body reappears in this mysterious space. The yard, the spiritual spring well inside, and the land outside, about 2 acres, are all unchanged. But there is a small difference. Zhou Yanxiu walks to the land outside the yard. The ginseng planted there is a 30-year-old root, growing in the mountains. She quickly walks over, wondering if anything unusual might happen to the ginseng here. The land, about 2 acres, only has 1 ginseng plant, making it look a bit empty. Zhou Yanxiu approaches the ginseng and observes it carefully. In just half a day, some changes have occurred. The originally yellowing leaves have grown new, tender green leaves. She is amazed. It's so incredible. She wonders what this ginseng might become on this magical land. A little hope rises in her heart. She decides to let the ginseng grow here slowly. Thinking for a moment, she goes back to the yard, picks up a wooden ladle, and scoops some spiritual spring water to water the soil where the ginseng is growing. Since people benefit so much from the spring water, it should be fine to use it for the ginseng too. She looks at the ginseng again. Maybe it's just her feeling, but after watering, the new leaves seem to tremble slightly and turn a richer green. Zhou Yanxiu stands there for a while, then turns and heads back to the yard, placing the ladle down. There is another room across from the pharmacy that she hasn't visited yet. This time, she plans to check all the rooms. Now, this space belongs to me, and I should have some basic understanding of it. On the first floor of the small courtyard, opposite the pharmacy, Zhou Yanqiu gently pushes open the door and walks inside. She sees that this room is old-fashioned and elegant, actually a spacious study. There are 4 or 5 large, sturdy purple sandalwood bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. In the middle of the room, there is a matching wooden desk with a grand chair behind it. The desk is covered with writing tools, all of which look quite valuable. Next to the bookshelves, there are 5 beautiful large porcelain vases. The vases are decorated with images of ancient women and other figures. At this moment, Zhou Yanqiu can't tell what era these vases are from or how precious they are, but when she later took them out, they shocked the world. All 5 vases have scrolls that look like paintings inserted into their mouths. Zhou Yanqiu casually picks one and opens it, revealing a landscape ink painting. She doesn't understand these paintings now, so she puts them back carefully. She walks to the bookshelf, picks a book at random, and sees that it is a medical book, Huangdi's External Classic, so it really is a medical book. Zhou Yanqiu feels a bit disappointed because she can't understand these medical texts. Plus, in this period, traditional Chinese medicine is not easy to learn. She flips through the book briefly and then puts it back. However, she is still very interested in traditional Chinese medicine. Not to mention the bottles and jars in the pharmacy next door. Each pill inside must be quite valuable. She has personally experienced the power of strengthening pills. They seem like legendary miraculous medicines, not ordinary things. But everyone agrees that learning traditional Chinese medicine is difficult. In the past, it was taught by masters to apprentices hand by hand. Apprentices start young, following their masters for at least 10 years of hard work before they are recognized and allowed to practice alone. In short, traditional Chinese medicine is about passing down knowledge. Now, good Chinese doctors are hard to find, and even when found, few are willing to teach. Zhou Yanqiu doesn't know how Chinese medicine developed in later times because she was imprisoned for over 10 years and rarely had access to outside information. But she knows that if she wants to learn Chinese medicine, she must find a master first. Otherwise, even though there are many medical books here, if you don't know the basics of pulse diagnosis, observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking, everything is just empty talk. And these basic traditional Chinese medicine skills can't be learned just by reading books. You must have someone to teach you. Zhou Yanqiu looked around the study, where several bookshelves were filled with books about traditional Chinese medicine. Many of these books were written in ancient script, looking very old, and some even contained bamboo slips. In total, there are probably thousands of books. Thinking about the medicine room across the hall and those medicinal pills, as well as the ginseng in the fields outside and the resource radar in her mind, she fell into deep thought. It seems that the resources in her space are related to traditional Chinese medicine, or maybe she can find a Chinese medicine master to teach her systematically. Learning traditional Chinese medicine might be a good choice in the future, and Zhou Yanqiu doesn't dislike these topics. In fact, she's very interested. She wants to gradually improve her grandmother's health, keep her from getting sick, help her live a long life, and always be with her. Zhou Yanqiu has set another goal in her heart, but all of this depends on fate, and she can't rush it. She took another walk around the area and found a small storage room where she kept clothes and books brought from Wang Zhenjiang's house. Next to the small storage room, there was a stone hut. Curious, Zhou Yanqiu looked at it. Unlike the other wooden houses, this one was made of stone. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she stepped forward to push open the stone door. The door wasn't heavy. She pushed it casually, and a loud rumbling sound came as the stone door swung open. Inside, she saw a room about 20 to 30 square meters, empty and bare. In the middle of the room was a tall alchemy furnace, beautifully crafted, made of bronze, with intricate, mysterious patterns carved all over it. Zhou Yanqiu saw the furnace and, curious, reached out to touch it. The surface was cold. Apart from this alchemy furnace, there was nothing else in the room. Looking at the furnace, she wondered, could it really produce medicinal pills? She thought about the small room behind the medicine room. Could the pills in the porcelain bottles have been made using this furnace? Is the health pill she took also made in this alchemy furnace? After thinking for a while, I realize I still know too little about traditional Chinese medicine, but Zhou Yanqiu's interest in it is growing. Especially when thinking about that mysterious and powerful health pill that can cleanse the body and strengthen the bones. If it can really be made with this alchemy furnace, she definitely wants to learn how to make it. After leaving the alchemy room, she has already explored the entire space. In this yard, the upper floor of the two-story wooden house is a large bedroom, and the first floor has a medicine room and a study. There is a kitchen on the side, opposite which are a storage room and an alchemy room. In the middle of the yard, there is a spiritual spring well. Outside the yard, there are 2 acres of farmland. This is the basic layout of the space. Additionally, the sudden appearance of a resource detection radar in her mind makes her wonder if it is related to the space. After understanding the basic situation of the space, Zhou Yanqiu didn't stay long. She quickly disappeared from the space. She quietly entered the inner room. Her grandmother was sleeping soundly, so her movements didn't wake her. Zhou Yanqiu then quietly got into bed and pulled the blanket over herself. Soon she fell asleep too. Tomorrow, she has important things to do. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Yanqiu tidied up her dishes, walked over to her grandmother, and put her arm around her shoulder. "Grandma, I want to visit my classmate's house today. Don't wait for me to eat lunch." Her grandmother turned to look at her with a meaningful expression. Is it a male or female classmate? Zhou Yanqiu's face immediately turned red. "Grandma, what are you thinking?" Of course, it's a female classmate. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but Zhou Yanqiu seemed to see a hint of disappointment on her grandmother's face. Without overthinking, Zhou Yanqiu stood up. "I'm going to my uncle's house to borrow a bicycle. There are a few bicycles in the village now. Zhou Jianjun's family has one. If Zhou Jianjun doesn't go out today, Zhou Yanqiu plans to borrow it for use." As for the girl's house she mentioned, it's true, and they're on good terms. But Zhou Yanqiu's real goal isn't to visit that girl. She just needs a reasonable excuse. The girl Zhou Yanqiu mentioned is from the same village as Zhang Yuanbiao. Yes, today Zhou Yanqiu plans to use the excuse of visiting her classmate to go to that village and gather some information. Zhang Yuanbiao's problems are a constant worry for her. Grandma didn't object either. As children grow up, they need to have their own friends and can't stay at home every day. She reached into her pocket and carefully opened a small cloth bag, revealing a roll of banknotes of different denominations. Grandma took out a 5 yuan note and handed it to Zhou Yanqiu. That was the largest denomination she had inside. She earnestly advised, when you go to someone else's house, you should buy something to bring along. "Keep this money with you. Be careful on the way, come back early tonight, and don't stay out too late, okay?" Zhou Yanqiu felt a little embarrassed. How could she take her grandma's money? She refused, saying, "Grandma, I have my own money. You keep this." But Grandma wasn't happy with that. "Your money is yours, but the money I give you is from me. It's different. Keep it." She firmly placed the money in Zhou Yanqiu's hand. Feeling touched, Zhou Yanqiu no longer refused her grandma's kindness. "I understand, Grandma. I will be back before dinner." Grandma waved her off. Go on, go on." Early there, early back, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at Zhou Jianjun's house. "Uncle, Auntie." Li Guiyun heard her from inside and called out, "Yanqiu, come in quickly." Zhou Yanqiu went into the inner room, where only Li Guiyun and Zhou Lanfang were sitting. They sat on small stools by the fire pit, with a few sweet potatoes on top. Zhou Yanqiu sat down and asked, "Are these roasted sweet potatoes?" Zhou Lanfang turned the sweet potatoes over and said, "I suddenly wanted to eat these. They're so fragrant when roasted." "Later, you can have two too," Zhou Yanqiu smiled. She had other plans later, so she might not get to eat these sweet potatoes. "Where did Uncle go?" Li Guiyun whispered. "He went to Jianhua's house to discuss tomorrow's trip to the county." Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu understood. She would also go to the county with her uncle tomorrow. She knew the main reason was to look for ginseng channels. Ginseng is good, but most people can't afford it. Only those who need it will buy it. So, they need to find the right buyers to sell at a good price. Li Guiyun asked her. Did you have something to talk to your uncle about? I want to see if the bicycle at home is still usable. If not, I want to borrow it. I plan to visit an old classmate today. Li Guiyun curiously asked the same question as Grandma. Is it a male or female classmate? Zhou Yanqiu helplessly replied, Auntie, it's a female classmate. Li Guiyun felt a bit disappointed. A female classmate? Huh, Zhou Yanqiu smiled. Of course, a female classmate. I don't really know any male classmates well. Zhou Lanfang pouted nearby. She immediately saw her mother's little scheme. If Yanqiu had a familiar male classmate, she could use that to tease her. But, thinking to herself, Zhou Lanfang also didn't want to look for a male classmate. Most of the peers she interacted with were not to her liking. Li Guiyun checked the time. They should be back soon. You wait a little longer. Zhou Yanqiu had no problem with that. There was still plenty of time, and she wasn't in a rush. Longying village was at the foot of the Changbai Mountains, in another direction. If Zhou's family rode bikes there, it would take about half an hour, plenty of time. Zhou Lanfang heard that Yanqiu was going to visit a female classmate's house. She was moved and asked, Yanqiu, can I go with you? At home, Zhou Lanfang didn't go out much. Most of the girls her age in the village were already married, and she didn't have many friends she could talk to. Since Zhou Yanqiu arrived here, she finally found someone she could chat with. So, whenever she had free time, she wanted to play with Yanqiu. She had just heard Yanqiu was going to visit a classmate and felt a little disappointed. But then she thought if Yanqiu agreed, she could go too. After all, she was visiting a female classmate, so it wasn't a big deal. It would also be nice to go out and walk around. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Lanfang. Her cousin probably was tired of staying at home and wanted to get out for a bit. She thought for a moment and said, If Uncle and Aunt agree, I'll take you along. Zhou Lanfang was happy to hear that Yanqiu didn't oppose. Mom, I want to go with Xiao Yanqiu. Li Guiyun glared at her. Yanqiu is going to see her classmate. Why do you want to go too? Zhou Lanfang pouted. I want to go with Yanqiu. It's not safe for a girl to go out alone. If I go with her, it'll be safer. Li Guiyun thought to herself that Yanqiu was strong enough, probably stronger than a few grown men. If anything happened, she might end up being a burden. But seeing Zhou Lanfang insist so much, she said, Fine, if you want to go. Don't cause trouble. Listen to Yanqiu and follow her, understand? When Zhou Lanfang heard her mother agree, she smiled happily. All right, I'll listen to Yanqiu. Whatever she asks me to do, I'll do it. Seeing her aunt agree and her cousin want to go with her, Zhou Yanqiu didn't mind. This time, she was really going to visit her classmates. She also wanted to check out the village situation. She didn't plan to deal with that Zhang Yuanbiao this time. Such matters are better left to the police when the time comes. There's no real danger. Her cousin has been at home too long and wants to go out for a bit of fun. That's fine. It won't cause any trouble. While they were talking, Zhou Jianjun rode back on his bicycle. When he heard Zhou Yanqiu want to borrow the bike to visit her classmates and that his daughter also wanted to go, he advised, go ahead. Zhou Jianjun went to the kitchen and took out a piece of meat, about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram. He handed it to Zhou Yanqiu. When you visit someone, don't go empty-handed. Take this meat. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhou Yanqiu said, Grandma already gave me money. Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes. Just take it. The money your grandma gave you, keep it. There's already enough at home. No need to buy more. Plus, this meat is for you too. Don't forget. Zhou Yanqiu had no choice but to accept the meat. She called out to Zhou Lanfang. Got it, sister. Let's go. She hung the meat on her bike's handlebar, swung her long leg over, and turned to Zhou Lanfang.
Sister, hop on.
I'll take you there. Zhou Lanfang didn't hesitate. She turned around and sat on the back seat. Okay, if you get tired later, just let me take over. Zhou Yanqiu's classmate lived in Chongqing village, about 10 miles away. From here, you just follow the main rural road, and the third village is easy to find. It took about half an hour for Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang to arrive. On the way, Zhou Lanfang wanted to switch places so she could drive, but Zhou Yanqiu refused. She joked, if you drive, it'll probably take 10 minutes longer. When she was studying in the county town, Zhang Qiulan once said her family lived in Chongqing village. Zhou Yanqiu remembered it but had never been there. Although she lived in Chongqing village for 19 years in her previous life, at that time she didn't know where Zhang Qiulan's house was when she first came here, so she had to ask someone for directions. When she arrived at Chongqing village, Zhou Yanqiu got off her bicycle and didn't ride anymore. She pushed it along instead. Just then, she saw two elderly women sitting on a stone bench by the roadside, having breakfast and enjoying the sun. They wore matching large black or dark blue padded jackets, with their pant legs tied up with cloth to block the wind. Zhou Yanqiu politely approached and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know how to get to Zhang Qiulan's house? I'm her classmate, here to visit her." The kind-hearted woman stood up and pointed the way. "Go straight ahead, you'll see a tree. Next to it is a small alley. Go in there, and the third door on the left is her house." Zhou Yanqiu understood and thanked her. "Thank you, ma'am." Then she and Zhou Lanfang headed toward Zhang Qiulan's house. Behind them, the woman whispered to herself, "Did you see that girl? She looks like a fairy, so pretty." Later, Zhou Yanqiu became the main topic of conversation among the two elderly women. She looked at the yard in front of her. "Is this Zhang Qiulan's home?" The old wooden gate was dilapidated, and the wall beside it was made of mud bricks. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yanqiu knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it?" "Zhang Qiulan, is she home?" Soon a voice came from inside. "Who are you?" Zhou Yanqiu replied, "It's me. Please open the door." The door opened, revealing a girl about Zhou Yanqiu's age. When she saw her, her face lit up with surprise. "Yanqiu, why are you here? Come in." She opened the door wider. Zhou Yanqiu pushed her bicycle into the yard and smiled. "It's been a long time since we last saw each other. I missed you. I have some free time today, so I came to visit. This is my sister, and we came together." Zhang Qiulan looked at the meat Zhou Yanqiu handed her. She couldn't help but swallow hard. The meat was probably over 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. Their family hadn't had any meat for over half a month. However, Zhang Qiulan declined politely. The meat Zhou Yanqiu brought was quite valuable for this period. Who wouldn't want to eat some meat at home? "Yanqiu, you should take this meat back. It's too much trouble for you." Zhou Yanqiu pushed it into her hand. "It's already here. How can I take it back? That's not an option. Moreover, this is from our family's hunting trip up the mountain. Take some to try." Zhang Qiulan saw that she couldn't refuse, so she felt a bit embarrassed and accepted the offer. "Recently, our family has been having some financial difficulties. Her father is sick and hospitalized in the county hospital. The family's money is almost gone, so there's no money left for meat." Zhou Yanqiu looked at the somewhat tired Zhang Qiulan and wondered if something had happened at home. Zhang Qiulan invited Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang into the house. She poured them each a bowl of water. "Drink this to warm up your body." Zhou Yanqiu looked around at Zhang Qiulan's home. "Are you alone at home?" Zhang Qiulan looked a bit helpless and said, "My father is sick and in the county hospital. My mother is going to take care of him. My younger brother is at school. It's just me at home these days." Zhou Yanqiu was surprised. She didn't expect her classmate's family to be going through such a situation. Her father was already hospitalized, and it seemed the illness was serious. Usually, minor illnesses don't require hospitalization unless absolutely necessary. Most people don't go to the hospital unless it's really serious because it costs money. Small illnesses are usually treated with medicine and rest. Zhou Yanqiu hesitated. Was she coming at the wrong time? She carefully asked, "What's the illness? Is it serious?" Zhang Qiulan sighed and said, "I fell and broke my leg while going up the mountain. I need to rest for a few months." Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu breathed a sigh of relief and comforted her. "It's okay. A broken leg just needs some time to heal. Once it's better, it won't affect anything." Zhang Qiulan sighed again and said, "That's true, but it costs money. Our family doesn't have much, and my younger brother is still in school." The money for the treatment was borrowed. Every family has its difficulties. Zhou Yanqiu didn't know what to say. Although Zhang Qilan was a good friend from school, she only had a few dozen yuan on her now. After hesitating, Zhou Yanqiu said, I still have a few dozen yuan. You can take it for emergencies. Although Zhou Yanqiu didn't have much money, a few dozen yuan was still a lot at this time and could be very useful. Many rural families give around 80 or 100 yuan as bride price. Zhang Qilan quickly waved her hand and said, No need, no need. It's almost the same now. In a few days, they will be discharged and come back. The money is almost enough. Keep your money for yourself to protect yourself. Zhang Qilan knew some basic information about Zhou Yanqiu's family. When she was in high school, Zhou Yanqiu's mother passed away. Later, her father didn't want her to continue school and caused trouble at the school several times. She almost dropped out at that time. If she hadn't insisted on studying and fought back hard, she probably wouldn't have been able to stay in school. Zhang Qilan understood that Zhou Yanqiu also had a hard life at home. But this time, seeing Zhou Yanqiu's face looking much better, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Yanqiu, how are you now? You look much healthier. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, I am now living with my grandma. We even moved our household registration to Zhoujia village. My name is now Zhou Yanqiu. I am no longer surnamed Wang. When Zhang Qilan heard Zhou Yanqiu's words, her mind was struck like thunder, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Zhou Yanqiu? You even changed your surname? Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Yes. Zhou Lanfang interrupted and said, It's better to have the surname Zhou. Zhou Yanqiu sounds so smooth. Zhang Qilan knew something big must have happened for Zhou Yanqiu to make such a decision, but it was her private matter, so she didn't ask. She thought for a moment and said, It doesn't matter what your surname is, as long as you're happy and comfortable. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Yes, life here is much better than over there. The three of them chatted for a while. Zhou Yanqiu suggested, Qilan, let's go for a walk outside. It's our first time here. Zhang Qilan stood up and smiled. There's not much to see. It's a poor mountain and bad water. Come on, I'll take you to see the strange rocks and scenery. The three girls went out, locked the door, and Zhang Qilan led Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang along the village path toward the back of the mountain. Our village isn't much to see. The scenery on the mountain behind is better. I'll take you to see some strange rocks and formations. When it snows in a few days, you won't see it anymore. Zhang Qilan chatted as they walked. Suddenly, an old woman with a somewhat sinister face approached from the opposite side. When Zhang Qilan saw her, her face darkened, and she said nothing. She quickly tried to walk away with Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang to avoid her. The old lady grabbed Zhang Qilan roughly, looking unhappy. Such bad manners, not greeting elders when you see them. After saying that, she looked at Zhou Yanqiu and the others. What kind of friends are you? You look quite pretty. Do you have a boyfriend? Introduce him to our second son. Zhang Qilan pushed away the old lady's hand with a look of disgust. My friend isn't from here. We're leaving soon, so don't bother. Zhou Yanqiu felt a strange familiarity with the old lady, but didn't have time to think much. Zhang Qilan said, Let's go. Oh, okay. Zhou Yanqiu replied, taking Zhang Lanfang's hand and quickly walking past the strange old lady. She kept feeling that the old lady's gaze on her was a bit strange. She judged that the old lady wasn't a good person. From how Zhang Qilan avoided her, she knew for sure. They walked about 50 meters away. Zhou Yanqiu casually looked back and saw the old lady still staring at them from where she stood. Curious, Zhou Yanqiu asked Zhang Qilan, Who is that old lady? She seems a bit weird. Zhang Qilan looked annoyed. She's just an old lady with some mental issues. She spends her days trying to find a wife for her second son. She asks everyone she sees. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, She's also a poor person. Zhang Qilan pouted. Poor? Her second son is a hunter in this village. The villagers say his family is quite rich. He married a few women before, but they all died after a few years. She lowered her voice. I heard that his family has many deaths, and even ghosts. The villagers avoid his house. When you see it, stay far away. His house is quite remote, so you usually won't run into him. Zhou Yanqiu's mind was filled with turmoil. So, she was Zhang Yuanbiao's mother. No wonder she looked familiar. She had seen this old lady twice during the years she was imprisoned. She had even asked her for help once, but she ignored her and told Zhang Yuanbiao instead, which led to a severe beating. A faint light flickered in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes. This old lady was definitely an accomplice. Such people are not worth feeling sorry for, even if they die. Mount Changbai was right behind the village, much closer than the path from the Zhou family's hut to the mountain for hunting. Zhang Qilan took her two friends to a place on the mountain. It was a big canyon with flowing water and strange rocks all around. It looked very beautiful and peaceful. Zhang Qilan stood there and said to Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang, "This is the place. Isn't it pretty?" Zhang Qilan smiled and told them that this was one of the most beautiful spots nearby. Too bad it's winter now. Come back in summer and it will be cooler and even more beautiful. Sometimes you can see cute animals like deer coming here to drink water. If you bring a camera, you might even spot some wildlife. Zhang Qilan explained. Zhou Yanqiu stayed silent, while Zhou Lanfang looked around with bright eyes. "Oh, this place is really nice and not far away. I've never been here before. When summer comes, I want to come and play more." Zhang Qilan happily said, "Of course. Just come here and find me. I'll go with you." Zhou Lanfang happily replied, "Great. I'll definitely bother you then." Zhou Yanqiu looked at the deep canyon, where mist curled around the top, making it look like a fairyland. She looked deep and thoughtful, asking, "Can we go inside? Would the scenery be even better?" Zhou Lanfang also looked at the view inside and felt excited. But Zhang Qilan felt scared. She said, "No, you can't go inside. There are many big wild animals there. Last year, a young man from our village went in and was eaten. Only his bones were left. It's very dangerous." Hearing this, Zhou Lanfang also felt a little scared. Zhou Yanqiu remembered the inside from her past life. After she died, her soul wandered helplessly there. The scene was still clear in her mind. That place was where her body had last rested. After playing for a while, the three of them decided to head back. On the way back, Zhou Yanqiu pointed to another path and said, "Let's take this way to see a different view." Zhang Qilan happily agreed. Zhou Lanfang had no objections either. "Okay, let's go this way, but it's a bit longer." 10 minutes later, Zhou Yanqiu saw a house far from the village. Her anger almost overwhelmed her. She really wanted to rush into that house and beat Zhang Yuanbiao to death. After a while, Zhou Yanqiu calmed down and pretended to be indifferent. Curiously, she pointed at the house and asked Zhang Qilan, "Whose house is that? Why is it so far from the village?" Zhang Qilan showed a clear look of dislike. "That's the house of the second son of the old lady we saw earlier. Her eldest son died a long time ago. She only has this one son, and I heard he married several wives. They all suffered and died." Zhou Yanqiu looked surprised. "No one is taking care of that," Zhang Qilan scoffed. "Who would? The officials don't bother, and as long as the family doesn't pursue it, no one in the village will interfere." Zhou Yanqiu nodded silently. She had experienced this before and knew how things usually went. Her purpose for coming here was just to prepare for reporting the incident later. When she reports, she needs a good excuse for how she found out, so no one suspects her. Having been reborn, she is very careful with her revenge. She can't let anyone find out or get suspicious. The small path they walked on was just less than 30 meters behind that house. Zhou Yanqiu sniffed hard and asked deliberately, "Sister, Qilan, do you smell something rotten, like decayed flesh?" Zhang Qilan and Zhou Lanfang looked at her with confusion and sniffed carefully. "No, we don't smell anything." Zhou Yanqiu pretended to be surprised. "I definitely smell something bad, like the smell of a corpse." Zhang Qilan looked surprised. "Could there be a dead rat nearby?" Zhou Yanqiu shook her head mysteriously. "That doesn't seem right." They took a few more steps. "Did you hear anyone calling for help?" Zhang Qilan and Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanqiu with some confusion and listened carefully. "No, I don't hear anything." Zhou Yanqiu looked serious. "I definitely heard it. I'm sure." She knew that inside that inhumane cellar, there was still a girl alive. In her previous life, that girl was tortured to death about a month after she was tied up. Counting the time, she should still be alive now. Zhou Yanqiu could easily blame the cry for help on that poor girl. As a result, all her actions appeared flawless and completely reasonable. In Zhou Yanqiu's mind, Zhang Yuanbiao was usually not at home during this time. Suddenly, she felt a change of heart and considered altering her original plan. That beast Zhang Yuanbiao, the longer he lives, the more cruel he is to those poor girls. With her current strength, as long as Zhang Yuanbiao isn't armed with a gun, even two of him wouldn't be a match for her. Quietly, Zhou Yanqiu asked Zhang Qiulan, "Qiulan, shall we go see where the sound is coming from? Maybe someone is in trouble, and we can help." Zhang Qiulan looked serious and her face turned pale with fear. "Yanqiu, you really heard it," Zhou Yanqiu nodded confidently. "I didn't mishear. My ears are very sharp." Zhang Qiulan's face turned even whiter. Could it be a ghost? The villagers used to say this place is haunted, so no one dares to come here. Zhou Lanfang was also startled. She looked around nervously, feeling a strange chill. Zhou Yanqiu thought to herself, this isn't a ghost. It's something more terrifying and hateful than a ghost. It's a beast. She kept her expression calm and said, "You didn't go to high school for nothing. There are no ghosts in this world. It's all superstitions that scare people themselves." Without waiting for their objections, she added, "That sound seems to be coming from here. Come with me." Zhou Yanqiu led Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang slowly toward the cellar she remembered from her past. The cellar entrance was behind Zhang Yuanbiao's yard gate, where a small shed had been built to hide the entrance, used to deceive others. The three of them followed Zhou Yanqiu as they approached the yard gate. When they arrived, Zhou Yanqiu truly smelled a faint, rotten odor and heard soft, muffled crying. Since drinking the spiritual spring water and strengthening pills, her strength and senses had improved. She could now pick up on subtle sounds and movements. She steadied herself, made a hand signal to the others, and asked, "Can you hear it now?" Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan's hearing and smell were no match for Zhou Yanqiu's. They shook their heads together. "We don't hear anything." Zhou Yanqiu looked into Zhang Yuanbiao's yard and said something chilling. "There are crying sounds coming from inside." Zhou Yanqiu listened carefully again and confidently said, "I really hear it. Someone is crying." Zhou Yanqiu's words surprised Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang, especially Zhang Qiulan. She knew that Zhang Yuanbiao's family had no women living there. His previous wives had all died, and no one wanted to go near his house. So, how could there be a woman's crying sound? Zhang Qiulan's body almost trembled with fear. Could the rumors in the village be true? Does Zhang Yuanbiao's house really have ghosts? Zhou Lanfang didn't hear anything but felt that Zhou Yanqiu's words sounded a bit scary and unsettling. It gave her a shivery feeling. Zhang Qiulan grabbed Zhou Yanqiu's arm, looking panicked. "Yanqiu, maybe we should leave quickly. There might really be something unclean here." Zhou Lanfang agreed with Zhang Qiulan. "Yes, Yanqiu, let's go quickly. It wouldn't be good if someone finds us here." But Zhou Yanqiu had already come this far and had prepared everything.
How could she leave easily now?
She had changed her mind. She wanted to uncover the secret in the cellar first and make Zhang Yuanbiao face justice sooner. This was a good opportunity. Zhou Yanqiu raised her index finger and made a quiet, shoo gesture. Then she listened carefully again. With her super hearing, she truly heard the girl crying and whimpering beneath the cellar. She looked around. This place was remote, and few people would come here easily. Zhang Yuanbiao probably wouldn't be back anytime soon. It was the perfect moment to reveal the secret. Zhou Yanqiu whispered to Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang, "I really hear it, right behind this door." Seeing their doubtful expressions, Zhou Yanqiu didn't explain further. "Stay here and watch. I'll go in and check. I'll be right back." Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanqiu with shock. They didn't expect her to be so brave. Maybe she wasn't afraid even if she encountered a ghost. Zhang Qiulan timidly advised, "Yanqiu, maybe you shouldn't go. This house feels strange, and no one is home. It wouldn't be good if someone finds us." Zhou Lanfang nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Zhang Qiulan. Moreover, since others are not at home and the door is locked, Entering would feel like doing something sneaky and wrong. Zhou Yanxiu ignored their warnings. You two wait here, and be careful. I'll be out soon. With that, she took a quick run-up, pushed off the wall, and easily climbed over the fence into the yard, all while the two others watched in shock. After entering, Zhou Yanxiu didn't waste time. She headed straight for the cellar entrance, which was a small, unremarkable storage room. Zhang Qilan and Zhou Lanfang were still outside, waiting. She needed to find out what was inside quickly. Thanks to her memories from the past, she knew exactly where the entrance was. The storage room wasn't locked. She pulled it open, revealing a messy pile of firewood and other things. It looked cluttered, and she couldn't see the cellar underneath. But Zhou Yanxiu knew well what kind of frightening scene was hidden below that storage room. She crouched down and looked carefully. She found a handle and pulled it upward. With a creak, a thick, square wooden board was lifted out, revealing a dark hole beneath. This was the entrance to the cellar. A foul, rotten smell wafted out. Even though Zhou Yanxiu was mentally prepared, she almost gagged from the smell. She cleared her throat and softly called toward the cellar entrance. Is anyone down there? Is anyone there? A faint crying sound from below suddenly stopped, as if the air itself was afraid to breathe, as if something was scared. Zhou Yanxiu knew that the girl trapped in the cellar must be very cautious and scared, because that Zhang Yuanbiao was a complete pervert, a beast. He was a eunuch, unable to have normal human feelings, which twisted his mind over time. He enjoyed beating and torturing women. The more pain and suffering they endured, the happier he was. In this cellar, over the past 10 years, at least 10 women had lost their lives. Zhou Yanxiu pretended to murmur to herself, "Is anyone there? Did I hear things?" Then she called out again, "If no one's there, I'll leave now." She gently kicked the cellar cover, pretending to close it and walk away. The girl below finally couldn't hold back. She was glad someone had come, especially a woman. She wanted to seize this chance to see if she could be saved. In this dark and gloomy place, she lost track of how long she had been there. She was close to breaking down. Looking at the skeleton in the corner nearby, she didn't want to become one of them. When she heard the sound at the cellar door, her heart trembled with fear, and her body shook. Every time Zhang Yuanbiao came, it was an unbearable torment for her. But this time, it wasn't Zhang Yuanbiao's evil voice, but a young girl's voice. She couldn't believe it and held her breath, thinking she was imagining things. Until the voice came again. She dared to believe she hadn't heard wrong. It was really a girl's voice, not Zhang Yuanbiao's. Her heart filled with hope. When she heard the girl wanted to leave, she quickly called out, choking with emotion, Someone, don't go. Don't leave. Please help me, please save me." Zhou Yanxiu also felt a surge of excitement.
Who are you?
What's your name? How did you end up down here? In her previous life, she never knew the name of the girl she had met once before. The girl in the cellar struggled to speak. My name is He Jing. I'm from Sanjiang village. He kidnapped me and kept me here. Please, I beg you, help me. Zhou Yanxiu's mind was stirred up.
He Jing.
She recognized the name. There was a missing persons notice on the sign outside the Qingyang Town police station, and one of them was He Jing. Zhou Yanxiu remembered clearly. She never expected that He Jing would appear in Zhang Yuanbiao's cellar. Looking at this, the cases of women going missing in Qingyang Town over the years were definitely connected to Zhang Yuanbiao. Thinking of the pile of bones in the cellar, Zhou Yanxiu's anger boiled over. That man was a beast deserving of 1,000 cuts. He was not enough to satisfy the public's anger. After patiently listening to He Jing's story, Zhou Yanxiu understood the general situation. It turned out that more than a year ago, He Jing went to pick mushrooms on the mountain outside the village. She accidentally wandered into a deeper part of the woods. There, she happened to meet Zhang Yuanbiao. It was getting dark, and she was alone and scared, so she asked him to take her home. But she never expected that this would be a trap. She was like a lamb led to the slaughter, with no way back. 3 Rivers Village is not far from here. If you follow this fragrant road for about 4 or 5 miles, you'll reach it. At the time He Jing went missing, her relatives had come to this village to look for her. However, at that time, He Jing had already been hidden in a cellar beneath Zhang Yuanbiao's house. No one saw He Jing and Zhang Yuanbiao together. So, no one suspected Zhang Yuanbiao. After He Jing told Zhou Yanqiu about her experience, she cried and begged, "Please help me. My family lives in Three Rivers Village. You can notify them or report to the police." Zhou Yanqiu comforted her. "Don't worry. I will report to the police now. I saw your missing person notice at the local police station. Please wait patiently for a while. I need to restore the place first." He Jing was overwhelmed with gratitude and tears, thanking her. Zhou Yanqiu carefully put the cellar cover back in place. In He Jing's eyes, the faint light above was swallowed by darkness again, but her heart was filled with a small spark of hope. After covering the cellar, Zhou Yanqiu quickly jumped over the wall and ran out. Outside, Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang were waiting anxiously, almost ready to jump with impatience. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come out, they hurriedly pulled her to run outside, worried that staying a moment longer might bring trouble. The three girls ran several hundred meters before stopping. Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang were breathless, their hearts pounding hard. They had been truly frightened just now. Breaking into someone's yard in broad daylight while no one was home was risky. If caught, they could face serious trouble, even jail. Zhang Qiulan calmed herself and looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a resentful gaze. "Yanqiu, you were so brave just now. Aren't you afraid of being seen?" Zhou Lanfang patted her chest and exclaimed, "That was so exciting. So exciting." Zhou Yanqiu waited quietly until they finished speaking, then said with a surprising tone, "The most exciting part is still to come." Zhang Qiulan was stunned. What could be more exciting? Zhou Yanqiu pulled them both. "Come on, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go home first." After what just happened, Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang didn't feel like wandering around. The three of them headed straight back home. Soon, the three of them returned to Zhang Qiulan's house. Before the others could ask questions, Zhou Yanqiu said seriously to Zhou Lanfang, "Sister, you need to ride your bike home immediately and quickly find Uncle. Tell him to call Uncle Zhang at the town police station right away and say that He Jing, who went missing, has been found. Tell them to come here quickly. Do you understand?" Zhou Lanfang looked surprised. "What He Jing? What do you mean?" Zhou Yanqiu explained, "It's about the woman missing in town. He Jing is one of the missing people. Tell Uncle to talk to Uncle Zhang, and he will understand. Hurry up, don't waste time." Seeing Zhou Yanqiu's serious face, Zhou Lanfang didn't dare delay. She pushed her bike and was about to ride home. "Yanqiu, aren't you coming with me?" Zhou Yanqiu said firmly. "I have things to do here. We should act separately so we don't waste time. Okay, I'll go first." After saying that, Zhou Lanfang rode her bike quickly toward home. It takes at most half an hour to reach Zhoujia village by bike. Zhoujia village has a phone. She can ask Uncle to have his comrade, Deputy Director Zhang Ligua at the police station, call. That would be the fastest way. Plus, such a big achievement would be credited to Zhang Ligua. It would also be a favor owed. Meanwhile, she had more important things to do here. She needed to keep an eye on Zhang Yuanbiao. Just now, she jumped into Zhang Yuanbiao's yard from the wall. She was in a hurry and didn't know if she left any traces. Zhang Yuanbiao is usually cautious. Zhou Yanqiu was worried he might discover her footprints and kill to cover it up. Given Zhang Yuanbiao's nature, he might do such things. So, Zhou Yanqiu planned to secretly watch Zhang Yuanbiao to prevent him from acting rashly. If the right opportunity came, she also wanted to take revenge herself. As for He Jing's family in Sanjiang village, Zhou Yanqiu wasn't planning to notify them yet. She was afraid that before the police arrived, her family might come looking for her, which could cause other problems. Rescuing people needs professionals, especially when facing such dangerous criminals. Anyway, there was no rush. Once she subdued Zhang Yuanbiao and rescued the person, she could have the police inform her family to come later. Watching Zhou Lanfang hurriedly ride her bike back, Zhang Qiulan still felt confused. "Yanqiu, what do you mean just now? What He Jing? And why do we need to report to the police station?" Yankia then explained to Zhang Qilan, there's a big case happening. It's a matter of life and death. The three of us have made some contributions. That Zhang Yuanbiao's family has a girl locked up. I asked my sister to report to the police so they can come and arrest him. Zhang Qilan opened her mouth in shock, looking very surprised. Really? Did you really hear the sound just now? Was it haunted? Yanqiu explained seriously. My ears are pretty sharp. I really heard it. If we're quick, the police could be here in about an hour. Then you'll see. Just wait at home. I need to go back again. Yanqiu was about to leave when Zhang Qilan quickly grabbed her. Why are you going back? If what you said is true, it must be very dangerous there. Let's wait here for the police to come. Yanqiu shook her head. No, I need to secretly watch from the side. What if he sees our traces and escapes quietly? Zhang Qilan looked at Yanqiu and said, Then I will go with you. Yanqiu opposed. Just wait at home. If something happens, I might not be able to take care of you. It's safer at home. Zhang Qilan firmly said, I don't feel good about you going alone. Besides, if something really happens, I can call for help. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her, Yanqiu had to compromise. All right, we can go together, but you must stay far away. Zhang Qilan nodded. Okay, I trust you. The two quietly headed toward Zhang Yuanbiao's small courtyard. On the way, Yanqiu picked up some stones and put them in her pocket. Since the last time she went hunting with her uncle in the mountains, Yanqiu found it easier to use stones. She experimented and found that within 20 or 30 meters, her full-force throws with stones had almost the same power as a pistol shot. She also seemed to have a natural talent for this. After brief practice, her aim was quite good. So, Yanqiu picked some suitable-sized stones, ready for any emergency. Yanqiu and Zhang Qilan returned to near Zhang Yuanbiao's courtyard. This time, they didn't get too close, just observed the activity from a distance. If the distance is farther away, it won't attract others' attention. Currently, the two of them are about 100 meters away from Zhang Yuanbiao's yard. At this distance, most people can't see clearly what they're doing. Zhou Yanqiu is walking back and forth with Zhang Qilan by the roadside, pretending to chat. This is common in rural areas, so it doesn't attract any attention. Moreover, Zhou Yanqiu drinks spiritual spring water every day and has taken health-boosting pills. Her physical condition is much better than before. Even from about 100 meters away, Zhou Yanqiu can clearly see what is happening at Zhang Yuanbiao's gate. While chatting casually, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhang Qilan are secretly watching the situation over there. Soon, an old woman with a bent waist slowly walks toward Zhang Yuanbiao's yard. She carries a basket on her arm, filled with unknown items. Zhou Yanqiu recognizes her clearly. It's Zhang Yuanbiao's mother, the strange-eyed old lady that Zhang Qilan mentioned earlier. Zhou Yanqiu looks thoughtful. Since Zhang Yuanbiao isn't home now, the old lady probably came to deliver food to Hijing. It seems this old lady has also helped Zhang Yuanbiao do bad things. Zhou Yanqiu feels a bit nervous, worried she might notice something unusual. If she is caught, it could be troublesome. Her eyes are dark and deep like ink. She reaches into her pocket and touches the smooth stone inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Lanfang is riding her bicycle, pedaling so fast she almost makes the bike fly. She doesn't dare slow down for a moment. In just 20 minutes, she reaches home after a half-hour journey. Before she even gets off the bike, she loudly calls out, "Dad, Dad." Li Guiyun comes out of the kitchen, seeing Zhou Lanfang sweating in this cold weather. She quickly asks, "Why are you back so soon? Did something happen?" "I didn't see Yanqiu." "Where is she? Why didn't she come back with you?" Li Guiyun is worried, thinking something might have happened to Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Lanfang, panting, catches her breath and says, "Yanqiu is fine." "Where's my dad? I have something urgent." At this moment, Zhou Jianjun comes out of the house. He was resting inside and heard his daughter shouting loudly in the yard. Thinking something was wrong, he hurried outside. "What's the matter? Why are you calling me? Where is Yanqiu?" Zhou Jianjun saw only his daughter in the yard and didn't see Zhou Yanqiu. He immediately became anxious. Lanfang quickly said, "Yanqiu is fine, but there is something." What am I saying? Lanfang almost spoke so hurriedly that she couldn't finish her words. Zhou Jianjun looked at her and said, "Speak clearly. Yang Yu asked me to tell you to call Uncle Zhang Ligua from the town police. There's a notice on the town bulletin board about a missing person named He Jing. Tell him to bring people quickly to rescue her. She's in Chongqing village and Yanxiu is still there watching her. Dad, hurry and make the call." Zhou Jianjun's mind went blank.
What?
Rescue her? Lanfang was so anxious, she was jumping.
Don't ask anymore.
Just make the call. Realizing the urgency, Zhou Jianjun grabbed Lanfang's hand. "Come on, let's go together." At the village committee, Zhou Jianjun rode his bike with Lanfang rushing over. There was a telephone inside. Zhou Jianjun knew how urgent the situation was. He got off the bike and ran into the house with Lanfang. The village chief was inside, checking accounts. Seeing Zhou Jianjun rush in, he smiled and asked, "Jianjun, what's the rush? What happened?" Zhou Jianjun headed toward the phone. "Something serious has happened, but it's not our problem." "Uncle, I need to make a call." The village chief was Zhou Jianjun's uncle, the father of Zhou Jianhua. Their relationship had always been very good. Seeing how urgent Zhou Jianjun was, the village chief didn't say much. "Go ahead. Just pay the phone bill later." Zhou Jianjun responded, "It's a small matter." He picked up the phone and dialed the police station. "Hello, Qingyang Town Police Station? I want to speak to Deputy Director Zhang Ligua." "Yes, I am his comrade. It's an urgent matter. Please transfer the call to him." The current phone system connected to the main office, which then transferred the call to the extension. The extension was answered, and Zhang Ligua's voice came through. "Hello, this is Zhang Ligua." "Oh, Jianjun. Haha, why are you calling me?" "There's an urgent matter." "Is there a missing person notice outside your police station for someone named He Jing?" Zhang Ligua immediately became serious, his heart pounding faster. He knew about the missing person notice outside and was aware of He Jing's disappearance. Currently, they are paying close attention to their case. Every time they attend a meeting in the county, they are asked about the latest progress. However, they have no clues at all. There is no real progress. They have checked all the villages, but found nothing. Because of this, they have been criticized many times. Zhang Ligua has lost a lot of hair because of it. Now, Zhou Jianjun calls him directly to ask about He Jing. His first thought is that Zhou Jianjun must have some clue, or he wouldn't make this call. Zhang Ligua notices he is holding his breath nervously, trying to get what he wants from Zhou Jianjun's words. Zhou Jianjun's words do not disappoint him. "My niece, the one you met last time, found He Jing today in Chongqing village. It doesn't look good. You need to come and help. Hurry and drive over. I'm going to Chongqing village now. Let's meet there." After speaking, he asks Zhou Lanfang to confirm with her, as this is very important and needs careful checking. Once he finishes, Zhou Jianjun hangs up. He is eager to go to Chongqing village. Zhou Yanxiu is there alone, and he doesn't feel at ease. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun takes Zhou Lanfang home, packs his hunting rifle, and prepares to ride his bike to Chongqing village. Zhou Lanfang jumps up. "Dad, I want to go too." Zhou Jianjun turns and scolds her. "What are you going for? Stay at home. I have important work." Zhou Lanfang quickly says, "You don't know where it is." "I do. I'll show you the way." After speaking, she praises herself for being clever. Zhou Jianjun thinks for a moment and agrees. "If I go alone, I might not find Yanxiu quickly. Come on, get on." "All right, I'm coming." The two of them ride together, and Zhou Jianjun speeds toward Chongqing village. Zhang Ligua listens to the busy signal on the phone, standing there stunned. After a few seconds, he finally reacts. On the other end, Zhou Jianjun has already hung up. Thinking about what Zhou Jianjun just told him, he realizes his cigarette has burned down to his fingers without noticing. Zhang Ligua throws the cigarette butt on the ground hard, puts on his police cap, tightens his belt, and grabs his wooden gun from the cabinet, shouting loudly as he left. "Who's there? Quickly, quickly. Get ready for an urgent mission. We need 3 people. Bring your weapons and follow me." Immediately, the police station became busy. Captain, I'm going too. Count me in. Usually, there aren't many urgent missions at the station, but when they do happen, it often means someone will make a big contribution. The young officers at the station eagerly signed up. You, and you, three of you, take weapons and follow me. Zhang Ligua casually picked 3 officers he usually got along with. Sometimes, it's better to leave important tasks to trusted team members. The 3 chosen officers happily went to prepare their weapons. Those not selected sighed regretfully. They missed the chance. The station has a 2020 Jeep that can only be used during urgent missions. Otherwise, even Zhang Ligua, as deputy director, can't just order it to be used. Soon, the 3 officers went to the armory to get their weapons, and the driver was ready to go. They could leave at any moment. Once everyone was in the car, the driver started the Jeep and sped toward Chongqing village. To get there, they had to pass through Zhejiang. Even with a fast Jeep, poor road conditions meant it would take at least half an hour to reach Chongqing village. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun and Zhang Ligua were rushing toward Chongqing village quickly. At the same time, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhang Qiulan were about 100 meters outside Zhang Yuanbiao's courtyard. That elderly woman, who moved with some difficulty, had just entered the yard. Zhou Yanqiu kept her eyes fixed on her. Within 5 minutes, the old woman looked nervous and hurriedly left the yard, glancing around before walking briskly outside. Zhou Yanqiu's heart sank. If she was right, the old woman had discovered someone entering that small courtyard. She believed the woman was now going to inform Zhang Yuanbiao. She wasn't sure if he should escape quickly or come to deal with He Jing in the cellar. After hesitating briefly, Zhou Yanqiu decided not to follow her. She planned to wait here. If the old woman was indeed going to report to Zhang Yuanbiao, he would return soon. She would stay alert and prepared. After a short while, about 10 minutes, a tall man dressed in a black cotton coat came from the opposite direction. He was about 1.8 meters tall and was carrying a stick-like object which looked like a hunting rifle. At this moment, he was hurriedly walking toward the yard. Zhou Yanqiu's pupils shrank suddenly. The man was Zhang Yuanbiao. Even if he turned to ashes, she would recognize him. A wave of deep hatred rose in Zhou Yanqiu's heart. This demon from her past, who had tormented her for 19 years, was impossible to forgive, no matter how many times she wished to. Suppressing her rising anger and impulse, Zhou Yanqiu said to Zhang Qiulan, "Qiulan, I'll go closer to take a look first. Don't come with me." Seeing Zhang Qiulan's unwilling expression, Zhou Yanqiu said seriously, "Listen to me. My sister went to report to the police earlier. It should be about the same time now. When you see police cars on the road, bring them here." Although Zhang Qiulan was anxious and didn't want Zhou Yanqiu to take risks, she said, "Let's wait for the police together. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. You can't risk it. We should wait for the police to come and handle this." Earlier, Zhou Yanqiu told Zhang Qiulan about the girl being held in the cellar of that yard, just to make her listen to her plan. "It's okay, I'll be careful. Just listen to me. Hurry up and go. Be careful, don't let anyone see what you're doing." Seeing that she couldn't persuade Zhou Yanqiu, and knowing that someone needed to guide the police on the road, Zhang Qiulan had no choice but to follow her plan and wait for the police car to arrive, then bring the police here. "Yanqiu, be very careful later. Don't get caught. Zhang Yuanbiao is very fierce. Don't put yourself in danger. If you're discovered, run away immediately. Run to the main road. Do you understand?" Before leaving, Zhang Qiulan earnestly warned Zhou Yanqiu. They had been good friends in high school, and she didn't want anything to happen to her. Zhou Yanqiu gently pushed her. I got it. You go quickly. When the police arrive, bring them here right away." Zhang Qiulan looked at her and then ran quickly toward the village's main road. After Zhang Qiulan left, Zhou Yanqiu felt relieved. She then turned her gaze toward Zhang Yuanbiao's yard. Wearing black clothes, Zhang Yuanbiao had already entered the yard, and the elderly woman behind him hurriedly followed. Even from a distance, Zhou Yanqiu could see her anxious expression on her face. Zhou Yanqiu's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Yuanbiao, with past grudges and deep hatred, now it's time to settle the score. Without hesitation, Zhou Yanqiu strode quickly toward Zhang Yuanbiao's courtyard. Outside the yard gate, Zhou Yanqiu listened carefully for any sounds inside. A man's voice came from inside, speaking. It's Zhang Yuanbiao. Zhou Yanqiu was sure she heard correctly. Are you mistaken?
Did someone really come in?
His voice was hoarse and deep, as if gravel was caught in his throat. An elderly woman's voice responded anxiously. No mistake. I placed a small branch at the door. Usually, people wouldn't notice it. When the door opens, the branch moves. When I came in earlier, it had already shifted. Someone definitely came in. If they find out about what's in the cellar, it will be bad. The elderly woman's voice carried a hint of despair. Ertzi, since no one is here now, you should run away quickly. Run as far as you can, and don't come back. Zhou Yanqiu sneered outside the yard gate. They're really thinking well. Now they want to escape, but it's already too late. Having committed so many evil deeds, it's time to pay the price. Zhang Yuanbiao paused for a moment. Furthermore, I'll deal with the person first. I won't let her live anymore. Later, I'll fill in the cellar. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes darkened. As expected of Zhang Yuanbiao, he's ruthless. One life, and he kills without hesitation. Zhou Yanqiu overheard Zhang Yuanbiao planning to eliminate He Jing outside the yard. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. If she really waited for Zhang Ligua and the police to arrive, it would be too late. He was a ruthless killer, fearless of anything. To him, a human life might be less important than a hunted animal on the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu prepared to act quickly to startle the snake and lure it out. She thought to herself, as soon as Zhang Yuanbiao opens the door, she will be ready to take him down immediately. If he doesn't open the door. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the nearby wall. She could climb over it just like before. As long as Zhang Yuanbiao isn't holding a hunting rifle, he won't be her match. Zhou Yanqiu kept a few small stones in her pocket, and her space also stored many more, recently prepared. With just a thought, the stones would appear in her palm, which was very convenient. In face-to-face situations, Zhou Yanqiu was confident she could make Zhang Yuanbiao fall within 3 seconds. There was no time to wait. Zhou Yanqiu took a few steps forward and knocked on the wooden door. Zhang Yuanbiao, who was about to go to the cellar, paused suddenly. He looked at the door with suspicion and surprise. He didn't have good relations with the villagers. He also didn't like socializing, so no one usually came to his house. There were rumors about his family in the village, and he was aware of them. But he didn't care. In fact, he found it more convenient. So, who would come knocking on his door now? Zhang Yuanbiao pushed aside his thoughts, stopped heading to the cellar, and looked at his equally confused mother in the yard. It's okay. I'll see who it is. He picked up a hunting machete and carefully went to the door. He asked, "Who's there?" Hearing Zhang Yuanbiao's question from inside, Zhou Yanqiu didn't answer. She didn't want to talk to him. Not even a word. Zhang Yuanbiao didn't hear a reply. His grip on the machete tightened, and his heart beat faster. He clearly sensed something was wrong. Zhou Yanqiu knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yuanbiao felt uneasy now. In this cold weather, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Who's there?" he demanded loudly. Zhou Yanqiu still didn't speak. It seemed Zhang Yuanbiao had become alert and refused to open the door. It looked like she would have to climb over the wall. Zhou Yanqiu glanced at the nearby wall. She had been inside before and knew what was inside. As long as she climbed over, she could see who was behind the door. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yanqiu's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce determination. "Zhang Yuanbiao, are you ready? I'm here to take revenge on you." Her agile figure quickly took 2 steps forward, placing her hand on the wall. With a gentle push, she leapt upward. Zhou Yanqiu supported herself with her left hand on the wall, her body tilted and flying upward. Her feet soared over her head by more than a meter. She spun in a flip and landed inside the yard. A person is in midair and can already see Zhang Yuanbiao's figure. He is behind the door, holding a machete, nervously watching outside. Unfortunately, he cannot see what is outside the door now. Just moments ago, Zhou Yanqiu knocked and then quickly moved aside. She is hidden from view through the door crack. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes sharpen. Still in the air and not yet on the ground, she forcefully throws 2 stones at Zhang Yuanbiao with her right hand. The strength she uses to throw the stones is very great. After she throws, she lands on the ground, and a sharp cry of pain rings out in her ears. Zhou Yanqiu stands up. Zhang Yuanbiao has already fallen to the ground, clutching his groin, curled up in pain, rolling from side to side, crying out loudly. His other arm is bent at a 90-degree angle in a different direction, clearly broken, with blood oozing from the wound. Before Zhang Yuanbiao and Zhou Yanqiu even face each other, he has been injured and no longer poses any threat. Next to him, an old woman sees her son collapse suddenly, with his arm twisted and broken, clearly badly hurt. Her eyes fill with tears and rage as she looks at Zhou Yanqiu. The hatred in her eyes almost overflows, as if she wants to eat Zhou Yanqiu alive. But Zhou Yanqiu is not afraid of her fierce expression. What hardships has she not endured in her past life? Having died once and crawled out of hell, can she still fear this small, vicious glare? Zhou Yanqiu's cold eyes glance at the old woman. She steps forward toward the fallen Zhang Yuanbiao. "You little brat, how dare you hurt my son? I will fight you." The old woman bends down and rushes toward Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu's steps toward Zhang Yuanbiao stop. She simply watches coldly as the old woman charges at her. Just as the old woman is about to hit her, Zhou Yanqiu reaches out with one hand and presses her head. The old woman immediately cannot move forward, as if hitting a wall. Zhou Yanqiu does not hold back just because she is an old woman. In her eyes, this old woman is also a murderer who acts violently. She will not be polite to her. She didn't deal with her earlier because she posed no threat. Soon, the police will take her away. But since she has come looking for trouble herself, Zhou Yanqiu will not hold back now. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the elderly woman still pushing forward forcefully. She gently pushed her hand forward, not too hard. The woman then rolled over 5 or 6 times and fell about 5 or 6 meters away. The elderly woman let out a loud scream. Her thigh hit a stone on the ground, and with a cracking sound, her leg broke. Zhou Yanqiu coldly looked at the woman lying on the ground, rolling in pain, and then she paid no more attention to her. She walked over to Zhang Yuanbiao. At this moment he was in so much pain he almost fainted. His face was pale, and large beads of sweat dripped down as he cried out in pain, quickly soaking his hair. Even when Zhou Yanqiu approached him, she didn't notice. She stood there, staring blankly at Zhang Yuanbiao. This enemy who had tormented her for over 10 years was now so fragile, lying on the ground with no strength to fight back. She could end his life immediately if she wanted to. Zhou Yanqiu suppressed her violent thoughts. She really wanted him to suffer all the hardships in the world, then break him into pieces. But that was impossible. She had just been reborn. She still had her grandmother, her uncle, her family, and brother Qinghe. She wouldn't risk herself for a beast. Maybe taking some revenge was enough. Thinking this, Zhou Yanqiu reached out and picked up the machete Zhang Yuanbiao had dropped. She swung the back of the blade at his leg on the ground. With a sharp cracking sound, one of Zhang Yuanbiao's legs broke from the knee up. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhang Yuanbiao's miserable state on the ground. Most of her anger had eased. The girls who had been innocent victims in Zhang Yuanbiao's hands would probably thank her. She had, in a way, avenged them. After her strike broke one of his legs again, Zhang Yuanbiao couldn't hold on anymore. He let out a scream and fainted, slipping away. The elderly woman in the yard also had a broken bone. Zhou Yanqiu let out a breath, a slight smile appearing on her face, suppressing her joy. Today, she had taken revenge. Though it wasn't a complete relief, it was the best she could do. If she continued, she might lose her life. She couldn't explain herself to the police who might arrive soon. She threw the machete on the ground, finally feeling some relief. The dark cloud over her heart began to slowly lift. Just as she was about to open the door to check outside, she heard the distant voice of Zhou Jianjun, hurried and anxious, calling out, "Yanqiu, Zhou Yanqiu, where are you?" Following that, Zhou Lanfang's voice also came, calling, Yanxiu. Yanxiu. Then, the sound of 2 sets of quick footsteps approached. Yanxiu's eyes lit up, her uncle was here. She quickly opened the courtyard gate and saw Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang running toward her. Zhou Jianjun was holding a hunting rifle. Yanxiu hurriedly waved to Zhou Jianjun and shouted loudly, "Uncle, I'm here." "I'm fine." Seeing that Yanxiu was safe, Zhou Jianjun finally relaxed. He quickly walked over to her, looked her over carefully and saw she wasn't hurt, then started to complain, "Little Yanxiu, you've only been out half a day, and you've caused such a big fuss." Yanxiu knew her uncle was worried about her, and that's why he said that. She smiled and said softly, "Uncle, I was just thinking, who knew that when I went out, I would hear that missing girl calling for help?" A clever smile appeared on Yanxiu's face. "Who am I?" "I'm your niece. Of course I have to be brave and do the right thing. You're a soldier, and I can't embarrass you. Besides, I was the first to ask my cousin to call you." And then her smile faded, and she looked seriously at Zhou Jianjun. "Uncle, I won't do anything I'm not sure about." Zhou Jianjun looked at Yanxiu. He had heard Zhou Lanfang describe her series of actions today, well-planned and flawless, with no flaws at all. If she weren't Yanxiu, even he would have to admire her and say, "A woman who's just as brave as a man." But because she was Yanxiu, he couldn't help but worry, afraid she might have an accident. Now that he saw her safe, Zhou Jianjun finally relaxed and didn't ask any more about her taking action on her own. "What's the situation now? How come you're in the yard?" Zhou Jianjun asked casually, but Yanxiu's answer almost made his heart jump out of his chest. "Uncle, I heard that person trying to kill someone to cover up a crime, so I rushed in to stop him," Yanxiu reported seriously to Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun nearly lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. He turned to look at Zhou Yanxiu, eyes wide like bells.
What?
"You actually fought directly with that criminal?" Zhou Yanxiu looked proud and satisfied. She had avenged her big revenge. Her suppressed nature was slowly coming back.
Easy.
"Uncle, you didn't see it. Before he saw me, I threw 2 stones and knocked him down." Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanxiu, unsure of what to say. "Is he inside?" Zhou Yanxiu felt a bit guilty, afraid her uncle would say she was too harsh. "Yes, he's inside, but he's all fainted." Zhou Jianjun nodded, holding a hunting rifle. He carefully stepped into the yard. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 people lying on the ground. One was a middle-aged man, unconscious. He had broken one arm and one leg, and there was a lot of blood on the ground. Zhou Jianjun looked at him and felt very sad. He looked badly hurt, probably fainted from pain. He took a deep breath. This terrible scene. Did his niece really do this? He discreetly glanced at Zhou Yanxiu. He didn't expect that his delicate, fragile niece was actually a tough person inside. That was good. Being tough meant she wouldn't be easily bullied. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhang Yuanbiao on the ground, and then at the old woman lying nearby. Zhang Yuanbiao's condition was not good. His face was very pale, and blood was still flowing. He needed to stop the bleeding quickly, or he might die from blood loss. That would be a big problem. Doing good might cause more trouble. Zhou Jianjun found 2 pieces of rope in a corner of the yard. He tightly bound the wounds on Zhang Yuanbiao's arms and legs with the ropes. Soon, the bleeding slowed down. As for the old woman, she should be okay for now. They could leave her to the police later. Zhou Jianjun stopped Zhang Yuanbiao's bleeding, then turned to ask Zhou Yanxiu, "Where is the girl you mentioned, Jing? Where is she?" If Zhou Yanxiu hadn't hurt these 2 people so badly, it wouldn't be a big deal. But seeing their terrible condition, one lightly injured, the other seriously hurt, if they couldn't find the missing Jing, the situation would be very different. Finding the missing Jing would mean she was a hero. She should be recognized and rewarded. But if they cannot find Jing, it might be a false report of a case. Wrongfully injuring someone without reason could lead to imprisonment. Zhou Jianjun's face showed rare signs of worry. He didn't expect Zhou Yanxiu to cause such a big scene. If they truly can't find Jing, the case cannot be closed. Moreover, he had already reported the case before coming, and Zhang Ligua was surely rushing here with people. By then, Even if he and Zhang Ligua had a good relationship, they couldn't clear her of blame. So, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhou Yanqiu knew what he was worried about and quickly reassured him. "Uncle, she's right here. I even talked to her earlier, so I know she's here." After saying that, Zhou Yanqiu went to a small shed nearby, opened the door, and turned back to Zhou Jianjun, saying, "Uncle, there's a cellar here. The entrance is right here. He Jing is below." Zhou Jianjun hurried over and Zhou Yanqiu lifted the cover over the cellar opening. A foul, rotten smell wafted out. Even Zhou Jianjun, a veteran who had fought in wars, frowned tightly at the unbearable stench. Is this really a place where a person can stay? Amid Zhou Jianjun's doubts, Zhou Yanqiu called into the cellar. "He Jing, are you there? We're here to save you." After a while, a chilling cry of distress came from the cellar, making Zhou Jianjun feel a shiver. Ugh, 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 thank you, comma, the voice was initially muffled but grew louder until it turned into loud sobs. The crying was filled with fear, sadness, and pain. In that moment of emotional release, Zhou Yanqiu felt a strange sense of empathy. In her past life, she had hoped every day that someone would rescue her from her suffering, but it was only a distant dream. But in this life, she had become someone's savior. Rescuing He Jing made Zhou Yanqiu feel as if she had saved her past self. With her revenge finally achieved, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but smile slightly. He Jing cried loudly for about 10 minutes, gasping for breath, and Zhou Yanqiu didn't stop her. At this moment, it's best to let her cry. The bottled-up feelings of sadness and frustration need to be released, or else it could cause bigger problems. When He Jing's sobs in the cellar start to quiet down a bit, Zhou Yanqiu softly says to her, "It's okay now. The bad person has been caught by us, and the police are on their way. You're going to be safe soon. Don't be afraid." From inside the cellar, He Jing's hoarse voice replies, "Thank you, thank you." Just as Zhou Yanqiu is about to say more to He Jing, they hear the roar of a car outside. Zhou Yanqiu's heart moves. This means the police have arrived. She tells He Jing inside the cellar, "The police are here. Wait a moment, we will bring them in soon." Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Yanqiu open the courtyard gate. Outside, a jeep has just stopped. Zhang Ligua quickly jumps out, followed by Zhang Qiulan and 3 young police officers. Zhou Lanfang is also outside. She didn't come in earlier. Zhou Jianjun asked her to wait outside for the police because the inside was too bloody, and he was worried she might be scared. At this moment, Zhang Qiulan arrives. She and Zhou Yanqiu walk toward Zhou Yanqiu together. Zhou Yanqiu looks at Zhang Qiulan and Zhou Lanfang and smiles. "Let's wait outside here. The scene inside is the crime site, so we shouldn't go in." Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan nod. Now, they both follow Zhou Yanqiu's lead. Whatever she says, they listen. Today has been a busy day. Their heads are still spinning from everything that happened. All they know is that today they seem to have done something very important. Seeing Zhang Ligua arrive, Zhou Jianjun waves to him. "Old Zhang, over here." Zhang Ligua hurries over, looking nervous. "Jianjun, don't joke with me. Did you really find He Jing?" Zhang Ligua's face shows a mix of nervousness and excitement. If everything goes well, he might make a big contribution. The case of missing people in Qingyang town has been ongoing for many years, with no clues. Every time they go to county meetings, they get scolded and reminded of this case. It has become an obsession for the Qingyang town police station. So today, after receiving Zhou Jianjun's call, he immediately drove over with his team. Even if they only get a small clue, it's worth it. Zhou Jianjun didn't explain in detail. He simply pulled him toward the yard. "Today is your lucky day. You've been given a big favor, for free. You should treat everyone to a nice meal later." Zhang Ligua shivered at his words. "Jianjun, what do you mean? Is He Jingren still here?" Zhou Jianjun nodded seriously. "Yes, he's in the yard." Zhang Ligua took the lead. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Zhou Jianjun stopped and looked at Zhang Ligua carefully. "That criminal is very dangerous. When we subdued him, we might have been a bit rough. Think about how to report this to the higher-ups." Zhang Ligua waved his hand casually. The criminal resisted. "It's normal to be a bit rough. As long as we didn't kill him, it's fine. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. A smile appeared on Zhou Jianjun's face. He patted Zhang Ligua on the shoulder. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Jianjun with suspicion. He thought to himself, does this guy really believe him? Zhou Jianjun called out to Zhou Yanxiu.
Yanku, come in.
Lan Feng, wait outside. Zhou Yanxiu responded, okay, I'm coming. He then turned to Zhou Lanfeng and Zhang Qiulan. I'll go in first. Since I'm involved, I might be asked some questions later. You two wait outside. Although Zhou Lanfeng wanted to go in and see, she knew this was a serious, formal situation. She understood the importance of behaving properly. She nodded and agreed, waiting outside with Zhang Qiulan. Zhou Yanxiu took a few steps forward to catch up with Zhou Jianjun and Zhang Ligua. Several young police officers with weapons followed closely behind into the yard. The scene in the yard shocked Zhang Ligua and the young officers. The man on the ground looked terribly hurt. His hand and leg were broken, bones showing through the wounds. There was a lot of blood from his groin area. Seeing this, Zhang Ligua and the others felt sick. It looked like the attacker had targeted his most vulnerable spot. Zhou Yuanbiao was still unconscious. One officer checked him and then nodded at Zhang Ligua. Chief Zhang, he's alive. Just fainted. Zhang Ligua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, that was good. If he had died, there would be no way to get evidence. He asked Zhou Jianjun, is this the criminal you mentioned? Are you not afraid of accidentally killing her with such a heavy hand? Zhou Jianjun glanced at Zhou Yanxiu. She stepped forward and said, Uncle Zhang, this is the criminal. He was about to kill He Jing earlier. I heard it and quickly stopped him. I threw stones, but I wasn't aiming well. I didn't want him to really hurt her, so I just accidentally hit him. Zhang Ligua looked at him with disbelief. Is this man now in such a terrible state because of this young girl? He looked at Zhou Jianjun and then at Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Yanxiu looked delicate and weak now. Zhang Ligua couldn't believe that the big man lying unconscious on the ground was caused by her. It was hard to believe. Even some young police officers nearby looked at Zhou Yanxiu differently now. Zhou Jianjun looked proud. Old Zhang, my niece is amazing. Don't underestimate her, he smiled mysteriously and hinted a little about Zhou Yanxiu to Zhang Ligua. Zhang Ligua was unsure but thought finding He Jing was the most important thing now. Before Zhang Ligua could speak, Zhou Yanxiu opened the small door to the cellar. Uncle Zhang, He Jing is downstairs. We just talked to her. She probably isn't doing well. It's best to go down and rescue her to take her to the hospital. Hearing Zhou Yanxiu, Zhang Ligua's heart immediately became excited. She's right here? He quickly walked to the cellar entrance. As he looked inside, the smell of blood and stench hit him, almost making him vomit. He frowned. Could He Jing really be down there? Zhou Yanxiu didn't explain. She called into the cellar. He Jing, He Jing. After a few seconds, neither Zhou Yanxiu nor Zhang Ligua heard any sound from inside. Zhou Yanxiu frowned. What's going on? They just talked to He Jing a few minutes ago. She shouldn't be asleep. Could something be wrong? Zhang Ligua didn't doubt Zhou Yanxiu's words. The cellar was too strange. He had seen many crime scenes before and could tell at a glance that something serious had happened here, maybe more than once. The dark, foul smell inside was so strong even he, an experienced police officer, almost couldn't stand it. Zhou Yanxiu turned to Zhang Ligua and said, Uncle Zhang, just a few minutes ago, I was here talking to He Jing. She was crying very hard then. Zhou Jianjun added from behind, That's right, I was there too. Zhang Ligua's face grew serious. Something must have happened to her. Quickly, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, go down and rescue her. Be careful. Yes, Director Zhang. Two young police officers entered from behind. They looked at the cellar and shined their flashlights inside. With a flashlight's light, everyone saw the situation inside the cellar. They all gasped in shock and felt a shiver down their spines. The two young officers couldn't hold back. Their faces turned very pale. They covered their mouths, trying to hold back their stomachs from churning. Zhou Jianjun and Zhang Ligua looked a bit better, but were still very shocked. Under the flashlight, The deep part of the cellar was filled with white bones that glowed eerily. On some skulls, faint white bugs could be seen crawling. Zhang Ligua's face turned pale with anger. This was far more than just one person's life at risk. He shouted sternly, "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, can you go down? They needed to rescue He Jing quickly." She looked in danger now. If they waited too long, it could get worse. If these two young officers couldn't go down, Zhang Ligua would have to go himself. The two officers forced themselves to suppress their discomfort and said bravely, "Director Zhang, we can." They then started climbing down the ladder into the cellar. Zhou Yanqiu reminded them, "Did you bring the pliers?" The two young officers looked confused. "No, why do we need pliers? He Jing is probably chained up." "I heard the sound of chains." Zhang Ligua shouted, "Xiao Ma, go to the car and get the pliers now." "Hurry." Xiao Ma quickly ran out and soon returned with the pliers. The police officers named Wang and Li, holding the pliers and flashlights, bravely climbed down the ladder into the cellar. Soon, voices came from below. "Director Zhang, we found her. She's chained up. Quick, her condition isn't good. Cut the chains now." "Almost there, just a moment." Zhou Yanqiu and Zhang Ligua listened quietly to the voices below, their faces showing obvious worry. Zhou Yanqiu silently prayed in her heart, "He Jing, please don't die." A few minutes later, voices of two police officers came from the cellar. "All right, quickly, carry her up." Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up as she stared at the bottom of the cellar. She saw two young police officers carrying up a thin, ragged woman covered in scars and dirt. Seeing her, Zhou Yanqiu felt as if she was looking at her past self. She was saved, and that was a good thing. After the police brought He Jing up, she couldn't hold back her nausea anymore. They gently laid her on the ground, and she ran to the corner of the yard, vomiting loudly. They had never seen such a place before. Even hell seemed better than this. The person who kept He Jing locked downstairs was truly a beast. The two young police officers now hated Zhang Yuanbiao very much. The cellar was hardly a place for a person to stay. Yet, He Jing had been inside for so long without going mad or dying. She was lucky. Zhou Yanqiu looked at He Jing on the ground. She was so thin that her face was unrecognizable, covered in dirt and stains. Her face was pale, lips cracked, and she looked completely drained of color. Long exposure to no sunlight made her skin as white as a legend about vampires. Such a look could scare children even in broad daylight. Zhang Ligua and Zhou Jianjun saw that He Jing was in bad shape, clenching her teeth, breathing weakly. Zhang Ligua said, "Seriously, we need to get her to the hospital quickly, or it might be too late." Without caring about her dirt, he reached out to lift He Jing. Zhou Yanqiu hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a moment, Uncle Zhang. First, give her some water. Her lips are cracked, and drinking some water might help. Just wait a little." After speaking, Zhou Yanqiu ran out. The kitchen was easy to find. She went straight in, grabbed a bowl, then found a kettle, poured half a bowl of water, and added a drop of spiritual spring water from her space. She hoped this spiritual spring water could save the poor He Jing. After hearing Zhou Yanqiu's words, Zhang Ligua didn't know why, but his subconscious agreed. Maybe Zhou Yanqiu has a kind of convincing charm. Zhang Ligua and Zhou Jianjun stayed here, waiting for Zhou Yanqiu to go fetch water. Thinking about what happened in the cellar, Zhang Ligua sighed. Today, this case might be solved, which is good news. But the case is very serious and has a big impact. They will be credited for their work, but if this case gets out, it could damage Qingyang Town's reputation. At that time, it's hard to say if that's good or bad. However, there's nothing they can do. Even if they want to hide this case, they can't. Soon, Zhou Yanqiu came out carrying a bowl of water and went to He Jing's side. Carefully, she helped He Jing, who was very weak, and gently fed her the water. The spiritual spring water moisturized He Jing's chapped lips. She seemed to sense something and instinctively opened her mouth, swallowing the water with difficulty. After a while, He Jing finished drinking the bowl of water that Zhou Yanqiu brought. Her face looked visibly healthier, and her breathing became stronger. One bowl of water made a noticeable difference. After drinking the water, Jing's face looked much better, and her breathing was stronger, with her chest clearly rising and falling. Seeing this, Zhang Ligua's heart finally relaxed. This was a very serious case. Saving one person alive versus saving a dead body made a huge difference. If Jing was alive, the local police station could use more flexible language when reporting and handing over the case. But if she had died, the entire Qingyang Town police station would be blamed for neglect. Yes, for such major cases, their local police station doesn't have the authority to close the case. They must report to higher authorities. Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Yanqiu with deep gratitude. His eyes showed how thankful he was. Zhou Jianjun's niece had really helped their police station a lot. He said gratefully to Zhou Jianjun, "Jianjun, I need to take her to the hospital first. I won't stay here any longer. Thanks to your help, I understand the situation. I'll treat you to a drink later." Zhou Jianjun quickly said, "There's no rush for this. The important thing is the main task. Hurry up and go." Zhang Ligua carried Jing horizontally and headed toward the car. Jing was very light, with no flesh on her body. Zhang Ligua lifted her easily, without any trouble. As they left the hospital gate, Jing struggled to open her eyes and looked deeply at Zhou Yanqiu. She wanted to remember this girl. It was she who saved her from that hellish place. She might never forget the feeling of despair and helplessness in that underground cellar, and that heavenly-sounding voice asking, "Is anyone down there?" Zhang Ligua carried Jing into the car and set her down. In the yard, there was also a seriously injured Zhang Yuanbiao who needed to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Otherwise, Zhang Ligua was worried Zhang Yuanbiao might not make it through today. It didn't matter if Zhang Yuanbiao died, but he shouldn't die today. He needed to go through proper legal judgment and sentencing. Most importantly, if he died here, it would involve Zhou Yanqiu, which would be problematic. This young girl took great risks to find and rescue Jing, and during the fight with the criminals, she accidentally injured one of them. That was a big achievement. But if the person died, the case couldn't be pursued further. If higher authorities investigated and found Zhou Yanqiu involved, it might not lead to serious consequences, but it would be disheartening. So, whether for this case or to protect Zhou Yanqiu, Zhang Ligua couldn't let Zhang Yuanbiao die here, even if it meant dying in the hospital. Zhang Ligua ordered, "Xiaoma, go get some rope and tie up Zhang Yuanbiao on the ground. After the traffic clears, we'll take him to the hospital together." Wow, Zhang Ligua was really not gentle with Zhang Yuanbiao. Even with broken arms and legs, he still wanted to tie him up. Zhou Yanqiu's good impression of Zhang Ligua immediately increased. His straightforward style suited her very well. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward, saying, "Let me help." She couldn't miss the chance to help with something that could torment Zhang Yuanbiao. She went ahead to help the young officer surnamed Ma to tie up the still unconscious Zhang Yuanbiao. The broken arm was no longer a threat, so it could be ignored. The healthy arm and the unbroken leg were tied together with a rope, wrapped tightly. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the two people's work and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, they tied him up very tightly. Now, even if Zhang Yuanbiao wakes up on the road, he won't pose any threat anymore. The back door of the jeep opened. Zhou Yanqiu wanted to lift Zhang Yuanbiao and throw him inside, but Zhou Jianjun reached out to stop him. "Step aside. I'll help carry him. This person is unclean, so don't touch him." Zhou Jianjun looked at the blood-covered Zhang Yuanbiao. Zhou Yanqiu wasn't afraid at all. Helping to tie him up was one thing, but now he wanted to help carry him. Zhou Jianjun quickly stepped forward to block him. This was a rough job, and as the big man, he should do it. Zhou Jianjun and a police officer with the surname Ma each grabbed an arm and leg, then threw Zhang Yuanbiao into the car like an animal. When they lifted Zhang Yuanbiao, intense pain made him wake up again. When he regained consciousness, he saw the police officer lifting him and noticed he was tied up. He realized he couldn't escape justice. He was sure that the secret of the cellar had been discovered, which is why the police came. He turned his head and saw a beautiful girl smiling at him. Although she was smiling, her smile didn't reach her eyes and carried a coldness. Looking at this girl, Zhang Yuanbiao's eyes filled with hatred. It was her. Yes, her. This seemingly harmless girl had discovered his secret and then used a stone to seriously hurt him. He was in this state entirely because of this unbelievably beautiful girl. Otherwise, even if he was caught, he could still escape in time. Behind him stretched the vast Changbai Mountains. He had been a hunter here for over 10 years and knew these mountains well. If he ran into the mountains now, none of the police could find him. But everything was over now. Zhang Yuanbiao looked at Zhou Yanqiu standing there. Besides endless hatred, he felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. What he didn't know was that the beautiful girl in front of him was his next target. As a twisted demon, he mostly imprisoned and tortured women who were not bad-looking. Torturing and killing such women gave him a strange sense of pleasure. Zhou Yanqiu had once seen him from afar and thought she fit his target perfectly. Because he and Lu Hongyun have known each other since childhood and have a complicated relationship, he asked Lu Hongyun to help him get Zhou Yanqiu. Lu Hongyun didn't dare refuse Zhang Yuanbiao's request because she also had significant leverage over him. This is what led to the disaster in Zhou Yanqiu's previous life. But now, Zhang Yuanbiao doesn't recognize Zhou Yanqiu because she has changed so much. She looks like a completely different person. Zhang Yuanbiao stares at Zhou Yanqiu with terrifying, bloodshot eyes, wanting to tear her apart. If an ordinary girl saw such a look, she would be scared. But Zhou Yanqiu, having escaped from hell once, is not afraid of Zhang Yuanbiao's evil gaze. Seeing Zhang Yuanbiao wake up and look at her with a fierce expression, Zhou Yanqiu feels a bit happy. He's awake now, which means she can feel her pain and suffer more. For such a wicked soul, even if he goes to hell, he should experience more torment while alive as a small punishment for his evil deeds. Zhou Yanqiu looks at Zhang Yuanbiao with hatred in his eyes, but she smiles confidently at him. She raises her right hand, making a gun gesture, and points it at Zhang Yuanbiao. With a loud bang, Zhang Yuanbiao is ruthlessly thrown into the back of the jeep and quickly loses consciousness again. Officer, Hua knows what kind of evil deeds Zhang Yuanbiao has done, and such a villain doesn't deserve to sit in a seat. It's not unfair to treat him this way. Zhang Ligua sits in the car and instructs the two young officers remaining behind. Start now. Protect the scene here, seal off that cellar. No one is allowed to enter. Wait for higher authorities to arrive. As for that old woman, find a village doctor to treat her first, then control her. Don't let anyone escape. Understand? Officers Wang and Li salute and reply, yes, we will complete the task. Then Zhang Ligua looks at Zhang Qiulan with a kind smile and says, you're Zhang Qiulan, right? You've made a great contribution this time. I will report your achievement. He then smiles and says to Zhou Lanfang, Lanfang, you did very well today too. He said this and gave Zhou Lanfang a big thumbs up. Today, Zhou Lanfang was outside and didn't see what was happening inside the yard. When Zhang Ligua praised her, she smiled happily. I wonder if she would have nightmares after seeing what was in the cellar. Zhang Ligua finished arranging his work and greeted Zhou Jianjun before driving away. At this moment, some villagers were walking in groups toward Zhang Yuanbiao's house. From afar, they watched the police car at Zhang Yuanbiao's door leave and started talking about what might have happened there. Today, the village saw police cars, which was a big deal. People love to watch excitement, and this is true everywhere, so it's no surprise they were curious. But everyone was afraid of causing trouble. They stayed far away, worried they might be called in for questioning, so they didn't get too close. The village women and older women gathered, crossing their arms and gossiping. Since the police came by car, it must be something serious. Maybe someone got hurt. Probably not. If someone was hurt, the police wouldn't leave so quickly. I think they must have lost something valuable. I think they stole money from the house. They are rich, after all. That makes sense. Zhang Yuanbiao hunts a lot each year and earns quite a bit. His family is doing well. Otherwise, how could he marry 3 times? The police coming today probably means they lost a lot of money. Oh, look, that's Qiulan. Why is she there? Let's go ask her what's going on. A sharp-eyed villager saw Zhang Qiulan at the door and became curious. A few women approached her. Zhang Qiulan was talking to Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang at the door. She was having a very exciting day, but she still felt nervous. She was still a bit worried. She didn't know how serious Zhang Yuanbiao's crimes were and was afraid he might cause trouble for her family in the future. Zhou Yanqiu confidently assured her and shared a little information. Anyway, this matter couldn't be kept secret. If she didn't tell her, she probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. Qiulan, don't worry. Zhang Yuanbiao definitely can't get out. He has taken lives before, more than one. Even a death sentence is too light for him. When Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan heard this, their faces turned pale. If that's true, they almost came face to face with a murder today. That was too dangerous. Really? Zhang Yuanbiao has killed someone. Zhou Yanqiu nodded firmly.
Definitely.
He's killed more than once. So, rest assured, he won't get out. Although Zhou Lanfang and Zhang Qiulan didn't know each other before today, with Zhou Yanqiu present, these two girls of similar age quickly became good friends within a day. You could say that with Zhou Yanqiu around, their presence and confidence instantly matched. Qiulan. While they were chatting, Zhang Qiulan heard someone calling her name. She turned her head and saw a few villagers approaching. Zhang Qiulan smiled and greeted. Aunt Zhao. Aunt Lu, what brings you here? Aunt Zhao looked at Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang, then nodded towards the police officers busy marking off the area, and asked curiously, Qiulan, what happened at Zhang Yuanbiao's house? Why did the police come? Zhang Qiulan looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu gave her a quick signal, and Zhang Qiulan understood. She said with a look of innocence, Aunt Zhao, I haven't been inside the yard. The three of us just stayed at the gate. But I saw the police taking Zhang Yuanbiao away. I don't know much else. She half-truthfully told Aunt Zhao what she saw, worried about saying the wrong thing. She only shared what was unimportant. If they wanted to know more, they should ask the police inside the yard. Aunt Zhao and the others looked inside curiously. Inside, Officer Wang and Officer Li were busy handling the scene. They also saw the bloodstains on the ground and were startled. Aunt Zhao muttered softly, Blood? This won't be a small matter. At that moment, Officer Wang and Officer Li finished handling the scene and came out with Zhou Jianjun. Seeing a few unfamiliar rural women, they guessed they were villagers from here. Fortunately, they also had something that needed help. Annie, is there a doctor in our village? Someone here has a broken leg. Could you please go and ask a doctor to come and look at it? When Aunt Zhao and the others heard this, their eyes widened in surprise. They carefully asked, Whose leg is broken? How did it happen? Officer Wang smiled and explained to Aunt Zhao, Some things are still secret right now, so we can't say much.
Please understand.
Do we have a doctor in the village? Aunt Zhao patted her thigh and said, Secret, I understand. I won't ask. Yes, we have a doctor here. I'll go call him right now. The leg is broken, so he needs to bring some things. Lu Dumao, standing nearby, pulled her arm and said, Hurry up, stop talking. Go call the doctor first, and then we can talk. Then, everyone eagerly went to help Officer Wang call the doctor. On the way, it was definitely full of gossip about what had happened. Zhou Jianjun looked at everything that was almost settled. Since the remaining matters were internal police affairs, they didn't concern him anymore. Later, the police station would probably ask them questions, but that was for the future. Zhou Jianjun greeted Officers Wang and Li, then prepared to go back. The two young officers knew that Zhou Jianjun was a friend of Officer Zhang and that he wasn't involved in this case, so they didn't stop him. If anything came up later, Officer Zhang would contact him. Zhou Jianjun called out to Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang, who were still chatting. Yanqiu, Lanfang, we're heading back now. There was little to do here for Zhou Yanqiu and the others now, so they didn't need to wait around. If they needed to cooperate with any investigations, they would be contacted naturally. So Zhou Jianjun told Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang to prepare to leave. Although they had made a big contribution today, thinking back, it had also scared him quite a bit. Especially Zhou Yanqiu, who dared to face such a cruel criminal directly. She didn't consider the consequences. What if she failed? What if the criminal had a gun? It seemed he needed to give her a good lesson when they got back. As for Officers Wang and Li, they could only stay here and wait for their superiors to come and check the scene. Currently, the area has been sealed off, and no one is allowed to enter. Soon, the village doctor will come to treat the elderly woman, and everything will be fine. Thinking about the scene in the cellar, both of them almost felt sick again.
It was too cruel and terrifying.
Even these two police officers, who had experienced many big cases, had never seen such a scene. They had hardly heard of anything like it before. It could be called a hell on earth. After the situation here was settled, and He Jing was rescued, she was taken to the hospital. From her feeling, she should be okay now. Plus, Zhang Yuanbiao's terrible fate, the purpose of Zhou Yanqiu's trip, had been achieved or even exceeded. If she had followed her original plan to find opportunities slowly, He Jing might have already been gone by then. Getting revenge and saving He Jing made her feel clear-minded and very happy. When Zhou Jianjun called her to go back, she was about to agree. She had already finished everything she wanted to do. Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to agree, Zhang Qiulan spoke first. "Uncle, it's almost mealtime. Why don't we go home for dinner first? I haven't seen Yanqiu in a long time. Let her stay here and play a little longer." Zhang Qiulan truly wanted to spend more time with Zhou Yanqiu. They were good friends from school, and they hadn't seen each other for over a year. She felt there were many things she wanted to talk about with Yanqiu. Hearing that Zhou Jianjun wanted to take Yanqiu back, Zhang Qiulan was so anxious, she almost jumped. No, she insisted that Yanqiu stay a little longer. Zhou Yanqiu saw how anxious Zhang Qiulan was and felt warm inside. She turned to Zhou Jianjun and said, "Uncle, why don't we all go out for a meal? We can leave after eating." Zhou Jianjun waved his hand and told Zhou Yanqiu, "You two go eat. I won't go. Come home early this afternoon. No more trouble, okay?" Zhou Yanqiu answered seriously, "I understand, uncle. But let's eat here. We can cook ourselves quickly or we'll be hungry." Zhou Lanfang, standing nearby, disagreed. "Dad, we didn't cause trouble. We did a good deed, fought crime. This is something to be proud of." Zhou Jianjun didn't realize how serious the situation was this time. He sighed, knowing that his daughter was carefree and easygoing. Some things he couldn't explain to her, so he decided not to say anything. "I shouldn't stay too long. It's almost time to go home. You two come back early this afternoon and don't stay out too late, okay?" Zhou Yanqiu saw that Zhou Jianjun didn't want to stay for dinner. She understood he felt a bit awkward and was worried about gossip. Having lived two lives, Zhou Yanqiu understood him instantly and stopped trying to persuade him. "Uncle, you can ride your bike back. After we finish eating, my sister and I will walk home slowly. It's a good way to digest after meal." Seeing that Zhou Jianjun was determined to leave, Zhou Yanqiu asked him to take his bike. Riding back now, he could still make it home in time for dinner. Zhou Jianjun didn't agree and wanted to leave his bike for them. "It's okay, I can go quickly. You two girls can ride your bikes and get home faster this way." Zhou Yanqiu held onto Zhou Jianjun firmly, her tone serious. "Uncle, if you ride your bike back, then stay and eat with us before leaving." Unable to argue, Zhou Jianjun had no choice but to push his bike and ride away. Before leaving, he repeatedly told them to go home early and stay safe. It seemed he was a bit traumatized by what Zhang Yuanbiao did. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Uncle, you know my strength. Who could bully me?" Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and realized she was right. He probably wasn't her match. It was clear he needed to teach Yanqiu some fighting skills, so she could defend herself. That way, he'd feel more at ease. Otherwise, if something like this happened again, he might be so scared he'd faint. Zhou Jianjun quickly rode off, leaving the three girls to return to Zhang Qiulan's house to wash vegetables and cook. Zhang Qiulan cut a third of the meat Zhou Yanqiu brought without hesitation. There was no other way. Their family's conditions were limited now. That morning, including lunch, Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Lanfang, and Zhang Qiulan had become good friends, talking about everything and feeling very close. After dinner, they chatted for a while. Around 3 p.m., Zhou Yanqiu looked at the time and thought it was getting late. If she and Zhou Lanfang walked back now, it would take about an hour. Since it gets dark early now, around 5 p.m., they both need to go back sooner. Zhang Qiulan reluctantly saw Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang off to the village entrance. She watched their shadows until they were almost out of sight before heading home. Not long after walking on the road, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang saw two jeeps speeding toward them from ahead. They were police cars. The jeeps whizzed past them, and Zhou Yanqiu looked back. These cars were probably heading to Chongqing village. It seems there will be a lot of activity there today, because of such a big case. They probably don't know how to handle it yet. It will likely cause trouble for many people. But Zhou Yanqiu felt no regret. If Zhang Yuanbiao was caught a day later, innocent He Jing would suffer even more. Suddenly, Zhou Yanqiu smiled at Zhou Lanfang and said, "Sister, let's go home quickly, or uncle will start scolding us again." Zhou Lanfang snorted, "I'm not afraid. Let him say what he wants. It's not like I'll lose any meat." Then Zhou Lanfang told Zhou Yanqiu, "But we should go back early, or my dad might worry." Zhou Yanqiu almost laughed out loud. "Okay, let's walk faster." At Qing'an County Hospital, Zhang Liguo looked nervous as he spoke to Dr. Wang. "Doctor, how is that girl now? Is she okay?" Dr. Wang held the examination report and looked puzzled. "This girl has been badly abused for a long time. Her body is severely weakened, almost at the point of giving up. She's as weak as an elderly person in her 70s or 80s. Based on my many years of medical experience, she wouldn't have lasted until you arrived at the hospital if she hadn't been kept alive by some medicine or treatment. But now, it seems her condition is slowly improving. She's still unconscious, but her life isn't in danger. The external injuries are minor compared to the damage to her internal organs, which need careful recovery." Hearing this, Dr. Wang looked more confused. "Did you give her any medicine before you came?" Dr. Wang insisted on his opinion. As a doctor with many years of experience, his medical skills at Qing'an County Hospital are well respected. The girl, so thin she was just skin and bones, wouldn't have survived this long without some medicine or treatment keeping her alive. Dr. Wang was very interested in this case. Zhang Liguo also looked confused. Since He Jing was rescued from the cellar, he had not taken his eyes off her until they reached the hospital. There was no special medicine involved. She only drank a bowl of water. Suddenly, Zhang Liguo shivered. Could there be something wrong with that bowl of water? He remembered that when He Jing was first rescued from the cellar, she was almost unconscious and close to death. It was a girl named Zhou Yanqiu who went to the kitchen, brought back a bowl of water, and fed it to He Jing. After that, her condition clearly improved. If He Jing really had taken some medicine, it must have been in that bowl. Because, from start to finish, only Zhou Yanqiu was in the kitchen getting water and was out of his sight. Zhang Liguo lowered his eyes. She didn't take any medicine, just drank a bowl of warm water. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Dr. Wang looked at the test report in his hand, amazed, calling it a miracle of life. At this moment, a doctor approached, looking troubled, and said to Zhang Liguo, "Director Zhang, the patient you sent here with broken arms and legs has serious injuries. The arm is okay, barely able to be fixed, but the kneecap is shattered, and there's no hope for a cure." Zhang Liguo listened to the doctor describe Zhang Yuanbiao's condition, but his face showed no change. Such a scoundrel, just being alive and breathing was a blessing from past lives. He said casually, "It's okay. If we can't cure him, we won't. As long as he doesn't die." The doctor's expression relaxed and he said strangely, "He won't die, but he won't get better either. The injuries on his arms and legs are bad enough, and even his hip bone is shattered. His manhood was also badly damaged, turned into a mess. He'll be paralyzed and confined to bed in the future." The doctor shook his head repeatedly, looking regretful. He had been a doctor for a long time, but he had never seen a patient with so many injuries at once. He had injuries in 3 places all over his body, each more serious than the last. He didn't know if he was beaten or what caused it. Even he felt the pain just looking at it. Fortunately, the patient had already fainted from the pain. Otherwise, knowing what he looked like now, he might not have been able to accept it right away. It should be something that no one can accept. It is really too tragic. After hearing about the injuries on Zhang Yuanbiao, Zhang Liguo twitched the corner of his mouth. He truly did not expect that the seemingly harmless girl would be so ruthless, directly ruining Zhang Yuanbiao. But it really felt satisfying. Zhang Ligua remembered pulling He Jing out of the cellar, along with the pile of cold white bones and skulls inside, each one representing a life. All of this was something that beast Zhang Yuanbiao could do. Just thinking about it made Zhang Ligua feel furious. Zhou Yanqiu, who beat him so badly, also vented his anger for himself. The person responsible for the missing persons case was no longer considered a normal person. Beating him up like this was completely justified. Zhang Ligua learned that He Jing was no longer in danger of losing her life, and he felt relieved. As for Zhang Yuanbiao, as long as he wasn't dead, that was enough. He didn't pay much more attention to him. Soon, he needed to rush to Chongqing village, where the murder scene was, and he also had to be there. After sending He Jing and Zhang Yuanbiao to the hospital, Ma Public Security arranged for someone to stay and watch over them, then went to the county police station to report the case. Such a major case was beyond what their small police station could handle. Having a crazy person like that in their district was just bad luck for them. When they heard that so many people might have died, the county police chief was furious and immediately sent people in cars to Chongqing village, scolding Zhang Ligua harshly. Actually, Zhang Ligua felt he was somewhat wronged. This case had been going on for over 10 years, but he only joined the police force last year after leaving the army. But, since he was now part of the Qingyang Town Police Station, it was only natural for the leaders to be angry with him. He scolded, but he still had to do his job. After learning about He Jing's condition and knowing that Zhang Yuanbiao wouldn't die anytime soon, Zhang Ligua's worries eased a little. He called Ma Public Security over, patted his shoulder, and warned him, "You stay here and watch over He Jing. Even though 2 colleagues from the county bureau are here with Zhang Yuanbiao, you still need to keep an eye on him. Work hard today, and tomorrow I'll send someone to replace you." The case is still ongoing, and as the main parties involved, they need to be closely watched. So, someone must stay here to keep an eye on things. After arranging everything, Zhang Ligua quickly drove back to Chongqing village with his driver. As for lunch, there was no time to sit down. He bought a few buns and ate them while on the road with his driver. Thinking about the cellar, Zhang Ligua felt a bit uneasy and couldn't eat much. Sigh, it looks like he won't be able to rest tonight. Given the terrible scene in the cellar, the investigation at the site would take a long time. They might have to work through the night. Zhang Ligua thought for a moment and took a big bite of his bun. He needed to fill his stomach first before doing anything else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the strength to work later. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang walked and talked as they headed back to Zhoujia village. Having company made the journey feel much shorter. By around 4 p.m., they arrived home. At that moment, Aunt Li Guoyan was just starting to prepare dinner. When she saw them return, she smiled happily. "Oh, my brave little heroes, you're back. I'll cook something nice for you tonight." After Zhou Jianjun returned, Li Guoyan asked him what had happened. He was worried she might get upset, so he didn't tell her the full story. He only said that Yanqiu and Lanfang had encountered a missing person and went to help report it. At first, Li Guoyan was startled. What kind of luck was this? Going out and running into such a dangerous situation? But she felt relieved when Zhou Jianjun said everything was fine. Her children had done a good deed, and she believed they did the right thing. She didn't want to discourage them. Instead, she wanted to encourage them. Li Guoyan planned to cook something delicious that evening to reward the 2 little heroes. Recently, she had become very confident in her cooking skills, and her dishes were getting better and better. Li Guoyan's interest in cooking was growing. She even thought her skills could earn her a position in the imperial kitchen. Of course, this was just her imagination. The real mastermind behind everything was Zhou Yanqiu. She had added spiritual spring water to the cooking pot, which gave her dishes a special effect. Although she didn't add much, the power of the spring water was overwhelming. Even a little bit of spring water can slowly change the taste of a large jar of water. Now, the water in the jar has a fresh, sweet flavor, even when boiled and drunk. It's much tastier than before. When Zhou Yanqiu heard that her aunt wanted to cook something delicious, she happily said, "Okay, Auntie, your dishes will definitely be tasty." "Sister, and I will help." Li Guiyun refused, saying, "No need. You've walked a long way and just got home. Rest for a while, and I'll call you when it's time to eat. Go to your room and relax." Li Guiyun saw that they had been busy all day and had walked far, so she didn't want them to help and wanted them to rest more. When Zhou Yanqiu saw that her aunt really didn't want them to help, and Zhou Lanfang also pulled her back into the room, she went inside to rest. Zhou Jianjun was in the house. When he saw Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang come back, he felt relieved. Today's events even surprised him. A young girl in her teens was brave enough to face such a fierce criminal directly. Luckily, nothing serious happened, but what if it had? After returning home, Zhou Jianjun sat and thought about what happened today. The more he thought, the more he felt scared. Fortunately, nothing bad happened, and they even made a big contribution. But these two young girls were really brave. Still, he didn't know how to tell them they did something wrong. For anyone, what they did today was right and just. No one could find fault with them. But as a parent, Zhou Jianjun only wanted his children to be safe and away from danger. That's because of different backgrounds and perspectives. Even though Zhou Jianjun is a retired soldier with patriotic spirit, he would rather face danger himself than see his children get hurt. He was worried about their safety. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang come inside, Zhou Jianjun smiled slightly and looked at them quietly. He didn't scold them for the danger they faced. They had already done something great, and it wasn't right to dampen their spirits now. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang felt a bit nervous under Zhou Jianjun's stern gaze. Especially Zhou Yanqiu, who knew her actions today might seem too reckless in her uncle's eyes, as she didn't prioritize her own safety. But she didn't regret what she did. If she could do it all over again, she would still act the same way. This was because it helped her vent some of the pain and unfairness she had suffered in her past life. Seeing Zhang Yuanbiao in such a terrible state made her feel very satisfied at the time. Now that the villain has been defeated, although no official verdict has been made, she can imagine Zhang Yuanbiao's fate. He will face the strictest punishment. This was her goal for this trip, which made her feel much better, like she had achieved something important in her life. Yes, revenge was also one of her reasons for coming back to life. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes twinkled, and a clever smile appeared on her face. "Uncle, where's Grandma? I'm going to find her." After saying that, she tried to run out to Grandma's house. Haha, if her uncle couldn't see her, he wouldn't get angry. Zhou Lanfang quickly added, "I'll go too," Zhou Jianjun said with a sigh. "You two don't need to go. Grandma is just sleeping in this room." He also felt a bit strange. His mother had been sleeping more lately. At first, he was worried, but seeing that she seemed fine, he relaxed. Moreover, his mother looked more energetic each day, her face gradually turning rosy, and she looked several years younger. It was obvious her health was improving little by little, which was a good sign. While feeling happy, Zhou Jianjun didn't think too much. He just thought his mother was in a good mood lately, so her health was getting better. He had heard of such things before. Zhou Yanqiu heard that Grandma was sleeping and didn't bother her further. Being well-rested was good for her, as it meant her body was gradually recovering. For dinner, Li Guiyun made garlic pork slices, cooked a rabbit dish, stewed a pot of pork with vermicelli, and stir-fried some cabbage, an abundant meal. Usually, families only eat this much meat during the New Year. But today, Li Guiyun was happy. Her thoughts were simple. Her two daughters had done something good and made a contribution, which was something to be proud of. Because Li Guiyun didn't know what Zhou Yanqiu did today. If she found out that Zhou Yanqiu had seriously injured a man today, she might not be so happy. She probably would worry even more than Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun didn't want Li Guiyun to worry too much, so he didn't tell her what Zhou Yanqiu had done today. A few big dishes were served on the table. Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up when she saw them. The family's meals these days have been so good, almost like New Year celebrations. They've been eating meat these days, something they might not have had in the past month. And her mother's cooking has been getting better and better. If every day could be like this, it would truly be a dream life. After dinner, Zhou Jianjun called Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfeng over, not letting them help clean up the dishes. Yanqiu, Lanfeng, come here. I want to talk to you too. When they sat down on small stools, Zhou Jianjun spoke seriously. The case you found today is not small. The police will probably come to ask questions later. Just answer honestly, okay? Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfeng listened carefully like students. Got it, uncle, dad. Zhou Jianjun looked at them and said to Zhou Yanqiu, especially you, Yanqiu. You found the person, and you also subdued Zhang Yuanbiao. Hearing this, Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath. Not subdued, but seriously injured. They will ask you important questions, like how you fought Zhang Yuanbiao and how you found He Jing. Think carefully, do you understand? Zhou Yanqiu nodded. She already had an idea. At worst, she would just reveal that she had a little strength. Anyway, many people knew about this. And besides, a woman being a bit stronger isn't unusual. How much strength she has is up to her. As long as she doesn't say anything too extreme. I became a bit more alert and heard someone crying. Curious, I went to check and then I asked my sister to report it to you. I also overheard the bad person saying he wanted to get rid of He Jing. I heard everything. Could this have happened? So, when he wasn't paying attention, I used a small stone to hurt him. After saying this, I looked at Zhou Jianjun with wide eyes. Uncle, is it okay if I say it like this? Zhou Jianjun saw that I explained clearly and knew I was thoughtful. Yes, just say it like that. Then he smiled at both of us, feeling proud, but also a little worried. This time, Uncle Zhang said you three did a great job. You will probably be recognized soon, maybe even get a big red flower badge. As for rewards, we don't know yet, but they probably won't be small. You've made a big splash this time. Whether it's good or bad, we'll see. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Lanfeng and felt a bit regretful for bringing her into this. At the time, he didn't think everything through. But given the situation, he didn't have much time to consider. He acted on impulse, and now it's too late to regret. However, it probably doesn't matter much because they really did a good deed. Plus, Zhang Yuanbiao has no relatives or friends in the village, and he's not well-liked. No one would come after them just because of him. And since Zhang Yuanbiao did something so outrageous, people will praise them as heroes who helped the community. If they're really worried, they could ask not to hold a recognition ceremony and keep their identities secret. I believe they would agree to that. Zhou Yanqiu was mentally prepared and waiting for the investigators to come and take her statement. Anyway, she was clearly the biggest contributor to this case, so no one should trouble her. Suddenly, Zhou Yanqiu remembered something. Uncle, are we going to the county tomorrow? She still remembered she wanted to sell wild mountain ginseng in the county. But after what happened today, she wasn't sure if their plans to go would be disrupted. Zhou Jianjun also forgot about it at first. When he heard Zhou Yanqiu ask, he suddenly remembered. They had planned to go to the county tomorrow to find ways to sell the ginseng. Zhou Jianjun hesitated for a moment. He didn't know when the police would come to his house, and no one had told him when they would return. He thought for a while. Since no one informed him, he decided to act as if he didn't know and do whatever needed to be done. It should be fine, right? He couldn't just stay at home waiting all the time. The fresh wild ginseng also needs proper drying and storage by professionals. If it gets spoiled in their hands, it would be a real loss. Zhou Jianjun quickly made a decision. If no one comes before he leaves for the county tomorrow, they will go there first. As for the police questioning and recording statements, they are not criminals. They can't just keep waiting at home and restrict their freedom. They can wait until the police come back to discuss it. Thinking of this, Zhou Jianjun said to Zhou Yanqiu, "We'll go tomorrow. Get up early in the morning and leave. No need to cook at home, just buy 2 buns in town to eat." After saying that, he looked at Zhou Lanfeng and asked, "Are you going tomorrow? If so, you need to wake up early. Can you get up?" Zhou Lanfeng looked confident and argued, "Of course I can get up. I usually don't get up because there's nothing urgent, but if there's something important, I'll definitely wake up. Don't underestimate me. I'll get up even earlier than you tomorrow." Zhou Jianjun chuckled. "Then I'll wait to see you get up before me. Usually, I call 3 times for breakfast, but tomorrow if you don't wake up, I won't call you." Zhou Lanfeng snorted and turned to Zhou Yanqiu, saying, Yanxiu, if I don't get up tomorrow, you must wake me up or I'll be sad. Zhou Yanxiu looked at Zhou Lanfang and smiled softly. Don't worry, sister. I'll take care of it. After a while, Zhou Yanxiu took her grandmother home to prepare for bed. They needed to wake up early tomorrow, so they should sleep early tonight. As usual, before sleeping, Zhou Yanxiu gave her grandmother a warm water with spiritual spring water added. This was a nightly routine. After drinking the water, her grandmother's sleep quality improved a lot. Her health had already recovered quite well. With some more time to rest and nurture, by next spring, her grandmother should be healthier than many of her peers. Zhou Yanxiu watched her grandmother fall asleep quickly after drinking the water, then turned and went to the main hall. In a flash, she entered her space. She came this time to carefully observe the 30-year-old ginseng plant. She hadn't been here for 2 days and didn't know how the ginseng was growing now. She remembered that last time she visited, she even washed it with a splash of spiritual spring water. After Zhou Yanxiu entered, she went straight to the space spiritual field where the ginseng was. She looked at it and was surprised. The ginseng had changed a lot. Wild ginseng, 32 years old, with high medicinal value. Zhou Yanxiu looked at the ginseng with bright green leaves, 6 leaflets spreading out happily, waving as if greeting her. She took a deep breath in shock. This is incredible. In just 2 days outside, the ginseng in the space spiritual field has aged by 2 more years. If this continues, in 3 more months, this 30-year-old ginseng could become a 100-year-old ginseng. A 100-year-old ginseng is called a treasure ginseng. It's a legendary thing, rare and hard to find throughout history. Now, with her space and the spiritual spring water, could she mass-produce this 100-year-old ginseng? Even 1,000-year-old ginseng and other rare medicinal herbs might not be just a dream in the future. Zhou Yanxiu took a deep breath. The surprises from her space are truly amazing, one after another. All right, since that's the case, she won't hold back. It's a pity that the other wild ginseng on the mountain was taken 2 days ago. If she had known, she should have planted it in her space for a couple of months before selling it. That way, she could have gotten a better price. But it's no use regretting now. Besides, will she ever lack such ginseng in the future? Looking at the 2 acres of spiritual field in front of her, she felt it would be a shame not to plant all kinds of rare, valuable, and scarce medicinal herbs. It would be a waste of her second chance at this space she gained through rebirth. This discovery in her space strengthened Zhou Yanxiu's resolve to find a chance to learn traditional Chinese medicine. With such great resources, her small courtyard study filled with Chinese medical books, which look quite impressive, along with the pharmacy's herbs and the alchemy furnace in the stone house. All of it pointed her toward developing her skills in traditional Chinese medicine. If she doesn't develop in this direction, it would really be a shame. Zhou Yanxiu took another turn inside her space, checked her territory, then left the space. Tomorrow, she will go to the county town with her uncle, so she needs to sleep early tonight. Zhou Yanxiu snuggled into her bed, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. She was thinking about things and wondering if she could find a way to sell the ginseng tomorrow. At this time, private trading of ginseng is not allowed. It is a controlled commodity. If someone finds out, the ginseng could be confiscated, or she might be detained for a few days. But her uncle, Zhou Jianjun, has been a hunter for many years and probably knows some secret ways. For example, the black market, where some people are very bold. Zhou Jianjun knows there is someone in the county who regularly buys ginseng, but only those over 10 years old. That's why he mentioned going to the county tomorrow to handle the ginseng. Before dawn, Zhou Yanxiu was awakened by the crowing of chickens. She quietly got dressed, washed her face, and left without disturbing her grandmother, heading to her uncle's house. Last night, she had already told her grandmother that she would wake early to go to the county with her uncle. She decided not to prepare breakfast. Her grandmother would go to her uncle's for breakfast, and her aunt would have everything arranged at home. When Zhou Yanxiu reached her uncle's door, Zhou Jianjun was already up, and Zhou Lanfang came out sleepily. Zhou Lanfang yawned, shivered from the cold wind, and woke up a bit. Winter mornings are still very cold. Zhou Jianjun found 2 pairs of rabbit fur gloves and gave one to Zhou Yanqiu. Put on these gloves to prevent your hands from freezing and getting frostbite. Zhou Yanqiu took the gloves, put them on, and they fit perfectly. She looked up at her uncle. Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, "Your aunt made these for your sister before.
Keep them on.
You'll be riding a bike too." Zhou Yanqiu looked at the gloves. After putting them on, her hands felt warm. Her aunt's craftsmanship was good. These rabbit fur gloves were very delicate and warm. Yesterday, Zhou Jianjun borrowed their family's bicycle from Zhou Jianhua, planning for 3 people to ride 2 bikes to the town. Then, they would leave the bikes at the police station and take a bus to the county. He also knows a few people at the police station, so he left the item inside where someone could watch over it. If he left it outside, it might get lost at any time. Zhou Jianjun has already kept the ginseng close to him. Over 2 days, the ginseng still looks fresh and hasn't been damaged at all. Everything is ready. Zhou Yanqiu rides a bicycle and Zhou Jianjun rides another. Zhou Lanfang looks at the 2 bikes. "Dad, Yanqiu, who will take me?" Zhou Yanqiu smiles and pats the back of his bike. "I'll take you." "Come on, get on." He hops onto his bike first, balancing on one foot, waiting for Zhou Lanfang to get on so they can leave. Zhou Jianjun doesn't object. He now understands how capable his niece is. She rides the bike with Zhou Lanfang, and it seems easier than riding alone. The moon is still high in the sky, but the clouds in the east are glowing with a fiery red. At sunrise and sunset, Zhou Yanqiu waits for Zhou Lanfang to get on the bike. He presses the pedal with his foot. "Sister, sit tight." As soon as he speaks, he pushes off hard, and the bike speeds forward. Zhou Lanfang exclaims, "Wow, it's so fast." She quickly holds onto Zhou Yanqiu's waist, afraid she might fall. Behind, Zhou Jianjun calls out, "Yanqiu, slow down." "Don't ride so fast," Zhou Yanqiu responds. "Got it, uncle," but he doesn't slow down much. Zhou Jianjun smiles and speeds up to catch up. The sky begins to turn light, with the first hints of dawn. Zhou Yanqiu rides the bike with Zhou Lanfang, and they head straight to the police station. Qingyang town isn't big, and the police station is easy to find. Zhou Yanqiu came here once before with Zhou Jianjun, so he remembers the way. When they arrive, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang wait at the gate. They don't know anyone inside the station, so they wait for Zhou Jianjun to make arrangements. Soon, Zhou Jianjun arrives on his bike. He stops, slightly out of breath from riding, still not catching up with Zhou Yanqiu. He goes to the security guard at the gate, greets him, then asks Zhou Yanqiu to park the bikes inside the station yard. There are staff on duty 24 hours here, so parking the bikes inside means they won't be lost. After parking the bicycle, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang to the nearby state-run restaurant to buy 6 meat buns. Each bun cost 20 cents, totaling 1.20 yuan. At this time, the meat buns were filled with real ingredients, large in size, and enough to fill 2 people's stomachs. The 3 of them ate the buns while walking toward the bus station. There was a bus to Qingyang County in the morning, and there was about half an hour before departure. They had plenty of time. After finishing the buns, they arrived at the bus departure point. The bus stop was just an old, shabby yard by the roadside. A military green bus was parked there, waiting to depart. People were buying tickets and boarding one after another. Zhou Jianjun told Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang to wait here while he went to buy tickets at the ticket window. Each ticket cost 5 cents. Zhou Jianjun bought 3 tickets, spending a total of 15 cents. At this time, buying tickets in the county didn't require an ID. Just money was enough. By 8:30, the bus was almost full, with only a few seats left, and then it departed. The engine roared as the bus drove for nearly an hour before reaching Qingyang County. Looking out the window at the familiar scenery, Zhou Yanqiu felt like she was in a different world. "Yanqiu, we're getting off now." The bus had arrived at the station. Zhou Yanqiu was still a bit dazed when Zhou Lanfang patted her shoulder. Oh, okay. The scene outside was exactly as she remembered, with no changes. The bus stopped at the Qingyang County bus station. After getting off, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu and walked about half an hour to a private courtyard. This secluded yard was in a remote part of the county, with a peaceful environment. Zhou Jianjun stopped outside the gate, turned around and warned Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang. Once inside, just listen and don't talk randomly, okay? The gate was an old-fashioned wooden door, looking quite antique. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's serious tone as he warned them, Zhou Yanqiu realized that the people inside might be important. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang also became serious, understanding that the people inside were not simple. They both nodded and replied, "Got it." Only then did Zhou Jianjun step forward, gently ring the copper bell on the door, and knock softly. Click, click, click. After a short while, there was a creaking sound from inside the courtyard. Someone inside heard the knocking and came out to see who was there. "Who is outside?" A strong voice, though a bit old, called out. Hearing the voice, Zhou Jianjun quickly responded, "Old Chui, I am a friend of Zi. He introduced me here. I found a wooden mallet on the mountain a few days ago and brought it here for you to see." The door opened, revealing a tall, thin old man wearing a padded jacket with a goat beard and bright eyes. He looked at the three of them briefly, then turned and headed into the inner room. "Come in and close the door," he said. Zhou Jianjun smiled and replied, "Okay, thank you, Old Chui." He then sat down on the nearest chair to Old Chui. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang saw Zhou Jianjun sit down, so they found two chairs and sat down together. Lanfang was usually lively, but seeing Zhou Jianjun being polite to the old man, she also became more reserved and kept her mouth shut. She exchanged a look with Zhou Yanqiu, both thinking the same thing. This old man looks very serious, almost like a strict teacher from a storybook. Zhou Yanqiu was okay. After everything that happened, she felt no pressure at all. But Lanfang was different. She was so nervous in front of Old Chui that she hardly dared to breathe. Even Zhou Jianjun felt this way. He was very cautious, carefully choosing his words before speaking. Old Chui looked at Zhou Jianjun and said slowly, "The wooden mallet you dug up. What year is it? Show it to me." Zhou Jianjun carefully took out the ginseng from his pocket. Old Chui looked at how he stored it, frowned slightly, and said nothing. Zhou Jianjun carefully unwrapped the ginseng cloth, then responded to Old Chui's earlier question. "We can't be sure, but it looks like the ginseng is over 20 years old." Old Chui's face showed a hint of disappointment. Finding ginseng over 50 years old is really hard. But if he could get ginseng over 20 years old, it would last him quite a while. Thinking this, Old Chui watched as Zhou Jianjun opened the ginseng and brought it closer. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Old Chui and felt more and more that he was a person of importance. He seemed like someone who had seen a lot and held a high position, an important official. Old Chui's presence was natural and strong. His sharp eyes seemed capable of intimidating anyone. He noticed that even Zhou Yanqiu's uncle didn't dare say much in front of him. Now, Zhou Yanqiu was curious about Old Chui's background. He wondered what he used to do. But he also noticed a strong smell of traditional medicine in the room. Old Chui took the ginseng from Zhou Jianjun, examined it carefully, and nodded slightly. He then picked a small root, chewed a piece, and tasted it carefully. Afterward, he gently placed the ginseng back in its original spot. Zhou Jianjun watched Old Chui's actions, feeling a bit nervous. It was his first time dealing with him alone. If he didn't know Zi and wasn't a hunter who often went into the mountains, he probably wouldn't have met Old Chui, let alone sold him ginseng. He had heard Zi say that Old Chui was a very important person with incredible medical skills. Now, Old Chui was here looking for high-quality herbs. Old Chui looked at Zhou Jianjun and said slowly, "About 25 years old. I can offer 1,500 yuan. If you think that's fair, you can keep it." Zhou Jianjun's face lit up with surprise. That price was more than he expected. He thought he might get around 1,000 yuan, but Old Chui offered 1,500 directly. He smiled happily and agreed immediately. "Old Chui, I'll take your offer." Old Chui saw that Zhou Jianjun agreed and stood up. "Wait here. I'll go get the money," he said, then left for another room. Zhou Lanfang finally let out a sigh of relief and widened her eyes as she looked at Zhou Jianjun. "Dad, this ginseng sold for 1,500. Zhou Jianjun glared at her.
"Sit properly.
After we go back, don't tell anyone, understand? Zhou Lanfang quickly covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Zhou Yanxiu is quietly curious and asked, Uncle, who is old Chui? If we find more ginseng in the future, can we sell it to him? Zhou Jianjun smiled. What are you thinking? Do you think the ginseng on this mountain is easy to find? I've been hunting in the mountains for many years, and this is the first time I've come across such old ginseng. Yanxiu was not convinced. Maybe I'm lucky, and I'll find more next time. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment. It was true. He hadn't found any ginseng in all these years, but Yanxiu, who just started coming with them, had found some on his first trip. That place wasn't exactly deserted. Many people had passed through over the years, but no one had noticed the ginseng. Yet, Yanxiu was the one who discovered it. Maybe Yanxiu is a lucky star reborn. Since he came home, even his mother's health has improved. Zhou Jianjun said, We'll ask old Chui about it later. Soon, old Chui came out of the house, holding a stack of large bills. He handed it to Zhou Jianjun. 500. Count it. Then he sat down in a fancy chair, picked up his tea, and took a sip. Zhou Jianjun looked at the money in his hand, feeling confident it was complete. No need to count. I trust old Chui. Old Chui glanced at him. Do as you like. Once you leave this place, if you say the money isn't right, I won't recognize it. Zhou Jianjun chuckled, put his wallet into his pocket. Old Chui's eyes showed a faint smile. Yanxiu watched the transaction finish and asked, mimicking Zhou Jianjun's tone, Old Chui, if someone finds more ginseng later, will you still buy it? Old Chui looked at Yanxiu. She was a very beautiful girl. Her eyes were firm and clear, yet there was a sense of seeing through worldly matters, full of contradictions. Old Chui couldn't help but feel curious. He wasn't angry. He stroked his goat beard and smiled at Yanxiu. Yes, I will buy it. But it's best if the ginseng is old. If you have ginseng over 50 years old, I'll pay 6,000 yuan. And I can also make you a deal. Zhou Yanxiu's eyes lit up suddenly. After hearing old Chui, Zhou Yanxiu looked very happy. She didn't expect that a 50-year-old ginseng would be so valuable, worth several times more than a 25-year-old one. The ginseng in her space could be grown to 50 years in less than 20 days. At that time, she could sell it to old Chui for at least 6,000 yuan, and old Chui even said he might agree to a condition she proposed. Zhou Yanxiu looked at old Chui with hope in her eyes. Old Chui, is what you said true? Old Chui looked at Zhou Yanxiu and smiled as he stroked his beard. Of course. I always keep my promises. Zhou Jianjun watched as Zhou Yanxiu and old Chui talked. Worried she might say too much, he gave her a subtle signal to stay quiet. Yanxiu, how can you talk like that? Do you think you can find a 50-year-old ginseng just like that? Old Chui chuckled, finding Zhou Yanxiu quite interesting. He waved to Zhou Jianjun to reassure her. It's okay. Let her speak. He then looked at Zhou Yanxiu. Do you have something you want me to help with? As long as you can find a 50-year-old ginseng, I will do my best within my ability and won't refuse. He smiled warmly at Zhou Yanxiu. What do you think? Zhou Yanxiu glanced at Zhou Jianjun, who showed no particular expression. Zhou Lanfang felt the atmosphere was a bit tense. She carefully tugged at Zhou Yanxiu's sleeve. Zhou Yanxiu sensed Lanfang's small action, but chose not to react. She thought that old Chui might really be a capable person. Plus, the faint smell of traditional medicine in the room made her think he could be the person she was looking for. She stared into old Chui's eyes and asked carefully, What if I want to learn medicine? You should know medical skills, right? If I find a 50-year-old ginseng, I won't even take the money. I want to become your apprentice and learn medicine from you. Is that okay? Old Chui was completely surprised by Zhou Yanxiu's request and froze for a moment. Zhou Jianjun also didn't expect his niece to have such a thought. But learning medicine isn't an easy thing. Especially now, good teachers are hard to find. Even if they find a master of traditional Chinese medicine, they need to be willing to teach. Old Chui finally calmed down. Honestly, he no longer wanted to take on a disciple. In their line of work, famous teachers are hard to find, but good students are even harder to find. Not just anyone can learn this in a few years. It depends on talent. You could say that people with less talent might never succeed in this field. Especially women, female practitioners of traditional medicine are very rare. Throughout history, out of 100 traditional doctors, only about 5 are women. Most women, after reaching a certain age, get married and have children, and then they are busy with daily chores. They simply don't have enough time or energy to study traditional medicine. But traditional medicine is a profession that requires a lot of time and effort. Many experienced doctors, even in old age, are still learning. So, it's not about discrimination against women. It's just the reality. Thinking of this, old Chui sighed. He wondered if his own line of work might end with him. When Zhou Yanxiu made her request, old Chui felt he might have caused himself trouble by agreeing too early. He also knew he probably wouldn't find a 50-year-old ginseng, so he didn't take it too seriously. He wanted a disciple, but he hadn't considered a female one. Old Chui wanted to make Zhou Yanxiu give up, so he smiled and said, "Studying medicine isn't that easy. It's a profession that depends on talent. If you don't have talent, no matter how much you learn, you might never succeed. Do you understand? If you lack talent, it's just a waste of your time." Zhou Yanxiu firmly replied, "Old Chui, I want to try." Old Chui waved his hand. "It's too early to say that. Wait until you really find a 50-year-old ginseng, then we'll talk." But he made it clear, if you want to learn from me, you must first pass my test. If you don't, then this condition is invalid. Do you understand? Although old Chui was confident she wouldn't find a 50-year-old ginseng, he still wanted to make things clear. He didn't want her to find it later, and then fail his test, which would probably make her very sad. Old Chui hadn't realized that he was already making exceptions for Zhou Yanxiu. If he had been his usual self, he wouldn't have given her the chance to prove herself if he didn't want to take Zhou Yanxiu to be his apprentice. But for some reason, even though it was their first meeting, Zhou Yanxiu and he felt strangely connected. Zhou Yanxiu nodded happily, smiling brightly. "Don't worry, old Chui. I understand. If I really wasn't suitable, I wouldn't insist." Old Chui stroked his goat beard and smiled. A good student indeed. After completing the deal, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang away from old Chui's yard. Walking on the road outside, Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath. The cold air entered his lungs, making him feel much clearer. Just now, at old Chui's place, Zhou Jianjun felt that Zhou Yanxiu truly wanted to learn medicine from old Chui. But studying medicine isn't easy. Old Chui also said that talent is important for learning medicine. Moreover, finding a ginseng over 20 years old is already very lucky. Who would expect to find a 50-year-old ginseng? Many people living at the foot of the mountain have never seen such high-quality ginseng in their lives. And without 50-year-old ginseng, old Chui probably wouldn't even give Zhou Yanxiu a chance. Zhou Jianjun frowned. Seeing his worried expression, Zhou Yanxiu asked curiously, "Uncle, what's wrong? You seem a bit upset." "We sold the ginseng for a high price. Isn't that good?" Zhou Jianjun sighed with a smile and looked at her carefully. "Yanxiu, do you really want to learn medicine from old Chui?" Zhou Yanxiu was very clever. She quickly understood what Zhou Jianjun was thinking. She couldn't say she could find a 50-year-old ginseng in less than a month. That would be too unbelievable. She comforted him. "Uncle, I was just saying. What if I find an even better ginseng? If I can't find one, it's okay. I can just not learn." Zhou Jianjun looked at her seriously. "All right, but you must promise not to go deep into the mountains alone to find ginseng." He was genuinely worried that Zhou Yanxiu might take risks searching for 50-year-old ginseng in the mountains. Zhou Yanxiu immediately agreed, patting her chest to promise. "Don't worry, uncle. I trust you. I won't go into the mountains alone." Only then did Zhou Jianjun feel relieved. Unaware, Zhou Yanxiu secretly apologized to Zhou Jianjun in his heart. "Sorry, uncle. I might not visit that mountain as often anymore." Zhou Jianjun looked around and saw there were few people, since this place was a bit remote and not many came here. He quietly said to Zhou Yanxiu, "Yanxiu, about the money from selling ginseng, after we go back, give 150 to your uncle Manhwa. The rest is yours. Save it for later when you need it." Hearing about the money, Zhou Yanxiu quickly waved his hand. Uncle, just give Uncle Jianhua what you should. We should talk about it when we get back. Seeing that Zhou Yanqiu didn't give a direct answer, Zhou Jianjun decided not to press further. After all, there might be ears around, and if others overheard, it could cause trouble. 1,500 yuan is not a small amount. Most family savings over many years might not reach that much. Did you see how Wang Junjiang wanted to marry Zhou Yanqiu for just 500 yuan? It's better to be cautious outside. Zhou Jianjun carefully hid the money, only leaving a few dozen yuan outside, planning to buy some things later. Their main goal in coming to the county had been achieved, and things went more smoothly than expected. It was still early, so Zhou Jianjun asked with interest, "Do you two want to buy anything? Shall we go to Dongfang Hong's store in the county to buy some things?" Zhou Yanqiu didn't have anything he wanted to buy now. His aunt was almost finished making his clothes, and in a few days, he would have new ones. They didn't lack food at home, especially since they had recently hunted 2 wild boars, and there was plenty of meat. But they could buy some things for Grandma and Annie to take back. Maybe 2 pounds of egg cakes, some peach cookies, sweet canned fruit, and a couple of boxes of snow cream for Andy. She and Zhou Lanfang could also look for things they liked. Since they had money today, they could consider buying anything they liked. Surely, Uncle wouldn't mind. The 3 of them took about half an hour to reach Dongfang Hong's store. Most of the way was a bit remote, almost at the edge of the county. As they went back and forth, they arrived near the Red Sun store, and it was almost lunchtime. The Red Sun store is the biggest state-run shop in the county. It has the widest variety of goods, from bicycles and record players to candies and hairpins. Zhou Jianjun looked around and saw a state-run collective canteen nearby. He said to Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Yanqiu, "Yanqiu, Lanfang, shall we eat some noodle soup here for lunch?" Zhou Lanfang happily agreed. "Yes, let's go inside and have some noodles." There were many people outside the Red Sun store. Although it wasn't yet the new year, the store is located in the center of the town, making it the busiest place in the county. Zhou Yanqiu looked around and saw many people sitting in the shaded corners, eating dry food. They took a bite of dry food and then drank cold water from their bottles. Next to them was the collective canteen, where a bowl of noodles cost only a few cents. Yet these people didn't even want to spend that small amount. Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang into the canteen. If it had been just him, he might have brought some dry food from home to eat too. Saving a little was good, but today he was with his daughter and niece. Plus, he had sold a lot of ginseng today, so eating at the canteen didn't hurt his feelings. It wasn't freezing outside, but it was still cold, especially with the wind blowing. Zhou Yanqiu was fine. She didn't feel very cold, probably because she had taken a strengthening pill and drank a lot of spiritual spring water. Her body had changed. The river outside hadn't frozen yet, and the weather wasn't truly cold. With her current health, the slight chill didn't bother her at all. But Zhou Lanfang already felt a bit cold. Her ears were red from the wind, and her face was flushed, almost windburned. Zhou Jianjun was the same. His already dark face was now slightly red. When the 3 of them pushed open the door curtain and entered the canteen, they immediately felt warmer. The temperature inside was at least 10 degrees higher than outside. Zhou Lanfang rubbed her hands and stomped her feet, feeling much more comfortable. There are dozens of small tables in the dining hall for customers to eat, and it is not full yet. Zhou Yanqiu found a small table and pulled Zhou Lanfang to sit down. "Sister, let's sit here first." Zhou Jianjun went to the ordering window. "Big sister, 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles. 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles, 6 liang of food coupons, and 1.5 yuan. Zhou Jianjun counted out 6 liang of food coupons and 1.5 yuan, then handed them to the cashier inside. A wooden number tag was given to Zhou Jianjun. "Okay, you'll be called by number. Take the number tag and come to the window to get your food." Zhou Jianjun nodded, took the number tag, and went to his seat to wait for his turn. Soon, a loud voice called from the window, "Number 168, 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles." Zhou Jianjun picked up his number tag, saw it was his, and got up to collect his food. Zhou Lanfang also wanted to go and carry the bowls, but Zhou Yanqiu held her back. "Sister, wait here. I'll help Uncle carry the food over. Don't let anyone take your seat." When the noodles were served, Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened. Wow, such a big bowl. I can't finish it. Dad, you take some for yourself. The 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles were in large bowls, with clear broth and some chopped green onions floating on top. The steam rose, making it look very appetizing. At this time, such a meal was considered a good lunch. 1 bowl was enough to fill a grown man's stomach, so the portion was quite large. Zhou Yanqiu looked at her bowl of noodles. Uncle, maybe I should take some for you too. It's too much. Zhou Jianjun rubbed his forehead, forgetting how big the bowls were. If he had known, he would have ordered just 1 bowl for Yanqiu and her sister to share. Okay, everyone take a little from your bowls and put it in mine. You two should eat more too. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang divided some noodles from their bowls into Zhou Jianjun's bowl. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's bowl almost overflowing, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang smiled at each other and lowered their heads to eat. In this cold weather, after finishing the noodles, they drank the hot soup, feeling warm all over. After eating, Zhou Jianjun took 50 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Zhou Yanqiu. Yanqiu, we're going to Dongfanghong's store now. You can buy whatever you need later. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the 5 large Unity notes handed over by Zhou Jianjun. She was about to say she still had some money in her pocket, but the words caught in her throat and she closed her mouth. After thinking for a moment, she decided to accept the money from Zhou Jianjun. Having a bit more money made her feel more secure. Also, the money her uncle gave her was earned from selling ginseng, so she felt she deserved a share. Although Zhou Yanqiu didn't plan to use this money from selling ginseng, since her uncle had spent a lot on helping her change her household registration, she was aware of the 500 yuan she gave to Wang Zhenjiang. Moreover, in less than a month, the ginseng in her space would grow to 50 years old. There are also many good things behind the village, on the Changbai mountain. For example, ginseng, others might not notice it, but she has a radar-like ability to scan and detect these ginseng plants. Whenever ginseng enters her scan range, she gets an automatic alert. With the space's help, if she encounters a fierce beast she can't handle, she can hide in her space and stay safe. Plus, her own fighting skills are quite strong. In the future, that Changbai mountain might become her backyard garden. The mountain's depths are rarely visited, and there are many dangerous places inside. She plans to explore carefully. As long as she is cautious, those places won't stop her. And the rare medicinal herbs that haven't been discovered for many years, she could easily pick them. Thinking of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Honyun, Zhou Yanqiu still felt a bit angry. She secretly cursed Wang Zhenjiang and planned to deal with him and Lu Honyun when she had the chance. For now, she would let those two enjoy a few days of comfort. Zhou Yanqiu took the money, grabbed Zhou Lanfang's hand, and headed toward Dongfanghong's store. The store has 2 floors. The upstairs has counters selling clothes, candies, and other small items. The downstairs sells daily necessities like bicycles, record players, sewing machines, and other popular big items. Everything is on the first floor. In a few years, this place will be transformed into the county's department store, becoming the most bustling area in Qing'an County. Inside Dongfanghong's store, Zhou Yanqiu took out 2 Unity notes and handed them to Zhou Lanfang, smiling warmly, her eyes full of happiness. Sister, take this. Zhou Lanfang was surprised and softly said, Yanqiu, why are you giving me money? Yanqiu smiled and replied, Of course I want to share my money with my sister. Zhou Lanfang returned the money to her and said seriously, Yanqiu, you keep this money. I have some too. My dad gave me 10 yuan and that's enough for me. Just now, when Zhou Jianjun gave Yanqiu money, she saw it too, but she didn't feel jealous at all. Because the ginseng was found by Yanqiu, and the money from selling it belongs to her. Although Zhou Lanfang usually acts carefree, she has strong principles and values right and wrong. She leaned close to Yanqiu's ear and whispered, Buy me a pretty hairpin later. Yanqiu was touched and nodded with a smile. Okay, let's each buy 2. They looked at each other and smiled. When Zhou Jianjun came in, Zhou Lanfang said, Dad, Yanqiu and I are going to the 2nd floor to look around. After saying that, they held hands and ran upstairs. The Dongfeng store in this county town is much more stocked than the supply and marketing cooperative in the town. Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang headed straight to the jewelry section and started browsing. The clerk nearby glanced at them, but didn't come over to greet. Inside the glass display case, there were several beautiful plastic hairpins, red and pink ones with star-shaped spots. After choosing, each bought 2 hairpins they liked. Each hairpin cost 80 cents, and Yanxiu paid 3.20 yuan. Industrial products these days are really expensive. 80 cents could buy a full meal at the cafeteria. But young girls naturally like these things. They are among the most popular accessories now. If a boy buys a pretty hairpin for his crush, it might boost her good feelings toward him, little by little. And these items don't need receipts, just money. Otherwise, Yanxiu wouldn't be able to buy 4 at once. After buying the hairpins, Yanxiu pulled Zhou Lanfang to the pastry counter. They ordered 2 jin of the special egg cakes for this period, 2 jin of peach crisps, 2 jin of fruit candies, and 1 jin of white rabbit milk candies. All this cost Yanxiu a whole big bill. They didn't encounter any strange incidents during the shopping. What a pity. After buying these items, Zhou Yanxiu thought for a moment and went to the personal care products section. This area sells toiletries like toothpaste and toothbrushes. Zhou Yanxiu pulled Zhou Lanfang straight to the place selling snow cream. She had heard a lot about the snow cream but had never bought it before. When they reached the counter and saw the snow cream displayed, Zhou Yanxiu's eyes lit up. "Excuse me, I want to buy some snow cream." The saleswoman nearby saw a customer interested and stopped chatting with her colleague. She walked over casually and asked, "What would you like to buy?" Zhou Yanxiu pointed at the snow cream on the counter. "I want to buy this snow cream." The saleswoman looked at what Zhou Yanxiu was pointing to and said, "This is the famous snowflake brand, 2.4 yuan per box. Do you want it?" After saying that, she glanced at Zhou Yanxiu and then looked at her again, unable to help asking, "Young lady, how do you take care of your skin? Do you use this snow cream?" Seeing Zhou Yanxiu's bright, glowing skin, the saleswoman was very envious. She also used the snow cream, but she never noticed such effects. Zhou Yanxiu replied calmly, "No, I was born like this." The saleswoman looked a bit disappointed. If it's natural, then there's nothing she can do about it. "How many boxes of snow cream would you like?" Zhou Yanxiu thought for a moment. 1 for herself, 1 for Lanfang, and 1 for her aunt. 3 boxes, please." The saleswoman happily took out 3 boxes of snow cream. Zhou Yanxiu then took out a big note to pay. In just a short while, Zhou Yanxiu spent nearly 20 yuan. Lanfang looked at her spending and wanted to stop her. 3 boxes of snow cream cost 7.20 yuan. Lanfang looked a bit distressed. "It's too expensive." Zhou Yanxiu thought for a moment. She had almost bought everything she wanted. It was better to go downstairs and meet her uncle now. On the first floor, Zhou Jianjun was looking at a radio on the counter. It was a relatively expensive Peony brand radio, costing over 150 yuan. He had wanted one for a long time, but to buy this radio, he needed a radio ticket. Getting a radio ticket was very difficult now. Ordinary people couldn't get one. Rumor had it that some were sold on the black market, but each ticket cost dozens of yuan. Including the cost of the radio itself, the total would be around 200 yuan. He is now very reluctant to buy anything. After Zhou Yanxiu went downstairs, he saw his uncle focused on the radio at the counter. He walked over with Zhou Lanfang. The radio was playing the new version of the storytelling show, Harbor. Zhou Jianjun was so absorbed that he almost lost himself in it. The small radio at home couldn't pick up this channel at all. Zhou Yanxiu gently patted Zhou Jianjun on the shoulder. "Uncle, do you like this radio?" Startled by the pat, Zhou Jianjun looked up. He had been so focused on the radio that he didn't notice Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang had already finished shopping and come down. Hearing Zhou Yanxiu ask, Zhou Jianjun smiled casually. "It's not about liking or not liking. I was just waiting for you guys to get bored and look around. Have you finished shopping? When you're done, let's go home." He looked at the big and small bags in their hands and smiled. "Wow, you've bought quite a lot. Big bags and small bags. Come on, let me carry some." He took the biggest bag from them. Though called a big bag, it wasn't heavy, just a few pounds of pastries and candies inside. Zhou Yanqiu secretly watched his uncle's actions. His eyes almost glued to the radio. If he said he didn't like it, maybe he was lying. Zhou Yanqiu thought, maybe someday he could buy a radio for his uncle? He believed his uncle would be very happy then. After leaving the Dongfanghong store, the three of them headed to the county high school to visit Zhou Hongbing, who was studying there. Zhou Hongbing was Zhou Lanfang's younger brother and Zhou Yanqiu's cousin. They used to be very close. When they were kids, Zhou Hongbing was especially clingy to Zhou Yanqiu. Because when he was young, Zhou Hongbing almost drowned, and Zhou Yanqiu was the one who found him and saved him just in time. Since then, Zhou Yanqiu's position in Zhou Hongbing's heart was even higher than Zhou Lanfang's. All three of them felt happy. Zhou Jianjun had sold the ginseng, earning a lot of money, enough for Yanqiu to live comfortably for several years. Even after a few years, when she found a family of her own, she could use the money as dowry, and he could add a little more. Zhou Yanqiu felt relieved about her own worries. Even if she didn't go back to the mountains to find ginseng again, the ginseng plant in her space would grow to 50 years in about 20 days. At that moment, it all depended on whether she could pass Old Chui's test. She had a feeling that Old Chui was a very skilled healer. If she could pass his test and learn from him for a while, she would understand the medical books in her space. Maybe someday she could become a great healer herself. Zhou Lanfang was simply happy. To her, just going out to explore the county was fun, and she was excited to see her little brother again after more than 2 weeks. She planned to teach him a lesson later. As they approached the high school at the edge of the county, Zhou Yanqiu felt excited. It had been a long time since she saw her little brother, Zhou Hongbing, and she almost forgot what he looked like. Not far ahead, they heard a noisy commotion. A young man was running quickly toward them, panicked, holding a small knife in one hand and clutching a black briefcase. From a distance, 2 middle-aged men were chasing after him, shouting, "Stop! Don't run! Give that back to me!" But the young man was much faster than them. Since it was a cold day, there weren't many people on the street. When the 2 middle-aged men saw Zhou Jianjun and the others, their eyes lit up. They shouted, "Comrade ahead, help us stop this thief." Hearing this, the thief brandished his knife and looked fiercely at Zhou Jianjun and the others. When he passed by, his eyes were full of suspicion, and he threatened, "Mind your own business." Zhou Jianjun hesitated. Normally, he would step in to help, but he was worried about the children with him, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang. If they accidentally got hurt in a fight, he would regret it forever. Zhou Yanqiu tugged at Zhou Jianjun, signaling him not to move. She turned her palm and took out a small stone from her space. The young thief had already run about 20 meters ahead. The 2 middle-aged men, panting, looked at him, realizing they couldn't catch him. Zhou Yanqiu's hand trembled, and the small stone shot out like an arrow. The thief, about to escape, cried out in pain as the stone hit his leg. He fell to the ground, dropping his knife with a loud clang. It was a sudden turn of luck. The 2 seemingly important middle-aged men thought they had no hope of catching him, but then the thief was struck by the stone. When Zhou Yanqiu threw the stone, he didn't avoid being seen by others, so one middle-aged man noticed his action. The middle-aged man gratefully nodded at Zhou Yanqiu, then quickly stepped forward to hold down the thief. First, they needed to recover the bag, as its contents were very important. After retrieving the bag, they could thank the young girls who helped. Zhou Jianjun saw that the thief was already on the ground and that the 2 middle-aged men had gone over, so he didn't need to help anymore. He also saw the stone Zhou Yanqiu threw earlier. He was surprised that Zhou Yanqiu's aim was so good now, hitting the target from such a distance in one shot. No wonder Zhang Yuanbiao was so badly hurt. Zhou Lanfang looked on curiously as the 2 middle-aged men pressed the thief firmly to the ground. Zhou Yanqiu pulled her aside. "Sister, stop watching. Let's go and find Hongbing." Zhou Jianjun glanced at Zhou Yanqiu and felt increasingly confused about his niece. Not only was she strong, but she was also brave. Yesterday, She dared to fight a fierce thug like Zhang Yuanbiao directly, and today she easily took down a thief in a flash. Although she was doing good deeds, Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but feel worried. He was afraid that Yanxiu might get involved in bigger trouble in the future. Seeing that the thief was subdued, Zhou Jianjun took Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang away. The others could handle the rest. They weren't expecting any reward anyway. The two middle-aged men watched them leave. The man who saw Zhou Yanxiu act quickly called out, "Comrades, wait a moment. We haven't thanked you for your help." Another man, who hadn't seen Zhou Yanxiu's action, asked curiously, "Old Liu, do you think they helped us?" Liu, the man's surname, thought about Zhou Yanxiu's quick move. His hand trembled slightly, and the stone shot out like a swift bird. Truly, talented people are everywhere. He sighed inwardly. Of course. You don't think this thief just fell down by himself, do you? Zhou Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. No need to thank us. Zhou Jianjun shook his head. It wasn't a big deal, and not worth fussing over. No need, we're just from the countryside. It's nothing important, he said. Then he, Zhou Yanxiu, and Zhou Lanfang quickly walked away. The Lu man looked at the three of them carefully. These comrades had really helped them a lot. At Qing'an County High School, there were a few rows of simple houses used as classrooms. The school had fewer than 500 students, so the number of students was quite small. At the school gate, an old man was watching the entrance. He was dozing off in a small room nearby. Zhou Jianjun knocked on the door. The old gatekeeper immediately woke up and looked at the three visitors with a displeased face. He said sternly, "What do you want?" Zhou Jianjun took out a cigarette and offered it. "Old man, my child is inside studying. I came to check on him and bring some things." The old man took the cigarette. His mood improved a little. "Which grade and class is he in?" "After class, I'll call him out." Zhou Jianjun wanted to say more. Zhou Yanxiu stepped forward with a smile. "Uncle Liu, do you remember me?" The old man looked at her carefully and suddenly remembered. You are that Wang Yanxiu." Back then, Zhou Yanxiu was a well-known figure at school. She excelled in all subjects, ranked first everywhere, and was very pretty. Everyone in the school knew her. Zhou Yanxiu smiled. "Yes, but I've changed my name now.
I'm Zhou Yanqiu."
Uncle Liu, my younger brother is in the first year of high school inside. Can we go in and wait?" The old man grinned widely, showing his teeth. "If others come, I wouldn't let them in. But since you're here, I can't stop you. Go ahead. Classes are still in session. Wait until they're over, then find someone." "Got it, Uncle Liu." The old man opened the door for them and let them into the school. This was the only high school in Qing'an County, but it wasn't very big, only about 5 or 6 acres. In the middle of the school, there was a flower bed with a pine tree planted in it. The flowers under the pine tree had withered and could only wait until next year to bloom again. The three of them stood by the flower bed, waiting for Zhou Hongbing to finish class. Don't ask why they didn't sit down to wait. There was no place to sit. The flower bed made of cement is now cold to the touch. Sitting on it for a while will definitely make you freeze and cause stomach trouble. The three of them waited here for a little while. People in the classroom kept glancing outside with curiosity. Ding, ding, ding. The bell for class ending rang. Students from each classroom hurried out. A tall boy ran over to them, looking very excited. Although it had been a long time since they last saw each other, Zhou Yanxiu recognized him immediately. At this moment, Zhou Hongbing was about 1.75 meters tall and slim. He had thick, shiny eyebrows, bright and lively eyes, a high nose bridge, some pimples typical of puberty on his face, and faint soft hair on his lips. He looked a bit like Zhou Jianjun, but also had some features of Li Guoyun. Seeing Zhou Hongbing, Zhou Lanfang jumped up and waved at him. Hongbing, over here." Zhou Hongbing had already seen the three of them when he was in the classroom.
He was a little surprised.
Besides his father and sister, there was also Yanxiu's sister? He hadn't seen Zhou Yanxiu for over a year. He found it hard to believe. Only when he walked closer did he realize he hadn't made a mistake. He stared at her with wide eyes. "Yanxiu's sister? Why are you here?" Zhou Yanxiu also looked excited. She patted his arm. "Good kid, you've grown so tall. Zhou Lanfang gently tugged at Zhou Hongbing's ear and said with a smile, "Good kid, I'm here and you didn't even notice?" Zhou Hongbing thought to himself, "Oh no, I forgot to say hello to my sister. Sister, we're at school. Please give me some face. If my classmates see, it'll be embarrassing." Zhou Lanfang smiled and let go. "We came to the county town for something today. After finishing our business, we came to see you. We'll go back soon." Zhou Jianjun stepped forward to look at Zhou Hongbing. He was very pleased with his son, obedient, sensible, not troublemaker, and doing well in school. "Hongbing, how are things at school? Is there anything you need here?" Zhou Hongbing smiled happily. "It's good. Nothing is missing. Dad, why did Yanqiu's sister come here too?" Zhou Yanqiu made a serious face. "What, don't you want me to come see you?" Zhou Hongbing quickly said, "No, I just didn't think of it." Zhou Yanqiu chuckled softly, "Just joking. From now on, you can see me when you go home. I'm living with Grandma now. Also, from now on, my name is Zhou Yanqiu. Did you hear that?" Zhou Hongbing looked at his father with wide eyes. "Dad, is Sister Yanqiu telling the truth?" Zhou Jianjun smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's true. Things that happened these past few days, so you didn't know." Zhou Hongbing's face lit up with joy. "Then I can see Sister Yanqiu every time I go home." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and nodded. "Yes." Zhou Hongbing's mouth almost stretched to his ears. "That's great." Zhou Yanqiu reached into her pocket and took out a big note. "Hongbing, this is money for me.
Keep it."
When you need to buy something, don't be afraid to spend it." Zhou Hongbing refused. "Sister, I don't want it. You keep it and spend it yourself." Zhou Yanqiu didn't accept his refusal. She grabbed his hand and pushed the money into it. Confused, Zhou Hongbing looked at his father. Before Zhou Jianjun could speak, Zhou Yanqiu said, "Uncle, this is for Hongbing. Please don't stop him." Zhou Jianjun chuckled. "All right, keep it. Just don't spend it all at once." Only then did Zhou Hongbing feel a little embarrassed and accept the money. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang kept asking Zhou Hongbing questions, making Zhou Jianjun unable to join the conversation. Soon, it was time for Zhou Hongbing to go to class. Zhou Jianjun and the others had to hurry to catch the bus back to Qingyang town, then rush back to the village. The three of them, along with Zhou Hongbing, reluctantly said goodbye, preparing to go to the bus station for their return trip. What they didn't know was that Zhang Ligua from the town police station, along with officials from the County Public Security Bureau, was at their home, looking for them to ask about some case details. Zhang Ligua looked at Li Guiyun. "Sister-in-law, did Zhou Jianjun take that girl to the county?" Li Guiyun looked apologetic. "Yes, that's our niece. She said a few days ago that they planned to go to the county today. They wanted to buy some things. You didn't say you were coming today. If I had known, I would have told them to go tomorrow." Thinking about Zhang Yuanbiao's basement, Zhang Ligua still feels a shiver down his spine. That terrifying cellar, after being examined overnight by the county forensic team and officials, they have learned almost everything about it. The horror far exceeded Zhang Ligua's imagination. The women who were tortured to death were mostly dismembered by Zhang Yuanbiao after they died. The forensic team at the scene vomited several times during their analysis. The scene was extremely brutal. Police officers who saw the scene will probably have nightmares tonight. They never want to see such a scene again in their lives. Just this once, they are already haunted by it. Preliminary reports indicate that about 15 women had been tortured to death in that basement. This is 3 more than the 13 missing persons reported in Qingyang town over the years, because He Jing was rescued. Only one person survived, He Jing, who was found and saved by Zhou Yanqiu. The case is serious, and the county police have reported it to the city bureau immediately. Since Zhou Yanqiu was the first to discover the scene and the one who injured Zhang Yuanbiao, officers from the county police came to ask him some questions. They didn't expect him to be out. There was nothing they could do. He wasn't a criminal. In fact, he had played a big role in the case. Zhang Ligua looked at his colleagues from the county police and said with some helplessness, "What bad luck, he's not home. We'll have to come back tomorrow." The 2 police officers from the county police were a man and a woman. They didn't expect to make a wasted trip. Hearing Zhang Ligua, they asked, "When do you think she'll be back?" Li Guiyun looked at Zhang Ligua and said, probably around dinner time. They need to take a bus from the county to the town, then ride bikes home. Why don't you three stay here for dinner and wait for them? Li Guoyan was not unfamiliar with Zhang Ligua. He had a very good relationship with Zhou Jianjun, and they visited each other during festivals. She had met Zhang Ligua several times. So, when Zhang Ligua brought these two strangers from the police, she wasn't afraid at all.
She thought it was a good thing they came.
She figured they probably wanted to ask Yanqiu about the details of the case to see if it could help, and then consider how to reward them. Zhang Ligua looked at the two police officers and said, "Comrades, why don't we eat here? We can ask our questions after the others return. It saves us from making multiple trips tomorrow." The two police officers hesitated. One said, "Captain Zhang, this might not be appropriate. Eating at a civilian's house could be risky." Zhang Ligua chuckled and replied, "You don't know. If it were someone else, I might agree. But this family is different. The head of the household is Zhou Jianjun, a comrade of mine from the trenches. We are like brothers who face life and death together. Having a meal here is no big deal. Just think of it as eating at my place." Hearing this, the two police officers hesitated again. The male officer said, "All right then. We'll follow Captain Zhang's lead. Since we drove here, it's fine to stay a bit longer." Zhang Ligua clapped his thigh and said, "Good. That's settled. It's almost quitting time, and I can have a couple of drinks with my brother." Then he looked at Li Guolan and said, "Sister-in-law, sorry to trouble you. Please prepare a couple of snacks to go with the drinks." Li Guolan smiled cheerfully and said, Of course. Snacks are ready. You just sit inside and wait." After that, Li Guolan went to the kitchen to prepare the food. As mealtime approached, Zhou Jianjun arrived home on his bicycle with Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang. At the door, Zhou Zhengwo saw the Jeep 212 parked outside and immediately understood. The police were waiting inside. On the street, some curious neighbors came out with bowls to watch the scene. One asked Zhou Jianjun, "Jianjun, what happened to your place? Why are the police here?" Zhou Jianjun looked expressionless and said, "Nothing much. A few days ago, I accidentally helped out the authorities with a small matter. They came to thank me. Having police cars at his house was a sign that he might be revealing some information. It was better to be cautious so that gossip from the neighbors wouldn't spread that his family was in trouble or involved in something serious." Zhou Yanxiu also looked curiously at the Jeep. Zhou Jianjun whispered to her, "Don't be nervous. Just say what you need to. Understand?" Zhou Yanxiu nodded. She wasn't nervous at all. "I'm not nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about." Zhou Jianjun nodded. "It's good that he's not nervous. Many people feel nervous just at the sight of police." When he entered the house, Zhou Jianjun heard Zhang Ligua's familiar voice chatting inside. Hearing the sound of people entering, Li Guoyun came out of the kitchen. "Jianjun, you're finally back. Li Gua and the others have been waiting for a while, and they brought two police officers with them. We'll have dinner at home later. The food is almost ready. Come in and say hello." Zhou Jianjun responded with a sound, brushed off the dust on his clothes, stomped his feet, and prepared to go inside. Inside, Zhang Ligua heard the noise and said to the two police officers from the county, "They should be back. I'll go see." Before he could stand up, Zhou Jianjun entered the room, smiling at them. "Ligua, when did you arrive? I thought you were coming tomorrow, so I hurried to the county today." Zhang Ligua stood up, smiling on his dark face. "Just in time. The county police are here today. They want to learn about the situation. I brought them along. We'll have dinner at your place tonight." Zhou Jianjun went forward and shook hands with the two police officers. They were very polite to him, too. Even though tonight's dinner was at someone else's house, and they appreciated the great help these people had given for the case, they couldn't show any bad attitude. Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang also came inside. Zhang Ligua and the two police officers looked at them. Zhou Yanxiu faced them calmly, without any nervousness. Zhou Lanfang was a little nervous, but secretly happy inside. The police coming to their home might mean she and her sister would soon be recognized. Zhang Ligua looked at the two police officers from the county. "Should we first understand what happened, or have dinner first?" The female police officer smiled. "Captain Zhang, why don't we do our work first? Then we won't have to think about work during dinner." Zhang Guoyang smiled. That works. We can enjoy our meal without worries. He looked at Zhou Jianjun. Junzi, call Lan Fang and Yan Xiu over. Let's warm up and chat casually. Zhou Jianjun nodded. This was an important step to avoid trouble. Yan Xiu, Lan Fang, bring a stool and sit here. Don't be nervous. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang obediently moved 2 stools over. Everyone shifted their chairs, and 6 people formed a circle around the fire pit. Since both Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang are women, the female police officer spoke first. Hello, comrades. My name is Zhang Yulin. May I ask you a few simple questions? Zhang Yulin smiled, giving a friendly impression rather than a serious one. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang nodded. Yes, no problem. Zhang Yulin turned to the male officer nearby. Li Jun, you are in charge of taking notes. She asked questions one by one, mainly about how they discovered the place, what happened in the middle, and what actions they took. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang answered honestly, without hiding anything. They responded very openly. Unbeknownst to everyone, all these details were carefully planned by Zhou Yanqiu beforehand, because she had already prepared notes on the questions in advance. Within less than 20 minutes, Zhang Yulin and Li Jun understood everything clearly. After the questioning, Zhang Yulin curiously asked, Comrade Yanqiu, could you show us your stone-throwing skill? Actually, not only Zhang Yulin was curious, but also Zhang Ligua. Seeing a seemingly fragile woman use just 2 small stones to subdue a fierce criminal was astonishing. He really wanted to see it. Zhou Yanqiu, with a charming smile in her lovely eyes, said, Of course. I can perform it here in the yard. She was already prepared to demonstrate her skill. Everyone moved to the yard. It was still not completely dark outside. Zhou Yanqiu took 2 bricks from near the gate, placed them on the ground, and stepped back about 10 steps, roughly 20 meters away. She casually picked up 2 stones of similar size from the ground and weighed them in her hand. Everyone watched her closely, without blinking. Few had seen her do this before. Even Zhou Jianjun, who had caught a thief in the county that day, hadn't seen her quick hand movements clearly. Zhou Yanqiu swung her arm gently, as if with little effort, and the stones shot out swiftly. Even with everyone staring intently, they only saw a faint blur. There was only a loud crack sound. A brick broke apart instantly. Zhou Yanqiu shook her wrist again. Another crack sounded. The remaining brick was also shattered into pieces by the stone. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Lanfang reacted first, looking at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and she stepped forward to take her hand, looking her over carefully. Clearly, Yanqiu's arm wasn't much stronger than her own, so why was she so amazing? Why couldn't she do the same? Thinking back to a few days ago, when Yanqiu carried a water jar full of water, she sighed. People really are different. That jar of water was too heavy for 3 of her to lift together, but Yanqiu easily carried it alone. Zhang Ligua and Zhang Yulin, surprised, quickly moved closer to see the condition of the bricks. Usually, from this distance, if a stone hits a brick, it wouldn't shatter but only knock it over because the force isn't enough. But Zhou Yanqiu's 2 stones shocked them. From 20 meters away, she shattered 2 blue bricks with such force that they were amazed. To them, these 2 stones' power was greater than that of a regular pistol. No wonder Zhang Yuanbiao was so badly hurt. However, the 2 police officers from the county showed no sympathy for Zhang Yuanbiao at all. Especially Zhang Yulin, a woman, who deeply despised Zhang Yuanbiao's evil deeds. Her eyes shone with admiration as she looked at Zhou Yanqiu, as if she saw a rare treasure. She took Zhou Yanqiu's hand and said, Comrade Yanqiu, would you consider joining our police force? With your skills, it would be a shame not to join us. If you're interested, I will apply to our director tomorrow. Zhang Yulin's words surprised everyone. Even Zhang Ligua didn't expect her to say that. But soon, everyone realized that Zhou Yanqiu was truly a perfect fit for their police team. She had special skills, was brave and careful, and full of justice. She was exactly the kind of elite soldier they needed. Zhou Jianjun's eyes lit up. This idea was really good. Zhou Lanfang also looked at Zhou Yanqiu with some envy. Wow, Yanxiu is really impressive. If only I were that capable. I want to join the police too. How proud that would be. Wawawa Zhang Ligua also encouraged her, saying, Jianjun, this is great. You know how hard it is to get into the police force. It's rare for Yanxiu to agree. Jianjun also spoke excitedly. Yanxiu, why don't you give it a try? Zhou Yanxiu was surprised. If it had been before, she would have said yes immediately, because it's a very good job. Plus, Zhang Yulin was right. It suits her well and allows her to use her strengths. It would also make many people jealous. But now, she has different thoughts. She wants to study traditional Chinese medicine. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yanxiu politely declined Zhang Yulin's kind offer, saying, Comrade Zhang, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. My heart isn't in that. Zhang Yulin didn't expect her to refuse. She thought no one would turn down such a good job. And everyone knows how competitive that position is now. No one expected Zhou Yanxiu to so decisively refuse a hot job opportunity. Jianjun was momentarily stunned, deep in thought. He remembered the sparkle in Zhou Yanxiu's eyes when she was at old Chui's place today. She looked so eager. He sighed inwardly. Kids grow up and have their own ideas. It's just such a pity about that job. Seeing Zhang Yulin talk about the job, he could tell she was confident she'd get it. Losing such a tempting opportunity, who knows if she'll regret it later. It seems he needs to go up the mountain more often to look for aged ginseng. He wondered if he could find the 50-year-old ginseng. It's a headache. But what about his child wanting to study medicine? He can only do his best to support her. At this moment, Li Guilin had prepared all the dishes. Jianjun, go invite the guests to the table. Lanfang, Yanxiu, come help serve the food. Li Guilin called out, and Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang quickly came over to serve the dishes. Jianjun then called Zhang Ligua and the two police comrades to the table to eat. Li Guilin shared some dishes. The group still went to the inner room with their grandmother to eat, enjoying the same food, and it was even warmer inside. When the food was served, Zhang Ligua and the others hadn't started eating yet, but they already smelled the delicious aroma. Zhang Ligua was surprised and curious. Had his sister-in-law's cooking improved so much? The taste was just as good as the skilled chefs at state-run restaurants. The meal included the usual dishes: garlic pork slices, pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, a plate of pig's head meat, a bowl of peanuts, and 2 vegetable dishes. The table was very rich and full. 2 police officers from the county felt a bit embarrassed. Even with their conditions, they rarely enjoyed such a hearty meal. Zhou Jianjun took out a bottle of homemade northeastern liquor. Ligua, we haven't had a drink in a long time. Today, we should drink a lot. He then looked at Zhang Yulin and Li Jun with a smile. You two are lucky to be here. A few days ago, I went up the mountain and caught 2 wild boars. I shared a lot of meat, or else we wouldn't have enough for this feast. Do you want a drink? Zhang Yulin was interested when he heard it was wild boar meat and said, I want to try some. But I won't drink alcohol. You and Zhang can have some. Li Jun needs to drive and I won't drink. Zhou Jianjun didn't insist. Since he was driving, he wouldn't drink either. He said, then you two just enjoy the dishes, don't hold back. Eat as you like. Zhou Jianjun poured a full glass of liquor for Zhang Ligua. Come on, let's have a toast, brother. Zhang Ligua was so tempted by the food on the table that he almost couldn't wait. Wait a moment, I want to eat a few bites first. He picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of garlic pork. Zhang Yulin and Li Jun also raised their chopsticks and took a bite. As soon as they tasted it, it was so delicious. Even in the city, Zhang Yulin and Li Jun had never tasted such fragrant farm-style food. The garlic pork had no fishy smell at all, was soft and sticky, and combined with the fresh aroma of garlic, the flavor was amazing. Their eyes lit up as they ate. They had eaten garlic pork before, but never prepared so well. Usually, pork has a slight fishy smell, and wild boar meat can be even stronger. It's not suitable for making garlic pork, and they didn't know how it was processed. Zhang Ligua took a few bites of each dish, and everyone suited his taste perfectly. Each dish was tasted, and out of curiosity, I asked Zhou Jianjun, your wife studied under a great master, so how come her cooking is so good now? Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly. She suddenly had a breakthrough. His wife's delicious cooking surprised Zhang Ligua, Zhang Yulin, and Li Jun. He also felt very proud of himself. After the meal, he drank happily with Zhang Ligua, and Zhang Yulin and Li Jun also ate until they were full. Everyone was very satisfied. When Li Guoyin arrived, Zhang Ligua, with a red face, gave her a big thumbs up, saying, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is amazing." Zhang Yulin and Li Jun also praised her sincerely, saying the food was truly excellent and very tasty. Li Guoyin smiled, her eyes narrowing into a line. "As long as you like it. If you want more, just come over anytime," Zhang Yulin shyly said. "Sister-in-law, that's not really possible." Li Guoyin laughed. "No problem, just come whenever you want to eat." Everyone exchanged polite words, and Zhang Ligua, Zhang Yulin, and Li Jun prepared to leave. Before leaving, Zhang Yulin took Zhou Yanqiu's hand seriously and said, "Comrade Yanqiu, please seriously consider it. Working in the public security system really suits you. If you come, you will definitely do great things." Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect Zhang Yulin still hadn't given up, so she nodded. "Okay, Comrade Yulin, I will think about it carefully." Li Jun drove the jeep with Zhang Ligua and Zhang Yulin away. Before leaving, Zhang Ligua also said he would come again for drinks. He hadn't had such a good time drinking in a long while, and the food was really delicious. It was so tasty, too tasty, he wanted to come back again. Zhang Ligua was already planning when he could find another excuse to visit. After dinner, Aunt Li Guoyin tidied everything up, and the whole family sat around the fireplace chatting for a while. From now on, they had nothing to do with Zhang Yuanbiao's case. They just needed to wait for the case to be closed and for the recognition afterward. Zhou Jianjun hadn't drunk much, so he was quite sober now. He seriously asked Zhou Yanqiu, "Yanqiu, did you tell your uncle that you really don't want to work at the police station?" Li Guoyin still didn't know about this and was surprised. "What? Yanqiu doesn't want to work at the police station? Why not? Many people want to go but can't get in. What a great job." Grandma also agreed, saying, "Working at the Public Security Bureau is good. Xiao Yanqiu can consider it." A flicker of hesitation appeared in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes. She knew her relatives truly cared for her. "Uncle, let me think about it for a few more days." Zhou Yanqiu planned to go to Changbai Mountain in the next couple of days to look around and see if she could find some ginseng that was several years old. If she could find ginseng that was 50 years old, she would then pass Cui Lao's test and become his apprentice to learn medical skills. She believed her uncles and relatives wouldn't pressure her so much anymore. Plus, she could take the chance to review high school knowledge. When next year's college entrance exams started, she would be ready to take them. Zhou Jianjun listened to Zhou Yanqiu say she needed more time and didn't ask further. He believed she would make her decision clearly herself. After returning home with Grandma, Zhou Yanqiu made it a habit to give Grandma a warm water drink with spiritual spring water every night before bed. Grandma's sleep improved more and more. Once Grandma was asleep, Zhou Yanqiu quickly entered her space again, heading straight to the ginseng planted in the spiritual field. She observed that the age of the ginseng had increased from 32 years yesterday to 33 years today. Sure enough, it really grows 1 year older each day. Looking at the empty spiritual field, which was planted with common fruits and vegetables, Zhou Yanqiu felt it was a bit of a waste. She planned to go to Changbai Mountain tomorrow to see if she could find some rare medicinal herbs to plant in the spiritual field, like ginseng and lingzhi. Although she wasn't very familiar with these precious medicinal plants, she had her resource radar. Anything the radar detected, she would transplant into the spiritual field without hesitation. It was more effective than anything else. The radar scanning area covered dozens of square meters. Within this range, all suitable items would appear on the radar, so she didn't need to search carefully. That efficiency was incredible. Zhou Yanqiu decided she would find a way to go to Changbai Mountain tomorrow. She exited her space, went to sleep, and planned to wake up early the next day. In the past few days since her rebirth, Zhou Yanqiu had managed to accomplish several big things. She left her original family, moved her household registration to Grandma's house, gained her space, and helped rescue He Jing and Zhang Yuanbiao. Only after punishing Wang Zhenjiang's unkind father and the malicious Lu Hongyun thoroughly will she feel completely happy inside. But right now there is something more important, finding the 50-year-old old ginseng and passing Cui Lao's test. Otherwise, refusing a good job that everyone thinks is suitable might cause her uncle and grandma to worry about her. Lying on the Kong bed, Zhou Yanqiu quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, her sleep was restless. She had many fragmented dreams, like pieces of memories. Sometimes she dreamed of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun secretly sending her to Zhang Yuanbiao's house at night, and other times she saw Zhang Yuanbiao beating and torturing her. Sometimes she dreamed of her grandma missing her terribly, hearing news of her disappearance, feeling overwhelmed, and passing away. Her uncle's hair turned white overnight. She also dreamed of Gu Qinghe, who came here year after year asking about her, still searching even after turning old. He, a person who doesn't believe in gods or Buddha, burns incense and prays at temples every year just to keep her safe. In the middle of the night, Zhou Yanqiu woke up sweating heavily. When she opened her eyes, she realized her tears had soaked her pillow. She silently wiped her tears from her face. She told herself that everything was over now. Neither Wang Zhenjiang nor Zhang Yuanbiao could affect her anymore. She decided she would never cry again. Her past life was too bitter. Now, in this new life, she wanted to live happily, joyfully, and peacefully. Zhou Yanqiu cleared her throat. Grandma, I have something to do today, so I won't eat lunch at home. If Uncle asks, just tell him, okay? Grandma looked at her, but didn't ask what she was going to do. She said slowly, go ahead.
Take some money with you.
Come back early tonight. As children grow up, they need their own space. Zhou Yanqiu was very happy. She didn't expect her grandma to agree so easily. As for her uncle, she thought she could just not tell him where she was going for now. Better to act first and report later. That's what Zhou Yanqiu planned to do. Otherwise, her uncle would definitely ask her where she was going. With so many things happening these days, Zhou Jianjun was a bit worried about Zhou Yanqiu going out alone, afraid something might happen again. If Zhou Yanqiu knew what Zhou Jianjun was thinking, she would definitely protest loudly. She is not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble, okay? Zhou Yanqiu happily hugged her grandmother and kissed her on the face.
Thank you, Grandma.
I'll go now. Grandma smiled playfully. You're getting more like a mischievous monkey. Go ahead, be careful and stay safe. Zhou Yanqiu nodded twice and ran outside quickly. She needed to hurry and get out, or it would be trouble if her uncle found out. She headed toward the place where she and Zhou Jianjun had gone hunting before. They didn't go very deep last time. The Chongbai Mountains are so vast. All the hunters living at the foot of the mountain probably haven't explored even 1/10 of it. There are surely many good things deep inside the mountains, still undiscovered by people. Today, she planned to go further into the mountains. Along the way, villagers saw her and looked at her curiously. Everyone knew that Zhou Jianjun had a niece staying with them, and they had been talking about it these days. But only a few people had actually met her. Zhou Yanqiu didn't think much about it. When villagers looked at her, she didn't recognize most of them, so she just smiled and nodded at them before walking quickly away. The Chongbai Mountains are so big. She needed to make the most of her day and explore as many places as she could. That's Jianjun's niece. She's really pretty. I wonder if she's engaged to someone. She looks like a fairy. Her standards must be high. No one in our village can match her, but no matter how pretty she is, she still has to get married someday. If I looked like her, I'd be picky about who I marry. I wouldn't just marry anyone. Haha, you wish. If you go to sleep and dream, maybe you'll look like her in your dream. Who knows? Maybe you'll wake up looking like that. Oh, your mouth is really good at talking nonsense. Haha, by this time, Zhou Yanqiu had already walked far away and couldn't hear what the villagers were saying about her. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. She quickly reached the mountain trail and looked around. There was no one else heading up the mountain at this moment. She relaxed her pace and headed up the mountain, moving more than twice as fast as last time. It was like walking on flat ground. This describes Zhou Yanqiu's current state. The steep slopes on the mountain felt as easy to walk on as village roads beneath her feet. When she encountered a 1-meter-high stone blocking her way, she didn't even need to support herself. She lifted her leg and took a quick step over it. The difficult mountain path that could stop others was easily crossed by Zhou Yanqiu with a light jump. Once inside the mountain, Zhou Yanqiu felt like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger roaring through the forest. In less than half an hour, she reached the place where she had fought wild boars with Zhou Jianjun last time. She came here but didn't go any further. Zhou Yanqiu looked around but didn't see anything unusual. This area was still accessible to ordinary hunters and mushroom pickers, so finding something valuable was not easy. She looked deeper into the woods, which grew denser ahead. Today, her goal was to go deep into the heart of Changbai Mountain. Just as she was about to move forward, she heard a goo-goo sound and Zhou Yanqiu immediately stopped. Her hearing was very sharp now, so she was sure she heard a bird call, similar to a chicken. She remained calm and took out a small stone from her pocket. Since discovering that throwing stones could be so powerful, Zhou Yanqiu had collected many suitable small stones to keep in her space for emergencies. She tiptoed toward the sound, her eyes shining with anticipation. If all went well, her first prey today was about to appear. Goo-goo-goo-goo. Gently parting a branch, she saw a bird about the size of a pigeon searching for food on the ground. Her eyes lit up. It's a flying dragon. This bird is called a flower-tailed hazel grouse. It has white horizontal stripes on its body, is very tender and tasty, and can fly, making it hard to catch. Locals also call it a flying dragon. Zhou Yanqiu looked at it, almost drooling with hunger. While searching for food, the colorful hazel grouse sensed danger. Just as it was about to spread its wings and escape, a small stone hit its neck. With a thud, it fell to the ground. The hazel grouse had its neck broken and became the first catch of Zhou Yanqiu's trip up the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu happily picked up the bird. Tonight's dinner was secured. She planned to ask her aunt to prepare it, whether to stew or stir-fry. It would taste great. She stored the bird in her space and continued walking. The path ahead became more difficult, until eventually, there was no clear trail left.
No one had been here for a long time.
Zhou Yanqiu took out a small knife from her space to cut away the dead branches, blocking the way. She kept walking, paying attention to the sounds in her mind. Soon, she sensed something unusual. Her face lit up with excitement. Just like when she found ginseng before, her mental resource radar showed a blinking red. She focused her eyes on the red. Wild ginseng, 8 years old, high medicinal value. It was just an 8-year-old ginseng. Zhou Yanqiu felt a little disappointed. But then she thought a 50-year-old ginseng is very rare. If she could find one easily, that would be strange. Using her resource radar, she easily found a well-hidden wild mountain ginseng. After transplanting it into her spiritual field in her space, she continued deeper into the mountain. Most of her spiritual field was still empty. She wanted to find more rare herbs and fill the land. It was a long and heavy task. She aimed to grow all the rare herbs from the entire Changbai Mountain on her 2 acres of spiritual land. Haha, Zhou Yanqiu had big ambitions. As she went deeper, her resource radar detected more valuable herbs. She found a 16-year-old blood ginseng. She happily stored it in her space's spiritual field. This was another type of ginseng. Although both are called ginseng, they have different properties in traditional Chinese medicine and are used for different purposes. Of course, their prices are also very different. Compared to mountain ginseng, blood ginseng is much cheaper. The price difference can be dozens or even hundreds of times. However, aged blood ginseng is hard to find, and some illnesses can be treated effectively with older blood ginseng, which can also fetch a good price when sold. Anyway, the spirit field is so large that I might as well plant there first. Zhou Yanqiu continued searching deep in the forests of Changbai Mountain for rare materials. The more he searched, the more excited he became. There are so many hidden treasures in this undeveloped forest. Suddenly, his material radar reacted again. A red appeared within the radar's skin range. Zhou Yanqiu focused on the red to see what kind of treasure had appeared this time. Wild Lingji mushroom, 60 years old, with high medicinal value. His eyes lit up. It seems he found a good item this time. Although it's not old mountain ginseng, Lingji mushrooms are just as famous. Lingji and ginseng are both common herbs in traditional Chinese medicine and are very precious. Older Lingji mushrooms are even more valuable than ginseng. Zhou Yanqiu quickly moved toward the flashing red on his radar and found a 60-year-old purple Lingji mushroom. It was growing on a huge, dead tree about 2 meters in diameter. The mushroom had a purple color with cloud-like patterns on its surface, and a faint layer of powder covered it. This is the most precious spore powder of Lingji. Spore powder is the main medicinal part of Lingji, and the older the mushroom, the more valuable its spores. Zhou Yanqiu didn't realize yet that if he carefully scraped off this thin layer of powder and sold it to knowledgeable buyers, it could be worth as much as the ginseng he sold yesterday, which was 25 years old. He looked at the large purple Lingji on the huge dead tree with joy. A 60-year-old Lingji. Wow! This big mushroom, with a reddish-brown color about the size of a pot lid, was lucky not to be discovered and taken by others. Zhou Yanqiu quickly collected it into his space. This Lingji was growing on a giant dead tree that emitted a fresh, fragrant smell. It didn't look like an ordinary piece of wood. Anyway, Zhou Yanqiu didn't recognize it, but anyone knowledgeable would be surprised. This wasn't just any ordinary wood. It was a 1,000-year-old purple-gold sandalwood. Such a rare purple-gold sandalwood tree is almost legendary and very rare in the world. It's not just a type of wood, but also a rare, special material. The 1,000-year purple sandalwood in Zhou Yanqiu's space has a diameter of over 2 meters at its thickest point and a length of more than 10 meters. In 20 years, its value would be priceless. The space also brought this wood along, placing it next to the 2 acres of spiritual fields. It looks quite impressive. Since Ganoderma mushrooms don't need to be planted in soil, they don't take up space in the spiritual fields. So far, Zhou Yanqiu has gained a lot. Unfortunately, she hasn't found the 50-year-old wild ginseng yet. Deep in the Changbai Mountains, resources are abundant, so there should be plenty of 50-year-old ginseng, possibly even over 100 years old, just hard to find at the moment. But with a resource radar, this will happen sooner or later. Zhou Yanqiu enters her space, takes out some prepared dry food, and eats it directly, without heating. The temperature inside the space stays around 20 degrees, neither too cold nor too hot. So the dry food isn't frozen into hard lumps. After drinking the spiritual spring water from the space and finishing her meal, Zhou Yanqiu feels fully refreshed. She heads out to continue working. Rest? Only useless people take breaks. Just as she is about to leave the space, she notices a plump wild chicken wandering outside. Zhou Yanqiu gets excited. Looks like it's bringing a gift for her work. She rubs her hands together, quietly steps out of the space, and appears right in front of the big wild chicken. The wild chicken. It is so scared. It sees a huge 2-legged creature in front of it. Before it can react, Zhou Yanqiu quickly grabs its neck and twists with a snap. Crack! The big, fat wild chicken, weighing about 5 or 6 jin, becomes her catch. A good start to the day, Zhou Yanqiu throws the chicken into her space and prepares for the next treasure hunt. Zhou Yanqiu's morning harvest was quite good. To most people, it might seem like just a year's worth of work. Even professional ginseng harvesters often go 10 or 15 days without finding a single ginseng root. But she has already found 5 or 6. Even if they are not very old, they are still worth a lot of money. After planting in the space spiritual field for a few months, the ginseng can grow to be worth dozens or even hundreds of years old. In this way, after a month or two, the ginseng in the space can become old mountain ginseng or even treasure ginseng, which can be sold for a high price. Zhou Yanqiu continues to go deeper into Changbai Mountain. The further inside she goes, the more good things she finds, because the deep mountains are rarely visited by people. Besides digging for ginseng, she also plans to look for some game animals to sell for extra money. While ginseng and lingji are valuable, most people can't afford them. Instead, chickens and meat are easier to sell, whether on the black market or at official purchase stations. Black market prices are higher than official ones, but there is more risk involved. It's a matter of choosing what's best. She plans to hunt some suitable animals. If she can't sell much ginseng right now, she can sell the meat from hunted animals. This way, she can eat some herself, improve her life, and exchange for other supplies. In the mountains, she picks up anything good she finds. While walking, she spots a large patch of monkey head mushrooms. Her eyes light up. She sees about 10 dead oak trees in front, each covered with many monkey head mushrooms. These mushrooms are a delicious ingredient, selling for about 7 or 8 mao per jean. This patch of mushrooms probably weighs over 200 jean. Each tree has many mushrooms growing in clusters, big and fresh. One mushroom is about half a jean, and the lighter ones are at least 2 liang. They are in their prime, perfect for picking now. If she waits longer, the mushrooms will overripe and lose their tender, firm texture. Monkey head mushrooms are a true mountain delicacy, a top dish for entertaining distinguished guests. They are more expensive than meat. Dried monkey head mushrooms can sell for at least 4 or 5 yuan per jean. This patch could be worth around 200 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu confidently pulls down all the mushrooms and puts them into her space. Later, she plans to bring them home as a surprise for her uncle. With her space, no matter how many good things she finds, she can always bring them back. Deep in the dense forest, dark and damp places always grow various fungi and mushrooms. Ginseng also prefers such environments. So Zhou Yanqiu keeps discovering unexpected surprises. Her mind's resource radar flashes. When she looks, she finds a wild tianma, a type of medicinal herb that has grown for 10 years. She puts it into her space. This is also a good find. But in these deep mountains and old forests, danger also lurks. Zhou Yanqiu is carefully searching for rare medicinal herbs when suddenly she hears a faint hiss sound in her ears. Her scalp tingles, and she quickly steps back a few paces. She grabs a stone in her right hand. She puts her machete back into her space and replaces it with a sturdy wooden stick over 2 meters long. Everyone has a natural fear of snakes, and Zhou Yanqiu is no exception. There are venomous snakes in this Changbai mountain and quite a few species. Zhou Yanqiu definitely doesn't want to be bitten by one. Now, she plans to scare the snake away by making noise. Unseen snakes are the most frightening. You never know where they might strike from, and you can't escape in time. But if you see the snake, the danger is much less. At least she can easily smash it or tie it into 2 knots. She holds the stick in one hand and a stone in the other. She swings the stick toward the source of the sound, hitting the dry branches and grass with a loud smack. The hiss sound grows more urgent as a gray-brown rock-dwelling viper appears, flicking its tongue and showing signs of attack. Zhou Yanqiu looks closely. Wow, this snake is quite large, about 1.5 meters long, as thick as her wrist. Such a big venomous snake is rare. No wonder Changbai Mountain can grow such large venomous snakes. These snakes are very dangerous. If bitten and not treated promptly, it could be deadly. Right now, the viper is only 5 meters from Zhou Yanqiu. She narrows her eyes, throws a prepared stone directly at the snake's vital spot. Her aim has become very precise. Others might struggle to hit it even with a gun. The rock python was hit in a vital spot by Zhou Yanqiu, and it was definitely going to die. However, it hadn't completely died yet and was still twisting and writhing on the ground. Zhou Yanqiu stood quietly, without moving forward to check. As the saying goes, a centipede that dies is not stiff. When dealing with these highly poisonous creatures, it's better to be extra careful. After about 10 minutes, the snake finally stopped moving. Zhou Yanqiu had no intention of keeping it. She used a stick to poke it away and threw it far away. Although some people might see this snake as valuable and could sell it for a few dollars, Zhou Yanqiu didn't want to touch it. She searched the mountain for another hour. Under the scan of her resource radar, She found 5 or 6 young ginseng plants under 10 years old, and even one 15-year-old ginseng. But that wasn't enough. She was looking for 50-year-old old mountain ginseng. Looking at the time, she knew it was still early. She planned to go deeper into the mountain to search. The further in she went, the thicker the trees became. Huge trees with a diameter of over 1 meter were common. The branches above blocked out the sunlight, making the light dim. Zhou Yanqiu held her machete more carefully, knowing that a fierce beast could appear from behind the trees at any moment. In this cold forest, Zhou Yanqiu moved alone. She carried her big machete and chased her dream of finding ginseng. While searching for old ginseng and prey, suddenly a tiger's roar echoed ahead. Right after, the sound of frantic running came from the distance. Mixed and were frightened ba-ba calls. She looked up into the distance, her eyes narrowing. She saw a large northeast tiger biting a fat male sika deer's neck tightly, blood flowing from its mouth. This was a herd of sika deer, more than 10 in total. After encountering the fierce tiger, the male deer was killed instantly, and the remaining deer ran in panic. A few of them, frightened and desperate, ran straight toward her. Seeing the fat sika deer running toward her, Zhou Yanqiu forgot about the tiger in the distance. With prey coming right to her, missing this chance would be foolish. She threw a stone at the approaching sika deer. Then she grabbed another stone and threw it forcefully at a different deer. 2 chubby spotted deer lay on the ground. In the distance, the northeast tiger looked at Zhou Yanqiu for a moment before grabbing its prey and disappearing into the dense forest. Zhou Yanqiu let out a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to face such a fierce beast now. She quickly moved the 2 deer into her space bag. As for whether to drain their blood, she didn't care anymore. She decided to stop for today. She had already gained quite a lot. She didn't find any old ginseng over 50 years old, so she planned to come back tomorrow. Anyway, she had plenty of time and could climb the mountain a few more times if needed. Half of the afternoon had passed. Zhou Yanqiu prepared to head back soon, or her uncle might worry. She slowly walked back from another direction, hoping to find some good things along the way. After about 10 minutes of walking back, Zhou Yanqiu heard footsteps behind her. Her heart tightened, and she suddenly looked back. She saw the fierce tiger that had appeared earlier was now following her. Zhou Yanqiu immediately became nervous. If she had to fight, she wasn't sure if she could handle this seemingly very fierce tiger. She quickly gripped her knife tightly, ready in case the tiger suddenly attacked. Seeing her stop suddenly, the tiger paused for a moment, then slowly started walking toward her again. Zhou Yanqiu's heart was pounding faster. The only sound was the tiger's footsteps. Everything else was silent. She could even hear her own heartbeat pounding. The tiger was getting closer. Zhou Yanqiu could clearly see the king character on its forehead. Strong limbs, sharp teeth, majestic eyes, and occasional low growls from its throat all showed the power of the king of beasts in these mountains. To her surprise, she saw the tiger was holding a small white tiger in its mouth. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu's nervousness, the tiger stopped. It lowered its head, loosened its grip, and gently placed the small white tiger on the ground. Then, it nudged the little tiger toward Zhou Yanqiu with its nose, making a soft growling sound. The tiger raised its head, took a few steps back, and stared at Zhou Yanqiu intently. Zhou Yanqiu was confused. What did this tiger mean? Could it be that it wanted her to raise this little white tiger? The tiger looked at Zhou Yanqiu without moving and became a little anxious. It stepped forward again, gently holding the little white tiger in its mouth, then moved a few steps toward Zhou Yanqiu before setting it down. It nudged the little white tiger toward Zhou Yanqiu again, then stepped back a few paces and let out a soft growl. Maybe it was just a feeling, but Zhou Yanqiu thought she heard a plea in the tiger's sound. She carefully took 2 steps forward. The tiger quickly stepped back 2 steps. She moved forward again, and the tiger retreated once more. Now she understood the tiger really wanted to give her its baby, this rare little white tiger, to take care of. Carefully, Zhou Yanqiu reached out and gently picked up the small white tiger, keeping her eyes fixed on the adult tiger, watching its every move. Seeing her hold the white tiger, the adult tiger looked at her with tense eyes, as if worried she might hurt its baby. The tiny white tiger in Zhou Yanqiu's arms was a young, rare mutation white tiger, just born. Its body was only a little bigger than a cat. What she didn't know was that this kind of mutation white tiger was very rare, caused by a genetic change. These white tigers usually don't live long because their white fur makes them easy to spot in the forest, making it hard to catch prey and easy for enemies to find them. They might also have problems with hearing and eyesight. Plus, their own kind might reject them, making survival in the wild very difficult. So, the mother tiger thought she could easily catch prey, believing Zhou Yanqiu had the ability to care for her baby. The small white tiger squirmed a little in Zhou Yanqiu's arms, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep. It felt very safe with her scent, and didn't show any suspicion. Zhou Yanqiu gently stroked the little white tiger, feeling a strong desire to adopt it. When it grew bigger, it would look impressive in her yard. She planned to train it well, treating it like a big pet. Thinking of this, Zhou Yanqiu softly told the tiger, "I'm taking this little tiger with me. I'll take good care of it. When it's older, I'll bring it back to see you." Without waiting for a reply, she carefully backed away, holding the white tiger in her arms. The tiger stayed where it was and didn't try to stop her. Until Zhou Yanqiu walked away, she gently turned around and headed back. Zhou Yanqiu let out a small sigh of relief, looking at the little white tiger sleeping peacefully in her arms. She thought to herself that she wasn't sure if her uncle would agree to raise it. Never mind, she decided to go back first. She didn't expect that going up the mountain alone would lead to such an incident. Gently stroking the little white tiger in her arms, she noted that it was now as big as a cat. Its eyes hadn't fully opened yet, and its teeth hadn't started to grow. Right now, it posed no threat at all. Zhou Yanqiu made up her mind to raise it for now. But if it shows any sign of wanting to hurt someone in the future, she would return it to the forest. This tiger is a carnivore, and when it grows up, its daily food intake will be huge. Most people can't afford to raise it. But Zhou Yanqiu thought she should be fine. At worst, she would take the little tiger up the mountain a few more times. Hurrying down the mountain with the little white tiger in her arms, she reached a hidden cave near the foot of the mountain. She took out 2 spotted deer from her space and placed them inside the cave. After covering it up, she hurried to find Zhou Jianjun. She decided to leave these deer to him. Until she found a 50-year-old ginseng, she didn't want to bother with these things. After leaving the mountain, Zhou Yanqiu ran quickly. In less than 10 minutes, she arrived at Zhou Jianjun's house. She pushed open the door loudly and called out, "Uncle, uncle!" Zhou Jianjun responded from inside, "I'm home. Come in quickly." Zhou Yanqiu hurried inside. Her grandmother and Aunt Li Guiyun were there too. Before she could speak, Zhou Jianjun asked directly, "Where did you go today?" "You didn't have lunch at home." Zhou Yanqiu chuckled, "Uncle, I caught 2 spotted deer. Can you help me go get them?" He finally understood that his niece was not an ordinary girl. He realized he couldn't judge her by usual standards anymore. He sighed and said, "Next time, tell me in advance before going up the mountain. Don't go secretly." Zhou Yanqiu suddenly looked up with bright eyes and a smile like a peach blossom. "Uncle, do you agree for me to go up the mountain?" Zhou Jianjun replied impatiently, "If I don't let you go, will you still go?" Zhou Yanqiu chuckled happily. Grandma then realized Zhou Yanqiu had gone to the mountain and said with concern, "You're just a girl. Going to the mountain is very dangerous." Zhou Yanqiu quickly comforted her, "Grandma, that's dangerous for others, but I am capable. It's not dangerous for me." Li Guiyun also worriedly said, "Yanqiu, next time you want to go up the mountain, ask your uncle to go with you." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Okay, I will ask uncle." Zhou Jianjun stood up and said, "I'll go call Manhwa." "Where did you put the spotted deer?" Zhou Yanqiu quickly told him the location. Soon after, Zhou Jianjun brought Zhou Jianhua over. He called from outside, "Yanqiu, come on, let's go together." This time, they also used a cart, carrying 2 spotted deer easily. Each deer weighed about 100 pounds, not very heavy. Zhou Yanqiu led Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua to the hole, which wasn't very deep. They immediately saw the two spotted deer inside. Zhou Jianjun touched the deer's body and said, "It's still warm. We need to bleed it quickly so it won't spoil. Okay, let's hurry and take it back." Zhou Yanqiu carried one deer with one hand and said, "Uncle, you two carry the other one." Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua watched as Zhou Yanqiu easily carried a deer and went down the mountain. They smiled helplessly, knowing she was strong and not surprised anymore. The little white tiger was curled up inside Zhou Yanqiu's clothes, sleeping soundly. It was small but didn't interfere with her work. After placing both deer on the cart, Zhou Yanqiu went back to her uncle's house. She didn't want to go to the meat processing scene herself. She trusted her uncle to bring back their share. When she arrived home, her grandma and aunt were still talking inside, and her older cousin Zhou Lanfang had also gotten up. Just now, when Zhou Yanqiu returned, Zhou Lanfang went to take a nap. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come back, Zhou Lanfang pouted her lips. "Xiao Yanqiu, you go up the mountain without calling me." Humph. Zhou Yanqiu knew that Zhou Lanfang wasn't really angry. She giggled and sat down. "Sister, I brought back some good things." Zhou Lanfang immediately became curious about the good things Zhou Yanqiu mentioned. "What good things?" Before entering the house, Zhou Yanqiu placed a flying dragon, a wild chicken, and 2 large pieces of monkey head mushrooms at the kitchen door. "Delicious things." Then she happily said to Li Guilin, "Auntie, I also caught 2 small creatures. Look, see how we can eat them." Hearing about food, Zhou Lanfang asked, "What are they?" "Where are they?" "I put them at the kitchen door." Zhou Lanfang got up, lifted the curtain, and headed toward the kitchen door. Grandma and Auntie also followed. "Wow, is that a flying dragon? Is it really a flying dragon? And a very fat wild chicken. Oh, and monkey head mushrooms. We'll have a great dinner tonight." Li Guilin looked at the things at the kitchen door with bright eyes. Now she had a chance to shine. It's a flying dragon. The meat from a flying dragon is delicious. You can stew it, especially with fresh monkey head mushrooms. "Let's kill it first and eat it another day." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Listen to Auntie." Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration. "Yanqiu, you're so amazing. Since you came, we've been able to eat meat every day. My dad never had such good luck hunting before." Grandma smiled happily at Zhou Yanqiu. She was starting to think her granddaughter was quite capable. Zhou Yanqiu gave a mysterious smile. "There's something even better." Zhou Lanfang became even more curious. "What is it? Is it also edible?" Zhou Yanqiu carefully took out a small white tiger, sleeping peacefully, from her arms. Zhou Lanfang looked and asked, "Is that a little white rabbit?" She looked carefully and gasped, almost shouting, "Yanqiu, what is this?" Zhou Yanqiu proudly smiled. "A little tiger." Zhou Lanfang hurried over, curious, to look at the white tiger in Zhou Yanqiu's arms. The little tiger was all white, with faint, barely visible stripes. When Zhou Yanqiu picked it up, it let out a dissatisfied meow and made a little squealing sound. Growing up, tigers can be scary, but the newborn tiger is also very cute. Especially this very young tiger, whose teeth haven't grown in yet, poses no threat to people. Zhou Lanfang also looked a little surprised and reached out to touch the little white tiger. Grandma stepped forward as well. She has lived at the foot of Changbai Mountain for many years and has seen tigers several times, but this legendary white tiger was the first she had ever seen. Zhou Lanfang called out, Mom, come look." Li Guilin had just entered the kitchen, about to deal with the flying dragon and wild chicken, when she heard her daughter call her. "What's the matter? Making such a fuss?" She came out of the kitchen immediately. She saw the little white tiger in Zhou Yanqiu's arms. The small white tiger was being held by the back of its neck, hanging in the air, its 4 paws flailing, and it was making protesting sounds like, "Howl, howl." Li Guilin was startled. "Oh my! Is this a little tiger? A white little tiger? Yanqiu, did you steal a tiger's cub?" She was very worried. "Yanqiu, you can't just steal a tiger's cub. The tiger will come looking for it when it smells the scent. Hurry, go find your uncle and ask him to help you find a place to put this little tiger back in the mountains." No wonder Li Guilin was anxious. They had stories before about stealing tiger cubs and how the big tiger would come down at night to find its young, causing trouble. Hearing this, Grandma and Zhou Lanfeng also became worried. Yanxiu, go find your uncle now. Bring some people with you, and let's put this little tiger back in mountain. Yanxiu quickly calmed them down. Grandma, Auntie, it's not what you think. I didn't steal this little tiger. Its mother gave it to me. When Yanxiu said this, the three people present were all confused. Grandma and Auntie suddenly understood and looked shocked, their faces turning pale. Zhou Lanfeng nervously grabbed Yanxiu's arm. Yanxiu then realized that her story about meeting a tiger on the mountain had scared them. She smiled easily and said, "It's okay, Grandma. The tiger didn't even meet me. It just left after putting down the little tiger from afar. Look at this white little tiger. Isn't it very cute?" A few people felt relieved when they realized the small tiger was not taken from the tiger's nest secretly. As long as it wasn't stolen from the tiger's home, they were happy. After a while, Grandma and Aunt looked worried and said, "Raising a small dog is easy, just give it some food. But caring for a tiger is hard. When it grows up, it will need a lot of meat every meal. Where can we find so much meat for it?" Zhou Yanxiu looked indifferent but confident she could find enough meat for the little tiger. She joked, "It's okay. If it doesn't get enough to eat, I'll take it up the mountain to find its mother." Then she bent down and played with the new little tiger together with Zhou Lanfeng. Li Guilin watched for a while and then hurried to the kitchen to prepare things, as it was almost time to cook dinner. After finishing with the wild chicken and the flying dragon, she would start preparing the meal. If everything went well, tonight would be another delicious dinner. While everyone was distracted, Zhou Yanxiu secretly poured a little spiritual spring water into the water jar. She found an old, broken porcelain bowl and poured some spiritual spring water into it, planning to let the little white tiger drink a few sips. The little white tiger looked tired and was sleeping soundly in Zhou Yanxiu's arms. Its mother tiger probably worried about feeding it, so she gave it to Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Yanxiu wanted to see if the spiritual spring water would help the little white tiger. She brought the water close to its mouth. The little white tiger's eyes hadn't opened yet, but it smelled the water and, mustering its strength, opened its eyes. Seeing the bowl of water, it eagerly moved forward and started drinking. Its tongue curled and rolled, and it finished the bowl quickly. After drinking, the little white tiger seemed more energetic. It looked at Zhou Yanxiu and made a soft, "owo" sound, as if it was begging for more, still hungry. Zhou Yanxiu poured another bowl of spiritual spring water. The little white tiger let out another, "owo," and leaned in to drink again. Soon it finished the second bowl. After drinking 2 bowls, the little white tiger looked much more lively. It opened its big, round eyes and looked at Zhou Yanxiu happily, as if it knew she would be its owner from now on. The person in front of me has sweet, tasty water that they really like, and their scent is very pleasant. If this person were to become their owner, it wouldn't be a problem. After Zhou Yanxiu fed the little white tiger 2 bowls of spiritual spring water, the tiger became much closer to her. It seems that this spiritual spring water really works for the little white tiger. Zhou Yanxiu fell into deep thought, realizing that this spiritual spring water is indeed special. Fortunately, there is plenty of spring water in the space, enough to use without end. Giving the little white tiger 2 bowls every day is no problem. The smell of food cooking from Auntie's kitchen drifted into the main hall, filling everyone's noses with its strong aroma. Zhou Lanfeng took a deep, satisfied breath. It smells so good. Tonight, there will be delicious food again. My mother's cooking is getting better and better. I feel so happy. Zhou Yanxiu smiled and said, "Yes, once the country allows it, Auntie could open a restaurant and definitely make money." Zhou Lanfeng imagined in her mind, "If that day really comes, I can have whatever I want to eat. Don't worry, that day will come for sure, and it's not far away." If she remembers correctly, policies will change significantly. By then, opening a hotel or a restaurant won't be a problem at all. The courtyard gate was pushed open, and Zhou Jianjun called out, "Guhian, what's so fragrant about the dishes you cooked tonight?" It's because Yanxiu caught a flying dragon and some monkey head mushrooms.
We're making soup for tonight. she replied.
Will there be enough food for 2 more people? Li Guiyun looked into the kitchen. Yes, it's enough. I'll cook a vegetable dish quickly. Who are you planning to invite? Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang went into the yard and saw Zhou Jianjun carrying 2 deer legs on his back and holding an iron pot. Curious, Zhou Yanqiu asked, Uncle, what's inside that iron pot? That's what I'm talking about. Zhou Jianjun raised the iron pot. It's deer blood, and it's a good thing. We'll use it to make wine later, he said happily. In recent days, the village has been receiving meat one after another, and everyone has been very polite to him. Zhou Jianjun felt very happy about it. Whether the game was caught by Zhou Yanqiu or by him, they are family after all. Sharing this makes him proud. Zhou Jianjun heard Li Guiyun say that they would be making flying dragon meat tonight. His mouth watered because flying dragon meat is delicious, but even hunters like them could only eat it a few times a year. Zhou Jianjun said to Li Guiyun, such a good dish. I will ask Manhwa to come over tonight for drinks. Li Guiyun and Grandma didn't object. First, their families had a good relationship, and second, Manhwa's father was the village chief, so it was good to stay connected. Zhou Jianjun was about to turn around to call Zhou Manhwa when Grandma said, call your second uncle too. He agreed, and turned to go outside. Then, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang helped bring the prepared dishes to the table and set the bowls and chopsticks. Li Guiyun quickly cooked an extra vegetable dish, stir-fried cabbage. Now there were 4 dishes and 1 soup, making a very hearty meal. Flying dragon meat with monkey head mushroom soup. Pork stir-fried with chili peppers. Monkey head mushrooms stir-fried with meat. 4 big plates of food, and a large bowl of soup. The fragrant food made Zhou Lanfang drool. Their meals these days had been very good, with meat every day. Zhou Lanfang felt like she was living a fairy tale life. Soon, Zhou Jianjun brought Zhou Jianhua and his father over. As soon as they entered the yard, Zhou Jianhua and his father were attracted by the delicious aroma from the table. Li Guiyun smiled and said in the yard, second uncle is here. Come inside and sit. The food is ready. Zhou Yanqiu also came out of the house and saw the tall, thin old man who came with his uncle. He greeted him with a smile. Second grandma. Zhou Xingbang, Zhou Jianhua's father, looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Little Yanqiu, we haven't seen each other in years. You've grown so much. Zhou Xingbang used to see Zhou Yanqiu often. A few years ago, before Zhou Yanqiu's mother passed away, she often took her back to her parents' house. He knew most of the relatives here. But Zhou Jianhua had joined the army long ago, so he didn't know him well. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and welcomed Zhou Xingbang into the house. Second grandma, come in. The dishes are on the table. Later, you and my 2 uncles should drink more. When Zhou Xingbang entered the house, Grandma was already sitting inside. She said with a smile, sister-in-law. Oh, it's been a few days. You look much better. When Zhou Xingbang came in, he immediately saw his grandmother's face turn a healthy red, and her spirit seemed much better than before. Grandma smiled and stood up. Yes, I feel the same. Ever since Zhou Yanqiu came, I've felt hopeful about life. I think I can live a few more good years. Zhou Yanqiu helped Grandma sit down at the dining table. Zhou Xingbang and the 2 uncles also sat nearby. The 3 grown men wanted to drink, so they sat together. Zhou Xingbang looked at the full table of delicious dishes, smelling the tempting aroma, and said in surprise, these dishes are really well made. Now, Jianjun's wife is such a good cook. Jianjun proudly filled glasses for Zhou Xingbang and Zhou Jianhua. Second uncle, try the food and see how it tastes. Zhou Xingbang picked up his chopsticks. It smells so good. It must taste great. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Really good. After so many years, I've rarely had better food than this. Li Guiyun also smiled happily. Who doesn't love hearing nice words? Grandma enjoyed the meal very much, drinking a bowl of dragon meat soup. Everyone ate happily, and Zhou Xingbang and the 2 uncles each drank about 2 jin of wine. After the meal, Zhou Yanqiu brought over a little white tiger to show Zhou Jianjun. He gave a little preventive talk. Uncle, look, I found this little tiger on the mountain. Can I keep it at home in the future? Seeing the white tiger cub in Zhou Yanqiu's arms, the three men suddenly sobered up a bit. The three grown men gathered around the little white tiger, curious and staring non-stop. Is it really a tiger? Yes, it's really a white tiger. That tiger cub is so small. Can we take care of it? Janjun looked at Zhou Yanxiu, who quickly repeated what he had told Grandma and the aunts earlier. Finally, Zhou Yanxiu said seriously, "Uncle, I want to keep this little tiger." Janjun looked at him with a meaningful expression. He was starting to find it hard to understand his niece anymore. Are you sure? This isn't a puppy or kitten. It's not easy to raise. Zhou Yanxiu nodded confidently. Yes, uncle. I've thought it through. I can take care of it. Zhou Xingbang also nodded. A tiger bringing good luck is a sign of good fortune. We should keep it. It's still small, so it should be raised properly. When Zhou Yanxiu saw that everyone agreed, she finally relaxed. She was worried that her uncles might have doubts and refuse to support her. If that happened, she would have no choice but to carefully release the little tiger back into the mountains and think of another plan. Everyone gathered around the small white tiger, curious, and watched it for a long time before leaving. Zhou Xingbang and Zhou Jianhua went home to rest. Zhou Yanxiu also helped her grandmother walk back, carrying the little white tiger, planning to go to bed. Tonight, Zhou Yanxiu had another plan in her mind. Since she was reborn, she had quickly dealt with Zhang Yuanbiao. Although the verdict hadn't been announced yet, the outcome was clear. Zhang Yuanbiao would face strict legal punishment. However, her cruel father Wang Zhenjiang and the wicked woman Lu Hongyun, who caused her tragic past, had not yet been punished. What made her angrier was that Wang Zhenjiang, when Zhou Yanxiu wanted to change her household registration, used that as an excuse to extort 500 yuan from her uncle. All these old and new grudges made her feel uneasy if she didn't take revenge. Tonight, Zhou Yanxiu planned to go there and find a chance to get the money back. She had her space, so it was convenient to do anything. Back at her grandmother's house around 10 p.m., Zhou Yanxiu drank a bowl of spiritual spring water, then talked with her grandmother for a while until she fell asleep peacefully. After her grandmother was asleep, Zhou Yanxiu took out some old, worn clothes from her space and made a nest for the little white tiger on the ground. She found an old bowl and gave the tiger 2 bowls of spiritual spring water to drink. The little white tiger then happily fell asleep. Zhou Yanxiu watched the sleeping tiger and thought about where she could find some goat milk for it tomorrow. Today, at her uncle's house, the little tiger was hungry. Since it was still young and couldn't eat meat, she made some rice porridge for it. The little tiger looked sad and almost cried because it was a tiger and didn't want to eat porridge. In the end, Zhou Yanxiu added a little more spiritual spring water to the porridge, which finally made the tiger eat it. It was clear that feeding the tiger needed urgent attention. Tomorrow, she planned to ask her uncles in the village if anyone's sheep produced milk so she could exchange some meat or other things, or simply buy a milking sheep. Gently, Zhou Yanxiu opened the door and tiptoed out of the house. Tonight, she was determined to go to Wang Zhenjiang's house and get back what he owed her, with interest doubled. Today marks the 8th day since Zhou Yanxiu's rebirth. She has waited until now to take revenge on Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun, giving them a few days of peace. That was already very kind of her. Zhou Yanxiu didn't open the courtyard gate, worried that the sound might wake her grandmother. She gently jumped over the wall with her hand. Everyone was already asleep at this time. Under the moonlight, Zhou Yanxiu quickly ran from Zhoujia village toward Wangjia village. The moonlight stretched her shadow long across the countryside path. Zhou Yanxiu was running fast. It was late at night, and there were no people on the road. Zhou Yanxiu moved freely and lightly, making no sound with her steps. She was as agile as a cat, and as swift as a cheetah, faster than even a horse. Under the night sky, Zhou Yanxiu looked like a ghost, her gray clothes helping her blend into the darkness. The distance from Zhoujia village to Wangjia village was over 10 miles. Zhou Yanxiu ran at full speed and reached there in less than 10 minutes. Her speed was so incredible that even Olympic sprinters couldn't match it. If anyone saw her shadow now, they might be frightened out of their wits. Zhou Yanxiu's heart was burning with excitement. After tonight, she would say goodbye to her past and start a new life. Tonight, she planned to release all her lingering anger and frustration from her previous life. She ran faster and faster, feeling so light that her feet almost lifted off the ground. She was moving so quickly that even she felt a little scared. In no time, Zhou Yanqiu saw Wangjia village just ahead. Zhou Yanqiu kept moving without stopping, running lightly toward Wang Zhenjiang's house. She had a good memory and knew this road very well. She could find Wang Zhenjiang's house even with her eyes closed. The moonlight in the sky was faint, and Zhou Yanqiu's figure flashed like a ghost. Soon, she arrived at Wang Zhenjiang's gate. The wall around the house wasn't tall. Zhou Yanqiu easily jumped over it. She chuckled to herself, thinking she had jumped over walls many times these past few days. She took out a strange incense from her space, a type she found yesterday in the bedroom on the second floor of her space, along with its description. This enchanting incense can help people fall into deep sleep quickly. With its help, those who use it can sleep so soundly that they are almost impossible to wake up. It only takes a few minutes to help someone enter deep sleep, making it a perfect remedy for severe insomnia. After seeing this enchanting incense, Zhou Yanqiu thought of using it to deal with Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun. He lit the incense, held his breath, and carefully avoided inhaling the blue smoke through his nose. He knew exactly which room this family of four was in. Holding the lit incense, he gently slipped it through the crack in Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun's window. After 5 or 6 minutes, he heard their breathing grow heavier. Zhou Yanqiu was pleased and quickly moved with the incense to Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping's rooms. Using the same method, after 10 minutes, both Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping fell into deep sleep. Zhou Yanqiu quickly extinguished the incense. It would be such a waste to let them use such a good thing. He found a thin piece of wire in the corner of the yard, then went to the door. Carefully, he inserted the wire into the door crack and gently moved it a few times. With a click, the latch opened. Zhou Yanqiu was very familiar with this place. Before coming, he had carefully planned every step in his mind. The latch was open. He gently pushed the door, and it creaked open. Standing in the main hall, he saw that the noise of opening the door hadn't woken anyone, showing how effective his plan was. First, he started in the main hall. He took away the small stool. He cleared the cupboard and all the plates and bowls inside. Then, he moved into the kitchen.
Wow, a new pot.
Perfect, just take it. In no time, Zhou Yanqiu had cleaned out the kitchen completely. Not a single piece of firewood was left. Only the empty stove remained. He even dismantled the kitchen door and put it into a space. The chickens in the yard were sleeping peacefully, but Zhou Yanqiu caught them by their wings and put them into a space. They made no sound at all. In less than 10 minutes, everything of value outside the 3 bedrooms had been collected into a space. Even the carrots, cabbages, and potatoes in the cellar weren't spared. There is no need to mention the rice and flour in the rice jar. Now only the 3 bedrooms are left. Zhou Yanqiu was the first to open Wang Fengjiao's room. Wang Fengjiao was sleeping alone inside, and Zhou Yanqiu pushed the door without her hearing a thing. He looked inside the wardrobe. There were hardly any good clothes left. But Zhou Yanqiu didn't mind. He put the wardrobe and all the clothes into the space. Those clothes could be turned into rags to make a nest for the little white tiger. The wardrobe could be broken up and used as firewood. The room was messy, but Zhou Yanqiu packed away everything visible into the space, leaving nothing behind. Then he went to Wang Feiping's room and did the same. When Zhou Yanqiu finished, Wang Feiping's room was also empty. Now only Wang Zhenjiang's and Lu Hongyun's rooms remained. Zhou Yanqiu pushed open their door and saw them sleeping peacefully, hugging each other. He coldly glanced at them. They had covered themselves with 2 blankets, one thin and one thick. He quickly pulled the thick blanket into the space. As for the thin blanket, he left it for them, worried that under it, they might not be wearing anything. Zhou Yanqiu knew Lu Hongyun was quite flirtatious. In the corner of the bed, there was a red bedside table. Zhou Yanqiu jumped onto the bed, opened the drawer, and rummaged inside. He found a small red cloth bag. Feeling through it, he knew it contained money. Under the moonlight, he opened the bag and saw a thick stack of banknotes, at least over 1,000 yuan, and some ration tickets and meat coupons. He didn't bother counting, he just threw everything into the space. He also found 2 small yellow fish in the drawer. He was surprised, he didn't expect they had such things. Without hesitation, he put them into the space and also placed the red bedside table inside. Finally, he felt relieved. Daring to take 500 yuan from his uncle when moving out. This time, he would make them pay back double. Zhou Yanqiu was confident and straightforward, not holding back. She wanted this house to be completely clean, nothing left behind. Even mice that entered would have to leave hungry. Salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pots, bowls, and utensils. Everything visible has been packed into the space by Zhou Yanqiu. She checked 3 times carefully to make sure nothing was left out, then prepared to leave. She took a few steps outside, then stopped and turned back. Looking at the door, she used both hands to push hard, and the 2 doors were suddenly taken down by Zhou Yanqiu and stored inside the space.
Haha.
Zhou Yanqiu looked at the empty house. The 4 people inside were still sleeping and unaware of the big change. I really want to know what their expressions will be when they wake up and see the empty house. Zhou Yanqiu secretly felt a bit sad. She wouldn't be able to see that scene. It must be very interesting. She gently jumped over the wall outside. When her feet touched the ground, there was no trace left. It had been almost an hour since she left, and she wanted to go back early to sleep. If Grandma woke up and saw she was gone, it might cause trouble. Zhou Yanqiu, excited, hurried back to Zhou's village. She sped like lightning, feeling as light as a feather. After suffering for decades in her previous life, she finally could breathe freely today. The days ahead are long, and she will slowly settle accounts. Her good mood seemed to give her extra speed, and she returned even faster than she came. She turned into a gust of wind. Back at Grandma's house, she jumped over the wall again, gently pushed open the door. Xiao Baihu heard the noise, looked up at her, then lay down to sleep again. Grandma was still sleeping soundly, apparently never waking up during her absence. Zhou Yanqiu took less than an hour for the round trip. She took off her clothes and got into bed. Sleep, sleep. Zhou Yanqiu hopes to have sweet dreams tonight. Less than an hour after Zhou Yanqiu went to sleep at Grandma's house, Wang Zhenjiang woke up. It's not that Zhou Yanqiu's magic sleep powder isn't effective, but she only used it for a few minutes. Now, 2 hours have passed. The effects of the sleep powder are gradually fading. Plus, the thick quilt on Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyan has been taken away by Zhou Yanqiu. Now, they only have a thin spring and autumn quilt on them. So, Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyan were awakened by the cold. After waking up, Wang Zhenjiang shivered from the cold, and the blanket on him was very light. He felt confused and wondered where the thick blanket had gone. He reached out and touched around, but he couldn't find the thick blanket on Lu Hongyan either. He muttered, "Strange, where did the blanket go?" He reached for the lamp cord, pulled the lamp, and looked. Suddenly, his mind cleared. He immediately sat up in bed. Lu Hongyan let out a soft sound and also woke up. When Wang Zhenjiang got up, she felt the cold too. She rubbed her eyes and looked around with Wang Zhenjiang at the empty room. After a while, Lu Hongyan trembled and said, "Zhenjiang, pinch me. Is my eye blurry?" Wang Zhenjiang's eyes were red. He reached out and pinched Lu Hongyan's arm hard. "Ouch! That hurts so much!" Lu Hongyan shouted and looked at the empty room. Zhenjiang, why is our room empty? Where did everything go?" she asked, trembling, even though everything was fine before they went to sleep. How did it all change so suddenly? All their belongings were gone. Where are the boxes? My boxes. Lu Hongyan looked at the empty bed and the missing bedside table. She started to cry out loud. All their valuable things were in that bedside table, but now it was gone. The room was completely empty, nothing inside. Wang Zhenjiang stiffly turned his head. He couldn't believe the room was empty now. He suddenly got off the bed, his face full of disbelief. The shoes under the bed were gone. Wang Junjiang walked into the main hall barefoot. The main hall was also empty. All the tables and chairs had disappeared. He gasped heavily a few times, then turned and saw that the door was gone too. The place where the door used to be was now empty. Outside was dark and cold, and the cold air rushed into the room. Wang Junjiang clenched his teeth, trying to stop the dizziness from taking over. He didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't believe it was real. This was too unbelievable. Even thieves wouldn't steal things like this. In the kitchen, Wang Junjiang hurriedly went to see if it had also been thoroughly looted. When he arrived, he saw that all the pots, bowls, and utensils, as well as rice, oil, and salt, were gone. The 2 pieces of cured meat hanging on the wall were also missing. Wang Junjiang's eyes reddened, and his whole body trembled. His head was buzzing. He looked into the yard and saw that the few chickens were gone too. Wang Junjiang stood there, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He shouted loudly, "Who the heck did this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered a meter away. He suddenly collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Lu Hongyun heard Wang Junjiang's angry shout and, despite feeling sad and upset, quickly wiped her tears and hurried down from the bed. Seeing the empty main hall and the missing door, she shivered again. Could it be a ghost? Junjiang! Junjiang! Lu Hongyun called out, but Wang Junjiang had already fainted and did not respond. She ran to the door and saw that Wang Junjiang was lying on the ground. "Help! Someone help! Save him!" Lu Hongyun shouted loudly in the yard, then rushed out to ask the neighbors for help one by one. Soon, the lights of the neighboring houses turned on. There was a commotion of footsteps, and someone asked, "What's going on here?" Then, Lu Hongyun's crying could be heard. Although the neighbors didn't think highly of Wang Junjiang's family, they couldn't ignore such a big incident and refused to just stand by. Several households called the village chief, and Lu Hongyun also woke up Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feipeng, who were confused, and together they hurriedly took Wang Junjiang to the hospital. The incident at Wang Junjiang's home spread throughout the entire Wangjia village overnight. People talked about it everywhere, saying Wang Junjiang had received his comeuppance. Many villagers had already gone inside to see the scene. Now, the house could be described as empty and bare. According to Lu Hongyun's account, the night before, everything was fine, but when she woke up, all their belongings were gone. Everyone found it hard to believe that humans could do such a thing. What kind of thief could turn a household into this? Unless it was ghosts or spirits. For a long time, the events that happened at Wang Junjiang's house that night became the hottest topic in the village. Wang Junjiang's family was in chaos, and Wang Junjiang himself was taken to the hospital. However, Zhou Yanqiu was no longer worried about these things. Tonight, she had a beautiful dream. When she woke up, she was smiling. After getting up in the morning, Zhou Yanqiu washed her face quickly and hurried out. "Grandma, I have something to do. I'll go out first and eat breakfast later." She then grabbed a large woven bag and ran out. Yesterday, she was so focused on the spotted deer that she forgot about the monkey head mushrooms in her space. It wasn't until she went to bed last night that she remembered she needed to take the mushrooms out of the space quickly. Otherwise, she didn't know if they would spoil inside the space. Those mushrooms could also be worth a lot of money. Zhou Yanqiu quickly went to a quiet place and slipped into her space. She packed the mushrooms into the bag. Fortunately, the mushrooms showed no signs of spoilage inside the space. Now she felt relieved. She planned to fill one bag first. The large woven bag could hold about 100 jin of mushrooms. Seeing that no one was around, Zhou Yanqiu slipped out of her space and carried the big bag toward her uncle's house. She decided to let her aunt handle the mushrooms, whether to sell them directly or dry them into dried goods. As for the remaining half of the mushrooms, she could pick them up again in the afternoon. Zhou Yanqiu carried the mushrooms toward Zhou Jianjun's house. "Auntie, auntie," she called out as she pushed open the yard gate. "I'm here." Li Guoyan opened the door curtain and came out. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu carrying a huge woven bag, She asked curiously, "What are you doing so early in the morning? What's inside such a big bag?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled brightly. "Auntie, it's all mushrooms. I found a lot yesterday." "This is just half of it." Zhou Yanqiu put down the woven bag in her hand and smiled at Li Guiyun. "Auntie, how should we handle these monkey head mushrooms? I'm worried they'll spoil if we keep them. Maybe we can dry them into preserved mushrooms. We can keep them for ourselves to eat." Li Guiyun looked at the monkey head mushrooms Zhou Yanqiu brought back. "Wow, where did so many come from? This is the first time I've seen so many at once. Currently, all the monkey head mushrooms are wild, so they are quite rare. It's very unusual to see someone like Zhou Yanqiu using large bags to carry them." Li Guiyun looked at the mushrooms with interest. "I'll ask your uncle how to handle them later. If we sell some, we can get a good price," Zhou Yanqiu said. "We can sell half and keep half. These mushrooms are delicious." "Of course they are. They're a delicacy from the mountains and seas, one of their rare treats. They're even more expensive than meat," Zhou Yanqiu suggested. "Let's keep a few pounds fresh to stir-fry and eat, and dry the rest to enjoy slowly later." Li Guiyun happily agreed. "Good, I trust your judgment. Now our family will have plenty to enjoy." Usually, villagers sell most of the mushrooms they gather. Hardly anyone keeps them for themselves. Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Auntie, in the future, we won't lack these foods. Rest assured, we can eat well." She was confident she could find more good things from the mountains later, so she didn't worry about a little extra. First, she wanted to satisfy her own appetite. Whatever was left could be sold to others. After breakfast, Zhou Yanqiu went to find Zhou Jianjun. "Uncle, does our village still have sheep that are nursing lambs? Maybe we can buy one. Little White still needs milk." Little White is the name of the little white tiger. Zhou Yanqiu didn't bother to come up with a fancy name. She just called it Little White, simple and easy to remember. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment. "It seems a family in the village just had lambs. I'll ask around later. If we can buy one, we'll bring it home." Zhou Jianjun didn't oppose Zhou Yanqiu's request. After selling ginseng in the county last time, he gave 150 yuan to Zhou Jianhua. He wanted to give the rest of the money to Zhou Yanqiu, but she refused insistently, saying it was to honor her grandmother and uncle, her aunt. Zhou Jianjun couldn't argue with her. If he tried to force it, Zhou Yanqiu's eyes would turn red with tears. In the end, he decided to keep the money for her. He told her she could use it to buy whatever she wanted and could talk to him about it. So, Zhou Yanqiu asked him to help buy a sheep. He didn't refuse. He also knew about the little white tiger and was somewhat fond of it. When the tiger grows up in a couple of years, they can take it to the mountains to hunt, which will be very exciting. Therefore, Zhou Jianjun also paid more attention to raising the little white tiger. Zhou Yanqiu agreed immediately when asked to buy a sheep. The task of buying sheep or making sheep milk was handed over to his uncle, which eased Zhou Yanqiu's mind. He turned back and fed the little white tiger 2 more bowls of spiritual spring water. Today, the tiger looked healthier than yesterday, and its calls were stronger. Last night, he went to Wang Zhenjiang's house for a quick visit. Today, Zhou Yanqiu felt very happy. She was thinking about going up the mountain today to have fun, and also look for the 50-year-old wild ginseng. When she returned, she planned to bring back the remaining monkey head mushrooms. Today, something happened at Wang Zhenjiang's house. She really wanted to go see the excitement, but she couldn't. What a pity. Zhou Yanqiu told Zhou Jianjun about her plan to go to the mountain today. "Uncle, I want to go to the mountain again today." Zhou Jianjun was surprised. "Why not go a little later? I can go with you." Zhou Yanqiu quickly waved her hand. "No need, Uncle. I can go alone." Just kidding, if Uncle went with her, how could she explore deep into the mountain? Zhou Jianjun was silent for a moment and then said kindly, "Be careful on the mountain. Stay safe. Wait a moment, I'll get some things for you." After saying that, Zhou Jianjun went inside to get some items. Soon, he came out holding a small bag. He opened it in front of Zhou Yanqiu. "Yanqiu, you need to prepare well before going up the mountain. There's hemostatic medicine and snake medicine inside. Take them with you just in case." He explained how to use the 2 medicines and their dosages clearly. Be careful on the mountain. If there's danger, climb a tree. Come back early in the afternoon. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Jianjun's worried expression. Don't worry, uncle. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry. I'll come back early. In front of Zhou Jianjun, she carefully put the two medicines away, then patted his shoulder. Uncle, I've put everything away. Then she picked up her machete and carried a basket. Li Guiyun had prepared some dry food. She looked at Zhou Yanqiu with concern. Come back early and don't go too deep inside. Zhou Yanqiu nodded and said, Auntie, don't worry. You know I am quite capable. After speaking, Zhou Yanqiu waved to Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun. Uncle, Auntie, I'm leaving now. This time, Zhou Yanqiu went up the mountain openly and with permission from her uncle, so she felt very relaxed. Plus, after what happened last night, Zhou Yanqiu felt happier these days than during the New Year. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she headed straight to the spot she visited last time. Today, she planned to go even further inside. The deeper into the mountain she went, the easier it was to find good things. With a clear goal, Zhou Yanqiu moved faster than other hunters. In less than half an hour, she reached the place where she saw the tiger mother last time. She carefully looked around the area, and her resource radar lit up with two red blinking dots. Wild ginseng. 12 years old. High medicinal value. Wild ginseng. 13 years old. High medicinal value. Finding two ginseng roots made Zhou Yanqiu smile happily. Indeed, today was a good day. Her first success, Zhou Yanqiu circled around the area, but didn't see any sign of the tiger mother. It seemed her den wasn't here. Zhou Yanqiu continued deeper into Changbai Mountain. Along the way, her resource radar kept flashing. Wild ginseng. 8 years old. High medicinal value. Wild ginseng. 5 years old. High medicinal value. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yanqiu found 7 or 8 wild ginseng plants. Although they weren't very old, she transplanted them all into her space's spiritual field. From now on, these would be her precious treasures. Zhou Yanqiu kept exploring deeper into Changbai Mountain, paying attention to her resource radar. She held a machete, chopping at dead branches blocking her way. Later, she simply collected these dead branches into her space, since they would be useful for firewood in winter. The space was large enough, so she wasn't worried about running out of room. There were many dry branches in these deep mountains, and no one ever came here to pick up useless branches. In a short while, the space was filled with plenty of dry firewood. Now, there was no need to go to special places to gather wood for cooking and heating. Gathering firewood in the village for winter and cooking was very time-consuming and hard work. She was lucky. On her way up the mountain, she also collected some of this firewood. The deeper she went, the more supplies she found. She saw fallen pine cones on the ground that no one had picked up. Inside, the pine nuts are great for passing the time. After roasting, they are very tasty and oily. These pine cones looked like high-quality ones, and the pine nuts inside were small but plentiful. She kept picking and gathering, one pile after another. By now, she had collected at least 300 or 500 pounds of pine cones. The pine nuts she would get from them could weigh dozens of pounds. It was enough for a long time. Looking at the many pine cones still on the ground, she thought that even if she spent a whole day gathering, she might not finish. She decided not to be too greedy and planned to come back another day to collect more. Just as she finished gathering the pine cones and was about to move to another spot, a curious little deer approached from nearby, about 10 meters away. It looked at her with innocent, clear, and adorable big black eyes, blinking without a break. Seeing this, she couldn't help but smile. This silly creature, with such strong curiosity, somehow hadn't been wiped out. She couldn't let her prey escape. Calmly, she picked up a stone and swung her hand. The deer, weighing about 100 pounds, sensed danger and tried to run, but it was too late. From 10 meters away, her thrown stone was so powerful that it was comparable to a small firearm. With a loud thud, the deer fell to the ground.
She went over to check.
The deer wasn't dead yet. She had broken its leg with the stone, and it was crying out and struggling on the ground. She was amused. Since it wasn't dead, she decided to keep it in her space for a couple of days, then sell it in town or the county later. Right now, her home had deer meat and wild boar meat. The deer meat wasn't very tasty and had little fat. It was better to sell it. Otherwise, if the villagers saw her coming back from the mountain with many animals, they might think differently about her. It's not good to seek attention all the time. Some people have dark hearts and cannot stand others doing well. It's better to quietly take things and exchange them for money. Zhou Yanqiu broke the leg of that silly deer. Even if it's placed in the space, it can't run or move. And it wouldn't die in 2 or 3 days inside. It could still be sold for a good price. After dealing with the silly deer, Zhou Yanqiu felt very happy. Then she continued walking deeper into the mountains. The trees became thicker, and she often heard birds singing. She also saw a curious squirrel looking at her from a tree. The squirrel was chubby, with a fluffy tail and big, shiny eyes. It was quite fat, almost as big as a rabbit. Feeling cheerful, Zhou Yanqiu picked up a pine cone from the ground, opened it, and collected some pine nuts. She waved to the lively squirrel. "Come here, little one. This is for you." The squirrel looked at the pine nuts in Zhou Yanqiu's hand, looked around to make sure they were meant for it, then cautiously and quickly climbed down the tree and snatched the pine nuts from her hand. It then scampered back up the tree, staring at Zhou Yanqiu and wagging its tail. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and waved goodbye to the little guy. "Bye-bye, little one." After saying goodbye to the chubby squirrel, Zhou Yanqiu continued searching for ginseng in other places. Finding the 50-year-old ginseng was the most important thing. Other things were secondary. The fat squirrel saw Zhou Yanqiu wave and walk away, staring blankly at her disappearing figure for a moment. Then it quickly climbed back into the tree, hid the pine nuts in its nest, and then came out again, chasing after Zhou Yanqiu. Although the squirrel looked plump, it was very agile and quick. It swiftly jumped from one tree to another and soon caught up with Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu's hearing was very sharp now. When she heard a noise, she turned around and smiled. It was the fat squirrel. "Little one, why aren't you staying in the tree? What are you looking for?" It seemed to sense a familiar scent on Zhou Yanqiu, and the squirrel was no longer afraid of her. It jumped directly onto her shoulder and pointed with its tiny paw in one direction, chattering chirp chirp. "Zhou Yanqiu? No, what do you mean?" Zhou Yanqiu was a bit confused. Was this squirrel trying to take her somewhere? Sure enough, the chubby squirrel saw that Zhou Yanqiu didn't understand and became a little anxious. It jumped down from her shoulder and took a few steps in the direction it had pointed earlier. Chirp, chirp. Then it jumped back onto Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder. It called out anxiously a few times in her ear. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Zhou Yanqiu chuckled and said, Okay, I get it. She found it fun and wanted to see where the squirrel was trying to take her. So she pointed in the direction the squirrel indicated and started walking. Seeing that Zhou Yanqiu understood, the chubby squirrel relaxed a bit. It kept guiding her from her shoulder. After about 10 minutes, the chubby squirrel led her to a crack in a mountain. The crack was about 2 people wide, dark inside, and she couldn't tell how deep it was. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the squirrel with curiosity, wondering what it wanted to do. The squirrel jumped down from her shoulder and stood in front of the crack, shouting into it, Chirp, 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 chirp. Its voice was full of anger and challenge, and even Zhou Yanqiu could feel the squirrel's frustration and fire. She was surprised and confused, thinking, was I just used by this chubby squirrel today? Did it bring me here to help fight its enemy? Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit amused and helpless. This squirrel was really clever. Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit speechless, but also found it funny. She couldn't believe she was being used as a tool by this chubby squirrel today. She wondered what was inside that mountain crack. At this moment, she became curious and more interested in the fun of it. This squirrel was so smart and knew how to use the situation to its advantage. It almost seemed like it had a mind of its own. As the squirrel shouted, a hissing sound came from inside the crack. Zhou Yanqiu suddenly realized it was a snake. No wonder squirrels and snakes are natural enemies. They often fight when they meet. It seemed that the squirrel wasn't a match for the snake before, so this time it brought her along to cheer it on. Soon, the snake crawled out from the crack in the mountain in front of me. Although called a mountain crack, it's almost like a small cave, twisted and uneven on the inside, with rough stone walls on the sides, making it look like a crack in the mountain. But inside, there is actually quite a lot of space. The snake quickly emerged, about 2 meters long, as thick as Zhou Yanxiu's arm. It has a dark brown body and a triangular head, looking quite fierce. No wonder the fat squirrel isn't a match for the snake. Their fighting abilities are not even in the same league. When the snake appeared, the fat squirrel immediately bristled with fur, squeaking a few times. It picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the snake. The throw was weak and light, with no real power or harm. Even if it hit the snake, it would only tickle it. The snake twisted its body lightly and easily dodged the stone. It raised its head high and made a threatening posture toward the squirrel. Frightened, the squirrel backed up a few steps and suddenly jumped onto Zhou Yanxiu's shoulder. Now feeling proud, it squeaked loudly at the snake. Seeing the squirrel jump onto Zhou Yanxiu's shoulder, the snake, not knowing better, tried to attack Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Yanxiu's eyes turned cold. This snake is no match for a squirrel. It's so clueless. He swung his machete with a swoosh, splitting the snake into 2 pieces. The snake writhed on the ground, still struggling. When the squirrel saw the snake was dead, it was so excited that it jumped around on Zhou Yanxiu's shoulder. Then it quickly jumped down and ran to the severed tail, hopping on the remains of the snake's body to vent its anger. It seemed like it had been bullied by this snake many times before. Zhou Yanxiu could feel a sense of revenge from the squirrel. After a while, the fat squirrel finally finished venting and ran back to Zhou Yanxiu's feet, tugging at his pant leg, squeaking happily. Zhou Yanxiu patted the squirrel's little head. The squirrel obediently rubbed against his palm, looking adorable. For a moment, Zhou Yanxiu almost wanted to take the squirrel home to raise. But he thought better of it. These small animals are better off living freely in the big forest. Yanxiu was gently touching the head of the chubby squirrel and softly said, "All right, little one. I have to go now. You should go back too." After walking a few steps, Yanxiu felt something pulling at her pant leg. She looked down and saw the chubby squirrel. She crouched down and said, "Little one, I have to leave. You should go back now." The chubby squirrel held onto her pant leg and pointed at the cave with one paw, chattering nonstop. Yanxiu felt a bit helpless. Today, she was caught up by this chubby squirrel. It seemed like more trouble was coming her way. She didn't know why, but she could have just left, yet she strangely didn't refuse the squirrel. So, the chubby squirrel pulled Yanxiu into the cave. Once inside, Yanxiu quickly grabbed the squirrel and placed it on her shoulder. This little guy would be safer up there. The cave was a bit dark. Yanxiu took out a flashlight from her space. When she turned it on, a beam of light lit up the small cave. Using the flashlight, she looked around at the twisted cave and saw it went deeper inside. On the nearby stone wall, some rocks kept sticking out. If she accidentally bumped into them, she would definitely get a big bump. Yanxiu carefully held her machete in one hand and the flashlight in the other, watching her surroundings carefully. She didn't know if there were snakes or other dangerous animals inside. There were clear traces of snakes crawling in and out on the dirt on the ground. Yanxiu became more curious about the cave. She wondered where it led and if anyone had been here before. It felt like she had walked at least 200 meters into the cave, with a couple of turns, but she still hadn't reached the end. This showed how deep the cave was. The cave was very quiet, only the sound of Yanxiu's footsteps. After walking another few dozen meters, Yanxiu suddenly felt the space widen. The chubby squirrel jumped down from her shoulder and darted forward quickly. Yanxiu hurried to follow, not knowing if there was danger ahead. The squirrel was really too mischievous. Chirp, 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 Yanxiu heard the squirrel's calls. She took a few quick steps forward, shining her flashlight ahead, and froze in surprise. The last part of the cave surprisingly has about 100 square meters of space. The ground is densely filled with at least hundreds of wooden boxes. They vary in size and cover at least half of the area. A chubby squirrel is happily jumping on the boxes, making cheerful sounds. When it sees Zhou Yanqiu approaching, the squirrel jumps down and moves to a corner nearby. Curious, Zhou Yanqiu walks closer. With her flashlight shining, she sees a snake nest on the ground. Originally, there were about 10 snake eggs in the nest, but now they are all broken, with yolk and white spilled everywhere. Seeing the proud look on the squirrel's face, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly remembers something. This is truly a vengeful squirrel. After taking revenge, it even destroyed the entire family of someone, not sparing the snake eggs. Zhou Yanqiu smiles. At that moment, this chubby squirrel surprisingly seems to get along very well with her. She looks around and finds no other snakes. Now, Zhou Yanqiu is very curious about the hundreds of boxes here. This is deep in the Changbai Mountains, in a remote forest where ordinary people rarely go. The place is well hidden. Without the squirrel's guidance, Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't have found it. So, who could have spent so much effort to place these hundreds of boxes inside this cave? She walks over, curious, to examine the boxes. The boxes are finely crafted, mostly made of rosewood, and some small boxes are made of purple sandalwood. Each box looks like it was made by a master craftsman. All the boxes are unlocked. Filled with curiosity, Zhou Yanqiu carefully opens one of the rosewood boxes. What she sees inside makes her gasp in shock. What is this? Zhou Yanqiu casually opens another rosewood box and is instantly stunned by what she finds inside. The golden shine almost blinds her eyes. Inside, there is a whole box filled with large yellow fish. The box is neatly packed with about 200 or 300 large yellow fish, laid out one by one. Where has Zhou Yanqiu ever seen so many large yellow fish? She has hardly seen small yellow fish before. Her heart leaps with joy. This is a fortune. A real fortune. So many large yellow fish. Without saying anything else, just this one box of large yellow croakers is enough to provide her with food and drink for the rest of her life. She quickly opened another rosewood box, which was also full of large yellow croakers. Zhou Yanqiu was completely stunned by the shock. So many boxes filled with large yellow croakers. This is incredible wealth. Zhou Yanqiu looked at each one. There are at least 300 boxes in this cave. Among them, 200 are these rosewood boxes. Inside these rosewood boxes, 100 are filled with large yellow croakers. Another 50 boxes are filled with small yellow croakers, and the remaining 50 boxes contain various gold-made ornaments. There are gold bowls, plates, chopsticks, pure gold lamps, and 12 zodiac animal figurines, with 10 sets. Several boxes contain delicate ornaments made of pure gold. There are dozens of sets of pure gold headpieces. Each set is unique and beautiful. There are also various jewelry pieces made of pure gold. Zhou Yanqiu, excited, stored everything into her space. Seeing the boxes decrease one by one, the chubby squirrel was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Chirp! The squirrel jumped around on the boxes, trying to figure out where all these boxes went. Zhou Yanqiu had no time to pay attention to it. She was busy counting the treasure chests here. This is truly astonishing wealth. It can be said to be worth a fortune. With so many treasures, only her space could hold them all at once. She didn't know who had hidden this enormous wealth in the cave. Now it all belonged to her. No matter who hid it here, Zhou Yanqiu took everything without hesitation. In these mountains, these treasures are ownerless. Whoever sees them can take them. Zhou Yanqiu was so excited that she even thought for a moment she might as well relax and enjoy life with these things. These items could support her to live a life of luxury in the future. After placing all 200 rosewood boxes filled with various gold ornaments into her space, Zhou Yanqiu began to count the remaining purple sandalwood boxes. The purple sandalwood boxes emitted a faint fragrance and had insect-repelling effects. The outside of the boxes was carved with dragons and phoenixes, decorated with intricate patterns. Compared to those 200 redwood boxes, these are much more delicate. Just taking this box out could fetch a high price. The items inside must be even more precious. Zhou Yanqiu carefully opened a box made of rosewood. A soft glow appeared. Inside, there was a thick layer of silk fabric, and on top of it, 12 large pearls about the size of goose eggs. Zhou Yanqiu exclaimed, "These are luminous pearls. Legendary luminous pearls are much rarer than gold. They are said to be mythical treasures. And there are exactly 12 of them, all as big as goose eggs." She gently took out one pearl, holding it in her hand for a close look. The pearl was smooth and mirror-like, with a fine texture, feeling warm and gentle like the finest white jade. The luminous pearl emitted a soft glow, lighting up the cave inside. It was much more comfortable than a flashlight and not harsh at all. Zhou Yanqiu marveled. Wow, it's so beautiful, so stunning. She wished she could keep 2 of these pearls with her, playing with them anytime. But now, that's impossible. She could only store these treasures in her space for now, waiting for the right moment to show them off later. The timing isn't right now, so she must hide the luminous pearls carefully. If others see them, it could bring danger to her. She carefully placed this box of luminous pearls into her space. These 12 priceless pearls are just one of many boxes. Seeing so many remaining boxes, Zhou Yanqiu felt excited. Could this be a royal treasure from the past? Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what kind of family could have such power, storing so many treasures in a cave. Every box here would drive people crazy if they saw the contents. With excitement, Zhou Yanqiu carefully stored each rosewood box into her space. Inside, each box was filled with rare treasures. There were bracelets, earrings, rings made of glass-like material, headpieces made of rubies and sapphires, multiple jade pendants and jade discs, a dozen large, top-quality white and black pearls, each about the size of a pigeon egg, over 100 pearls in total. Several statues carved from top-grade jade. There was also a jade cabbage, several jade rui scepters, and other treasures. Top-quality white jade seals. A seal made from bright red chicken bloodstone, and jewelry crafted from snow-white coral. There was even a box containing a dragon robe and a phoenix robe. Among them was a heavy phoenix crown. Zhou Yanqiu went from being excited at first to feeling numb, and now she almost felt nothing. All these treasures belonged to her now. It felt like she was dreaming. After packing all the boxes into her space, Zhou Yanqiu snapped back to her senses and looked around. The cave was now empty. Nothing was left. Feeling guilty, Zhou Yanqiu quickly grabbed the chubby squirrel and ran out of the cave. She wanted to leave quickly, afraid of being seen. With so many precious items, she had to be very careful. She had never seen so many treasures before. Nothing in the storyteller's books could compare. It was truly astonishing. She wasn't sure if the treasure in the cave still had an owner, but even if it did, they wouldn't dare to come back now. The times were still unstable, and taking out these items wouldn't be useful now. It might even attract unwanted attention. Zhou Yanqiu carried the chubby squirrel and ran out of the cave in just 3 minutes. It would be very hard to find this place from the outside, as the surrounding trees perfectly concealed it. If it weren't for the chubby squirrel leading her here, she might have had to come back 10 times before finding it. So, in a way, the chubby squirrel was her lucky find. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at the tree where the squirrel's nest was located. To thank the squirrel, she took a bowl from her space, filled it with spiritual spring water, and offered it as a reward. The chubby squirrel saw Zhou Yanqiu nodding, so it lowered its head and started drinking. It drank every drop of the water in the bowl, and its little belly clearly looked even rounder. Its whole body seemed to become plumper and more rounded. Zhou Yanqiu was a bit worried whether it could still climb the tree. Until later, when the fat squirrel climbed back to its nest without any trouble, Zhou Yanqiu finally relaxed. Although it was just a chubby squirrel, Zhou Yanqiu felt a special connection with it. The little creature was very cute and even brought her great good fortune. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the squirrel on the tree and waved her hand. "I'm really leaving now, little one. I'll come back to see you next time." Today, she had a big harvest from the mountain, and her mood hadn't settled yet. Whether she could find a 50-year-old ginseng today no longer affected her good mood. The fat squirrel watched Zhou Yanqiu walk away slowly, standing on the tree and staring at her without moving. Until she disappeared from sight, the squirrel suddenly seemed to remember something, wagged its tail, and ran back to its nest. Zhou Yanqiu hummed a song as she carefully moved through the forest. If she found something good, her mental radar would alert her immediately. Wild ginseng, 10 years old, high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 8 years old, high medicinal value. Zhou Yanqiu continued to find more ginseng. She transplanted them into her space. Currently, there were only about 20 ginseng plants in her spiritual field, which covered less than 1% of the area. There was still plenty of space available. If she only grew ginseng, she could plant at least 2,000 plants. She had only found a few so far. Today, if she couldn't find a 50-year-old ginseng within 2 hours, she planned to head back. She was so excited today. The treasures she found made her feel that even if she couldn't apprentice under old Chui, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, she could wait until next year's college entrance exam and study medicine. Thinking of this, Zhou Yanqiu relaxed. She decided to listen to her uncle and others first, work in the public security system for a year, and not delay her college entrance exam. After making up her mind, she changed direction and started searching in another area. I don't know if I can find it, but Zhou Yanqiu no longer cares now. A 50-year-old ginseng can be stored for more than 20 days before being taken out. It seems like a good deal no matter how you think about it. Zhou Yanqiu walked through the woods for 20 minutes, and suddenly her resource radar flashed rapidly. Not just 1 or 2, but more than 10 red dots flickering intensely. Her heart skipped a beat. Could today be her lucky day? Yesterday, she just went to Wang Zhenjiang's house to settle a score, and today she met a cute, chubby squirrel on the mountain. The squirrel led her to a hidden cave, where she found a huge amount of wealth. She thought she wouldn't have to worry about food or drink for her whole life. With this wealth she gained today, she could become one of the top rich people. Zhou Yanqiu used to only be obsessed with studying medicine, but now she also values the spiritual pills and medical books in her space. If she doesn't learn, she might lose the inheritance. She believes studying medicine can better care for her grandmother and help her slowly recover her health, not just relying on spiritual spring water. The pills and the alchemy furnace in her space are clearly beyond what ordinary doctors can achieve. They might even be legendary fairy tools. Zhou Yanqiu's good fortune is so great. If she doesn't make good use of it, it would be a waste. It would also be a betrayal of her second chance at life. That's why she suddenly feels such a strong desire to learn medicine. Old Chui might be the best person to guide her into this field. So she wants to do her best to meet Old Chui's expectations. Otherwise, she can only settle for second best. Her mind flashes with more than 10 red dots, moving faster than when she first found the ginseng. She suddenly wonders, could the 50-year-old ginseng she's searching for be right here? Her heart races at the thought. Maybe it's a ginseng nest, and there really is a 50-year-old ginseng she's been looking for. Zhou Yanqiu concentrates and looks at the red dots in her mind. Then her mind goes blank for a moment. She sees a bunch of old mountain ginseng, and the 50-year-old one she's after is right there, though it's not very noticeable. Wild ginseng, 75 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 108 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 86 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 119 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 38 years old, with high medicinal value. Zhou Yanqiu suddenly felt numb. She never expected that the rare 50-plus-year-old wild ginseng outside would be gathered here. Among this pile of wild ginseng, 3 are over 100 years old. There are 10 ginsengs between 50 and 100 years old. Only 3 are under 50 years old. If the harvesters saw this, they would probably be so surprised they would go crazy. Today is truly her lucky day. It seems as if the mountain gods of Changbai Mountain are guiding her from above. Whatever she wants, she gets. It looks like heaven is helping her learn medical skills. With this pile of old ginseng, Zhou Yanqiu only needs to take one 50-year-old piece to join old Chui's beginner test. Even if she can't pass the test, she won't feel regretful. At worst, she'll just sell one ginseng. Soon, these decades-old wild ginsengs won't be considered rare anymore in her hands. Zhou Yanqiu kept moving quickly, walking to the side of the ginsengs. She took out her knife, carefully checking around for any danger. Fortunately, she didn't find any animals nearby. This is a shaded mountain hollow. It doesn't look special. Tall trees around hide this place well. If you're not paying attention, you might not notice it at all. But how could Zhou Yanqiu not have her resource radar in her mind? From over 20 meters away, she spotted this ginseng nest. Haha, today is truly Zhou Yanqiu's lucky day. She's so happy. It seems that going to Wang Zhenjiang's house last night was the right choice. Her good mood has brought all her luck together. And now, all these valuable old ginsengs are hers. Today, my trip to Changbai Mountain exceeded all my expectations. After collecting the old mountain ginseng, I quickly entered my space. I looked at dozens of ginseng plants inside and used a water scoop to pour some spiritual spring water on them. This spring water is very good for the ginseng plants. After finishing, I prepared to go down the mountain. Of course, before leaving, I planned to visit Fat Squirrel and say hello. This chubby squirrel is one of my lucky stars. If it weren't for this squirrel, I wouldn't have found the treasure in that cave. From now on, the treasure in that cave will be part of my collection. Who owns it doesn't matter now. It's mine in my space. I already consider this treasure mine. What I do with it in the future is another matter. After thinking, I headed toward the place to descend the mountain. It wouldn't take long to reach the pine tree where Fat Squirrel was. I have a good memory, so I wouldn't get lost even in the unmarked parts of Changbai Mountain. Soon, I found the pine tree where Fat Squirrel was. Bang, 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 I tapped the trunk of the tree. Little one, are you there? Hearing my voice, the squirrel poked its head out of its nest and looked down. Seeing it was me, the squirrel excitedly scurried down the tree and quickly jumped onto my shoulder. Chirp, 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 chirp. Hearing the squirrel chattering on my shoulder, I smiled and gently stroked it. I tempted, little one, I'm about to go down the mountain. Do you want to come with me? I'll give you delicious water every day. The fat squirrel tilted its head, not understanding what I was saying. I chuckled softly. This squirrel couldn't understand me completely, but it was a bit smarter than ordinary animals. If the squirrel wanted to come home with me, I would take good care of it. Animals I raise usually consider my family's opinions, but for such a cute little creature loved by everyone, I'm sure Sister Lanfang would want to adopt it if she saw it. She really loves small animals like this. This chubby squirrel is so cute and clever. It might become the favorite pet if brought home. But it depends on whether the squirrel wants to come with her. Usually, if it's a normal squirrel, Zhou Yanqiu would just take it home by force. However, she already considers this chubby squirrel a friend. The squirrel played on her shoulder for a while, then jumped back onto the tree. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the chubby squirrel with some helplessness. She was about to go down the mountain and didn't want to waste more time there. Goodbye, little fat guy. I'll come see you next time. She waved at the squirrel and started walking downhill. It was getting late, and she wanted to get home early. She had told Zhou Jianjun that if she stayed out too late, he would worry. After walking a few minutes downhill, she heard a familiar squeak behind her. Her face lit up with joy. She turned around and saw the chubby squirrel jumping from the tree, coming toward her. So, does it want to go home with her? Hey, little guy. Zhou Yanqiu happily stretched out her hands toward the squirrel. The squirrel chattered on the tree. Then, it leapt into the air and pounced onto her hands. She caught the chubby squirrel with a smile, her eyes bright with joy. Little guy, do you want to come home with me? Squeak, squeak. Zhou Yanqiu's lips curved into a slight smile. I'll take that as a yes. She gently placed the squirrel on her shoulder. Happily, she ran down the mountain. Little guy, let's go home. Zhou Yanqiu took the chubby squirrel and headed home. They kept laughing all the way. Near the foot of the mountain, She put the squirrel into her space to take out the remaining monkey head mushrooms for processing. She dared to bring the squirrel into her space because the silly roe deer she put in earlier was still alive and well. This showed that living creatures could survive inside this space. That's why Zhou Yanqiu felt safe bringing the squirrel in. Once inside, the chubby squirrel was incredibly curious. Looking around here and there, soon he saw the delicious spiritual spring water he had drunk before, which he couldn't forget. The chubby squirrel pointed at the spring water and jumped around excitedly at Zhou Yanqiu. It looked very eager, which made Zhou Yanqiu laugh happily. Zhou Yanqiu gently patted its little head and said, "You can't drink more now. You've had enough today. Wait until tomorrow." The chubby squirrel looked disappointed when Zhou Yanqiu didn't give it more spring water. It lowered its head and drooped its little arms. It looked sad. Zhou Yanqiu squatted down and tapped its small belly. The squirrel seemed to understand and suddenly looked energetic again. It waved its short paws, pointing at its belly, then made a motion as if to hold it in, and pointed at the spring water. It seemed to say, "When my belly is empty, you can give me more, okay?" Zhou Yanqiu understood and nodded.
Got it.
"I'll give you some every day." This little creature seemed very smart. It immediately knew the spring water was good. Anyway, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't use all the spring water himself. Raising a little squirrel was no problem at all. Moreover, he thought it was right to give the little squirrel spring water. Since it found such a big treasure for him, it was worth feeding it with spring water for a lifetime. And this chubby squirrel was so fun to watch. It was a good deal no matter how he looked at it. Zhou Yanqiu took the remaining monkey head mushrooms and packed them into a woven bag. Later, he would give it to Auntie Li Guiyun to handle. Strangely, although the temperature in this space was neither hot nor cold, the monkey head mushrooms placed inside yesterday were not damaged at all. It was as if this space had a preservation function. Zhou Yanqiu packed everything up, looked around to make sure no one was coming, and then quickly left the space with a chubby squirrel. He carried the bag with the mushrooms in one hand and had a fat squirrel, about the size of a rabbit, sitting on his shoulder. Then he headed towards Zhou Jianjun's house. When he reached the door, Zhou Yanqiu pushed it open and said, "Auntie, I'm back." Li Guiyun came out of the kitchen after hearing him and asked, "Yanqiu, you're back. Are you hurt anywhere? I also met a cute little squirrel today." "Look." As she spoke, Zhou Yanqiu took out the fat squirrel that had hidden behind her when scared by strangers. Li Guiyun's eyes lit up. "Why did you catch a squirrel? Such a fat one must weigh at least 2 or 3 jin." Seeing Li Guiyun's gaze on the squirrel like she's looking at a dish, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but laugh and say, "Auntie, this squirrel is my pet. I brought it here to raise. Cough, cough, I'm used to it. But I have to say, this little squirrel is really adorable." The fat squirrel shivered in fear under Li Guiyun's intense stare. Humans' eyes can be so fierce, it's really scary. It quickly hid behind Zhou Yanqiu. If Zhou Yanqiu hadn't been there, it would have run away long ago. Li Guiyun snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at Zhou Yanqiu. "By the way, your uncle is inside. The case you helped solve last time is almost resolved now. Your uncle's comrade, Deputy Director Zhang from the police station, is inside too. Go in and listen." Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. She put down the woven bag filled with monkey head mushrooms. "Auntie, this bag is full of mushrooms. You decide what to do with it. I'll go in and take a look." Li Guiyun looked at the bag of mushrooms. Though she was mentally prepared, she was still surprised. When did these mountain mushrooms start coming in bags like this? "All right, I'll handle this. You go quickly. They're waiting for you." Zhou Yanqiu hurried to the door of the house, pulled aside the curtain. Inside, Zhou Jianjun was chatting with Zhang Ligua. Next to them, Zhou Lanfang sat obediently listening. Zhou Lanfang's face was full of happiness, probably after being praised loudly. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu enter, the three looked at her together. Zhou Yanqiu smiled warmly. Uncle Zhang." Zhou Lanfang immediately saw the squirrel on Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder and cheered happily, rushing over. "Squirrel. Such a fat squirrel. So cute. Yanqiu, where did you catch it?" "Let me pet it." The fat squirrel, frightened, scampered all over Zhou Yanqiu, trying to avoid Zhou Lanfang's eager hands. Zhang Ligua watched and chuckled. Zhou Jianjun looked very serious, as if 3 crows were flying past his head, cawing. Lanfang, you're grown up now. Can you be a little more calm? Zhou Lanfang pouted her lips. It's all because this squirrel is so funny that I couldn't help myself. Zhou Yanqiu smiled. She knew Zhou Lanfang would definitely like such a squirrel. She reached out and caught the chubby squirrel, placing it in Zhou Lanfang's hand. Sister, have fun with it for a while. Seeing the frightened look on the squirrel's face, Zhou Yanqiu gently stroked its little head, not caring if it understood her. Little one, don't worry. No one here will hurt you. Feeling Zhou Yanqiu's touch, the squirrel calmed down a bit and was less scared. It sensed that the people here didn't seem to mean it any harm. Zhou Lanfang held the squirrel, petting it gently. In a short time, the squirrel no longer wanted to resist. It even felt a little comfortable. After handing the squirrel to Zhou Lanfang, Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Jianjun and Zhang Ligua with bright, hopeful eyes. Uncle Zhang, I heard the case has been solved. Zhang Ligua understood that Zhou Yanqiu was talking about Zhang Yuanbiao's case. Thinking about it, Zhang Ligua's expression darkened, and he looked serious. Zhang Yuanbiao's case was very serious. It has been reported to the City Police Bureau. The leaders there are paying close attention and have set up a special team. Zhang Yuanbiao's injuries are stable now. He won't die, but he's definitely disabled and can no longer do harm. After speaking, Zhang Ligua's eyes flashed with surprise. It was this seemingly harmless girl in front of him who caused Zhang Yuanbiao to become disabled. The investigation of the cellar is also complete. There were 16 victims in that cellar. 15 lives are gone. Fortunately, He Jing was rescued by us. When he mentioned this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Ligua's face. This case had almost no help from their police station. He now understood that if Zhou Yanqiu hadn't accidentally overheard He Jing crying and then carefully discovered her presence and contacted them, the case might have continued without any clues. Innocent girls could have continued to suffer. Zhang Yuanbiao will surely face the harshest punishment. He Jing has woken up, but she is still very weak and not in good spirits. She keeps thinking about you and wants to thank you in person. We have already informed He Jing's family. Zhang Ligua paused again, a strange look in his eyes. However, her family hasn't visited her in the hospital these past few days. Zhou Yanqiu remained silent. In the countryside, if a woman experiences something like this, it's a shame for the whole family. It's possible that her family has abandoned her. But even so, Zhang Ligua, as the deputy police chief, has no good way to handle this because it's a family matter. Zhang Ligua sighed. But, as the victim, all her medical expenses will be covered by us. Zhou Yanqiu breathed a sigh of relief and felt sad for He Jing. She looked up at Zhang Ligua. Uncle Zhang, do you think someone like Zhang Yuanbiao will be executed? Zhang Ligua smiled. Don't worry, execution is a light punishment. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes brightened with hope as she looked at Zhang Ligua. Zhang Ligua nodded. He will be well treated before the execution. Zhou Yanqiu's heart filled with excitement, and her eyes welled up with tears. She forced herself to stay calm and said, Yes, someone as bad as Zhang Yuanbiao deserves to be punished severely to satisfy the public. Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Yanqiu in surprise, not understanding why she was so excited. He thought she was just a young, honest person standing up for the victims. He chuckled and changed the subject. I came here to ask if you have any requests since you've made a big contribution this time. Zhou Yanqiu immediately straightened up. Uncle Zhang, these are our duties. We don't have any requests, Zhang Ligua said seriously. Think carefully. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. Even if you just want a job, it's possible to consider giving you one. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and asked Zhou Lanfang, Sister, do you want this job? Today, Zhou Yanqiu found some old ginseng from 50 years ago in the mountains. She plans to visit Old Chui to see what kind of test it is. Because she has her own plans for the future, she didn't focus on what others see as a very valuable job position. Moreover, her career goals do not align with working in the police system. So, Zhou Yanqiu still didn't consider joining the police force. Zhang Ligua's visit this time was mainly because he was asked to come and ask whether Zhou Yanqiu was interested in joining the police system. Therefore, the job position Zhang Ligua mentioned was mainly intended for Zhou Yanqiu. With her skills and alertness, she would surely do well if she joined the police system. It won't be long before this case is solved. When that happens, the higher-ups will definitely reward the key people who contributed. Zhou Yanqiu is the main person who will receive the reward. So, when she heard about the possibility of requesting a job position, her first thought was about Zhou Lanfang's opinion. Although she didn't want to join the police force, that didn't mean others didn't want to. This is a very attractive opportunity. Zhou Lanfang was happily listening, not expecting Zhou Yanqiu to suddenly ask her opinion. Surprised, Zhou Lanfang pointed to her nose and asked, "A job?" "Me?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded. "Yes." Then she turned to Zhang Ligua and asked, "Uncle Zhang, can you give this job position to my sister?" Zhang Ligua looked puzzled and asked, "Is there something wrong with this job?" Zhou Jianjun also couldn't understand why Zhou Yanqiu didn't want this position. Zhou Yanqiu shook her head and said, "Uncle Zhang, this job is good, but my goal is not here. My dream is to become a doctor." Zhang Ligua sighed and smiled. Who would have thought that a good job position couldn't even be given away? Zhou Yanqiu chuckled slyly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Uncle Zhang, I can give this job to my sister too." After saying that, she turned to ask Zhou Lanfang, who was still standing there, "Sister, what do you think? Do you want this job?" Zhou Lanfang, usually carefree, now looked a bit shy and uncertain and said hesitantly, "Can I? Do you think I can?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded confidently, "Of course. You definitely can." Then she looked at Zhang Ligua again and asked, "Uncle Zhang, can you help my sister apply for this job position?" Zhang Ligua sighed and looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a complex expression. "You better think carefully. If it's you, then your official position will be in the county." He glanced at Zhou Lanfang. "If it's Lanfang, she probably can only get a job in the town. The work positions at the County Public Security Bureau and the town police station are very different. Anyone would know which job is better to choose." Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanqiu with some worry. "Yanqiu, maybe you should work at the Public Security Bureau. It's a rare opportunity." He was worried that Zhou Yanqiu would keep obsessing over the old man Chui's ginseng, missing this chance. Zhou Yanqiu winked at Zhou Jianjun. "Uncle, I already found it." Zhou Jianjun's eyes widened. "What? Did he hear that right? You found it?" His voice was full of disbelief. Zhou Yanqiu nodded confidently. "Yes, I found it." Zhang Ligua looked puzzled. He wondered what was so secretive that they didn't even want the official position anymore. Zhou Jianjun saw Zhang Ligua's confusion and explained, "It's my niece who wants to learn medicine. She found a master and wants to study under him. But there's a condition. She has to find a rare and precious herb from the mountain." Zhou Jianjun sighed. "I thought it would be hard to find, but I didn't expect her to come back from the mountain with good news." Zhang Ligua immediately understood. So Zhou Yanqiu wants to learn medicine. No wonder she didn't want to work in the police system. If she masters medical skills, it could be a good future. Everyone has their own dreams, and we can't force them. After understanding, Zhang Ligua said to Zhou Lanfang, "What about you, Lanfang? Would you be willing to work at the town police station?" Zhou Lanfang's mind was in chaos. She had known for a while that this job was originally meant for Zhou Yanqiu. Because of the recent case, she and Zhang Qiulan didn't do much. Everything was arranged by Zhou Yanqiu. They were just running errands, and in the end, they accidentally made a big contribution following Zhou Yanqiu. Now, the work position that was supposed to go to Zhou Yanqiu might actually be hers. Zhou Lanfang felt like she was dreaming. Does she want the job? She certainly thought about it. No one wants to stay at home doing nothing. Although she usually appears carefree and easygoing, she still cares about some gossip from the village. But what can she do? She doesn't want to marry so early, nor does she want to work in the fields every day like others in the village. That's not the life she desires. She wants to work, to have a job. But jobs in this era are very hard to find. Everyone wants a good position, but many can't find a way to get one. Is a job at the town police station good? It's not as good as the county police, but it's still a very good job. People in the village wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Zhou Lanfang was unsure whether to accept the job position that originally belonged to Zhou Yanqiu. She looked up at Zhou Jianjun, hoping he could give her some advice. Zhou Jianjun sighed. If you want to go, then go. Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, Yanqiu, thank you. Thank you for giving me this job opportunity. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and shook her head. Sister, why are you thanking me? I didn't want this job in the first place. Should I just give it to someone else? In Zhou Yanqiu's heart, although Zhang Qiulan is a good friend, she isn't at the point where she would give her own cousin's job to Zhang Qiulan. Zhou Lanfang nodded eagerly. Uncle Zhang, I want to work at the town police station. Zhang Ligua smiled. Good, I'll apply for it in the next couple of days. Just wait at home for my notice. Zhou Lanfang nodded, then hugged Zhou Yanqiu happily and smiled. Zhou Jianjun felt mixed emotions. He didn't expect that his niece, who had just arrived, would solve the problem that had been bothering him for so long. He also wanted to find a job for Zhou Lanfang, but now, how hard is it to find a job? Even money can't buy one. Although he has a friend like Zhang Ligua, the deputy director of the police station, Zhang Ligua doesn't have the power to create a job out of thin air. So this job position was given to Zhou Yanqiu mainly because he made the first contribution to this case. Additionally, the case was very important, and they also recognized Zhou Yanqiu's exceptional skills, which is why they offered him a formal position. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Yanqiu refused without hesitation. In the end, the benefit went to his daughter, Zhou Lanfang. Zhou Jianjun saw that everything had been arranged, so he didn't say anything more to comfort them. From the moment Zhou Yanqiu told him he found an old ginseng from 50 years ago, he knew. His niece was truly extraordinary. She was the kind of person the older generation called someone with great luck. She could do whatever she set her mind to, and everything would go smoothly. Even heaven seemed to be helping her. The first time she went up the mountain with them, she found old ginseng that others hadn't discovered for many years. The second time she went alone, she encountered a tiger. Nothing happened, and the tiger even gave her a white tiger as a gift. In these 3 trips up the mountain, she found the rare 50-year-old ginseng. Each of these stories might sound like bragging if told to others, but they were all true about his niece. Plus, Zhou Yanqiu had some special qualities. Zhou Jianjun no longer saw her as an ordinary girl. If he knew her real achievements on the mountain today, he might be too surprised to speak. Zhou Jianjun patted Zhang Ligua and said, Ligua, thank you for this. Let's have a few more drinks at home tonight. Zhang Ligua smiled and replied, then drink less, I have to go back later. I still remember the delicious dishes my wife cooked last time. Zhou Jianjun patted his chest and said, don't worry, everything's prepared. I'll make sure you're satisfied later. Zhou Yanqiu said from the side, Uncle Zhang, I just collected some monkey head mushrooms on the mountain today. When we leave, I'll bring you 10 or 20 jin. Zhang Ligua was surprised. Monkey head mushrooms? That's a good thing. How many did you dig up? You're not going to let me take only 10 or 20 jin, are you? As a local, he knew all about the good things on the mountain. Those mushrooms are even more expensive than meat. They taste delicious and are very nutritious. Zhou Yanqiu calmly said, it's only about 100 jin. Zhang Ligua gasped. Over 100 jin of monkey head mushrooms is quite rare. He was not polite and said, all right, when I leave, give me some. Zhou Jianjun said nearby. By the way, Yanqiu, the sheep that was giving milk has been bought back. It's tied in the backyard. Later, we can see how to feed Little White. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Thanks, uncle. I'll go check now. She pulled Zhou Lanfang to the backyard and indeed saw a white goat tied there. The goat's milk was thick and white, oozing out. Zhou Yanqiu took out a small basin, placed it under the goat, and started to squeeze the milk. She had raised sheep before and had experience milking them and exchanging the milk for eggs, so she was quite skilled. A chubby squirrel came out from behind Zhou Yanqiu, curious, watching her hands move, and white goat milk flowed out in streams. The squirrel thought it was something good, curiously licked it, then quickly shook its head and spat it out. Puff, puff, puff. Humph. It's not as tasty as that water. Lanfang watched Zhou Yanqiu's skilled movements and said enviously, Yanqiu, you're so amazing. You can do everything. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and looked at her. Of course, I used to milk sheep and exchange the milk for eggs. Oh, I see. Lanfang looked at the squirrel with curiosity. Yanqiu, shall we give this chubby squirrel a name? Zhou Yanqiu paused for a moment. In just a short while, she had almost finished milking the goat. There was half a basin of milk now. Adding some spring water should be enough for Little White to have a meal. She picked up the basin casually. This squirrel has gray fur. How about calling it Little Gray? Before Lanfang could speak, the squirrel disagreed. Its short front paws waved in protest. Chirp, 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 chirp. Lanfang looked at the squirrel with wide eyes, surprised. Yanqiu, did you see that? It doesn't agree. Do you think it doesn't like the name you gave? Zhou Yanqiu looked at the squirrel, which was puffed up and glaring at her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Humph, the name you gave earlier was too ugly. I don't want to be called that. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the chubby squirrel with a smile. This little fellow really has many demands. After thinking for a moment, she looked at the fluffy tail of the squirrel. An idea suddenly came to her mind. How about calling you Tianpeng? Tianpeng, 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 Zhou Yanqiu repeated a few times while looking at the squirrel. What do you think of this name? Nearby, Zhou Lanfang clapped her hands and said, That's a good name. It sounds impressive and lively. The chubby squirrel looked at Zhou Yanqiu and then at Zhou Lanfang. Chirp, chirp. From now on, my name will be Tianpeng. Tianpeng happily jumped onto Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder. From now on, it would have a proper name. While Zhou Yanqiu was distracted, she took a little spiritual spring water from her space and mixed it into some goat milk. Let's go feed Little White and also introduce Tianpeng to it. After saying that, Zhou Yanqiu gently stroked Tianpeng's fur. From now on, you'll have a playmate. Zhou Yanqiu thought about how Tianpeng and Little White might meet. She wondered if they might scare each other, but she felt a little excited about the idea. Little White was still at Grandma's house. Zhou Yanqiu pulled Zhou Lanfang along, with Tianpeng perched on her shoulder, as they headed to Grandma's home. She also wanted to introduce Tianpeng to her grandma. Grandma, I'm back. Grandma, I've arrived. Two clear voices called out, and Grandma quickly came out of the house. Seeing them, her face lit up with a big smile. Come in and sit for a while. We'll eat later. Zhou Yanqiu raised the basin she was holding. Grandma, I'll feed Little White. Uncle specially bought a sheep that's currently giving milk, so Little White won't run out of milk anymore. Good. Next time bring that sheep over. I can also milk it to feed Little White. Zhou Yanqiu thought about it and nodded. Then we'll bring it over tomorrow. At this moment, Grandma's eyes noticed the squirrel sitting on Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder. Did you catch a squirrel on the mountain? Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said to Grandma, I just named it Tianpeng. It's very lively and even followed me down the mountain on its own. Grandma looked at Tianpeng's chubby appearance and also felt fond of it. She reached out and petted it. Tianpeng shrank back, clearly a bit resistant. Zhou Yanqiu held it gently. Tianpeng, this is Grandma. She's not a stranger. Then she placed the little white rabbit into her grandmother's arms, so they would get used to each other quickly. She lifted the curtain and found Xiao Bai. She crouched down to feed the rabbit some goat milk. At this moment, Tianpeng also saw Xiao Bai curled up in the nest. Suddenly, its fur stood on end. Ick, 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 ick. It must be said, the tiger, as the king of beasts, is truly powerful. When Tianpeng saw Xiao Bai still eating, it was so frightened that it puffed up its fur and quickly ran onto the roof. Ick, 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 ick. How can there be a tiger here? It's too scary. She didn't expect Tianpeng to react so strongly. By the time she realized, Tianpeng was already on the roof. She and her mother, Zhou Lanfang, didn't bother to feed Xiao Bai anymore. They stood below, watching Tianpeng climb onto the roof. Tianpeng, come down. That's Xiao Bai, and it's our little friend. It won't hurt you. Eek, eek, eek. Tianpeng looked upset and almost started crying. It was hard to believe that after finally deciding to follow this woman down the mountain, there was a tiger at home. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Tianpeng with a smile. She had really scared the little guy this time. She reached out her hand to call Tianpeng, come down quickly. I'm here, and I won't hurt you. After a while, Tian Peng hesitated, then jumped down from the roof. It crouched on Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder, clutching her hair tightly with both paws. Zhou Yanqiu gently patted it and said, "Don't be afraid. Xiaobai won't hurt you." Then she slowly carried the goat milk toward Xiaobai, getting closer and closer. Tian Peng held her hair, even tighter, trembling all over. It was clear it was really scared. But this time, it didn't run away. It must trust Zhou Yanqiu a lot. She crouched down in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai, smelling Zhou Yanqiu's familiar scent, became excited. Its paws wobbled as it tried to stand up. Seeing this, Tian Peng quickly climbed behind Zhou Yanqiu, peeking secretly at Xiaobai, ready to run at the first sign of trouble. Xiaobai ignored Tian Peng. It was still very young, only a few days old, barely able to stand, and had not grown any teeth yet. It posed no real threat to Tian Peng. Zhou Yanqiu placed a bowl of goat milk mixed with spiritual spring water in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai sniffed the water and the milk smell, feeling a bit hungry and eagerly stuck its mouth into the bowl, drinking one sip after another. Tian Peng watched Xiaobai drink milk from behind Zhou Yanqiu, not eating meat, and felt a little less afraid of Xiaobai. It jumped onto Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder, curious about Xiaobai. It looked very different from the tigers it had seen before, so gradually, Tian Peng's fear lessened. Zhou Yanqiu kept one hand on Xiaobai to support it and held the bowl of milk with the other, so Xiaobai wouldn't knock it over. Tian Peng jumped to the ground and slowly approached Xiaobai. Finally, it reached out a paw and touched Xiaobai gently. Xiaobai was happily drinking milk and didn't pay attention to Tian Peng at all. Encouraged, Tian Peng became braver. It looked at Xiaobai from different angles and thought, "Hey, this little tiger isn't much bigger than me." Soon, Xiaobai finished the goat milk and looked much more energetic. It let out a big burp, "Oh, so cute and babyish." Tian Peng asked Xiaobai, "Squeak, squeak, squeak, are you a tiger?" Xiaobai ignored Tian Peng. It was only a few days old, spending most of its time sleeping or eating. Now that it was full, it let out a few adorable squeals at Zhou Yanqiu, and then lay down in its nest to sleep. After feeding Xiaobai, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang went with their grandmother to their uncle's house for dinner. On the way, Zhou Lanfang excitedly said, "Grandma, I have some good news. I might have a job." Grandmother was happy too. "Really? What kind of job?" Zhou Lanfang glanced at Zhou Yanqiu and shyly said, "It's the job for Yanqiu, at the police station. Yanqiu doesn't want to go, so they recommended me instead." Grandmother was surprised and looked at Zhou Yanqiu. After a moment of silence, she smiled again. "Well, then you should work well." Zhou Lanfang nodded.
Don't worry, Grandma.
"I know what to do." That evening, Zhou Jianjun had a drink with Zhang Ligua. Zhang Ligua finally tasted the flavor he had been craving for days and praised, "Junzi, you get to eat such good food every day." "You are so lucky." Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly and raised his glass. "Cheers. Let's drink." Since Zhang Ligua had to return to the town, he didn't dare to drink too much that night. After dinner, Zhou Yanqiu helped pack some monkey head mushrooms for Zhang Ligua. There were about 10 pounds or so. Everyone didn't mind, as they were good friends. Later, since Zhou Yanqiu might become Lanfang's leader, they packed nearly 20 pounds of monkey head mushrooms. Zhang Ligua kept saying, "That's enough, enough." When leaving, Zhang Ligua told Zhou Jianjun, "About that job position, just wait for my news." "It shouldn't be a problem." Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait at home. When the time comes, come over for a good meal." Watching Zhang Ligua ride his bike away, Zhou Jianjun went back inside. Looking at Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Jianjun asked with mixed feelings, "Yanqiu, did you really find the 50-year-old wild ginseng?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded confidently. "Yes, I found it." Then he took out the prepared 53-year-old wild ginseng. The wild ginseng was carefully wrapped with moss and broken bark, then packed up. "Uncle, look, a piece of wild ginseng older than the previous 25-year one appeared before everyone." They looked at it carefully. Zhou Lanfang exclaimed, "Wow, this is 50 years old. It's different from the one a few days ago." It's bigger and more human-shaped. Li Guoyun asked in surprise, "How much do you think this could sell for?" Zhou Jianjun whispered, "At least 6,000 yuan." Li Guoyun shivered. 6,000? Wow, that's so valuable. I've never seen so much money before. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Jianjun and said, "Uncle, I want to go to the county town tomorrow." Zhou Jianjun nodded happily. "All right, I won't go with you. Be careful on the way." Zhou Jianjun knew that with Zhou Yanqiu's skills and strength, she was only good at helping others. "Okay, uncle." Zhou Yanqiu smiled happily. Everyone was very happy today. And the harvest from the mountain was just the beginning. The 50-year-old ginseng on display can be sold for a lot of money that others might not be able to save for many years. At the same time, Zhou Lanfang can quickly get a job that others envy. Just as dawn broke, Zhou Yanqiu got up. After a simple wash, she rode her brother Zhou Jianjun's bicycle to the town, planning to take a bus to Qing'an County. Tianpeng insisted on coming along, so Zhou Yanqiu had no choice but to bring him, and they sped off together. Zhou Yanqiu wanted to see what kind of test old Cui would give her this time. Zhou Yanqiu familiarly parked her bike at the police station and bought 2 meat buns for breakfast. She had enough money now. When she arrived, Zhou Jianjun also gave her some ration tickets and meat coupons to use in the county. After eating the buns, Zhou Yanqiu bought a bus ticket and boarded the bus to the county town, arriving smoothly. Zhou Jianjun had already written down the address for her, so even if she forgot the way, she could find it by following the address. Zhou Yanqiu remembered the way well from her last visit to old Cui's house. She got off the bus, carried Tianpeng, and headed straight to old Cui's home. Along the way, many passers-by looked curiously at the little Tianpeng on her shoulder. Today was Tianpeng's first time riding a bus and entering the city. He was very nervous, clutching Zhou Yanqiu's clothes tightly and looking around with wide eyes. After walking for over half an hour, Zhou Yanqiu saw the small courtyard she visited last time. A glint appeared in her eyes. She took out the prepared old ginseng from her space. This was her chance to succeed in becoming a disciple. If it didn't work, she would just wait at home and prepare for next year's college entrance exam for medical studies. At the gate of the courtyard, Zhou Yanqiu paused and knocked on the door. Ding ding. Old Cui was inside, worried. His old friend's granddaughter was getting sicker and sicker. He had tried many methods and finally developed a medicine formula, but the main ingredient needed at least 50-year-old ginseng. That ginseng was extremely rare, and due to some reasons, he couldn't openly use resources to buy such old ginseng. Old Shanshen with insufficient age and weak medicinal properties makes Cui Lao feel anxious. A few days ago, he received a 25-year-old old Shanshen, which he thought could last for 3 months. But now it seems it will only last about a month and a half. If he can't get more soon. Cui Lao sighs deeply. Suddenly, he remembers the girl who wanted to learn medicine from him last time. At that time, he told her she needed to bring a 50-year-old old Shanshen to be his apprentice. He wonders if she can find such an old Shanshen. Cui Lao thinks for a moment, laughs quietly, shakes his head. It would be great if old Shanshen was easy to find. Just as Cui Lao worries about finding a 50-year-old Shanshen, the door is knocked. Cui Lao goes to open it. Who is it? Outside, Zhou Yanqiu responds, It's me, Cui Lao. I came by a few days ago. Hearing this, Cui Lao realizes it's the girl who wants to learn medicine from him. He had just been thinking about her and now she's here. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he appears. This girl is faster than the devil by a few steps. Cui Lao doesn't know why she's here. Last time, he told her he would only consider taking her as a student if she brought a 50-year-old Shanshen. Only 2 or 3 days have passed. She probably hasn't found such an old Shanshen yet. Cui Lao thinks for a moment and dismisses the idea. Finding a 50-year-old Shanshen isn't easy. He has already tried to buy some through secret channels at high prices. Half a year has passed, but there's no news of Shanshen older than 50 years. He has found a few with 20 or 30 years of age, but that doesn't help. Come in. Wait a moment. Cui Lao opens the door to ask her purpose. He still remembers clearly the girl who came last time, eager to learn medicine. She is brave, careful, smart, and very beautiful. If he accepts her, she might become a good medical student in the future. But right now, Cui Lao's main goal isn't taking on a disciple. He is focused on curing his old friend's granddaughter. First, to repay his old friend's past kindness in saving him. Second, because he feels sorry for the old friend's granddaughter. To save her old friend's granddaughter, she now only needs a 50-year-old ginseng as the main ingredient. She has prepared everything else. As long as there is time, there is still hope. Old Cui looked outside and recognized the young girl from last time. But this time she was alone. Old Cui asked curiously, "Young friend, why are you here alone? Where is your family?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Old Cui, I came alone. My uncle didn't come with me this time." Old Cui asked again, "Is there something you came for?" Zhou Yanqiu asked seriously, "Old Cui, you said last time that if I found a 50-year-old mountain ginseng, you would consider taking me as your apprentice. Is that true?" Old Cui's heart moved, and he hurriedly asked, "Is it true? Have you really found a 50-year-old mountain ginseng?" Zhou Yanqiu replied in a calm voice, "Old Cui, this isn't the place to talk. Shall we go inside and talk?" Old Cui looked at Zhou Yanqiu and realized that indeed, this wasn't a good place for conversation. "Come in." Zhou Yanqiu smiled sweetly. "All right, Old Cui." They went inside and closed the courtyard gate. Zhou Yanqiu followed Old Cui to the main hall. Old Cui asked as they walked, "What is the reason for your visit this time?" Zhou Yanqiu heard the question and replied, "Last time, you said you would consider taking me as your apprentice if I found a 50-year-old mountain ginseng." "That's right. Did you find such a ginseng?" Old Cui, who was walking ahead, was thinking about her purpose. Now hearing her mention it, he suddenly became anxious, stopped, and looked back at her. Zhou Yanqiu's beautiful face showed calm as she took a cloth bag from her pocket. "Look at this and tell me if it's what you need," Old Cui gasped in surprise. Carefully, he took it from Zhou Yanqiu's hand. "Let's go inside and take a look." Old Cui was very shocked. Just a few days ago, he told her he would only consider taking her as an apprentice if she found a 50-year-old ginseng. Now, she had brought one. He didn't know if it was an old ginseng dug up years ago and stored, or a fresh mountain ginseng just dug from the mountain. But either way, it showed her skill. Such a ginseng of this age is usually considered a family treasure. Her family was willing to give her such a precious item as a token for her apprenticeship. No matter which one it was, as long as it was a 50-year-old ginseng, her grandfather's friend's granddaughter would be saved. This truly feels like a stroke of luck. However, whether this ginseng is really 50 years old is still uncertain. She shouldn't celebrate too early. What if the girl was mistaken? Then all the happiness would be for nothing. Old Cui took Zhou Yanqiu into the room and sat down on a chair. He said to Zhou Yanqiu, "You sit first." After saying that, he didn't even look at Zhou Yanqiu and carefully opened the cloth bag containing the ginseng. Old Cui held his breath. It must be 50 years old. It has to be 50 years old. Old Cui felt a little nervous inside. He was hoping that the old mountain ginseng in the cloth bag was at least 50 years old. In fact, throughout his life as a doctor, he had seen many such ginsengs, and he had handled dozens of them. Even ginseng over 100 years old he had used in medicine. He shouldn't be so excited about this. But this 50-year-old ginseng was truly rare, and finding one depended on luck. And time waits for no one. If the granddaughter of his old friend couldn't get a 50-year-old ginseng within a month and a half, she would be doomed. What use would 50-year-old mountain ginseng be then? Many times, Old Cui regretted not keeping some aged ginseng for emergencies. Otherwise, how could this situation have happened? He carefully unwrapped the ginseng layer by layer from the breathable gauze. Finally, he couldn't help but hold his breath. He opened the last layer of gauze and saw the well-preserved ginseng inside. Old Cui was filled with excitement and couldn't help but smile. Yes, yes, yes. It's definitely 50 years old. We're saved now. Zhou Yanqiu was puzzled. Who was saved? It seemed that Old Cui was ill and needed this 50-year-old ginseng for treatment. So, does that mean she has a chance to become Old Cui's apprentice? What Zhou Yanqiu didn't know was that old Chui was once a famous doctor in the city, and many people wanted to become his apprentices. Unfortunately, later the wind picked up, and his group faced suppression. Many of his former apprentices cut ties with him and distanced themselves. Luckily, his old friend helped him in his time of need by arranging for him to hide in a small town in the northeast. This way, he avoided the big trouble. Because of this, when his friend's granddaughter fell ill, he would do his best to help her, even without the kindness he received, especially considering the life-saving favor. Old Chui's face turned red with excitement. He didn't expect good luck to come so suddenly. The young girl who had little hope of learning medicine from him quickly found an old ginseng root. Old Chui's sharp eyes could tell this ginseng was over 50 years old. So, he couldn't go back on his promise to the girl from before. A gentleman keeps his word. Old Chui always keeps his promises. Zhou Yanqiu looked happy. Old Chui, what about the test? Old Chui nodded and smiled. Since I promised last time, I will keep my word. Who picked this ginseng from the mountain? Old Chui asked curiously. He could tell it was a recently dug up old ginseng. Zhou Yanqiu honestly replied, Old Chui, I found it myself on the mountain. Old Chui shook his head and smiled. He had been searching for this ginseng for half a year, but couldn't find it. And this young girl found it just a few days after returning. This was her luck and also his. It seemed heaven had destined them to be master and apprentice. Old Chui kindly asked, Last time you came, I didn't ask your name. What is it? Zhou Yanqiu quickly answered, My name is Zhou Yanqiu. Old Chui pondered for a moment. Good name. Miss Zhou, sit here for a moment. I'll be back soon. A smile appeared on Zhou Yanqiu's face. Okay, Old Chui. You go ahead. I'll wait here. Old Chui nodded and took the ginseng into the inner room. Zhou Yanqiu waited quietly. Soon, Old Zhou came out holding a silk cloth bag. Miss Zhou, Zhou Yanqiu hurriedly said, Old Chui, just call me Yanqiu. Old Chui was straightforward. He had decided that if her talent was not too poor, he would accept her as his apprentice. So he smiled and said, All right, I'll be a little bold and call you Yanqiu. Come over here. Zhou Yanqiu quickly walked over, not knowing what Old Chui was holding. Old Chui opened the silk cloth wrapping something. Inside were several thick stacks of large notes and a thick book. Yanqiu, this is 6,000 yuan, which is for buying ginseng. We agreed last time. Also, here is a medical book. Take it and read it first. In half a month, come back, and I will test how much you remember from this book. Zhou Yanqiu picked up the book.
Wow, it was really thick.
It was almost as thick as her fist. The original version of Compendium of Materia Medica. Old Chui smiled warmly and looked at Zhou Yanqiu. I study traditional Chinese medicine from ancient times. My school has always been passed down orally. To become a disciple, you need to have talent and work hard. If your talent isn't enough, you need to study even harder. The main skill in learning Chinese medicine is recognizing herbs. You should start by memorizing the herbs listed in this compendium. Zhou Yanqiu picked up the book. Don't worry, Old Chui. I will study carefully and pass your test. Old Chui nodded and handed her 6 thick stacks of notes. Take these too. I won't keep you today. Come back in about half a month. I have urgent matters today, so I can't keep you longer. Zhou Yanqiu didn't want to accept the 6,000 yuan at first. To her, learning from Old Chui was more important than money. Besides, she didn't need money right now. Old Chui didn't wait for her to refuse. He shoved the money into her hands. Here, take it. I don't need these. You can give it to your elders or keep it yourself. Seeing Old Chui insist, Zhou Yanqiu had no choice but to accept. Old Chui told her to keep the money safe and gave her a cloth bag to put it in. Then he put the thick compendium into the bag, just fitting perfectly. He saw Zhou Yanqiu off to the door, watching her walk away slowly before heading back. Now that he had the materials, he was eager to cure his old friend's granddaughter's illness. That was the real reason he didn't keep Zhou Yanqiu longer. After leaving Old Chui's yard, Zhou Yanqiu walked for a while, then looked back to see that Old Chui had already gone back. Seeing no one around, she turned into a deserted alley and put the money and the book into her space. She only had less than 50 yuan and some food and meat coupons, which she could use when she ate later. There is no place safer than her space in this world. With so much money now, Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit excited. Although her space contains many gold and jewelry, they will definitely be worth a lot in the future. But right now, they can't be seen or used. The money she has now is the most she has ever had, so she doesn't need to worry about money anymore. After finishing the work at Old Chui's place, she also got the results she wanted. When she goes back, she plans to read more books, and then she can come here again to face Old Chui's test. With her good memory, she should have no big problem. Since she was a child, her memory has been very good. And after getting the space, taking health-strengthening pills, and drinking spiritual spring water every day, she feels her memory is even better than before. So Zhou Yanqiu isn't very nervous, but more curious about traditional Chinese medicine. If she joins the practice, she should be able to understand the ancient medical books in her space. Now, Zhou Yanqiu plans to visit the county hospital. Uncle Zhang mentioned yesterday that He Jing is still in the hospital. For some reason, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly wants to go see He Jing. A sudden feeling of heartbeat and an inexplicable urge appeared in Zhou Yanqiu's heart. Yesterday, Zhang Ligua said He Jing wanted to thank her face-to-face. At first, Zhou Yanqiu didn't pay much attention to it. She only felt sorry for that girl who was a little older than her, who was unjustly imprisoned by Zhang Yuanbiao. She endured more than a year of torture, but still stubbornly survived. It was like a reflection of her past life. Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but feel deeply touched. Thinking about what Zhang Ligua said, He Jing's family hadn't visited her for several days. Zhou Yanqiu decided to find out the situation and see if she could help this poor girl. After making up her mind, Zhou Yanqiu went straight to Dongfang Hong's store, bought 2 bottles of malted milk and 2 cans of fruit. It cost her 12 yuan. Luckily, she now has money, or else these things would have been very painful for her to buy. Carrying 2 bags of things, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at the county hospital. The county hospital is not far from Dongfang Hong's store, just a 10-minute walk. A few days ago, Li Guoyan had already prepared both of her outfits, and today Zhou Yanqiu wore them. She was dressed in a brand new, good-quality outfit, with a sweater underneath, making her look much more lively. Of course, Zhou Yanqiu herself looked as beautiful as a fairy, with her fair skin that never tanned. Among a crowd, she was easy to spot at a glance. So, she had been admired since she was young. Zhou Yanqiu entered the hospital and looked for He Jing's ward. She asked the nurse station, "Hello, I'm looking for a patient named He Jing. Could you help me find which ward she is in?" "Thank you." The nurse was a woman in her 30s. She was a bit impatient at first, but her expression softened when she saw Zhou Yanqiu. It seemed that pretty girls are always welcomed everywhere. "Who are you to her?" Zhou Yanqiu replied, "I'm a friend. I came to see her." The nurse looked at her and, smiling, showed her the gift she was holding. "You really came to see her?" The slightly chubby nurse couldn't help but complain. "You're the first visitor she's had. I don't know why her family hasn't come. She's so badly hurt, almost to the point of losing her life, and no one has come to see her." Zhou Yanqiu didn't have much to say. Luckily, the nurse quickly pointed out the location. "Ward 15, bed 2. Just go straight from here."
Thank you, ma'am.
Zhou Yanqiu went to Ward 15, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. Inside, there were 2 beds. One had a woman in her 20s lying on it, with a woman in her 50s sitting beside her, probably her mother. When Zhou Yanqiu saw her, she realized this wasn't He Jing. It must be the person in the other bed. The older woman saw Zhou Yanqiu and asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" Zhou Yanqiu said, "I'm here to see the patient in bed 2. The woman looked at her and said, "Oh, that's her. But I haven't seen anyone come to visit her these past few days. Only 2 police officers came to see her. Are you her relative?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded. "Something like that." After speaking, she walked toward He Jing's hospital bed. He Jing was now sleeping deeply, with an 4 drip in her wrist. Zhou Yanqiu gently placed some malted milk and fruit cans on the bedside table. Then she took a small stool for family members and sat quietly beside He-jing's bed. He-jing's face was very pale, with no color, her eyes deeply sunken, her hair dull and yellow. Her arms had little flesh, with bones showing, and her whole body was very thin. Looking at her, she was covered with wounds all over her body. Zhou Yanqiu felt a sudden chill all over her body. Seeing He-jing, she felt like she was looking at her past self. Once, she had been this miserable too. She looked at He-jing and, for some reason, her eyes became a little moist. She whispered, "He-jing, you must get better." He-jing was in a daze. These days, she felt like she was dreaming. She used to think her ending would be like the other victims in the cellar, turning into a pile of bones. But then, a beautiful voice like heaven's melody called out, "Hello, is anyone down there?" That voice saved her from hell. Many times she woke up from nightmares, only to realize she was truly saved. He-jing hadn't been sleeping peacefully these days, plagued by nightmares. But in her helpless moments, she would hear that voice again, pulling her back from the abyss. She knew that voice was now her faith. Thinking of the voice's owner, He-jing desperately wanted to know who she was, her name, and how kind and beautiful she must be. Maybe she was like a fairy in the sky. Because she had been trapped in the dark cellar for too long and was not given much food, He-jing's body functions had severely declined. Her eyes could hardly see clearly. Although her vision had improved in recent days, everything was still blurry. Her small, muscleless legs couldn't support her standing. In fact, for a long time, at least half a year, He-jing couldn't live like a normal person. She needed to stay in bed and rest for a long time. Zhou Yanqiu looked at He-jing and wondered if she should give her some spiritual spring water. It might help her. While Zhou Yanqiu was carefully examining, an older woman nearby reminded her, "Miss, her bag needs to be changed. Please call the nurse to replace it." Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu looked at the bag above her head. It was almost finished. She quickly went out and called, "Nurse, bed 2 in room 15. The fluid is almost done." The nurse immediately heard her call. "Okay, I'll come right away to change it." On the hospital bed, He-jing seemed to hear a sound and slowly woke up. I gently touched He-jing's dry hand. In my previous life, her hand was almost the same at the end. A feeling of pity rose in my heart. It's all because of that wicked Zhang Yuanbiao. He really deserves the harshest punishment before being executed. Suddenly, He-jing grabbed my hand tightly. Looking up, I saw her holding my hand and trying hard to look at me. Her eyes were wide open, wanting to see me clearly. But right now, she could only see a rough outline. The girl in front of me was glowing with a white light, like a compassionate goddess, saving people. She struggled to say a few words from her throat, her voice hoarse and very weak. "Is it you, my benefactor?" Seeing how hard she was trying, I knew she hadn't fully recovered yet. I gently comforted her. "I was there talking to you. Don't you remember?" Tears suddenly streamed down her face, and she held my hand even tighter. She was right. I didn't hear wrong. I haven't forgotten. You saved me. You're my benefactor. Noticing she was not in a good state, I quickly patted her shoulder. "Don't cry now and don't talk too much. It's bad for your health." He-jing nodded, and her gentle movements exhausted half of her strength. A nurse arrived, checked on He-jing, and replaced her nutrient for. She reminded us, "Don't cry. Tears can affect your eyesight recovery." I quickly stood up. "Got it. Thank you, nurse." Seeing such a beautiful girl politely call her, "Nurse sister," the nurse smiled happily. "No need to thank me." After the nurse left, I sat down again and comforted He-jing. "Did you hear what the nurse said? You can't cry now. You need to cooperate with the doctor to get better faster." He-jing knew that it was the benefactor who had discovered her, and her heart was filled with excitement. She held onto my hand tightly, unwilling to let go. I comforted her for a while until her mood calmed down. She still hadn't realized that her dependence on me had already surpassed her reliance on her family. We had a brief chat, and I learned that no one from her family had come to see her. "Sigh, I wonder what they are thinking. How could they be so cruel?" However, Zhou Yanqiu thought of Wang Zhenjiang and understood the situation. It is often said that all parents are perfect, but this isn't always true. There are quite a few unfit parents out there. Zhou Yanqiu sighed inwardly. He Jing is truly a fellow sufferer, just like himself. He felt pity for this poor girl and wanted to help her more. Although He Jing's ID shows she is 2 years older than him, Zhou Yanqiu, having lived 2 lives, tends to think more carefully about things. He Jing is now in the hospital, and the hospital expenses are initially paid by the police station. From what Zhou Yanqiu knows, Zhang Yuanbiao's family has a lot of money, about 3,000 yuan. Some of that money will definitely be used to compensate He Jing. But the main problem is that no one is there to take care of He Jing, so nurses occasionally help out. The police officers also check in when they are free, but they can't stay here all the time, and it's not convenient for men to do so. So, the police station has temporarily entrusted the nurses with this task. But this isn't a long-term solution. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the water jug on the bedside table, checked it, and saw it was empty. He thought for a moment and softly said to He Jing, "He Jing, stay here for a while. I'll go get you some hot water and come back soon." He Jing gratefully and hoarsely replied, "Okay, thank you." Zhou Yanqiu asked where to find hot water, paid 2 cents, and boiled a kettle of water. Then he went to the nurse's station, where a nurse in her 30s was busy organizing patient files. He politely called out, "Nurse sister." The nurse looked up and saw the pretty girl from earlier. "Is there something? Has the patient been found?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled at her. "Thank you, yes, she's been found. I wanted to ask if we can have someone stay with her to help take care of her." The nurse was interested. She looked at the young, pretty girl, her face illuminated by the light, making her skin look especially fair. "Of course, we have companions. But, do you want to hire one? What is your relationship with the girl in the bed?" The nurse asked curiously, feeling a bit nosy. She just checked He Jing's medical records and learned about her current condition. It is clear she has suffered long-term abuse and trauma. Moreover, she was sent to the hospital by the police, so everyone suspects she is a victim of a serious case. Zhou Yanqiu smiled slightly and said, "Just a friend. I want to help her." The nurse saw that she didn't ask anything more and didn't show curiosity. "Caregiving costs money. Do you have enough?" Zhou Yanqiu replied, "I have money." "How much does caregiving cost? Can I bring her here now to see?" The nurse said, "During the day, caregiving costs 1 yuan a day. If she stays day and night to take care of her, it's 1.5 yuan. Plus, meals are included." After saying this, the nurse looked at her. "How many days do you want to hire her?" Zhou Yanqiu, who had money, was not worried. She knew her funds would only grow, so paying for caregiving was no problem for her. She thought for a moment and said, "Let's start with half a month." "Is that okay?" The nurse nodded. "Yes, I have an aunt who works as a caregiver here. I'll call her over later." Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled. "Good, nurse. I'll go ahead first. Just have her come over later." After that, Zhou Yanqiu returned to the ward and greeted He Jing. "He Jing, would you like to drink some water first?" She found a cup on the bedside table, rinsed it with hot water, then poured a glass of water and set it aside to cool. When the water cooled, Zhou Yanqiu planned to add a sip of spring water for He Jing to drink, something that might help her a little. Having experienced the same pain herself in her past life, she understood how hard it was. She had been caught in the rain before, and now she had the chance to help others. She wanted to be a shield for her. He Jing was happy. "Yes, okay." She couldn't speak much now. Her throat had been almost worn out from crying over the years. As long as Zhou Yanqiu was by her side, He Jing felt safe and secure. A few minutes later, the water was at the right temperature. Zhou Yanqiu poured a large sip of spring water into it. "He Jing, can you drink water?" He Jing nodded. "Yes, I can." She looked a little hesitant and said slowly, "But drinking too much water might cause trouble for the nurse." Zhou Yanqiu felt relieved. "It's okay. Just drink some now." After saying that, she gently helped He Jing to sit up and held a water cup near her mouth, slowly feeding her a drink. He Jing only felt that the water in the cup was very tasty, warm but with a refreshing coolness. Gulp gulp. She drank it all without leaving a drop. Zhou Yanqiu saw that He Jing finished the water and gently laid her back on the bed. She softly said to her, He Jing, I've arranged for a caregiver auntie to come soon. She will stay here with you from now on. If you need anything, just call her, okay? Hearing this, tears welled up in He Jing's eyes. Zhou Yanqiu quickly stopped her. Don't cry, He Jing. It's not good for your health. He Jing nodded desperately, her eyes red. Yes, yes, I won't cry. My benefactor, once I get better, I will definitely repay you. Zhou Yanqiu gently said, Don't think too much. The most important thing now is to rest and recover. Just then, a nurse and the caregiver auntie arrived. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the caregiver, who was about 50 years old, neatly dressed, and looked kind, giving a good first impression. The nurse smiled and said to Zhou Yanqiu, Come, take a look and see if she's suitable. The caregiver auntie looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a bit of nervousness.
Zhou Yanqiu smiled. It's fine.
From how she looks, she seems capable. She'll take good care of the patient, the nurse assured her. Don't worry, this auntie is very efficient. Zhou Yanqiu nodded decisively. All right, then I'll trouble her. With the nurse's guarantee, Zhou Yanqiu was not worried about her taking money and not working. She straightforwardly paid her 15 days' wages. The total was 22.5 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu also gave an extra 15 yuan for her meals during these days, to be adjusted later if needed. After everything was settled, Zhou Yanqiu waited until He Jing fell asleep, then left. She planned to come back in about half a month. He Jing was already deeply asleep, and the nourishing effect of the spiritual spring water was gradually showing. Zhou Yanqiu finished arranging everything for He Jing and was about to leave the hospital. She walked out of the ward and headed toward the hospital entrance. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened as she saw Lu Hongyun sitting on the ground in another ward, looking disheveled. Zhou Yanqiu felt curious. How could Lu Hongyun be in this hospital? Could it be her untrustworthy father? No, that terrible man, Wang Zhenjiang, is hospitalized? If that's true, it would be great. Maybe she was so angry she caused her family trouble. Every cause has an effect. Your punishment is me. Now you've gotten your just desserts, haha. Feeling curious, Zhou Yanqiu went to the nurse station and asked the nurse who had introduced her to the caregiver. The nurse looked at Lu Hongyun and said, her husband had a stroke. Even if he recovers, he might have some lasting problems. After hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu smiled happily. This was such good news. Sure enough, evil people are punished by heaven. If heaven doesn't punish them, I will. Zhou Yanqiu was very pleased with her actions from the day before. Oh, I see. Thank you, nurse. She left the hospital with a bright smile. Back home, back home. So many good things happen these days, one after another. It was hard to keep up. Zhou Yanqiu was so happy her smile almost looked like it was painted on. At the bus station, she got on the bus back to Qingyang town. Throughout the journey, her smile never faded. When she arrived in Qingyang town, she took her bicycle. Suddenly, she remembered there was still a silly little creature in her space that she hadn't sold. She checked and saw that the silly little animal was doing well inside her space. She decided to find a place to sell it. She looked around but couldn't find a suitable spot. She didn't have any contacts for this, so she thought of someone. In a quiet corner, Zhou Yanqiu knocked the little creature out, put it in a bag, and tied it to her bike. She rode her bicycle to the local supply and marketing cooperative. She still remembered Aunt Zhou, who worked there as a clerk. She had been very kind to her before. She came to ask Aunt Zhou if she knew where in town she could sell this kind of animal. Asking around was better than searching blindly. She entered the cooperative and immediately saw Aunt Zhou, a chubby, tall woman. Zhou Yanqiu walked straight over with a smile on her face. Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou looked up and saw Zhou Yanqiu. She was surprised and said, "Oh, you're the little girl who came last time?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled. "Aunt Zhou, I want to ask you something." Aunt Zhou cheerfully replied, "Sure, go ahead." Zhou Yanqiu whispered, "Aunt Zhou, I caught a silly roe deer on the mountain. Does our town have a place to sell it?" Hearing this, Aunt Zhou smiled. Yes, I'll take you there. After that, Aunt Zhou greeted her colleagues at the supply and marketing cooperative. I have to go out for a bit. Please watch things here. Then she took Zhou Yanqiu and left. It turned out that Aunt Zhou's husband was the chef at the state-run restaurant, and they also accepted wild game like this. In the end, the still-living roe deer weighed about 80 jin, around 40 kilograms. After being processed, there would be about 60 jin, 30 kilograms, of meat and bones left. Aunt Zhou's husband gave a good price, 40 cents per jin, because it was wild meat. This roe deer sold for 32 yuan. That's almost a month's salary for an average worker. Although it's not much for Zhou Yanqiu now, for many families, it was a significant amount of money. Remember, during this time, many people couldn't afford to eat meat more than twice a month. When they left, Aunt Zhou's husband told her she could come here to sell wild game again in the future. Zhou Yanqiu and Aunt Zhou returned to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Yanqiu bought 4 bottles of fruit preserves, a pound of chicken egg cakes, and spent several more yuan. But her grandma loved sweet things, so Zhou Yanqiu didn't mind spending the money. She rode her bicycle happily, humming a song softly, clearly in a very good mood. More than half an hour later, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at Zhoujia village. Before reaching home, she happily shouted, "Uncle, Annie, I'm back. Wow, our little Yanqiu is back. Come inside quickly." Li Guoyun hurriedly called her in. It was getting a bit cold outside, and some ponds had started to freeze. Zhou Yanqiu parked her bike, carried her things, and jumped happily into the house. Seeing her happy face, Li Guoyun also smiled. "It looks like your wish has come true. Are you so happy?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Yes, Annie, in half a month, I will go to the county again. Old Chui wants to test me." Then Zhou Yanqiu sat next to her grandmother by the fire, pouting and acting cute for a while. "Grandma, I bought your favorite egg cakes again. Try some." Her grandmother looked at her kindly. "Why spend that money? Save it for yourself." Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu immediately felt proud. "Grandma, I have money now. I don't need to save." She then took out the cloth bag she had with her. She had brought this bag before entering the village. Gently patting the bag, Zhou Yanqiu said with a smile, "Guess what's inside?" Zhou Lanfang widened her eyes. "What is it? Is it money?" Zhou Lanfang had been staying at home these days, afraid that if her work was confirmed, she wouldn't be the first to know. Zhou Yanqiu smiled mysteriously, said nothing, and opened the bag. She first took out a thick book of Compendium of Materia Medica. "Oh, it's a book." Zhou Lanfang looked disappointed. "I thought it was money." Li Guoyun gently patted her. "Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Yanqiu reached into the bag again and pulled out a large bundle of banknotes. Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened. She pulled out a second bundle. Her mouth opened wide. Then she took out a third bundle of banknotes. She was drooling. Zhou Yanqiu took out a fourth, fifth, and sixth bundle. Zhou Lanfang was completely numb. Slurp, slurp. Her Aunt Li Guoyun also stared in amazement. She had never seen so much money at once. But seeing Zhou Lanfang looking so useless, Li Guoyun couldn't help but give her a sharp tap on the forehead. "Look at how useless you are." Zhou Lanfang was pushed back by Li Guoyun's finger and fell into a squat. "This much money is rare. Even Zhou Jianjun has rarely seen so much." He asked, "Is this the money Chui Lao gave you for ginseng?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled. "Yes, uncle. Chui Lao gave me this money. I kept 2,000, and the rest is for you to keep safe. If the family needs anything in the future, just take it." Zhou Jianjun shook his head. "Yanqiu, you can keep the money Chui Lao gave you. I have enough at home." Yanqiu insisted. "Uncle, just keep it for me. When I need it, I'll ask you for it." She looked pitiful and said, "Otherwise, if I lose it, it would be such a pity." Zhou Jianjun looked uncomfortable but finally agreed when Grandma nodded. "Xiao Yanqiu, let her keep it. She's a girl, and it's not proper to carry so much money. You just look after it for her." Yanqiu then mentioned going to the hospital to see He Jing. Grandma and Auntie sighed. "Such a good kid. And this is what happens? The family doesn't even visit. Aren't they afraid she'll lose hope?" Zhou Jianjun sneered, recalling the girl he saw that day who helped her. "She's probably already lost hope." That family isn't honest. The family didn't oppose Yanqiu using her money to help He Jing with a companion. If the family had no money, it wouldn't be right for Yanqiu to do this. But now, Yanqiu has quite a bit of her own money. No one in the village knows who has that much. Spending a little to help others is fine now. Besides, Yanqiu isn't a child anymore. She can make her own decisions, and this isn't doing anything wrong. The adults only gave her some advice. Especially because of He Jing, Zhou Lanfang is about to get a desirable job. But she spent over 30 yuan in half a month, which made her feel a bit distressed. Zhou Lanfang took the book, Compendium of Materia Medica, and flipped through it. It was full of pictures and descriptions of traditional medicines. She asked curiously, "Yanqiu, is this the test Cui Lao gave you?" Yanqiu nodded. "Cui Lao asked me to study this book for half a month. After that, I will go back to Cui Lao in the county." Zhou Lanfang looked at the thick book and sighed quietly. Such a thick book. How much could she possibly remember in half a month? If it were up to her, she would definitely be worried. But seeing Zhou Yanqiu so interested, she didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Nearby, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt also looked at the thick book and felt a bit worried. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and said, "Yanqiu, we'll do our best. If old Cui's method doesn't work, we'll try other ways." Zhou Yanqiu knew that Uncle and the others were worried because old Cui had given him such a thick book, thinking the test might be too hard and that he might not pass. He smiled lightly and joked, "I understand, Uncle. If old Cui doesn't accept me as a disciple, that's his loss." Zhou Jianjun felt relieved that Yanqiu wasn't carrying a heavy burden and nodded. "Yes, that's right. As long as we try our best, that's enough." At that moment, Tianping woke up, crawled out of Zhou Yanqiu's arms, and jumped onto his shoulder.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up. She waved her hand and said, "Oh, I almost forgot about Tianping. Come here, sister wants to hold you." The clever and lively Tianping immediately caught everyone's attention. Such a chubby squirrel was rare, and it was so intelligent. When Tianping saw the people inside the house, he recognized them as his own, so he wasn't as nervous this time. Seeing Zhou Lanfang greet him, Tianping jumped into her arms. Squeak, squeak, squeak. "I want to drink that sweet water." Zhou Yanqiu quickly understood what Tianping meant. "Uncle, Aunt, I'm going to see Little White." Zhou Yanqiu returned to Grandma's house, took out a small bowl for Tianping's food and water, and poured a little spiritual spring water into it. He also squeezed some goat milk mixed with spiritual spring water for Little White to drink. Recently, after drinking the spiritual spring water, Little White has been growing very quickly. Its spirit is much better than before. Its eyes are now open, and it is starting to learn how to stand. It is expected that in just a few days, Little White will be able to run around the yard freely. Its big, round eyes look at Zhou Yanqiu with affection. It also looks at Tianping curiously and makes soft sounds to greet him. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu also nearby, Tianping becomes braver. It jumps down from Zhou Yanqiu and tiptoes slowly toward Little White, as if ready to run away at any moment. It looks like a small mouse sneaking around to steal something, very alert. Meanwhile, Little White is drinking milk and watching Tianping curiously. Finally, Tianping reaches Little White and keeps its small eyes fixed on its head, afraid that Little White might turn and bite. Seeing that Little White is calmly drinking milk and not moving, Tianping gains some courage. It gently reaches out its tiny paw and hesitantly touches Little White's body. At that moment, Little White's tail twitches. Tianping gets scared and quickly runs back to Zhou Yanqiu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What a scary tiger. Tianping is so frightened. Zhou Yanqiu laughs as she pats Tianping's little head. "Don't be afraid. Little White won't hurt you." She has a strong feeling that Tianping and Little White will become good friends in the future. Seeing Little White, who just finished drinking milk and is being held by Zhou Yanqiu, Tianping no longer feels afraid. It jumps next to Little White and reaches out its paw. This time, it bravely touches Little White. In Zhou Yanqiu's arms, Tianping is fearless. In no time, Tianpeng is happily pawing at Little White. Meanwhile, Little White can sense the scent of Zhou Yanqiu and the spiritual spring water on Tianpeng, and it doesn't resist Tianpeng at all. After playing with Tianpeng and Little White for a while, Zhou Yanqiu gently places Little White back in its nest to rest. Little White can't stand or run yet, so it needs plenty of sleep. After dinner, Zhou Yanqiu takes out the book, Compendium of Materia Medica, and begins to read slowly. She has a good memory, but she doesn't remember everything perfectly. After reading it once, I had some impressions. Reading it 3 or 5 more times helped me remember it better. Zhou Yanqiu looked at some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs in the book. A curious thought arose in her mind. It turns out that not only plants like ginseng and reishi mushrooms can be used as medicine. In traditional Chinese medicine, everything can be used as medicine. Even the ash from cooking pots at home is called stove ash or furnace oil, also known as Fulong liver, and it is a type of medicinal herb that can be used to treat illnesses. Zhou Yanqiu was amazed and became more interested in the herbs described in the book. She gradually became fascinated and kept reading. Everyone around her saw her reading and didn't disturb her. Even Tianpeng was quietly sleeping in Zhou Lanfang's arms. Until 10 p.m., Zhou Jianjun called her. Yanqiu, don't read any more tonight. It's time to sleep. Zhou Yanqiu finally realized it and looked at the time. Oh, it's already so late. Okay, let's go to bed. Her grandmother had already gone back earlier. Zhou Yanqiu put the book away. Tianpeng, we're going home. Tianpeng jumped from Zhou Lanfang's arms, and Zhou Yanqiu took Tianpeng with her. Uncle, I'm going home now. In the following days, Zhou Yanqiu mostly stayed at home reading, playing with Tianpeng, and feeding Xiaobai. Xiaobai can now stand up, and in a few days, it will start walking and running. So far, the genetic issues seen in the white tiger haven't appeared in Xiaobai. She hasn't been to the mountain for 3 days. Zhou Yanqiu has already read through the Compendium of Materia Medica once and has a general idea of the descriptions there. The wisdom of ancient people is truly impressive. That day, seeing good weather, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly felt interested. She thought, I won't read anymore today. I'll go to the mountain to relax and look for some rare and valuable herbs. Currently, her space only contains a few herbs like ginseng, reishi, and tianma. She has become interested in these herbs and wants to gather more rare medicinal plants in her space. Ginseng is especially valuable. The longer it grows, the more potent it becomes. It's also extremely precious. She isn't very interested in herbs that grow in just a year. They can be bought anywhere, so there's no need to spend effort collecting them. The most famous medicinal herb from Changbai Mountain is ginseng. So, her main goal is still ginseng. It is precious and valuable. Every day it grows in her space, it becomes more valuable. Soon, her space will be filled with ginseng that is hundreds or even thousands of years old. Just one piece would be a priceless treasure. After thinking it over, Zhou Yanqiu greeted her grandmother, packed her basket, and took her knife, rope, and other mountain tools. With Tianpeng, she headed up the mountain to Changbai Mountain. By the way, Tianpeng hadn't been back to the mountain for several days. She decided to take it back to let it get some fresh air. Thanks to the spiritual spring water in her space, Zhou Yanqiu's body had recovered very well by now. Her daily meals were much better than before. She had gained some weight too. Although she was still slim, she looked much healthier than before. Last time, she checked her weight, and it was already around 90 jin, about 45 kilograms. In a few months, she might reach 110 to 120 jin, about 55 to 60 kilograms. With her height, 120 jin wouldn't be considered fat. After all, she was 1.72 meters tall. Not only her, but even her grandmother looked much younger. Recently, Zhou Yanqiu carefully observed her grandmother's hair roots. They were slowly turning black again. Even her facial wrinkles had lessened, and her skin looked shiny. It was clear that her grandmother was recovering well thanks to the spring water treatment. Many older women in the village asked her grandmother about her skincare routine. Her grandmother just smiled and said she was in a good mood, eating well, so she felt more energetic. Zhou Yanqiu hummed a little tune happily, with Tianping sitting on her shoulder, running up the mountain. They were very familiar with the way. Zhou Yanqiu planned to explore some places she hadn't visited last time. Changbai Mountain was so big, she had only been there 2 or 3 times. There were still many places she hadn't seen, and she didn't know how many treasures were hidden inside. When she reached the forest, Zhou Yanqiu relaxed her pace. She felt her strength and stamina increasing little by little every day. It wasn't a lot, but she could definitely feel it. Climbing the mountain was becoming easier and easier. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at the spot where Mama Tiger had taken her little white last time. Zhou Yanqiu looked around but didn't see any sign of the tiger. It seems it has gone somewhere to hunt. Never mind, I won't look for it anymore. Zhou Yanqiu and Tianping headed in a different direction. Today, they decided to search for medicinal herbs in a new area. In Zhou Yanqiu's mind, she kept noticing red dots. Wild ginseng, 12 years old, high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 3 years old, high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 5 years old, high medicinal value. Wild lingji mushroom, 30 years old, high medicinal value. Zhou Yanqiu happily collected these precious herbs. Tianpeng had already left Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder and jumped onto a familiar big tree. It moved from one tree to another, following Zhou Yanqiu closely. On the tree, Tianpeng used its special skills to scout for enemies for Zhou Yanqiu. Because it drinks spring water every day, its fur is shinier and looks much better. It can also understand simple commands from Zhou Yanqiu now. On the ground, Zhou Yanqiu often found some good things. Deep in the mountain, there are few people. Sometimes, she finds rare mushrooms like lion's mane mushrooms, which are popular and valuable. While walking, Zhou Yanqiu picked up some. Although not as much as nearly 200 jin last time, it was still quite a lot. Oh, look, matsutake mushrooms. Their value is just as high as lion's mane mushrooms. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up when she saw a cluster of matsutake just breaking through the soil. She definitely couldn't miss it. She gathered all of them. After looking, she had about 2 jin. Such good stuff. She kept it for herself to eat. Zhou Yanqiu happily stored it in her space. She had seen these good mushrooms before but hadn't eaten them yet. She planned to ask her aunt how to cook them when she got home. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Tianpeng made a warning sound from above. Zhou Yanqiu looked ahead and saw 2 or 3 colorful wild chickens foraging about 20 meters in front. Her eyes lit up. Wasn't this perfect for her matsutake mushrooms? Matsutake mushroom chicken soup.
That's settled then.
Under Tianping's warning, Zhou Yanqiu saw about 20 meters ahead a colorful wild chicken. The colorful wild chicken was plump, clearly well-fed. There were 3 of them, and she wondered how many she could catch. She kept a calm face, quietly holding 3 small stones in her hand. Taking a deep breath, she held her breath and squinted her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Instead of the usual charm, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Colorful wild chickens, please don't run away. Leave them all for me. Zhou Yanqiu flicked her hand, and 3 stones shot out quickly. They aimed directly at the 3 colorful wild chickens. Goo 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 goo, 2 of the chickens were hit and fell to the ground. The 3rd stone missed, and the surviving chicken flapped its wings and flew away in a panic. Zhou Yanqiu sighed with regret. It's a pity she didn't catch all of them. These chickens looked tasty. But hitting 2 was good enough, especially since they were about 20 meters away, and she managed to hit 3 at once. It's normal not to catch all of them. However, Zhou Yanqiu was a little dissatisfied. She decided she needed more practice. She went forward and stored the 2 chickens into her space. Just as she was about to continue, searching for new herbs, she had already collected over 10 different year ginseng and a 30-year-old wild lingji mushroom in her space today. Her harvest was quite good, but she thought, with her resource radar, it was strange if she couldn't find such good things. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Tianpeng on the tree suddenly shouted in alarm. Zhou Yanqiu immediately became alert, gripping her machete in her hand. Tianpeng must have sensed some danger. warning her. After taking a few steps forward, Zhou Yanqiu heard a loud roar of a large beast. How the sound carried a hint of pain. She instantly recognized it. Unlike the tender call of Xiaobai, this voice was full of authority and dominance. Zhou Yanqiu's face grew serious. She tightly gripped her machete in her left hand, and her right hand quietly formed a few small stones. As long as she stays alert, she still has a chance to face this fierce tiger. She quietly called Tianping down from the tree and placed it into her space. Compared to leaving Tianping on the tree, she feels safer keeping it inside the space. She also isn't worried about Tianpeng contaminating the spiritual spring well. Without her permission, no other animals can enter the courtyard. Tianpeng is very clever and never disturbs things outside the courtyard. Plus, the ginseng and lingji are not its favorite foods. So, Zhou Yanqiu isn't worried about Tianpeng causing trouble inside. And as long as she wants, she can observe the space from outside. Putting Tianpeng into the space allows her to focus on dealing with the possible threat of the tiger. She slowly walks forward, ready to retreat into the space if anything feels wrong. She won't pretend to be brave. In her mind, Zhou Yanqiu quietly wonders if this tiger is little White's mother. She takes a few more steps forward. Suddenly, she sees a thick yellow tail sticking out from a bush ahead. Her eyes narrow. Sure enough, it's a tiger. She can recognize that sturdy tiger tail at a glance. In this mountain, only a tiger would have such a tail. A breeze blows from ahead, carrying a faint smell of blood. Is the tiger injured or eating? Curiosity sparks in her heart. The tiger's roar earlier sounded strange. Could it be hurt? She quietly moves around to the other side, right in front of the tiger. She wants to see what's really happening. After 10 minutes, she reaches about 30 meters in front of the tiger and spots it immediately. The more she looks, the more familiar it seems, like little White's mother. Just as Zhou Yanqiu wants to confirm, the tiger spots her first. Both of them freeze for a moment. The tiger recognized her and did not threaten her with a roar. Instead, it let out a soft, sad whimper. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Then, the tiger stood up, its strong, sturdy tail wagging like a puppy's. It limped forward on its two front legs, approaching her. It showed no signs of hostility. The king of the animals in the mountain, this title is well-deserved. Even though the tiger was injured, the sense of pressure it gave off was so strong that she could feel it from 30 feet away. Watching the tiger slowly walk toward her, Zhou Yanqiu's pupils shrank, and she tensed up. She tightly gripped her knife. If the tiger attacked her, even if it was Xiaobai's mother, Zhou Yanqiu would fight back without hesitation. Fortunately, the tiger stopped about 10 meters from her. Then it lay down on the ground and looked at her. Ooh, ooh, it called a few times. Then it lowered its head to lick the wound on its front left leg. The tiger's fur on that leg was soaked with blood, indicating a serious injury. The tiger was hurt. What other animals in this mountain could have caused such a wound? Seeing that the tiger showed no hostility toward her, Zhou Yanqiu cautiously took a few steps forward, wanting to check the injury. She moved slowly because this was a wild tiger. Although she felt some connection because she had sent Xiaobai here, she still dared not let her guard down. When she was less than 3 meters from the tiger, it still showed no signs of attacking. Only then did Zhou Yanqiu relax a little, looking into the tiger's eyes. She gently said, "I'm here to help you check your wound. Please don't misunderstand." She carefully crouched down and reached out her hand to touch the tiger. The tiger sensed her caution and turned its head aside, then extended its injured front leg toward her. It let out a soft, ooh sound. A deep, rumbling noise came from its throat, like marbles rolling inside. "Zhou Yanqiu, have you become some kind of spirit?" She carefully touched the injured leg. The tiger trembled slightly, but remained still. She let out a breath of relief, her earlier tension almost making her sweat. The wound on the tiger's front leg was still slowly bleeding, and it seemed the blood flow hadn't stopped yet. She took a small amount of spiritual spring water from her space and poured it onto the tiger's wound. First, she needed to clean the blood around the wound so she could see what kind of injury it was. The smell of the spring water attracted the tiger's attention. It sniffed and eagerly licked the water on its front leg. The spring water finally washed away the blood near the wound, revealing a deep, peanut-sized cut. Zhou Yanqiu's pupils shrank suddenly, and her mind exploded like a thunderclap. Could this be a gunshot wound? After seeing the tiger's wound, Zhou Yanqiu knew it definitely wasn't caused by another animal. It was caused by a human using a gun. She noticed that the tiger didn't seem to be hostile toward her and gradually relaxed her guard. It seemed to be a clever and perceptive tiger. If it weren't intelligent, it wouldn't have brought Little White to her last time. If that hadn't happened, she might not have treated this tiger's wound today. Now, even if only for Little White's sake, she would do her best to treat the tiger's injury. Although she didn't know much, with the spring water, she was confident she couldn't do worse. The tiger looked at Zhou Yanqiu with gentle eyes. It sensed the familiar scent it liked, and the smell of its cub, Little White, on her. The tiger had a gunshot wound, which was troublesome. She knew her uncle Zhou Jianjun's family kept hunting guns registered at the police station, but the wound from those bullets didn't look like this. It looked more like a wound from a gun used in movies or battles. Zhou Yanqiu frowned, realizing this was not a simple matter. She wasn't sure if the hunter who caused the injury was a poacher or someone else. But this wound needed quick treatment to prevent infection. First, she had to stop the bleeding. Luckily, the bullet had passed through the flesh and only poked out on the other side, not lodged in the bone. That was a fortunate escape. If the bullet had been stuck in the bone, she wouldn't know what to do. She thought for a moment and took a bowl from her space, filled it with spiritual spring water, and placed it in front of the tiger to signal it to drink. The tiger sniffed the water, suddenly became excited, nudged her gently with its big head to show affection, then lowered its head and drank eagerly. While the tiger was drinking, she rinsed her wound again with spiritual spring water and carefully examined it. She saw a sharp bullet tip exposed and used both hands to grip and pull it out forcefully. The bullet was removed. The tiger let out a low, pained growl. Quickly, Zhou Yanqiu comforted it and poured another bowl of spiritual spring water from her space. Seeing the water, the tiger ignored its pain and eagerly drank again and again. This is a wild animal's instinct. The bowl of spiritual spring water was very tempting to it. The tiger's wound was still bleeding steadily. Zhou Yanqiu remembered from the book Compendium of Materia Medica that there was a plant called sienna grass in Changbai Mountain that could stop bleeding and treat wounds. She planned to look for it nearby, as the book said this plant was quite common. It shouldn't be hard to find. Zhou Yanqiu patted the tiger's big head and rubbed it gently. "Wait here, I'll find some medicine for you." Then she ran off to look for the sienna grass. It turned out that this plant was very common in Changbai Mountain. A few minutes later, Zhou Yanqiu stared blankly at the sienna grass in front of her. She found the plant, but it was already withered in the season. She didn't know if the withered grass still had the ability to stop bleeding. She scratched her head and took out Compendium of Materia Medica from her space to look again. Suddenly, she realized, so even dried sienna grass can stop bleeding. Excited, she plucked a bunch of leaves from the grass. They weighed about a jin, roughly half a kilogram. Looking at the pile of dried leaves, she thought to herself, these should be enough. If not, she could pick more later. She hurriedly ran back to the tiger's location. The clever tiger was lying still, seemingly knowing she would come back. It was waiting patiently for her. When she returned, the tiger made a couple of soft sounds in its throat, almost like it was showing affection. Zhou Yanqiu was no longer afraid of the tiger. She stepped forward, reached out, and gently stroked its head. She saw blood seeping from the wound on its front leg. Zhou Yanqiu sighed, then washed the wound with spiritual spring water. She crushed some crane grass and applied the powder to the tiger's wound. She found a clean cloth from her space and wrapped the wound tightly. After a while, the blood stopped seeping out. Zhou Yanqiu felt happy and smiled, proud that she had managed to stop the tiger's bleeding herself. She felt a sense of achievement. She had spent half the day saving the tiger. Now, she was ready to go down the mountain. The tiger drank 2 bowls of spiritual spring water and was bandaged, which helped stop the bleeding. Its spirit was much better now. It could stand, but hunting might be difficult for the next couple of days. She patted the tiger's big head and stood up. I'm leaving now. Be careful on the mountain these days. If you see those bad people again, stay far away. In a few days, I will bring Xiao Bai to see you. She wanted to leave early because others with guns were coming up the mountain, probably not far from here. It seemed the mountain was no longer very safe. She needed to warn her uncle not to go up the mountain these days. Then, she remembered the treasure in the cave. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be a coincidence? No, she decided to leave now. She had hidden the treasure perfectly. No one knew she had it, and no one would suspect her. The treasure in her pocket was hers. No one could take it away. Besides, anyone storing so many treasures in that cave was probably not a good person. They had likely stolen from many villagers. She felt no guilt about taking it. Watching Zhou Yanqiu walk down the mountain, the tiger looked at her longingly. When she was out of sight, the tiger, limping, moved to another place. Its den was not here but somewhere else. When faced with danger earlier, it didn't run to its den, fearing it might bring trouble back. About half an hour after Zhou Yanqiu and the tiger left, 5 men arrived at the spot. They were burly, fierce-looking men, clearly not good people. Everyone has a shiny military dagger at their waist. 2 of them carry rifles that don't look like they belong to the local army. The leader has a pistol at his waist and a telescope hanging on his chest. Each person carries a US-style backpack. It seems they are carrying food and supplies inside. One person crouched at the tiger's previous hiding spot and looked around. Boss, someone might have been here earlier. The leader is at least 1.8 meters tall. He has a dark face with a scar running from the corner of his mouth to his eyebrow, almost near his eye. He looks fierce and ugly. A harsh voice says, "If they came, they came. Maybe they are hunters from the mountain. As long as they didn't see us, it's good luck for us." The person checking the tracks looks serious. It's not just people. The tiger we injured earlier was also here not long ago. Do humans and tigers live peacefully? Even the big man, leading the group, listens carefully. He picks up some dry leaves from the ground. These are the leaves of the crane herb that Zhou Yanqiu once picked. This is a common herb in these mountains, and it can stop bleeding. Hiss! The person examining the tracks gasps in surprise. Could it be that someone treated the tiger's wound? That's a wild tiger, and someone dared to get so close to treat it. Impressive. A man with a gun nearby dismisses it. It's nothing. Maybe several people worked together to subdue the tiger. Tiger, I tell you, you're overreacting. The person called Tiger is slim, about 1.7 meters tall, with eyes that keep darting around. He's clearly cunning and full of tricks. People like him often have their own clever ideas and skills. Hearing the gunman, he shakes his head. No, it's not several people, just one. Now the gunman stops talking too. Even he wouldn't dare get close to an injured tiger. The man leading the group smiled calmly. Big Nyo, don't underestimate the hunters going up the mountain. Many of them are skilled and keep their abilities hidden. If we face them, even I could get into trouble if I'm not careful. Big Nyo, the man holding the gun, was tall and strong, a few centimeters taller than the leader. He shook his rifle and said confidently, "No worries. No matter how tough they are, they can't beat us here. We'll make sure they have no way back." Ignoring Big Nyo's reckless words, the leader looked around the area and frowned. Carefully, he took out an old-looking piece of cowhide paper from his backpack. He examined it closely and thought to himself that the map was very worn out. Many markings were unclear, but the location should be nearby. It might take a few more days to find it, searching place by place. As long as they stayed hidden, it would just mean more effort. Still, he felt a sense of urgency. This land didn't belong to them. If they were discovered and reported to the local authorities, it could cause trouble. There was a high chance the army would come after them. These 5 men weren't from the mainland. They were sent from the island. They had received intelligence that during World War II, there was a weapons depot in this area, containing important military documents. Their mission was to retrieve a secret military file from that depot. However, because the map was old and worn, and they had been here for 3 days without finding the exact location, progress was slow. The tiger they saw earlier was too close, which is why they shot at it. Unfortunately, the tiger was clever and escaped far away. But they weren't here to hunt animals like tigers. They didn't care much about that. Tigers aren't humans and can't send messages to the government below. Let's go to another place and look again, the leader said, leading the group quickly to another location. Xianxiu, who had just come down from the mountain, was still worried about the tiger's wound. While on the mountain, she felt an inexplicable unease, as if danger was approaching. Although she didn't know why she had this feeling, she chose to trust her instincts. So she quickly went down the mountain. Near the bottom, she took out the flower-tailed wild chicken and matsutake mushrooms from her space and put them into her basket. Tianpeng was released from her space and jumped onto her shoulder. Just now, Tianpeng was very scared by the adult tiger. Zhou Yanqiu thought that next time she met the little white bird and the tiger, she would let Tianpeng get to know them. That way, Tianpeng wouldn't be so afraid. She carried her basket into the village and saw a woman with messy hair, wearing a floral padded jacket, staring at her intently. Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit confused, but didn't think much of it. Since she was from the village, she nodded at her and quickly went home. She pushed open her uncle's door, placed the basket at the kitchen entrance, and went to check the kitchen. Her aunt, Li Guiyun, was not there. She turned to the main room and called out, Annie. You're here. Yanqiu, you're back. Li Guiyun responded and came out of her room. When she saw Zhou Yanqiu, her anger disappeared instantly, and she put on a smile again. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and took Li Guiyun's arm. Auntie, guess what I found on the mountain this time? Hearing this, Li Guiyun's face turned serious and a little upset. She said with concern, Child, next time you go up the mountain, bring your uncle with you. He can help if anything happens. Zhou Yanqiu knew her aunt was worried about her. She chuckled and didn't reply directly. Got it. Auntie, I know you love me the most. Come see what I found on the mountain. Li Guiyun followed her to the kitchen door. Did you find something good again? Zhou Yanqiu grinned proudly. Of course, something delicious. We'll cook it tonight. She then took the dry leaves off the basket. Inside the basket, there were 2 flower-tailed wild chickens and a bag of matsutake mushrooms, which appeared before Li Guiyun. Seeing the wild chickens, Li Guiyun wasn't surprised, but when she saw the mushrooms, she was so excited, she patted her thigh. Oh my, are those matsutake? That's a real treasure. Zhou Yanqiu proudly crossed her arms. Auntie, we'll eat this tonight. Li Guiyun clapped her hands and said, All right, I'll listen to you. We'll eat this. Since you came, our family has been eating better and better. We go up the mountain not empty-handed, even more impressive than your uncle. After saying that, Li Guiyun gave her a big thumbs up. Zhou Yanqiu, feeling flattered, blushed and said, By the way, Auntie, where are Uncle and Lanfang? Li Guiyun happily replied, They went to the village office. There's a call coming soon, probably from the town. I don't know if it's about your sister's work. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes widened with excitement. Really? Before Li Guiyun could answer, the front door creaked open. Mom. Before anyone saw her, Zhou Lanfang's unique voice was heard. My work has come through. I need to go handle the paperwork tomorrow. At this moment, both Li Guiyun and Zhou Yanqiu received definite news, and they were both very happy. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Lanfang was even more excited. She quickly stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Yanqiu, thank you. If it weren't for you giving up your spot, I wouldn't have gotten this job. Zhou Lanfang was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak clearly. These days, a work spot is very precious. Many families spend all they have just to get such a chance, but they can't find it. And she got it easily. No matter the reason, this job was obtained by Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Lanfang was the most grateful to her now. She knew exactly how this job came about. It was her own dear cousin who helped. She and Zhang Qiulan only got some credit for being involved. She heard that later. The 3 of them would also receive a generous cash reward. Zhou Lanfang was truly overwhelmed with excitement today. She hugged Zhou Yanqiu tightly, tears welling up, and she started crying. Zhou Yanqiu quickly patted Zhou Lanfang's back and sincerely congratulated her. Sister, this is great news. Why are you crying? Zhou Lanfang let go, tears still on her face, and she chuckled, a booger popping out of her nose. Embarrassed, Zhou Lanfang turned her head away. Oh no! Zhou Yanqiu also laughed so hard, she bent over. Li Guiyun, standing nearby, was so excited she didn't know what to say. Uncle Zhou Jianjun also came back from behind. Just now, Zhou Lanfang ran home happily, arriving before him. As soon as Zhou Jianjun entered, he saw Li Guiyun looking at him with an excited face. Zhou Jianjun's face turned slightly red, showing he was also feeling excited. Yes, it's settled. We go to the town tomorrow to register. Li Guiyun clapped her hands excitedly, unable to speak for a moment. After a while, Li Guiyun calmed down, her face flushed with excitement, and said, Perfect. Yanqiu found some good things on the mountain today. We'll eat that tonight. Then she hurried to the kitchen. Yanqiu accidentally saw a tear of excitement fall from Li Guiyun's face when she turned around. Poor parents' hearts. Although Li Guiyun often scolds Zhou Lanfang coldly, she worries about her daughter deep inside. She is her only daughter. After 10 months of pregnancy and many hardships, a mother naturally cares and feels distressed. Seeing her daughter not working and seeming aimless, not wanting to marry, she worries about her future. Now, her daughter has a good job. Those who used to mock her secretly can be jealous now. She feels relieved and proud. In the village, she can show off her daughter now. Zhou Jianjun happily said, Yanqiu Lanfang, go inside and talk. It's cold outside. Zhou Lanfang pulled Yanqiu back into the room, very excited today. Yanqiu, what should I wear for tomorrow's procedures? Sigh, I don't know if I can do this job well. Before starting work, Lanfang felt anxious, worried she might not be capable. Yanqiu comforted her. Sister, don't think too much. You can do it. Besides, Uncle Zhang is the deputy director inside. If anything happens, just ask Uncle Zhang. Lanfang's nervousness eased a little. You're right, but she still couldn't shake her happiness, feeling like she had suddenly become very rich. Outside, Grandma's happy voice came through. Junzi, I heard Lanfang's job is settled. Zhou Jianjun's tone couldn't hide his happiness. Mom, it's settled. Just got a call from the town. We can go to register tomorrow. Grandma also said excitedly, this is such wonderful news. We must celebrate properly. Tonight, go call your second uncle and Jianhua over. Have them come for drinks. Is there any wine at home? If not, go buy a couple of bottles. Don't forget to be polite. Zhou Jianjun slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I'll go right now. He then rode his bike quickly out the door. The two sisters ran out of the house, each helping Grandma inside. Inside, Grandma watched Zhou Lanfang running around like a colorful butterfly, changing clothes 2 or 3 times, asking for their help to choose. Grandma and Zhou Yanqiu saw she was unsure, so they made the decision for her. Just wear this tomorrow. People will be sending uniforms then anyway. Zhou Lanfang finally stopped, rubbing her face hard with both hands. My goodness. Why does my face feel so tired today? Haha, Zhou Yanqiu and Grandma couldn't help but laugh. In the evening, Li Guiyun prepared a big, delicious dinner. Stewed wild chicken with matsutake mushrooms. Pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli. Stir-fried monkey head mushrooms with sliced meat. Stir-fried bok choy. A plate of fried peanuts. There were 8 dishes in total, more than what is usually served even during New Year celebrations. Today, Li Guiyun happily used everything she had at home. She was so pleased that cooking so much didn't tire her at all, and her smile never faded. Zhou Jianjun first bought 2 bottles of good wine for 5 yuan. By the time he returned, the food was ready. Then Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Xingbang arrived. Each of them gave Zhou Lanfang a red envelope with 5 yuan inside. That was quite a lot. Zhou Lanfang, feeling happy, took the envelope with Zhou Jianjun's gesture and said happily, Thank you, second grandpa. Thank you, Uncle Jianhua, Zhou Xingbang, and Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Lanfang, feeling emotional. They didn't know what luck she had, but she suddenly got a job at the police station. Now, many people in the village would probably be jealous. People in the village tend to compare themselves and worry about others doing better than them. When Zhou Lanfang got a job at the police station, those gossiping women would be talking behind her back. Zhou Xingbang thought to himself, in the future, I need to pay more attention to the gossip in the village. I can't let others easily smear dirt on my family. He knew well how harsh some people's words could be in the village. Looking at the dishes on the table and the arranged wine, both Zhou Xingbang and Zhou Jianhua looked a bit moved. Zhou Xingbang happily said, Junzi's wife, this is too wasteful. Why make so many good dishes? Li Guiyun waved her hand. Today, Lanfang's work is settled. I'm happy. Uncle and Jianhua, drink more and eat more. Dishes made with spiritual spring water must taste good, right? It's a delicious and nutritious dinner. Just this meal is enough to boast about for a long time. Finally, Zhou Jianjun was so happy tonight that he drank a bit too much. In the evening, Zhou Yanxiu was still thinking about the mountain after his grandma fell asleep. Since Zhou Yanxiu came to his grandma's house, he surprisingly had trouble sleeping tonight. He kept thinking about the wound on the old tiger in the mountain. Unconsciously, he only fell into deep sleep around midnight. When he woke up at dawn, his grandma had already prepared breakfast. Originally, Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun wanted Grandma to eat 3 meals a day at their place, but Grandma preferred to cook her own breakfast, so she didn't go over. As Grandma said, sometimes she still needed to cook herself, otherwise, she might forget how to cook in the future. After breakfast with Grandma, she smiled happily and said, Ever since Yanxiu came, life at home has been so smooth. We eat well, sleep soundly. Other old ladies say I look several years younger. I feel like I could live to 100. After saying that, Grandma also chuckled happily. Seeing Grandma so happy, Yanxiu said softly, Grandma, you'll live to 150 years. Then I'll become an old monster. No, you're just an old longevity star. Ha ha. The laughter of the old and the young blended happily. Soon, the door was pushed open and Zhou Lanfang walked in neatly, saying crisply, Grandma, Yanxiu, I need to go to the town to handle some paperwork. My dad is going with me. Yanxiu, are you going to the town too? Today, Zhou Yanxiu had something on her mind, so she refused her sister's invitation. Sister, you and uncle can go. I'll stay at home and wait for your good news. Zhou Lanfang felt a little disappointed but quickly smiled again. I was planning to take you to town to have some fun. We can also stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a few things. By the way, Yanxiu, is there anything you want? I can bring it back for you. Zhou Yanxiu smiled and said, Sister, I don't need anything right now. Once you officially start your new job, I'll come find you. Today, I'll stay home and read more books. She looked at Zhou Lanfang and said, Sister, you look very pretty today. Your skin also looks much whiter. Zhou Lanfang was pleasantly surprised. Really? Yanxiu, don't lie to me. Zhou Yanxiu teased her. How could I lie? Just look in the mirror and see for yourself. Actually, not only Zhou Lanfang, but also Li Guilun had some changes. The changes weren't very obvious, and they hadn't really noticed before. But if you looked carefully, you could see it. This spiritual spring fruit is truly extraordinary. Even after diluting so much, it still has such effects. Zhou Lanfang found a small mirror in her grandmother's room, looked into it, and exclaimed happily, Wow, Yanxiu, you're a bit whiter than before. Your skin looks better too. This made Zhou Lanfang instantly more confident. She smiled so much her eyes squinted, feeling very happy. Yanxiu, I'll get ready to go now. I'll bring you some delicious food when I come back. Zhou Yanxiu watched her sister walk away with a gentle smile. Soon after, she saw Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang each riding a bicycle out of the village. She watched for a while, feeling happy for her sister. This was a good job, but the long commute each day was tiring. It took over half an hour to ride there and back. She wondered if the town police station would arrange a dormitory. Back inside, the little white bird suddenly jumped onto her shoulder. While her grandmother wasn't paying attention, She took some pine nuts from her space to feed it and poured some spiritual spring water into a bowl. She also squeezed some goat milk, mixed it with spiritual spring water, and fed it to the little white bird. After finishing, Zhou Yanqiu took out the Compendium of Materia Medica to read again. Half an hour later, she closed the book. She thought, I can't keep reading today. I just can't focus anymore. I don't know why, but she kept thinking about the things on the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and decided to go back to the mountain today. Grandma, I'm going out. Don't wait for me to eat lunch. Without waiting for her grandma's reply, she took Tianpeng, thought for a moment, picked up Xiaobai, and put him into her space. Then she hurriedly left. Her grandma called out behind her, Bring some food. Zhou Yanqiu replied, Grandma, I brought some. An hour later, she arrived again at the place where she had rescued the tiger yesterday. Tianpeng, go up the tree and keep watch. Tianpeng understood and quickly climbed up a nearby big tree. With Tianpeng on guard, she could relax a little and look for the big tiger. When she left yesterday, she saw the tiger heading in another direction. That probably was its real den. On the way, she also looked for pine nuts, hazelnuts, and other things to prepare supplies for Tianpeng. She could also roast some to snack on herself. Just as she was about to move forward, Zhou Yanqiu's eyes suddenly shrank, and she stopped and crouched down. On the ground, she saw a piece of wrapping paper. The wrapping paper wasn't anything special, but strangely, it wasn't from their country. It even had English words printed on it. The two words popped into Zhou Yanqiu's mind. She looked around and found two more pieces of the same wrapping paper. When she helped treat the tiger's wounds yesterday, she didn't see this wrapping paper here at all. She looked carefully and also found a cigarette butt on the ground. It was a filtered cigarette butt. This definitely wasn't smoked by locals, as there are no stores selling filtered cigarettes here. It was confirmed. An outsider spy was here. She didn't know what those spies were looking for on the mountain, but she was sure that those spies or enemies had guns, and the tiger's wound was caused by one of their shots. In an instant, Zhou Yanqiu pieced everything together. Her mind buzzed loudly. No matter how capable she was, she didn't know how to handle this kind of situation. Her first reaction was to quickly go down the mountain and call Uncle Zhang from the town police station to ask him to send someone over. Thinking this, Zhou Yanqiu called out to Tianpeng and prepared to leave the mountain. But the treetop Tianpeng suddenly made a sharp warning sound. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Zhou Yanqiu was startled and quickly looked back, hiding behind a large tree. Please don't let it be those enemy agents. She saw rustling sounds coming from the bushes behind her. The dry grass, reaching her waist, was pushed aside, revealing a large creature moving inside. Zhou Yanqiu sighed in relief. If it was just an animal from the mountains, she wouldn't be too afraid. Her only concern was that there might be armed enemy agents in the area. The big animal looked a bit panicked, as if it was running away, rushing blindly. Suddenly, a tiger emerged from the dry grass, holding a small yellow tiger cub in its mouth. The tiger's front leg seemed injured, causing it to limp as it walked. The injury was wrapped with a piece of cloth, clearly put there by a person. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Isn't this the tiger she was looking for? It's also Xiaobai's mother. That piece of cloth was the one she bandaged yesterday. Zhou Yanqiu was happy. She was just about to go and check the tiger's injury when it ran right up to her. She was about to step out from behind the tree to greet the tiger. Suddenly, a silenced gunshot rang out, and blood spurted from the tiger's hind leg. The tiger let out a cry of pain and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Yanqiu immediately shrank back, her heart pounding. It wasn't an ordinary hunting rifle. It was a rifle capable of killing on the battlefield. This confirmed it. These were definitely enemy agents. No wonder the tiger tried to escape when it encountered them. She didn't know how far the enemy was from here, but her alertness was at its highest. She crouched down, using the bushes for cover, and looked behind her. She hadn't seen any sign of the enemy yet. They were probably still some distance away. People say that such rifles can shoot from over a mile away. So it was